This handsome young man is our protagonist, Baek Yuseol. Just 3 seconds ago, simply because he accidentally defeated the game's final boss, he was immediately transmigrated into the world of the game itself. And by a stroke of luck, or perhaps fate, the moment he woke up, the system slapped him with a mission: escape from a band of pursuing assassins. To understand any of this, we have to talk about a game called Mythical World. It was released 10 years ago as a dating simulator targeted at female players, but for some reason, the male player base spiked unnaturally high. In terms of features, the game allows players a diverse choice of characters, ranging from easy characters with high efficiency to hard characters with almost no utility at all. And amidst this sea of characters, there was one trash-tier character, notorious for being exceptionally difficult to level up and having utterly terrible abilities. And yet, one masochist spent 10 years mastering this exact character, Baek Yuseol. That person is me, the player, Baek Yuseol. Just now, as Baek Yuseol brewed himself a cup of coffee and returned to his computer, he noticed a new post pinned on the community forum. Oh, a new post? Is there an update or something? He muttered, quickly clicking his mouse to investigate. It wasn't clear what the game had updated, but the player reaction was anything but positive. Trash game. This stupid dragon suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blew away all my save data. What the hell is this black demon dragon? It says my character is dead and I can't log in anymore. Seriously, what is going on? My character was just deleted. Negative comments were flooding the feed. Baek Yuseol, reading through them, found it equally confusing. Huh? A final boss in a dating sim? I thought the game ended once the two leads got together. Then, he spotted a post that was drawing massive attention. Everyone, this boss is impossible to beat. This garbage black demon dragon has 99% magic resistance, 0 cooldowns, and keeps spamming that annoying magic absorption skill. How are you even supposed to kill it? This has to be a bug. Seeing the author of the post, our protagonist gasped, wait, that's a famous ranker. The final boss, huh? Let's see, a monster immune to magic in a world built on magic doesn't make much sense. Is it really a bug? People are even saying their characters are being deleted. Looks like this is the one. The Black Demon Dragon, the 13th month of the Black Night, has appeared, Baek Yuseol muttered, staring at the dragon on his screen. Alright, so the lore is, in the mythical world, there is a cult known as the Dark Mages. Their goal is to help an otherworldly realm called the Persona Gate take over the world. And once those lunatics achieved their goal, the Black Demon Dragon manifested. 90% of the continent has been occupied by the Persona Gate. I only ever focused on PvP and ignored the lore, but this time it's total chaos. Is this even okay? Baek Yuseol said, rubbing his chin. Then, he felt an itch for a challenge seeing how strong this dragon was. It's not like I'm trying to avoid a fight. Maybe I should give it a shot. No sooner said than done. Baek Yuseol immediately clicked yes to the prompt to battle the Black Demon Dragon. I'll show off the skills I've polished over the last 10 years, he thought to himself. To put it briefly, regarding his character, Baek Yuseol, he is the only character who cannot use magic, despite the fact that everyone can use magic in this game. For that reason, even veteran players never chose him. To put it plainly, this character is more useless than a background NPC. Granted, he can use a tiny bit of magic, but only one specific spell, Flash. Back to the battle. The moment Baek Yuseol appeared, the Black Demon Dragon began charging energy in its maw. A second later, the behemoth opened its jaws wide and breathed a torrent of fire toward him. Faced with this inferno, Baek Yuseol merely gave a faint, cold smile. He triggered his flash skill to instantly blink onto the dragon's back, dodging the attack entirely. Now, let's talk about Baek Yuseol's flash. This skill allows the user to teleport a short distance, anywhere from 3 to 10 meters, instantly. The destination is usually random, so if the distance isn't perfectly controlled, the user would die instantly from the sheer velocity of the impact against an object. Furthermore, the cooldown and mana cost are ridiculous. There's even a stun penalty where the user is immobilized for 2 seconds after casting. Everyone can learn it, but no one ever uses it. However, Baek Yuseol has mastered Flash to such a degree that he can control both the direction and the distance. He even knows how to bypass the 2-second immobilization penalty. It doesn't cost mana, not that he has any mana stats anyway. Unlike other spells, for him, Flash is strictly a movement skill. I've been obsessed with this character since everything is based on skill level. For 10 years, I've played the only character who doesn't use magic in combat. While our protagonist was lost in his memories, he had already maneuvered his character to slice that black demon dragon clean in half. It was hard to fathom how a character with 0 mana could be strong enough to slay such a beast, but at the very least, because he didn't use offensive magic, the dragon's 99% magic resistance was rendered completely useless. Once the black dragon slumped to the ground, a system notification popped up: "You have defeated the final boss, the 13th month of the Black Knight." Beck Uziel stared at the screen, finding it hard to believe. Good God. I actually did it. I know I'm equipped with legendary artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash tier character. But man, this is amazing. I have to brag to the community that I just took down the black demon dragon. Beck Uziel muttered, his hand moving quickly to hit the post button. But right then, ominous blood-red notifications flared across his vision, because a glitch ending has been reached. 90% of the mythical world has been destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Please proceed to the true ending. Witnessing this bizarre turn of events, Beck Uziel fell into a state of total panic. What? What is happening? He screamed in terror. And then, our protagonist vanished from his room in a way that defied explanation. The scene shifts to a dilapidated, ruined room. Beck Uziel woke up, dazed. What happened? And where on earth am I? He muttered to himself, scanning his surroundings. When he caught his reflection in a nearby mirror, his face went completely blank. It was a face he knew intimately, the one he had looked at for 10 years in-game. Wait, this appearance. I am Beck Uziel. But before he could process the shock, a system window materialized before his eyes. Episode 1, Escape the Assassins. Seeing the system prompt, Beck Uziel's panic reached a new high. This is Beck Uziel's opening mission. This can't be happening, he thought frantically, reaching into his pockets. He pulled out a piece of paper. It was an acceptance letter to Stella Academy. By now, even though he didn't want to admit it, Beck Uziel knew exactly where he was. It was unbelievable, but this was definitely the world of mythical world, and he was, indeed, Beck Uziel. He tried to force himself to stay calm and analyze the situation logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But based on my knowledge, this game doesn't have a true ending. It's a dating sim, there are a billion possible endings. How am I supposed to know which one is true? Wait, could it be? Could it be that in 10 years, no one has ever unlocked the true ending? Beck Uziel was stunned by the thought, but he immediately pushed it aside. He had a much more urgent problem. Damn it, no time to think about that now. If I remember correctly, the moment Beck Uziel wakes up, the people hunting him are going to storm this house. Without wasting another second, he threw open the door to scout outside, and exactly as he feared, a group of thugs was waiting outside, ready to tear him apart. Where did that little rat go? One of the assassins barked. Hearing this, Beck Uziel slammed the door shut and hid inside. This is bad. They're already here, he thought, heart racing. But right then, one of the men outside spotted the house he was hiding in and shouted, "There's a house over there. Search it, now." Understood. The others replied eagerly. Beck Uziel was now sweating bullets. What do I do? Right now, my dodge window is limited, but I can't fight them off either. What do I do? His anxiety mounted as the footsteps drew closer. It seemed the system felt some pity for him, as a prompt appeared. You can use flash. What? I can use flash? He thought, startled. Born with a body suffering from mana leakage syndrome, Beck Uziel was someone who couldn't store mana. He had only one hope, the single spell he had spent his entire life practicing. Back in the moment, Beck Uziel checked the details of the flash skill. Skill, flash, level 0. Max distance, 9 m. Max charges, 1, cooldown, 3 seconds. Even after seeing the stats, Beck Uziel didn't feel much better. It says I can use it, but I'm not playing with a keyboard and mouse anymore. How am I supposed to use it? But before he could think further, the assassins outside began charging toward the house like rabid dogs, terrified he might slip away. The thundering of their footsteps made Beck Uziel jump. Damn it, here they come. There's no more time. I have to risk it. Beck Uziel gritted his teeth. Just before the assassins could swarm the house and corner him, he made a break for it. Naturally, they spotted him immediately. I found the bastard. After him. Don't let him get away. Stand still. The assassins barked. Meanwhile, our protagonist was racking his brain for a way to avoid being torn to pieces. His current plan, use flash to lose the pursuers. They're wearing magic boots, so they're definitely faster than me. The only way I'm getting out of this is flash. Calm down. I've used flash a million times. I know how to time this perfectly. Baek tried to steady his nerves while the assassins closed in right behind him. You brat. You think you can outrun us? One of them roared, causing Baek to glance back to gauge the distance. They were almost on top of him. The weakness of flash is that if you don't control the distance perfectly, you hit an object and die instantly. But if it's me, it'll be different. As he thought this, the leader of the assassins caught up. I'll send you to hell. Die. He screamed, swinging his sword down toward the boy. And in that split second, just as the blade was about to make contact, Baek took the gamble and triggered flash. In a burst of light, like a literal bolt of lightning, his body vanished and reappeared several meters ahead. Seeing that it worked, he rejoiced inwardly. It worked, he thought excitedly. Meanwhile, the assassins were momentarily stunned and skidded to a halt. What the? Was that flash? Is he a mage? They muttered, bewildered. The leader, however, quickly turned back to rally his men. Don't lose your nerve. After using flash, the user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds. This is our best chance to wait. How is that bastard still moving? The leader cried out in shock as he watched Baek continue to sprint ahead like a squirrel. Back with Baek, though he had opened up some distance, he didn't let his guard down for a second. Careful. I have to be even more careful. I have to use this rugged terrain to my advantage. Any player who doesn't learn how to use flash at this stage won't survive the next episode, he thought to himself. In the game, a sad 99% of players who chose Baek never made it past the tutorial. And the 1% who did still couldn't master distance control or consecutive flashes. Once the 3-second cooldown ended, Baek immediately triggered flash again across the uneven ground to widen the gap. The assassins behind him screamed in disbelief, teleporting on this kind of terrain? Is he insane? Despite their shock, the leader realized the boy was slowly pulling away. He turned to his men, anyone who can use magic, get to the front. Attack him from a distance. On his command, 3 mages stepped forward. Baek heard this while fleeing and looked back to check. They're going to use magic? He thought to himself, but he wasn't really surprised. In the game, this always happened. It was the second part of the tutorial, use flash to dodge magic projectiles. The mages began casting, unleashing a barrage of arrows aimed at him from multiple directions. Baek started to feel the pressure. In the game, I could see everything behind me through the monitor, so dodging was easy. But now, it's real. He gritted his teeth. Just as he was struggling, the system intervened to give him a boost. Skill, Mana Leakage Syndrome has been activated. New skills generated, Sixth Sense and Cognitive Acceleration have been applied. As soon as that notification appeared, a wave of mana began to ripple out from Baek body, allowing him to clearly sense every direction the arrows were coming from. And just like that, our protagonist began to dance through the rain of arrows. When multiple arrows converged at once, leaving no room to dodge, he simply used flash to blink through the gap. Lucky for him he timed it perfectly, otherwise, there wouldn't even be a scrap of him left. Whoa, that was a close one, he thought. He scrambled to his feet and kept moving. It didn't take long before he reached the final part of the tutorial level. The third part of the tutorial, use flash to cross the abyss. Before him was a massive chasm, with several floating stone pillars in the middle to help players cross. Baek task was to time his flash perfectly to land on each small platform. The only way to reach the other side was precise distance control. After this, I should run into some mages passing by and escape. That will be the end of the tutorial. To pass this, I have to deactivate the flash spell, which triggers in 0.1 seconds, at the exact right moment. Failing even once means death, he told himself. He looked at the floating stones and calculated. There are about 20 stones floating here. Doing this within 0.1 seconds, truly easier said than done. I wonder what idiot wrote the script for this tutorial. Baek clenched his fists in frustration, but at least, honestly, it wasn't impossible. The problem is the pursuers are closer than I thought. He glanced back at the assassins who were hot on his heels. He's right there. Get him. One of them yelled, and the whole group began to sprint at full speed toward him. The gap is about 100 meters. Flash's cooldown is 3 seconds, I won't have enough time to cross to the other side at this rate. Then the most practical way to survive is to deal with this entire group. Uziel ducked to the side, calculating his options. This is crazy. How do I expect to handle this right after a fight? If this were the game, the system wouldn't let me fight back against these pursuers, but this is reality. There's no rule saying I have to blindly follow the game's mechanics. Dealing with someone who isn't even worth my time? The reason isn't just because these guys are the enemies of my parents like in the story. They're here. Come on then. I'll deal with all of you. He thought with determination. Just seconds later, both sides came face to face. And when enemies meet, there isn't much need for words. Within seconds, both sides were face to face. And when enemies lock eyes, words are unnecessary. The leader immediately barked an order. There he is. Grab that brat, now. Copy that. The assassin shouted as he instantly lunged forward. Seeing that Uziel actually dared to stand his ground instead of running away, he sneered inwardly. You think you can take all of us on by yourself? How pathetic. You're dead. Meanwhile, Uziel remained calm, mentally calculating the distance between them. Target distance. 8.7 meters. Blink. Just like that, the blink spell was triggered. Closing the gap in an instant, Uziel drove the dagger in his hand straight through the enemy's chest. Despite it being his first time, he didn't feel even a flicker of fear. Fresh blood trickled over his fingertips, yet there wasn't a trace of guilt. This is killing to survive, Uziel told himself. Next, he followed up with a powerful shoulder strike, sending the man flying back toward the rest of the group. Right after taking one down, Uziel immediately took off because his blink spell hadn't cooled down yet. The group went ballistic when they saw Uziel land a cheap shot on one of their own and then bolt. He's running. Don't let him get away, no matter what. Back to Uziel, as he moved, he was silently weighing his options. One down, but it won't be this easy next time. What should I do now? Wait, why is it so quiet behind me? Did they stop chasing? They aren't planning on using magic, are they? But if I dodge? Damn it. Uziel cursed under his breath. On the other side, the leader signaled with excitement. Do it. On his command, the mage immediately unleashed his magic, forming a magic circle in front of him and releasing a fireball, aimed directly at Uziel's position. This is insane. This damn spell, Uziel shouted as he frantically looked around for a good spot to blink to. Fortunately, he spotted a tree branch growing off a nearby cliff. Right there. Let's go. Blink. Uziel thought to himself. At that exact moment, the fireballs slammed into his previous location, creating a massive explosion. Seeing the fireballs hit their mark, the leader let out a mocking laugh. Serves you right, you little brat. But before his laughter could even fade, he realized something. There was no body in the crater. Where did he go? He muttered, completely unaware that Uziel had evaded the blast and blinked directly over his head. The ultimate blink technique. The momentum must remain equal before and after use, he thought as he activated blink once more. Simultaneously, he aimed his dagger straight at the man, causing him to let out a horrific scream before collapsing instantly. Meanwhile, the others stood there frozen, unable to process what had just happened. What the? One of them stammered in shock, but before he could finish his sentence, Uziel blinked right next to him and sent him to join his teammates in the afterlife. As for Uziel, after such intense and continuous action, his stamina was plummeting. 2 down. I have to hurry before they recover. He thought. Up ahead, the scarred man finally began to take Uziel seriously. You're a freak. Your reaction speed is way too bizarre for a mage. Who the hell are you, anyway? Uziel heard him but had no intention of replying. He was still focused on his plan. My reaction time is definitely better than any other player. But, that was just in the game. This is reality. I can't keep dodging forever, especially at this range. I need to take them all out, fast. With that thought, he proactively lunged forward to attack. The scarred man's eyes turned predatory. I've figured out your movement pattern. After speaking, he thought to himself, all he's got is blink and a dagger. So as long as I protect my face and neck, he can't touch me. With that in mind, he immediately coated his sword in mana, bracing for the fight. Come get some, you filthy brat. The man roared. Uziel, right in front of him, instantly used blink to reposition. At the same moment, the scarred man thrust out a barrage of sharp ice stakes. Got you. Now let's see you writhe in pain. He thought gleefully. Theoretically, if Uziel blinked forward, he would definitely impale himself on those stakes. But, unfortunately for him, the plan failed, because Uziel's actual target was the teammate standing right behind him. By the time the scarred man realized it, it was too late. Uziel had already finished off his companion. Damn it. he screamed. Before this, you were just scurrying around like a rat, and now you dare to do this? Uziel bluntly admitted, yeah, but that was then. I should thank you for helping me get stronger every single day. He said this with a taunting smirk. It made the scarred man's face contort with pure rage. You son of a bitch. You're only doing this because we went easy on you. I'll take your head. The man bellowed. Meanwhile, Uziel snatched a spear from one of the men he'd just taken down and proactively charged. First, he took a stance and hurled the spear. It flew like an arrow, straight at the scarred man. This made the man pause and think, blink, aimed at an opening. He's throwing the spear to force me to block, then he'll attack from behind? Not a chance. Thinking he was one step ahead, he held his sword across his chest to parry the spear. Immediately after, he swung his sword backward, intending to catch Uziel off guard. Now I just turn around and give him one good slash. He muttered. But when he turned around, there was absolutely no one there. It was only then that the scarred man realized he had overthought it. Unfortunately, he wouldn't get a second chance to fix his mistake, because the moment he turned his head back, Uziel blinked forward from the front and plunged his dagger straight into the man's heart. So he was planning to attack from the front all along. The man thought to himself before dropping dead. Currently, Uziel received a system notification. Chapter 1, Escaping the Pursuit, completed. You have gained experience points and received additional gifts from the Constellation Project for developing a unique story. Back to Uziel, looking at the bodies and bloodstains around him, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. That's right, this wasn't a dream. His first blink, his first battle, and his first time taking a life. He had killed someone else to survive. He thought this as he began to calm himself down. It didn't take long for Uziel to snap out of his daze and prepare to move. He needed to get out of there fast. Wait a sec. Even if it's a bit messed up, I have to be realistic. I'm broke. Thinking this, Uziel began to rummage through the bodies. The results didn't disappoint him. He found an entire bag of gold coins. Found it. Let's see, this should be worth about 2 million won. Better than nothing, I guess. But now the main problem is, I have to cross this cliff. He muttered to himself while heading toward the edge. But before the protagonist could do anything, he heard a voice calling out from the opposite side. Is anyone there? This way. Following the sound, Uziel strained his eyes to see who it was. It was the group of mages from the tutorial, right? After confirming, Uziel quickly shouted back, I'm over here. When the group of mages heard him, they shouted back as well. There aren't any bridges here. Can you make it across? Yes, I'm on my way. Let's wait, because he said he can make it across, the young mage said, turning back to the group. But beside him, a blue-haired young man looked skeptical. To cross this cliff, he'd at least need to be a third-rank knight. Can that young guy really pull something like that off? I'm not so sure. The mage spoke casually, but fortunately, he was soon shocked to see Uziel begin to teleport across the floating rocks. In their eyes, Uziel's body seemed to flicker continuously across the stones, making them wonder what they were seeing. Was it some kind of jumping magic? And to answer their question, a voice rang out from behind them, that's Blink. The voice belonged to a blue-haired girl with a melancholic expression. Everyone was even more stunned. That's Blink? But you can't control the direction or distance of Blink. How is that even possible? He said while turning to look at Uziel, but at that moment, he spotted two figures on the other side and muttered, those two, are they with him? But before he could think further, the mage from the assassin group started using his magic. A fireball was aimed at Uziel. Hey, watch out! Someone screamed. Meanwhile, our protagonist realized he was being targeted. So, he gritted his teeth and used Blink once again. Afterward, he looked toward the two people who had attacked him and thought, it's those mercenaries from before. That was way too close. Blink's countdown is at 3 seconds, but dodging all that magic is impossible. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. As Uziel scrambled to find a suitable spot, the enemy mage didn't give him a second to breathe. He immediately activated his magic and fired a beam of energy straight at him. Fortunately for Uziel, he managed to lean to the side just in time to dodge the hit. However, the real trouble was just beginning. For some reason, the rock under his feet suddenly split in two, sending him falling straight down. Damn it, all the other floating stones are way too far. Please let me land on just one of them, he thought, gritting his teeth as he activated Blink. It seemed the Grim Reaper wasn't ready for him yet. Uziel blinked right next to a floating rock and desperately grabbed onto it. Phew, I'm alive, he thought to himself. Before he could even process it, another fireball was heading his way. Either I dodge this, or I'm dead. But before the attack could hit him, it was suddenly blown away by another bolt of blue energy. Our protagonist was saved in the nick of time. What surprised him even more was the uniqueness of that magic. What was that? An ice spear wrapped in lightning? Who could combine two elements into one strike like that? And beyond that, the trajectory was calculated so perfectly that not a single bit of mana was wasted. Who could perform such a flawless attack? He thought this while looking at the group of mages. The one who had stepped in was none other than the blue-haired mage girl. As for the mercenaries, when they saw their attack fail, their faces went pale, and they quickly retreated. Seeing them leave, Baek Yuseol breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, looks like I survived somehow. Then, after reaching the other side, he hurried over to the blue-haired girl who had saved him and said, thanks for the help back there. Hearing this, she glanced back slightly and said coldly, I didn't do it for your gratitude, so don't worry about it. Oh, alright then. She had the most beautiful voice he had ever heard, but she seemed incredibly hard to approach. Anyway, even though they were bandits who had pillaged and looted villages, the truth was that most of those activities were carried out by the dark magic cult, but even that ended here. The moment he crossed this cliff, he entered the territory of the mages. The dark magic cult wouldn't be able to follow him, not to mention they didn't even know who he was. At that very moment, another system notification appeared in front of him. Chapter 2. Enrolling in Stella Academy. This notification left Baek Yuseol unsure of how to react. Chapter 2, huh? Well, I guess it won't be too bad, but how am I supposed to handle going to school at this age? The scene shifts to a childhood memory of Baek Yuseol. Mom, when I grow up, I'm going to be a mage, he said while pulling on his mother's sleeve. The woman in front of him smiled and praised him. I believe in you, Yuseol. According to the records, his parents worked incredibly hard to raise him. I'll study hard and make my parents proud. He told himself this as he buried his head in books. But everything came crashing down when he heard the doctor's conclusion. Did you just say my son has mana leakage syndrome? His mother asked blankly, while young Baek Yuseol stood there in a daze, unable to believe his ears. No, that can't be. The boy started to sob, and the current Baek Yuseol witnessed all of this from a third-person perspective. Is this Baek Yuseol's memory? Or is it mine? He thought in confusion. Then, a sharp headache hit him, causing him to snap awake. Is it morning already? He muttered. The red-haired guy across from him spoke up. Oh, you're awake? I was just about to call you. We'll be heading to Lazoica, the satellite city of Arcanium, soon. Time passed quickly. After traveling for a while, the group leader's voice rang out. Let's take a break here for a bit. Following his words, Baek Yuseol got out of the carriage to get some fresh air, and by chance, at that moment, he ran into the blue-haired girl who had saved his life. But as soon as she saw him, she turned and walked away. This left our protagonist with nothing but a forced smile. Man, she's really cold. But everything is going okay, considering how worried I was. I'm glad this timeline is closer to the modern era than the medieval years. Magic exists in this mythical world, but in the safe cities, trains, airships, and sky paths have been built to make long-distance travel convenient. We're going to Lazoica right now to catch another airship. Lazoica is on the route to Arcanium. Arcanium is the city of magic where everything truly begins. The magic towers, the mage council, and the 5 most prestigious academies are all located in Arcanium. The academy with the most powerful mages and elite students is Stella Academy. Because of that, Stella is filled with geniuses and nobles from all over the world. I still don't get how this character, Baek Yuseol, got accepted into a place like that. Wait, I haven't checked my skills yet. He hurriedly opened his status window to review. Mana leakage syndrome level 1, strength increased by 3%, speed increased by 5%, agility increased by 10%. Skill, Sixth Sense, consumes the user's mental strength to activate. Skill, Mana Reconnaissance, 12-meter radius. Acceleration Wave. Looking at his status window, Baek Yuseol felt grateful for the skills he possessed. Sixth Sense and Acceleration Wave. I would have been dead without these two. The character Baek Yuseol had a cursed physique that made it impossible for him to concentrate mana in his body. Mana leakage syndrome. It was a curse Baek Yuseol was born with. However, this also allows him to track mana in the vicinity with his sixth sense, enabling him to detect any incoming attacks from the front even without looking in that direction, while acceleration waves let him perceive everything as if time has slowed down, even if a threat or attack comes at him faster than a human could possibly detect. It was an essential skill for Baek Duo because he couldn't use mana, but he couldn't maintain the sixth sense for too long since it consumed a massive amount of mental power, leading to severe after effects. Following that were his statistics. Baek do SEO, status, strength, 1 star, 59%, speed, 1 star, 81%, stamina, 0 stars, 97%, agility, 1 star, 97%, physical stability, 1 star, 51%, mental power, 1 star, 43%, mana, unknown, remaining experience, 10, skills, flash, level 0, traits, mana leak syndrome, level 1. Back to Baek do SEO, after checking his information, he fell into deep thought, realizing that his starting stats actually weren't that bad. The original Baek do SEO had an incredibly low level of agility, so this was a vital stat that he absolutely had to push to the limit. In this world, there wasn't just a general level, but levels for every single stat. Skills were represented by levels, while stats were measured in stars. The maximum stat level was 9 stars, but it was nearly impossible to reach. He had played this game for 10 years, yet the highest he ever achieved was 8 stars in both physical stability and agility. However, he decided he should invest in agility now to enhance his sixth sense and reaction time, knowing he could build up his stability and flexibility through various other means. Ultimately, that was the plan. The issue now was the mana leak syndrome. If he didn't train to manage this, he wouldn't survive for long, and he needed to upgrade it to quickly reach the secrets of the true body. Getting into Stella Academy was the only way to suppress this damn syndrome. There was no choice but to go to Stella if he wanted to prevent the end of the world and treat this illness. Good grief, he didn't actually want to go there. He wished there was something else that could save him from this predicament. Baek do SEO sighed as he pondered, and at that moment, the system suddenly popped up a reminder notification. Have you missed some notifications? I've never seen this before, he thought, surprised. But before he could check them, the people nearby nudged him, telling him to hurry up and move. Alright, let's go. I'll check it later, Baek do SEO thought to himself as he hurriedly followed the crowd. And after that, exactly as planned, our protagonist boarded a fancy airship headed towards Stella Academy. We are approaching Arcanium, passengers, please remain in your seats, the announcement echoed. The notification sound of the vessel rang out clearly. Meanwhile, a group of young lords and ladies noticed Baek do SEO dressed like a homeless person and began to mock him. Hey, look at that guy staring around like a little kid. Has he never been on an airship before? Probably some country bumpkin who just moved to the city. TSK, I don't understand why Stella lets these kinds of people join the academy. This story is going to spread everywhere. Peasants like that will just ruin everything, a purple-haired noble said with disdain. While that purple-haired noble spoke with contempt, Baek do SEO, standing opposite him, began to stare directly at the guy. And for some reason, he just let out a long sigh and thought helplessly to himself, I guess there are brats everywhere. After thinking that, he ignored the condescending words and walked away as if he hadn't heard a thing, an action that made the young noble feel incredibly humiliated. How dare you look at us like that, this little brat? Hey, get back here right now. He screamed. But just then, a noisy chatter broke out behind him, making the guy unable to resist turning around while muttering, what the hell is all this noise about? And immediately after, the young noble's eyes widened in shock. Princess Bayan. Up ahead, when Baek do SEO heard that name, he had to turn his head back as well, because it was a name very familiar to him. Did he just say Bayan? Following his gaze, there stood a princess with an incredibly beautiful face and a cold, elegant aura. This was the princess of the kingdom of Adalabit, Hong Bayan Adalabit. Seeing her appear, the purple-haired brat took a step forward and began to greet her, Your Highness. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was met with Bayan's icy gaze, which instantly silenced him. Seeing this, Bayan walked away immediately, leaving the guy full of regret. Back to Baek do SEO, after seeing the fifth princess appear, he began to recall memories of this character. She was an enemy of the world. Hong Bayan was a main character in the game. She and the female protagonist were always at odds, but in the end, she died. In almost every route, she was brutally murdered in the majority of endings, or she was forced to commit suicide due to being bullied by the entire academy. This time, she would likely have to go through the most shameful experiences in front of everyone again. It was as if the developers held a grudge and wanted her to suffer through everything. I heard she was incredibly popular among male players. She really is beautiful, though she looks like she'd kill me if I even dared to strike up a conversation. Just as he thought this, our protagonist's stomach began to growl like a drum. I guess I'll go grab something to eat. Thinking this, he quickened his pace toward the cafeteria, but after seeing the prices of the sparkling food items on the shelves, the broke guy only dared to pick the cheapest item while complaining. Why is it so expensive? Every time I eat at Arcanium, it's like this. At that moment, as the vessel was about to arrive, their announcement system rang out again, notifying everyone, "We will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please, everyone, gather on the ground floor." Repeating, "We will arrive at Arcanium in 10 minutes, blah blah. It's finally starting. Well, this is my reality now, so let's do this," he said excitedly. Despite his excitement, the protagonist was immediately slapped back to reality. "I'm glad I've handled things so far, but will I be able to survive at Stella Academy? Survive in this world? I wish I had something useful for this situation." Baek Do-seo thought while starting to pray to every god he knew, but then he remembered something and muttered, thinking about it, "I still haven't checked that notification from earlier." Saying this, Baek Do-seo hurriedly checked to see if the system had given him anything useful. The Star Project presents you with a special reward: 1. A weapon you used in the game at a lower tier. 2. A skill you acquired in the game at a lower power level. 3. Experience. On this side, after reading, Baek Do-seo began to stroke his chin in thought. It seems this system has at least a bit of a conscience. Let's see, what should I take? Should I take Reflect or Praise Lightning? And as if reading Baek Do-seo's mind, the system immediately issued a notice. Based on search results, the tier of the equipment is too high and will be downgraded. Then what about Hyperspace Flash? Baek Do-seo asked back. Based on search results, this skill is an upgrade of Flash and cannot be obtained. However, you can use the reward to enhance the Flash skill. Hearing this, Baek Do-seo's eyes rolled back in frustration. Good grief, does it really have to be downgraded? He complained. The system immediately explained, due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully manifest it. What's that? Things that impact the progression of the story are called narrative energy. If you continue to explore the hidden plots of the story, it will be accumulated. Back to Baek Do-seo. Hearing this, he understood the system's intention. So basically, in the short term, you can't let me have items that are too powerful because I'm still a newbie. The system fell silent as if accepting this fact. Knowing the system couldn't give him a game-breaking item, Baek Do-seo calculated for a bit and then said, "What about the bulbul glasses then? Based on the system's results, we conclude that they can be provided." "Alright, then I'll take them," Baek Do-seo said calmly. The system immediately tossed him the bulbul glasses. "I never thought the day would come where I'd actually have to wear these," Baek Do-seo muttered. Regarding the bulbul glasses, this was an item containing all the information Baek Do-seo had gathered while playing the game. In the world of myth, one couldn't recall or read information about hunted monsters or acquired knowledge, so players had developed numerous information storage items in their own ways. And Baek Do-seo had done the same. Here was the information on the glasses: bulbul glasses, grade, unknown, description, can't remember last night's dinner. Not a problem, because these glasses record everything you've ever seen in detail. Special feature, bulbul folder, sealed, use mental power to activate. Baek Do-seo began to activate the glasses to re-examine all the information, opening bulbul folder. Materials for alchemy, hunting grounds, dungeons, monsters, characters. Alright, this is good. Since this place felt exactly like real life, he had no way of explaining what he could do while using the system, but with these glasses, he could reclaim about half of the capabilities he used to have. Baek Do-seo thought as he closed the bulbul library, and just then, a voice suddenly rang out, catching his attention. Hey, isn't that Acel? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Dutch Malf? How does she dare to show her face here? Shoo, she can hear you. Whispers began to echo, and hearing a familiar name, Baek Do-seo started to think. Come to think of it, one of the functions of the bulbul glasses allows me to register or check information on characters in the storyline. With that in mind, Baek Do-seo used the glasses to check the information of the girl in front of him: Acel Malf, fake heroine, ice and lightning mage, drinks pickle juice before eating pizza, eldest daughter of Dutch Malf, her father's death led to the downfall of the clan, dies later. Back to Baek Do-seo. After reading, he remembered who this was. So she's the fake heroine? Regarding Acel, a fake heroine, there was one point he had to point out. Although he was currently inside the Myth World game, the truth was that Myth was a game based on a romantic fantasy novel titled Don't Love the Princess. And that novel was about the heroine Acel, who lost all her relatives. She grew up by confronting the schemes of the villain Bayan, and her ending was being by the male lead side. In the finale, her revenge plot had almost vanished and other male characters protected her. It had a sad ending after receiving mixed reactions from readers, but the problem was that although the game world was based on the novel, the plots were different. In this game, another character named Flame had been added, and she was the one who replaced the role of the heroine. Furthermore, this character Flame had her own storyline. She was a woman who lived a normal life in the modern world, someone who enjoyed reading don't love the princess and was reincarnated into this world. So unlike in the novel, Acel became a fake heroine in the game, while Flame became the real heroine. No matter how many times or how hard players tried, she still couldn't survive in any ending. This was the result of her being pushed out of the true heroine position, but it had nothing to do with him anyway. But was it just his imagination? He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Or maybe not, it was probably just his imagination, and he should get himself ready. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to Stella Academy. Currently, the new students were gathering at the square to hear the principal's speech. As you know, dark demons are essentially witches, those who have gained power from another world and turned into monsters. Even now, those dark demons continue their invasion by opening persona gates or releasing ancient dungeons to invade the magic world. Our responsibility as mages is to protect the world from these evil forces. And now, we will attend the oath ceremony for the 5 students with the highest scores, who also represent the new students. Please step up to the podium. Back to Baek Do-seo. He was currently paying attention to the students up there, because they were all incredibly important characters within this world. Their faces were all glowing, matching their status as main characters. But the one glowing the brightest here was that person, the freshman representative, Ma Do-seo. He was the person with the highest entrance score. How could he be both so skilled and so handsome at the same time? The group of people gossiped, and after seeing his appearance, Baek Do-seo had to admit, so this is the famous Ma Do-seo. He was the perfect character for the phrase in all the world, I alone am honored, with a 9-star mana stat and potential close to the gods. He was a genius among geniuses, the one who could control all elements in the world. Even if I can't stay until the grand finale, I have to avoid the bad endings by bringing Ma Do-seo over to the righteous side. However, that must be Flame, he said as he looked toward a black-haired girl and began to calculate again. Currently, the plot would depend on how she acted from now on. Because she also came from real life just like him, maybe accompanying her was a good idea, but things would get complicated if she considered him an enemy and he was rejected. Since he had the information advantage, he shouldn't ruin anything. Flame is a fantasy romance novel reader while he is a fantasy romance game player. Even though his importance in the plot couldn't even compare to a shop NPC in a village. Furthermore, the heroine had a special ability that allowed her to purify dark demons. But besides that, she also had the power to bring misfortune to those close to her. Being near her would definitely affect him. His role was to support the main characters from a distance, and to limit his involvement with them as much as possible. And while the protagonist was still silently planning, the principal's speech concluded. With this, we shall conclude the entrance ceremony. The students below heard this and were crazy happy, clapping like exploding firecrackers. They were probably sick of standing outside like this, and with his speech ending. Baek Do-seo had also completed Chapter 2, joining Stella Academy was complete. Time passed quickly, and the next day, Do-seo was present at the lecture hall. And going back to school made the guy think a bit. I graduated from university a long time ago, so feeling like a high school student again is really strange. But still, this thing is actually pretty good. Baek Do-seo thought as he looked at the watch on his wrist. This was the Stella watch, the watch proving you are a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. If you have it, you will receive privileges and better services than other mages. Gotta make use of it quickly, and head out while I'm at it. Thinking this, Baek Do-seo happily tucked away the precious watch. Meanwhile, outside the door, a cool-looking professor began to enter the class. Following that, the professor took out a stack of papers and notified everyone, stay in your seats. I will start the test right now, so put away everything except for writing utensils. Anyone wearing glasses must have them inspected by me first. On this side, after hearing him say that, Do-seo felt his face go pale. A test right after the opening ceremony? The curriculum at Stella Academy was harsher than most other South Korean universities. Students had to take a test on the first day of school, also known as the placement test. Meaning it was an evaluation to divide the students into classes, and while our protagonist was still thinking, the professor proceeded to distribute the exam papers to all students and declared, begin the test. And it wasn't very surprising, when our Do-seo, after looking at the exam, felt his head spin. Good grief, I have no idea what the questions are asking. This is tough. The placement test was unrelated to the entrance exam and was famous for being incredibly difficult. Here, students were divided into ranks from F to S based on the results. Naturally, most of the important characters in the game belonged to Class S. On the contrary, Baek Do-seo was the person ranked last among 1141 students, so he could be considered automatically placed in Class F. I'm already in, so it's fine even if I turn in a blank paper, right? Surely they won't go as far as expelling me. Dueseo thought to himself, and right at that moment, he also discovered another person who was just sitting around like him. And this person was none other than the super genius Ma Dueseo. He's already just sitting there. Is he already done with the test paper? No wonder he looks so bored. Ma Dueseo's character trait was being lethargic. He was born into the strongest family on the continent and possessed a genius brain along with peak talent, so everything was easy for him. Therefore, depending on the heroine's actions, Ma Dueseo would turn to the side of good or evil. Those belonging to the demon cult who wanted to eradicate humanity would definitely be interested in Ma Dueseo. But from the start, the biggest problem was his family. Anyway, observing a genius just makes me have to reevaluate myself. Thinking this, Dueseo strained his eyes to look at the test paper once more. And it was only then that the guy realized something. Wait a minute, can't I use the bulbul glasses? I used to use them to accumulate skills learned at the library. Great, nothing to lose, let's just try it. He thought as he started to take out his glasses. But before the guy could put them on and proceed to cheat, the professor appeared beside him like a ghost and asked coldly, "Wait, what's with those glasses?" "I said if you're going to use glasses, I have to inspect them first. Let me see them." Saying that, he took the glasses from Dueseo, and began to use some kind of magic to observe them. And the guy on this side was gulping nervously from anxiety. Good grief, what do I do? If he finds out these are magic glasses, I'll be expelled. While he was still freaking out, the system suddenly made a suggestion. A lost part of the bulbul glasses has been detected. Would you like to summon it? No, stay put, system. Useol screamed inwardly. Luckily for him, after checking for a while, the professor didn't find anything unusual, so he returned the glasses to him. I don't see any mana, but remember to ask before using them next time. Yes, sir, Useol answered quickly, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. If the original features had been active, I would have been in huge trouble. Now then, let's see if this thing is actually useful, he said as he quickly put the glasses on. And not letting him down, the necessary answers immediately appeared before Useol's eyes. Wow, I can actually see the answers. I hit the jackpot. Who knows? Maybe I'll even take first place. At this rate, I'll definitely escape Class F. I might even make it straight to Class A. He talked to himself while diligently copying the answers, but before long, the professor glanced at his watch and announced, "The test is over. Everyone, hand in your papers." Without giving the students a chance to write another word, the professor used magic to collect all the papers, leaving our protagonists stunned. Wait a sec, I only managed to answer exactly 3 questions. I really thought I was finally getting out of Class F. I guess this is just too much for the character Baek Useol. As for the professor, after looking through the tests to verify the count, his face suddenly froze. He then hurried over to Useol and demanded, "Give me those glasses right now. Hurry." Facing him, Useol was a bit dazed but still handed the glasses over for the teacher to inspect. After stroking his chin and speculating for a moment, the man still couldn't find any evidence of cheating. However, he wasn't ready to give up yet and turned to a nearby student. "This is impossible. You there, go get Dr. Greya to help me." "Yes, sir." The blonde student replied flustered and rushed off to call for help. Meanwhile, Useol started getting anxious. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I was even careful with how I wrote so I wouldn't be suspected of cheating. Did he find out after all? Time passed quickly, and soon Professor of Magic Engineering Greya arrived at the classroom to examine Useol's glasses. But after observing for a while, he confirmed, the fact that this boy solved these questions is indeed suspicious, but he didn't cheat. I don't sense any magic tool energy from the glasses or any other items. He definitely did it on his own through his own ability. How interesting. I didn't expect to encounter a case like this in my life. Anyway, Professor Lee Han-wool, remember to apologize and give him some guidance. He patted Useol on the shoulder and left with a smile. Meanwhile, Professor Lee Han-wool turned to Useol and said, "I misunderstood you." "I'm sorry." "It's no problem, sir," Useol replied with a smile, though he felt a bit guilty toward the professor. "Actually, I did cheat, sir. If the original features were working, I'd be toast. But as long as I don't get bullied, I'm lucky enough." Time passed quickly. The scene shifts to Professor Lee Han-wool's office. Right now, he and other professors are grading the placement tests. While he was focused, a voice rang out beside him. "Oh, Professor Lee Han-wool, are these the tests for the first-year students? I heard there are many exceptional students this year." The woman was Professor Identai Men, a member of the Council of Elders at Stella Academy. In response to her words, he nodded and replied, "That's correct." After speaking, he couldn't help but be amazed by the number of genius students this year. First, there was the student from the most prestigious family in the fire magic world, the Princess of the Fire Kingdom, Adele Britt. Next was the successor to the Crown Prince of the Sylvan Empire. At just 12 years old, thanks to his magical talent, Jeremy Kelvin had surpassed all his older brothers in the battle for the throne. And finally, from the most majestic magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower, was the successor to the Tower Master, Heng. Beside him, Professor Identai Men said with a smile, "I heard it was very difficult to recruit elite students from such prestigious families. There will surely be some interesting questions this year. I'm glad the elder is pleased." Lee Hanwoo replied happily. Afterward, he thought about the special questions in this year's exam. As Professor Identai Men had mentioned, this year's placement test featured a new format. The first 3 questions were extremely difficult to solve with just average academic ability. However, those 3 questions each had a specific intent. The first question was to test agility. If they couldn't solve it, would the student quickly move on to the next one? The second was to assess how students solve a problem never before encountered in a textbook. The era of magic based solely on rote memorization and theory is over. Now is the time for practical combat. We need to evaluate quick reflexes and creative thinking. However, that question didn't actually need an answer. Over 1,000 students out of a total of 1,141 left all 3 questions blank. The remaining 100 tried to find an answer, but no one provided a correct one. Among the new students, only 3 answered correctly. Ma Yuseol, a genius of the century who appeared like a comet. No one knows which family he comes from. Flame, the one personally recommended by the principal. Despite being a commoner, her talent has been recognized, she's only slightly behind Male. And finally, Baek Yuseol. Male and Flame were already considered geniuses, so it wasn't surprising they could do it. But Baek Yuseol's entrance score was definitely very low. I didn't expect him to solve all 3 of these difficult questions, especially when he left all the others blank. Time passed quickly. The placement test results were now posted in the hallway for the students to see. I heard the placement results are on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous, my mom said if I don't make it into Class A, don't even show my face at home. Anxious chatter echoed everywhere. Yuseol, nearby, felt beyond annoyed. I can't believe I have to check the placement results myself. If this were the game, I could see it with just one click. Up ahead, a few students recognized Yuseol and started gossiping. Is that guy Yuseol? I heard he got a 0 on the practical magic portion of the entrance exam. Unbelievable. How did someone like him even get into Stella? What exactly are Stella's standards these days? Even though he heard everything, Yuseol didn't care, thanks to his experience as an adult who had dealt with society. Whatever, let them talk. I just need to know which class I'm in, it doesn't matter. He thought while scanning for his name on the lists for Class F and E. After all, if he passed, he'd definitely end up in one of those 2. But after straining his eyes to look for a while, Yuseol went a bit pale. Wait, where's my name? Did they fail me just because I only answered 3 hard questions? Oh my god, no way. Am I going to die? Yuseol's heart raced and his eyes widened. Just then, some chatter nearby caught his attention. Yuseol? There must be some mistake. It's weird, right? Us Lake, descendant of the Marquis Spion family, ranked 29th and still had to go to Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect score on theory and ranked 17th, only made it into Class A. So why did he? These rumors made Yuseol curious. What's going on? That's weird. Should I go check it out? He thought as he began to push through the crowd to see the list in front of him. And when his eyes landed on a name, S0 Yuseol, he broke into a cold sweat. Why is my name there? No way. What's happening? Class S? The most special class that any student dreams of? Unlike regular classes, Class S has only 41 students and a single tier. I was placed in Class S. Yuseol felt like his brain was freezing. There must be a mistake. This is insane. He felt more desperate than ever. Now I'll have to run into the protagonist all the time, and getting involved with the protagonist only makes my lifespan drop faster. I can't even change classes. I have to try and live in seclusion. There'll be a way. Yuseol told himself and immediately cleared out of there. However, he didn't notice at that moment that a girl was still watching him from behind, her eyes full of thought. Scene shifts to an empty room somewhere. Right now, Princess Bayan was just slapped across the face by some woman. It was the professor of fire magic, Hong Yil. Currently, she was furious with her daughter. You got 3 whole questions wrong. Even Princess Acel of the fallen Duchy Malf got 2 answers right. You couldn't answer questions that even vermin could solve, which means you're lower than vermin. Maybe you should view yourself as a bug and start over. Do you understand, Bayan? Yes, mother, she said, bowing her head. Meanwhile, Yil's eyes widened as she advised, listen to me, Bayan. You cannot become like me, someone who was kicked out of the kingdom and holds this stupid professor position. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom. You have to become an existence better than your sister. You understand me, right? Of course, mother, Bayan said calmly. But inwardly, she was completely confused. I don't understand. I only lived the way I was taught and solved everything the same way. But those questions included magic and formulas I've never even studied. Why do you torture me like this? Bayan thought as tears began to fall. Time passed quickly, and it was almost the next day. As mentioned before, like it or not, he eventually had to drag himself into Class S. I'm doomed. Of course I got moved to a place full of weirdos. It's not like I'm trying to befriend these students. Yu Seol thought dejectedly while the rest of the students started whispering about him. Why is he even here? That's what I'm saying, I have no idea. Do you know our families protested and asked why he's in Class S? And they just said Yu Seol is qualified to be in this class. For real? That's just bizarre. Every bit of their gossip fell straight into Yu Seol's ears, making him just shake his head and think, looks like I'm the outcast here. It makes sense since they've worked hard since they were kids, they'd be disappointed to see someone like me in the same class. A student's class changes based on their performance, so this is normal. And Class S is no exception. Naturally, there are cases where some students are demoted to lower classes. Thinking about it, there are male students who move up from Class A to Class S later on. I'll find them later. But it really is magical thinking about the game characters standing in front of me. In a few years, most of the students in this class will become famous across the continent, and 5 of them have the potential to betray the Magic Council. Yu Seol is one of them. It would be great if Flame could stop that from the beginning, he thought as he turned to look at the girl who had transmigrated just like him. Right then, Professor Lee Hanwoo stepped into the lecture hall and said, everyone, settle into your seats. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I'll introduce myself as usual. I am the professor for Class S, Lee Hanwoo. Below him, the students started whispering to each other after seeing that this cool guy was their teacher. So that's the famous Professor Lee Hanwoo. The number of dark mages he's hunted is almost in the 4 digits, right? They call him a rank 7 magic warrior. He's truly on a whole different level. Back to Lee Hanwoo, seeing the students making a racket, he had to remind them, you will go yourselves. It seems there are many talented students here, including one special admission student. As you know, this academy is where we raise combat mages, also known as magic warriors. You will experience a rigorous educational environment for 3 years. I don't expect all of you to keep up, but I want all of you to show me the absolute best you can do during that time. Does anyone have any questions? Lee Hanwoo looked around as he spoke, and seeing that no one had any comments, the professor concluded, good. Then let's begin the lesson. But before he could even teach a single sentence, Bayan suddenly appeared at the door. Looking disheveled, she had just arrived for class. This left our protagonist utterly surprised. Thinking about Bayan, who followed the rules more than anyone else, being late was truly bizarre. Did something happen? Let's use the glasses to check. Yu Seol said as he started taking out his glasses, and immediately, information about Bayan appeared before his eyes. Hong Bayan, villainous, fire mage, likes eating red ginseng candy, occasionally blames herself, only drinks espresso brewed in the Aklia style, has a cruel mother, fated to die. Back to Yu Seol, after reading it, he still hadn't found anything strange. Not much has changed. Fated to die, huh? If Acel dies because of flame, then Bayan will die too. You could consider it the unavoidable fate of a villainess. I'd save her if I could, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. I feel pretty bad, but I can only keep my distance. Thinking this, Yu Seol let out a long sigh. Before he realized it, Princess Bayan walked over and sat down right next to him. This might have been a coincidence, but even so, it scared our protagonist half to death. What's this? Is it possible everything has been distorted from the very start? He thought to himself. Back to the classroom, after confirming all students were settled, Professor Lee Han-woo began his lecture. Alright, before we begin the lesson, we will have an inheritance ceremony so that you can obtain wands to use. Class S and Class A will hold the ceremony together. As for the details, blah blah blah. Up front, Yu Seol started feeling excited. An inheritance ceremony, huh? It's quite a hassle, but I'm really looking forward to it. There are two major events at Stella Academy, one of them is the Soulmate Pack, and the other is the inheritance ceremony. For a top-tier academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a special place. Scene shifts to some symbolic space. Both classes A and S are present to prepare for the ceremony, and Professor Lee Han-woo is still the overall guide. Is everyone here? There are many magic staves here, ranging from the lowest rank to medium rank. What you need to do is go to the staff you like and take it. The process of changing staves once chosen is very complicated, so I hope you choose carefully. Back to Yu Seol, with his knowledge from playing the game, he knew that Lee Han-woo's words weren't entirely accurate. Even though he said that, we aren't the ones choosing the staves, it's something else. In this mythical world, magic staves only react to those they recognize and create a resonance effect. That also means you can't use a high-level staff just because you want to. Anyway, which one should I pick? If it were before, I'd choose a rank F staff, but I have to think carefully now that I'm in Class S. The staff that best fits my position, he said while scanning the area for a suitable staff. Speaking of magic staves, these are divided into two types, wands and staves. Wands are usually used by the knight class, those who use magic quickly. On the other hand, staves are used by the bishop class, those who focus on a single strike with longer casting times. Back to the story, a few students looked at Yu Seol and whispered, "Hey, which one do you think he'll pick? Since he's in Class S, he won't have any trouble with resonance, right?" They joked around while Yu Seol didn't even bother to care. Whatever, say what you want. But unfortunately, things never go as smoothly as he thinks. Even though he's just an unimportant character, trouble somehow always finds him, just like now. Some guy approached him and spoke up, "Hey." Hearing the voice, Yu Seol turned around and asked, "Huh? Who are you?" "Me? I'm Uslek." "Who is he?" "This is the first time I've heard that name." Yu Seol wondered inwardly before replying, "I see." "So?" Uslek then asked, "Which staff are you planning to pick?" "I'll just pick one at random," Yu Seol said casually, which made Uslek show a look of contempt. "You should pick a staff that fits your commoner status. Don't do anything unnecessary and cause trouble for the professor." Turning back to Yu Seol, after hearing this bratty kid provoke him like that, he was silent for a moment and then said, "Yeah, you shouldn't cause any trouble either." These words, sounding like an adult advising a child, made Uslek blush with embarrassment. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and screamed, "Hey, you bastard! You want to fight?" Facing him, Yu Seol saw him making a scene. He could only sigh and take out his bulbul glasses. Good grief, what a pain. Let's see, there he is, Uslek Chechbalin, son of Marquis Chechbalin, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy, bullying level, grade 3. Is this really all the info there is? Looks like he's nothing special, Du Seo thought as he calmly put away his glasses and let out a sigh of relief, realizing this guy was just small fry and nothing to worry about. This only made the neighborhood's biggest brat even more furious. So, to show off his prowess to Du Seo, Uslek pointed toward a certain wand and declared, "Anyway, I'm choosing that one, so you'd better watch closely." Turning back to Du Seo, after seeing the wand that Uslek had set his sights on, he knew for a fact that the guy was destined to fail because that wand was the Edmuri Edamiri. He's going for the Edmuri Edamiri? That wand has got to be the highest ranking one here. A high-tier mid-rank wand. Wands of this level are typically used by professional mages, and on the other hand, no matter how talented you are, a low-tier mid-rank wand is usually the limit for a student. Even professional mages rarely use low-tier mid-rank wands. There was no other high-tier mid-rank wand here besides the Edmuri Edamiri, but items like that were mainly kept there for show rather than for someone to actually claim. Turning toward Professor Lee Han-woo, he was currently instructing, "Everyone, please stand in front of the wand that you prefer." Following his words, all the students quickly moved to choose a wand that suited them, and sought to receive resonance from it, and right at that moment, a brilliant light erupted behind Du Seo, catching his full attention. Simultaneously, the admiring shouts of the students rang out, "Wow, isn't the wand Haewuriang chose the Hayden Amikatan? That's a mid-rank wand. This year is absolutely insane." Voices began to echo everywhere. Prince Jeremy also chose a mid-rank wand. Princess Bayan chose the Suaviter Lahaven, that's also a mid-rank. Just how many people are going to be able to claim a mid-rank wand? This only made Uslek grow more desperate. Damn it. Just you wait, I can do it too. He spoke through gritted teeth and hurried toward the Edmari Edamirai wand. And his foolish display naturally drew everyone's anticipation. Oh, isn't that Uslek? Can he really resonate with a high-tier mid-rank wand? People asked excitedly. Meanwhile, the bratty Uslek remained incredibly confident. Watch closely, I'll show you all what a real S-class talent looks like, he thought while reaching out to grip the wand tightly. Then, immediately after, a blinding flash of light burst forth from within the wand, forcing everyone to shield their eyes, and the result wasn't surprising at all, as expected. He failed, Duo thought as he looked at Uslek lying on the floor like a dead dog. Oh no, looks like he's seriously injured. Hey, someone call the professor, hurry. A high-tier mid-rank wand was just impossible, someone screamed, and Duo nodded in agreement. Yeah, you really should have just given up, because that wand already has an owner. Duo thought this as he turned his gaze toward Ma Duo, and following his eyes, there he was, the super genius also intended to test his luck with that wand. Meanwhile, the rest of the students grew tense as they realized Ma Duo's intention. Look, it's Ma Duo. Is he going for that wand too? I don't think even he can handle it, but he didn't give the background characters any more time to wonder. Immediately after, Ma Duo reached out and firmly gripped the wand. Then his entire body erupted in a brilliant, blinding radiance. But unlike Uslek before him, once the light faded, Ma Duo was still holding the wand firmly, proving he had been accepted by it. The rest of the students were so stunned they practically short-circuited. No way. A freshman actually claimed a high-tier mid-rank wand? How is that even possible? Someone screamed, but Duo wasn't surprised at all. I saw that coming. Now even more people will know just how talented he is, he said while staring intently at Ma Duo up ahead. And the handsome guy suddenly noticed Duo's gaze, and flashed him a bright smile in return, giving our protagonist a slight case of the creeps. What the hell? Is he crazy? He thought in a panic. Then he turned his gaze toward the heroine Flame. Ah, right. Flame also owns another high-tier mid-rank wand called Terryvon, but this is where their paths diverge. If Flame successfully claims Terryvon, then Ma Duo will become interested in her because of her talent, opening up Ma Duo's route, but if she chooses a different staff, Ma Duo will take a completely different path. I have to use Flame to pull Ma Duo in. He silently plotted in his head, and right then, he noticed Flame heading toward a certain wand. It was the Terryvon. Duo thought happily and waited. What are you going to do, Flame? That's it. Keep going. Take the Terryvon, and then Ma Duo will get curious about Flame and we'll get a happy ending, he thought to himself. But unfortunately, as he watched her, it turned out Flame was just conveniently walking past the Terryvon, with absolutely no intention of touching the wand at all, and this caused our protagonist's expression to change instantly. What? No way. She doesn't like Terryvon? What's going on? Does she not know, or does she just not have enough info? But regardless, this isn't good. Flame can resonate with any wand because she's the main character. But what if she picks some random staff out of nowhere? At this point, I have no choice but to push Terryvon toward Flame, Duo thought to himself. Immediately after, he used Flash to close the distance and approach Flame from behind. Meanwhile, Flame suddenly saw someone appear behind her like a ghost and cried out in shock, huh? On the opposite side, seeing this, Duo gave an embarrassed laugh. Huh, hello, I was just curious which staff you were planning to pick. Why do you need to know? Flame said coldly. I just wanted to help because you looked a bit confused. That's none of your business. I'm leaving. Having said that, Flame turned to walk away, immediately leaving Duo at a total loss for what to do. Something is very weird. Flame was supposed to be close with everyone, she's supposed to be social, so why is she being so cold? I can't just give up like this, my whole life depends on it, Duo thought to himself. He decided to try one more time. Hey, wait. I really just want to help you. On this side, Flame saw this stranger clinging to her like a leech. Her expression grew even colder as she said, worry about yourself first. But I feel like there's a staff that would be perfect for you, Duo continued. And these words finally pushed Flame past her limit. Unable to take it anymore, she snapped, what the hell do you know about wands? Back to Duo, seeing the heroine lose her temper like that made him flinch. What's the deal? Did I do something wrong? Or does she just not care about side characters? But then, he forced a smile and continued to persuade her, I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could claim that staff? Duo said while pointing behind her, and after hearing him, Flame asked, you mean the teleportation? Yeah, exactly. That's the one. Duesio replied with a grin. But suddenly, at that very moment, he heard a sharp whistling sound in the air, and something was aimed straight at Duesio, causing him to squeeze his eyes shut in a panic. For some reason, by the time he opened them and looked again, Duesio discovered that the teleportation was already sitting in his own hand. Huh? What is this? Why is it in my hand? Flame was supposed to be the one to get it. He thought in a panic and quickly turned toward Flame, stammering, Flame. And as expected, the heroine was currently smiling so hard her eyes were practically closed, and she said coldly, "Excuse me?" Just looking at her aura, you could tell she was so angry she had gone right past it into a chilling smile. On this side, seeing her like that, Duesio didn't dare utter another word. No, it's nothing. Oh great, I'm dead meat, he thought to himself. Time passed quickly until the afternoon. Hey, did you hear the news? 2 students claimed high-tier mid-rank wands this year. No way, for real. Only 5 people have ever done that before. And now there are 2 more. Yeah, exactly. But it's weird, one of them only used Flash during the magic casting test. Huh? Flash is basic magic. How is that possible? My parents said Flash is actually a rare type of magic. What could be going on? Back to Flame. Finally, the girl had a moment of peace. Finally, some quiet. Everywhere I went today, people were talking about it. The news of the 2 students claiming high-tier mid-rank wands has spread everywhere. But I still don't get it. He claimed the teleportation. Who even is he? I read the original novel 3 times before coming here, but this Baek Dueseo character never appeared once. They said no one could take the teleportation, yet he resonated with it so easily. It's like he was intentionally showing off in front of me. But whatever, thinking about it is useless now, Flame thought as she reassured herself. Right then, a call came from behind her. Hey, Flame. Are you going to study on your own too? Hearing the familiar voice, Flame turned around and gave them a bright smile. You guys. Do you really think I'm a bookworm or something? No way. You always say there's nothing to do and then you end up studying. I do not. Flame said with a laugh. Meanwhile, her brown-haired friend asked curiously, but Flame, why do you call us kids? Aren't we all the same age? Faced with that question, Flame became as flustered as a fish out of water. Ah, well, it's just a habit. Where I used to live, people often treated me like an adult. It's because I'm living in a novel that I still can't quite act like a kid, she thought to herself. Then another question caught her attention. So, are you planning to study alone today? This question came from a girl with red hair. This girl's name is Jackie, right? Why is her fashion sense so similar to mine? Flame was slightly confused for a moment, then gave a bright smile and said, no, there's a meeting coming up, so I'm planning to attend. Anyway, I'm heading out. See ya. Flame said as she turned to leave, and the group waved back. Yeah. Let's grab a drink next time. Girls this age, going back to being a student at this age is really tough, Flame complained to herself. And while the girl's head was still in the clouds, she bumped right into a certain young man. And this person was the heir to the Moon Magic Tower, Haewariang. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Flame replied. Meanwhile, Haewariang noticed something and asked, you don't look so good. Is something wrong? No, nothing at all. I see. So, are you heading to study by yourself? Yeah. Are you heading to the S-class training room again? Training every day, I can't afford to be lazy. You're way too dedicated. You shouldn't be the one saying that. Oh, is that so? And just like that, the two began to bicker. And for some reason, Haewariang suddenly stared at Flame and flashed a smile. See you later. After saying that, he left immediately, leaving Flame completely confused. What a bore, she thought to herself. But right then, Flame noticed Jackie peeking from around the corner. Jackie? Why is she still here? Flame wondered and waved her hand to greet the girl. But immediately after, she ran off, leaving Flame feeling a bit awkward. It's probably fine, but now's not the time. Scene shifts to the self-study room. There was currently a special supplementary meeting held there. According to the original novel, Bayan and Acel would attend this meeting. I've got to see the heroine and the villainess of this novel face off against each other, she thought excitedly. Then she opened the door and stepped inside. After scanning the people present, Flame had a thought, looks like all the important characters have shown up. Let's see, the moderator is Kyle, an A-class. He looks quite surprised. This was a supplementary meeting for students who wanted to rank up, seeing so many famous S-class students attending, it was understandable why he'd be nervous. Flame thought this as she found herself a seat. Then, she glanced toward the genius manhwa and thought, I didn't expect manhwa to be here too. Manhwa is the main character of this world, and he's currently interested in webtoon. This definitely isn't a coincidence. And webtoon didn't solve a single question except for the 3 hellishly difficult ones. Maybe webtoon knew from the start that if he solved those, he would be placed in S-class. If webtoon really knows the future, then his actions back then are truly terrifying. Flame grew more curious the more she thought. Meanwhile, our protagonist was suffering beyond words because manhwa kept pestering him. I wish someone would just throw this guy out of my sight, Duesio thought miserably. But Manhwa seemed not to notice his scowling face at all and continued to chat with a smile. Hey Duesio. Why did you come here to sit? With your level, you don't really need to listen to this kind of class. Or do you have some secret reason? No reason at all, Duesio laughed awkwardly. I'm basically being forced to attend this class because I got bad grades. He thought helplessly and turned to look at the genius beside him. Why is he so focused on me? But before Duesio could think further, Kyle, standing at the podium, spoke up. Today we will be discussing the problems from the ranking test. As everyone knows, this ranking test has a very high difficulty level, so much so that upperclassmen call them the 3 questions of hell, and I will explain them clearly to everyone. Saying this, the guy was secretly regretting taking on this task. Damn it. Why are those people even here? I just wanted to boost my reputation by helping the idiots in this class. He thought to himself, but as soon as he realized Useol was also up there, his attitude flipped instantly. No, maybe this was actually his big break. He had heard through the grapevine that Useol was the one with the absolute lowest score on the entrance placement exam. So, he just needed to show everyone exactly how much better he was than that guy. With his confidence restored, he began to lecture the group again. Everyone, watch closely, this is how I solved the first question. This question is actually a trap, it's trying to lead everyone into a dead end. First, you do blah blah. Back up top, the handsome Ma Useol looked at Useol with a fascinated expression and smiled. What do you think? Do you find his perspective accurate? Hearing the question, Useol's eyes went wide as a frog's. What the hell was this guy talking about? Asking if the other guy's view was accurate? He didn't even know what that guy was lecturing about, let alone what these 3 questions from hell were. But anyway, honesty is a virtue. Thinking this, Useol spoke truthfully, no, I have no idea. He said it casually, not realizing that the moment he finished, the young man Kyle froze in his tracks up there. Then, the other students huddled together and started whispering. What? Is that Useol? Did he just say Kyle got it wrong? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Useol looked around frantically, seeing everyone staring at him like he was an alien. Meanwhile, Kyle was so pissed that he crushed the chalk in his hand and said coldly, so I got it wrong? Then, Useol, why don't you come down here and help everyone solve this part? What? What the hell was he talking about? Useol's face went pale as he screamed inwardly, having no clue what was actually going on. Meanwhile, Ma Useol, who knew exactly what was happening, gave him an encouraging smile. You can do it, Useol. This guy is definitely doing this on purpose, Useol silently guessed. But with no other choice, he had to drag himself up to the podium. Sigh, fine. I guess I can do this. Useol thought this as he took the chalk from Kyle's hand. Next, he put on his bulbul glasses to start cheating. Let's see here, the 3 questions from hell, looks more like a play on words to me. The question went something like this. A mage recites a spell as follows, O Mother Earth, please shed tears, and from that, let the amount of dust and ash even double from the start. Why is that? The answer is incredibly simple. Is the dust crying? No, it's just a type of separation state. To him, it was honestly ridiculous, but here, it was a massive problem for them. He wondered who was bored enough to come up with such a stupid question as he rubbed his forehead. Then, he glanced at Kyle and critiqued him. This guy Kyle didn't solve the problem like a normal math equation, he focused on the dust literally crying out more dust. It's hard to even describe. The method was wrong, even if he luckily got the right answer. If he hit another similar question, he'd never pass. Thinking this, the protagonist decided to enlighten this guy and the entire class. I can't really show you how to solve this specific question, but I'll tell you where you went wrong. The issue is the foundation of the earth, but what if it were water or wind? Do you think your method could solve those? If that's the case, then I'd just use a different method, Kyle said awkwardly. But to this response, Useol shook his head and explained, but if you do that, you'll need too many different ways to solve the same type of question. Just because you luckily got the right answer doesn't mean your answer matches the intention of the person who wrote the question. On the other side, Kyle looked like he wanted to explain something further, but eventually, he had to accept it and said, "You're right. Man, I think I let him down a bit too hard," Useol thought, seeing Kyle's dejected expression before continuing. Anyway, the solution would be blah blah. Just like that, Useol slowly explained the methodology for answering the question. Beside him, all the students scrambled to take out their pens and paper to take notes. And the most surprised person was none other than the female lead, Flame. "No, it's impossible. Everyone else is actually writing down what he's saying." Bayan and Acel should have been participating in the debate, but now both of them were busy analyzing his solution. Is this really possible? The more Flame thought, the more she felt her head starting to spin. Time passed quickly until late afternoon, and the meeting finally ended. The handsome Ma Useol waved at Useol with a smile. "See you tomorrow, Useol." On the other side, Useol smiled and waved back, but as soon as that guy left, his face changed instantly. Damn it. If I keep getting tangled up with this Ma Useol guy, I'm toast. There is no tomorrow. I don't want to see you again for the rest of my life. Thinking this, Useol unconsciously looked at his hand and muttered, "It's probably because of the phone." He couldn't use it anymore, but it had already caught Ma Useol's attention. He didn't understand why the guy kept running into him. Before this, no character except Flame had ever used it. Right then, Useol's train of thought was cut off when he saw Princess Bayan up ahead. Isn't that Bayan? Is she waiting for someone? Well, it's none of my business. I'll just walk past. Useol pushed the girl's presence out of his mind and kept walking forward. But unfortunately for him, Bayan was actually standing there waiting for him. At that moment, the princess spoke up, making Useol freeze. "Beck Useol, I have something I want to ask you." He was surprised that Bayan actually had something to ask him. "What is it?" he asked. Bayan got straight to her point. "Why didn't you explain your answer earlier?" Facing her, Useol's brain stalled for a few seconds. Huh. It's not that I didn't want to explain, I just didn't know how to explain it. How do you explain a question that has no answer? She must have misunderstood something. Useol scratched his head and replied calmly, "Well, I didn't really have to explain it." As for Bayan, she suddenly seemed to have deduced something. "I see, you just didn't want to reveal it there, did you? In that case, I'll compensate you." "What?" Useol asked, surprised. Bayan repeated herself, "I will compensate you fairly, so just explain whatever is in your head so I can understand." Scene shifts to the library, where the 3 questions from hell were laid out in front of Useol. Even now, Useol couldn't wrap his head around it. "I don't get why you're paying me to solve 3 questions from the placement test," he said, looking at the questions. Bayan didn't waste words. "I have my reasons, so just talk." Yes, my lady," Useol answered quickly. Then, he started asking, "But you only missed those 3. I missed all the rest. Aren't you embarrassed to be asking me?" Princess Bayan replied, "No. The only thing that makes me embarrassed is that I still don't understand the answers to those questions. If I can find the answer, I'm willing to do anything." She's quite the model student, isn't she? Useol thought as he asked another question. "But why ask me? You're a princess, you surely have plenty of friends to ask." That, out of 1,141 freshmen, if you count the people who correctly answered those 3 difficult questions from hell, there are only 3 people, and you are one of them, Bayan explained. Hearing this, Useol started breaking into a cold sweat. "Wait, what did you just say? Those trick questions have no answers, yet Ma Useol, Flame, and you all solved them. That's why I feel so ashamed." As for Useol, his whole body started to tremble as if he were having a seizure. "No, wait a sec. Those 3 were tricks? No one was supposed to be able to solve them?" "Exactly. Didn't you realize that when you were solving them?" Bayan asked in surprise. Finally, Useol understood the reason for everything. "This is insane. Now I know why I'm in Class S, and why Flame tried to stop me back then." He didn't know the specific details of this world setting, and he had no idea those were trick questions. But Flame was different, since she had read the entire novel, even if she didn't know the game's plot, she would know the setting of the story. Like those 3 trick questions, for example. But because a side character not in the original novel appeared, Flame had no choice but to acknowledge the existence of someone named Baek Yuseol. Damn it. No wonder she acted that way. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. Facing him, the princess saw him looking like he was about to die and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Don't worry, don't forget you're going to help me with something since I explained the answers to you. I only have one small request, please turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom should be able to do it." Hearing this, Bayan tried to advise him, but only low-level mercenaries use that kind of weapon. Why would a mage like you? But before she could finish, Yuseol cut her off. "It's just because I like it." Truth was, he didn't want to admit he had a deficiency. He thought this to himself and asked, "So, can you do it?" Bayan thought about it for a moment, but she closed the deal immediately. "Of course. That's easy enough." "Great." Yuseol cheered inwardly. After making the deal, he started explaining the answers to her. "Alright, then I'll tell you how to solve this one first. The way is to change your perspective." "Change my perspective?" "Yeah, exactly," Yuseol confirmed. Because he knew exactly what Bayan's weakness was, she used magic very mechanically, and she had gotten bogged down in that approach. It wouldn't be until her second year that Bayan would realize this weakness after losing to Flame. "I don't think I can fully help her right now, but I can point her in the right direction." Thinking this, Yuseol hesitated a bit and then gave an example. "Do you know any riddles?" The princess looked a bit dazed and stammered, "Riddles? I think I've heard of them." Yuseol was at a loss with her and racked his brain. "Let's try this. What's between a knee and a knee?" Bayan stroked her chin, thought for a moment, and gave her answer. "Is it the inner part of the knee?" "Wrong. The answer is, and." "Huh? Why?" she asked in surprise. Yuseol excitedly explained, I'm asking what word stands between the word knee and the word knee. Do you get what I mean?" Back to Bayan, hearing this nonsense answer, her face went stone cold, but immediately after, she shifted into a state of rage and glared at Yuseol with an incredibly aggressive look, which actually creeped our protagonist out a bit. "Come on, don't glare at me like that. Just stay calm, sit down and look at this question first." Yuseol quickly raised his hands to appease her. Then, he looked at the questions from hell and continued explaining, "They have their own formulas and tricks that you just don't know yet, so solving them with your own creativity is essential." "But can you do it with just your own creativity?" Yuseol asked calmly. His questions made the princess's eyes go wide. Finally, she had to shake her head helplessly and say, "I can't." Facing her, Yuseol wasn't all that surprised. Of course. Because even though understanding many types of spells and their applications is very important, the most important thing for a mage is how you see this world through your own perspective. Magic will transform with even the slightest changes, but you only think about things as you see them. Spells aren't just about memorizing and using them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you lack the most important thing for a mage, creativity. The more Yuseol lectured, the darker the princess's face became. This made the young man shut up instantly, not daring to say another word. Good grief, her face looked so serious. Finally, to break the awkward silence, he scratched his head and said, You get what I'm saying, right? Even if it sounds a little bit complicated." "Of course I understand," Bayan said confidently, but her words left Yuseol confused. Interesting. I didn't even know what the hell I was saying, yet she understood it? Whatever. He then started testing her mental flexibility with a few more riddles. "I'm glad you understand. Let's begin. First question, what did the man say to the horse when he took it to bed?" The princess looked completely blank. What did the man say to the horse when he took it to bed? "I don't know," she said, shaking her head. Yuseol immediately gave the answer. "The answer is, it's time for bed." Next question, why didn't they work harder? "I don't know," Bayan said, now used to it. "Because they were already at work." Third question, what happens when a rock, paper, and scissors enter a race together? "I don't know." As she said this, the princess didn't even dare to look Yuseol in the eye, because just a moment ago, she had confidently claimed she could understand. Luckily for her, our guy didn't pay much attention and was still happily talking nonsense. The answer is the rock will roll, while the scissors and paper can't move because their shapes won't allow it. Get it? Because they can't move, they just stay still. As for Bayan, she was so frustrated she was about to cry, whether from her own helplessness or because Yuseol's questions were so incredibly moronic. Oh boy, she looks like she's going to snap any second. Yu Seol thought anxiously and asked another, so, what will the clouds say to the sea? What will the clouds say to the sea when it starts to rain? To this question, Bai-in fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Yu Seol waited expectantly, gritting his teeth. Come on. And not disappointing him, Bai-in actually came up with an answer. I am falling into the sea, she muttered. This actually left the protagonist a bit stunned. Oh, you guessed it right. Back to Bai-in, hearing that she got it right, she broke into a radiant smile that was truly beautiful. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile, whether in the game or in real life, Yu Seol thought before continuing. Just as I expected from a princess, your creativity is on a whole different level. Hearing this, Bai-in got a bit shy and said, alright, drop it. Give me the next question. Her cute reaction made Yu Seol burst out laughing. Alright, then the next question is. Time passed quickly until it was pitch black outside. Only then was our protagonist finally able to escape from the princess. But currently, he looked as dried out as a piece of jerky. I spent 3 whole hours just using riddles to test Bai-in. I really hope she doesn't memorize what I said. Yu Seol let out a helpless sigh and thought back to the princess. Bai-in is definitely a witch with an excellent mind, but her weakness is her overly rigid way of thinking. But if I want to exploit that weakness, even though she's a villainess, I feel so guilty. I need to quickly forge Terivon into a magic sword. So I need to do even more. Man, it's nothing like what I could have done before. Well, that's enough thinking. I should go find the books I need for class. Yu Seol thought this as he started picking up his pace. Currently, he was wandering around looking for somewhere based on his memories of the game. It should be around here. I didn't remember it wrong, did I? Yu Seol muttered, and immediately, he found the place he was looking for. There it is, he said, looking at a worn-out old shop nearby. After that, Dueseo also quickly made his way into the store. It was only once he was fully inside that he realized this shop was even more ancient than it looked from the outside. The walls were decaying, and cobwebs were spun everywhere. This place had truly fallen into a state of total disrepair. However, I know that the owner of this bookstore has a bizarre habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching the customers. And hidden within this nameless, shabby bookstore are the notes of Maela, the top graduate of Stella Academy from 10 years ago. If this were back in the day, I could have just clicked a button on the screen to view them instantly. But in real life, you have to actually have the book to learn, and furthermore, what books you study affects your level progression. Initially, I bought books from famous bookstores, but then I discovered that the best books are all hidden in these signless shops. If I take the magic engineering class and have Maela's notes in hand, I'm guaranteed a perfect score. Honestly, just wearing the bulbul glasses would make my grades decent, but I might even discover a secret formula. While listening, Dueseo also glanced toward the books on the shelves to begin his search. And without taking much time at all, he found his target book. There it is, he thought, as he reached out toward the small, hidden book tucked away inside. His hand suddenly collided with someone else's small hand. This gave him quite a start, and he hurriedly turned to his side to see who it was. According to his gaze, this person was none other than Acel. Acel, Dueseo said instinctively. Upon hearing him, Acel spoke up and asked, "You know me?" "Of course, you're famous," he replied. Hearing this, Acel remembered something and said, "Ah, I remember now, you're in the supplementary group, your name is Beck Dueseo, right?" "Huh. She doesn't remember meeting me before coming to the academy?" Dueseo wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Acel continued, "I really liked that debate, it's a bit of a shame you couldn't explain all the answers. Anyway, it was nice meeting you," she said before turning to leave. Dueseo conveniently picked up Maela's notebook and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it hadn't been taken yet. But why is she here? He thought while glancing to the side to observe her. Seeing her sigh in relief after checking the price of a book, she breathed a sigh of relief. As for the young man, he had figured out the reason, so that was it. This bookstore usually sold second-hand books, which was why the customers here were mostly poor students like himself. And for someone from a fallen noble family like Acel, someone who had lost everything, this was the only place she could come to. Her father had likely been murdered by the followers of the Dark Demon. It was truly a sad sight. A princess like her was reduced to buying used books, and even then, she had to constantly check the price tags because she was short on cash. Furthermore, Acel met a tragic end in the original novel. She even died before Flame, the one who became the protagonist of this world. You could say she was the unluckiest character in the entire game. Those were the thoughts running through Beck Dueseo's mind before he finished picking out the books he needed and cheerfully headed to the counter to pay. "Check me out, please. All of these?" "Alright. Kid, you're a lot stronger than you look," the shopkeeper muttered. Meanwhile, Duesio suddenly noticed something. He realized Acel was staring intently at his stack of books. So he asked, "What's up? You seem... you picked out some really great books," she said, her voice laced with confusion. Hearing that, Duesio felt a bit dazed. Was she trying to insult him? Is something wrong with them? He asked. Standing beside him, Acel voiced her curiosity. "With all these books, why are you reading about advanced sealing theory?" Sealing theory was an ancient art that required specific items. Nowadays, with alchemists and magic engineers being so advanced, almost no one used those skills anymore. "Oh, this book? You're right, it's not very useful," Duesio nodded in agreement, which left her feeling even more helpless. "So you knew? That's exactly why I picked it. Because everyone thinks just like you. It makes it much easier to get a high grade in this class. Well, I'm heading out first. See ya," Duesio said confidently and left immediately, leaving Acel behind, completely baffled by what had just happened. And of course, our protagonist did this because he had it all calculated. Just as Acel said, very few people wanted to take sealing theory. But because of that, he would spend less time on it and earn a high grade more easily than in other classes. Plus, with these books, this semester is going to be a breeze, he celebrated inwardly with a grin. Time passed quickly until the next day, shifting the scene to the mage Acel. She was currently hurrying to her class, the first period on nihilism theory. At least this subject is an easy A, so it shouldn't be too bad, Acel thought as she pushed the door open and walked in. But when she saw the classroom packed with students like it was a festival, she stopped thinking about her grades altogether. And Acel wasn't the only one reacting this way, the other students were the same. "You're taking nihilism theory too?" "Yeah, but I think I'm in trouble. I signed up because everyone said this class was easy, but it looks like the word got out, and all the smart kids piled in here. Man, we're really screwed," they said dejectedly. Acel could only sigh at this point. "Whatever. I'll just have to do my best in my other classes," she told herself. Time flew by, and finally, the lesson came to an end. "That's all for today," the professor's voice rang out, and immediately after, the exhausted students began dragging themselves toward the cafeteria. "Man, I'm starving. What's for lunch? Let's go to the cafeteria and then decide," they began to chat. Meanwhile, Acel was more worried about her classes. "What am I going to do? With so many people in my class, it'll be hard to get a scholarship." Just as she thought that, her stomach began to growl, making her blush slightly. She muttered to herself, "Maybe I should just eat first. Let's see. I only have 60 meal vouchers left for this semester, so I'll just have bread today," she said while looking at the tickets in her hand. And as luck would have it, at that moment, Acel walked past Duesio's classroom. "Isn't that Beck Duesio?" she thought, looking at the young man inside who was listening intently to the lecture. Acel wondered to herself, what is he doing here? She peeked her head inside to observe, and after seeing the tiny number of students in the class, she realized something. This class has so few students, they're all underachievers. This professor is probably about to lose his job. But if I had signed up for this class, I could have gotten a high grade without spending much time. I could have saved my energy for other subjects and earned a scholarship. Duesio, did he know beforehand that this subject would be easy? Had he already calculated which subjects to take for a smooth ride? Thinking this, Acel was startled by her own realization. But then, she shook her head in denial. No, no way. What am I thinking? It must be a coincidence. Having said that, she decided to stop paying attention to Duesio and headed straight for the cafeteria. Back in the protagonist's classroom, Professor Laydin, who researched the moon god, spoke up from the podium. Surely you all know what the root of magic is. The Genesis mage, the white-robed mage, spread magic across the world. Humans and other races learned how to use magic from him. He taught the elves nature magic. He taught the dwarves material magic. And he taught humans elemental magic. After that, he ascended to heaven, blah blah blah. Back with Duesio in his seat, the more he listened, the more his head spun. How am I going to get through these 3 years? Going back to school at my age is driving me crazy. I should have been able to skip all this knowledge with just the press of a button in the game. As he thought about this, he reminisced about his glory days in the game, but then, he at least accepted reality and continued his train of thought. But actually, this lesson is quite important. It might give me a hint about what the true ending really is. It's just a guess of mine, though. By the way, he thought, turning to look at the girl sitting next to him. And by some miracle, Acel was actually sitting there. Wait, has Acel always been in this class? I don't remember any main character ever signing up for this class. But then again, it's none of my business. Back to Professor Lei Din, he was still engrossed in his lecture to the students. Human curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world and stole magic from other races, yet they still weren't satisfied. But there was nothing left for them to learn. The Genesis mage left behind the 12 moon gods and vanished. At this point, he paused for a moment. Then he turned to ask the students if anyone knew about the 12 moon gods. From the back, the model student Acel spoke up. They say they are the guardians who protect the balance of power on the continent. I heard they were scattered across the land and carried out that mission until 1,000 years ago. Hearing that, Professor Lei Din nodded in agreement. Exactly. They possess a special power to protect the continent. For example, the moon god representing summer, the sixth moon, is the solstice summer, carrying an eternal bright red flame. And they say that flame will never go out. If you go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you can still see the red fire, so if anyone is curious, you can go check it out. Hearing this, Duesio's expression went blank. Is he joking? If any living creature dared to invade the territory of the Sea King Alamanca, they'd die instantly, Duesio thought awkwardly. Meanwhile, the professor, unaware of Duesio's thoughts, continued his lecture. This is the Levian coast, where a giant whirlpool in the middle of the ocean was frozen by the 12th moon, the winter verdant. Each moon god has its own power, but a miracle occurs if they are combined. What kind of miracle is it? A student in the back raised their hand and asked, but contrary to the students' expectations, the professor had no answer. No one knows that. They fell into a slumber 1,000 years ago. As for Duesio, the professor's lecture got him thinking. He's right. I at least encountered a few moon gods while playing the game, but I only managed to see 5 of them during time-limited events. And that was after I gathered info from other players, so no gamer out there has seen more moon gods than I have. If my guess is right, then the 12 moon gods are connected to the true ending. No one has been able to find the true ending in the last 10 years, so the answer must lie in content that nobody knows about. I only managed to meet 5 moons after risking my life multiple times. But if I want to see the true ending, I have no choice. I'll just have to do it all over again, Duesio told himself, switching scenes to the magic practice grounds. At this time, Yil, the professor of the fire magic class, casually created a fireball and blasted it straight at a scarecrow in front of her for the students to see. Then she began to explain, power isn't everything. No matter how strong an attack is, if it doesn't hit the enemy, it's useless. Following that, she let her students begin practicing on these stationary targets. And right at that moment, the beautiful professor witnessed a powerful magic strike aimed directly at a scarecrow. It created a significant explosion. However, after waiting for the dust to settle, the scarecrow in front remained perfectly intact without a single scratch. It seemed the previous attack had missed its mark. And after Yil saw this, she glanced to one side and complained, "That's really quite poor." Following her gaze. At that moment, the princess was gritting her teeth as she saw her magic had only succeeded in plowing up the dirt behind the target. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. It seemed the class had ended, and because of the earlier incident, Princess Acel was currently sitting all alone, looking dejected. "I've disappointed Mother again. Mother must be so let down," she thought, her hands starting to clench tightly together. But just then, a voice rang out beside the princess. "Princess, are you alright?" The owner of the voice was a girl with reddish-brown hair who looked quite cheerful. Without waiting for Acel to say anything, the girl sat down next to her and continued to praise her. "You look absolutely wonderful, princess." "What do you mean by that?" she asked, puzzled. The girl replied with a voice full of admiration, "You use magic just like I do, but yours is so much more powerful." "So what? I couldn't even hit the target. But your magic is truly amazing. It's so cool. To be honest, I've known about you since I was a child," she said happily, like a fan meeting an idol. Meanwhile, Princess Acel realized who the girl sitting next to her was. "Oh, that's right. This person is also a fire attribute mage just like me. I think her name is Arzhuang. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before." That a genius fire mage had appeared. "Even so, she's nothing compared to my own magic." Thinking this, her mood somehow improved a little, and she said, "It's actually quite impressive that your accuracy is so high." Hearing this, Arzhuang shook her head and said, "But if you practiced more, how could I ever compare to you? It's only enough for weaklings. Anyway, talking to you has made me feel much better." "Goodbye then," the princess said before leaving immediately. But she didn't know that as soon as she left, Arzhuang's expression behind her changed instantly. It was impossible to tell what that girl was really thinking. Back with Acel, after returning to her room, a female bodyguard was already waiting inside. "Princess, welcome back." This person was Izel's private guard, Ye Terran. Seeing Acel return, she had already prepared tea and sweets. "I've prepared some tea and candy for you. Regarding the task of modifying the appearance of the magic staff that you gave me earlier, because that staff is of such high quality, they said they could create a high-level magic sword from it. However, there is a bit of a problem. I heard that it continuously drains mana from its owner." On the other side, the princess, who was mid-bite, had to hurry and swallow her cake. Then she asked, "What? Isn't that a dark artifact then?" Hearing that, Ye Terran stroked her chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Not exactly, because it resonates with natural energy." Her words made the princess feel even more confused. It was impossible, something that sucked the owner's mana but could still resonate with the power of nature? Then why was that magic staff only ranked as mid-tier? "That is exactly why it's only at that level, my lady. What do you think about this? The original energy is supposed to powerfully boost the user's mana, making it much stronger or elevating it to a high-tier rank. But because it only absorbs without releasing, its rank was downgraded to mid-tier. Then how could a student even use it?" Bayan exclaimed in shock. "I was quite surprised by that as well," Ye Terran said calmly. On this side, the princess was starting to get a headache. "I knew it didn't resonate with everyone from the start, but I didn't think anyone would use it even if they had it, unless they had a massive amount of mana or absolutely none at all. I don't get it. I'm sure any normal person could figure that out. But either way, he is definitely someone special," Bayan said while gently enjoying a cup of tea, since she wasn't the one using that staff anyway. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, classes officially began. Currently, Yuseol was sitting in a lecture hall. Offensive magic required a more detailed level of understanding than any other type of spell. That was the reason why this mana vectoring class was mandatory. Vectoring focuses on projectile release and precision targeting. "We will discuss trajectory formulas later," Professor Carlium, the mana vectoring instructor, said while writing something on the desk. Additional info: release is firing magic from the caster's body, targeting is using magic on a stationary target. The math problem on the board: from a distance of 760 m north, person A is moving at a velocity of 12.6 meters per second south. What is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance for person B to use the water-type spell, hydraulic cannon? Back to the story, the students started whispering among themselves after seeing the problem. Of all the attributes, it has to be water. If you're not a water-type specialist, you better not even try to answer this. Is he trying to make things difficult for us? Nearby, while the other students were busy discussing, our protagonist didn't even bother. He actually started yawning uncontrollably. Sigh, this is so incredibly boring. Why does this take even longer than a classroom in Korea? While he was busy being bored, the professor up front caught him in the act and glared at him with pure killing intent, making Yuseol jump in his seat. Unsurprisingly, Professor Carlium immediately called him out. "Student Beck Yuseol, please stand up and answer this question." "Damn it, me again?" Yuseol cursed silently as he quickly stood up. "Yes, sir." Then, with the help of his bulbul glasses, he easily completed the math problem, leaving the professor staring in total disbelief. "Excellent. You actually solved it with ease, and such a simplified method too. Is your primary attribute water?" "No, sir," he said with a wave of his hand, but this only made the professor more excited. "Amazing. Then let's move on to the next question." Time flew by until the end of the period. At this moment, Acel was already lying in wait for Yuseol to step outside. "Excuse me," she said, "but I have something I need to ask you. I've been wondering about something while observing Beck Yuseol. It's not about his rank. He's very intelligent, even when compared to top rankers. Especially since he solved that problem just now. The level of that question was at least college level. No, it was practically at a professor's level. Even if Stella is a gathering place for geniuses, what exactly is Beck Yuseol's true identity? At first, I thought I was wrong, but now I'm certain. That person definitely has a course registration strategy. If that's the case, I have to gather that information." Having made up her mind, Acel asked directly, "What is your next course?" Facing her, our protagonist was a bit confused by the question. "Why are you asking that? Do you like me or something?" "What? That's gross," she said angrily. "I'm the one who should find it gross. Isn't that right?" At this point, Yuseol felt that bickering with a kid was incredibly weird. "I'm an adult, what am I even doing?" Thinking this, Yuseol said flatly, "So, why are you asking?" "I've researched the classes you're taking, and it seems they are all classes where you can easily earn high grades. I'll just ask directly, that strategy, where did you learn it? Because this is quite important to me, she said firmly. This left Yuseol a bit disappointed. He thought she was going to ask something else. Huh, what do you mean? Those classes are just a coincidence. If that's all, I'm leaving. After speaking, Yuseol turned to walk away immediately. But of course, Acel couldn't let him leave so easily without getting an answer. Wait. Hold on a second. She shouted while chasing after him. Yuseol felt a bit annoyed and said, what now? Why are you following me? Go learn that stuff from someone else, there are plenty of smart people here. Or just copy me, since you said you already researched it. But, anyone taking the Moon Deity course gets an A+ anyway, so it's not that important. And if I register for the same class as you, it might negatively affect your grade, Acel explained. This made Yuseol pause to think. If she doesn't get a scholarship, she'll be the one suffering the most. Even in this situation, she's still worried about someone else's grades. Even if she's a bit annoying, a female lead is still a female lead. Acel then put on an expectant look and said, anyway, could you suggest a class for me? One where it's easy to get high points. Unfortunately, that look didn't work on Yuseol. You think that face is going to convince me? That's strange, usually when I look in the mirror, all my stress disappears, she said narcissistically, making our protagonist's skin crawl. Are you for real? Just kidding. I knew you'd react like that, so I've prepared something as compensation, she said with a smile. Meanwhile, Yuseol had no idea what these students were thinking anymore. Compensation? Why do these kids love compensation so much? Where did they learn this behavior? At this point, Acel dropped her smile and said seriously, do you know about the 7th tower? Hearing this, Yuseol was a bit startled. He replied, yes, I know it. Really? Not many people know about that, because it's a deserted tower that disappeared, and there are many barriers preventing people from getting near its former location. But there, Yuseol cut her off right then. Wait, what? Are you okay? Acel asked worriedly, seeing Yuseol clutching his head in frustration. As for Yuseol, he was truly losing it. This is driving me crazy. This is a vital piece of information because with this, Flame can increase her influence over the male lead. Furthermore, the fact that Flame knows about it means that in the original plot, Acel knew too. And Acel only tells this to the male lead, not a side character like me. Thinking this, Yuseol hurriedly tried to end the conversation immediately. That sounds like a scary story, right? I don't want to hear it. It doesn't sound interesting at all, he said as he turned to walk away. Meanwhile, Acel kept trying to convince him. It's not that scary. Are you afraid of ghosts? At your age? Up ahead, tired of the tale following him, Yuseol reluctantly said, fine, I'll tell you. You just pretended you wouldn't tell me and now you've changed your mind? Well, I just changed it. Besides, the fact that Acel wanted to give him something was enough. He thought this to himself and said, anyway, this isn't about grades, but it's something extremely useful for you. Register for Journey of Meditation into the Void as your cultural elective. Meditation? Registering for that as a cultural elective? Moon Deity and meditation take priority. Do you like training that much? Acel asked curiously. Not exactly. My master was also a bishop like you, and through meditation, that person was able to raise their magical proficiency. Just by sitting in meditation? Acel asked blankly. Her reaction didn't surprise Yuseol at all. In reality, this hasn't been fully discovered yet, but for a bishop, who wields large-scale destruction magic, meditation is crucial for precise casting based on formulas and equations. But above all, it's about the mind, the thing that controls mana. Thinking of this, Yuseol warned her again, I haven't told anyone else about this. But you're an exception because you're cute. She just called me ugly earlier. Acel complained. But then she brightened up and said, thank you. Even if it's not a subject that helps my grade, I'll still register for it. Do whatever you want, Yuseol said casually. Watching the girl walk away, he fell into deep thought. I told her, and it makes me a little scared of how the future will change. But if I just leave her like that, Acel will face tragedy in this world again. If meditation can help her, that would be a good thing. Thinking of this, the protagonist realized something. He looked at his hands. Wait, I just remembered, I'm a mage too, right? Why haven't I thought about training until now? In the game, Baek Yuseol trained incredibly hard to awaken his mana-delayed physique and develop rapidly. In the game, I could gain experience by clicking a button. But now I can do it directly. It's quite late already, there are no grinding segments or hunting quests, so I can't earn extra EXP that way. I should thank Acel for making me realize this. Next, Useol dragged himself back to his dorm to rest. This dorm is huge, he thought to himself. At Stella, all students are required to live in the dorms. The dorm system was a side feature in the game where players could decorate their rooms, but for Baek Useol, this was his only home since his village had been burned to the ground. Dorms were assigned based on rank, all rooms were the same size, but the number of occupants per room was divided by rank. Naturally, the Class S students occupied the highest floors. It feels a bit lonely, but I can finally make use of it. Alright, let's begin. Useol let out a soft breath, and proceeded to sit in meditation. Stats aren't the most important thing. Since this is reality, I have to get used to using this body. In the game, Baek Useol was a genius who could control an aura sword by utilizing the endless circulation of mana inside and outside the body. No one noticed him, so no one knew, but Baek Useol was a swordsmanship genius who reached the pinnacle of the way of the sword. I have to follow that path once more. My breath is what controls the flow of mana inside my body. If I can slowly increase the amount of mana I take in with each breath, I'll be able to gather enough mana in a single go. Skills don't increase just by gathering experience, you have to continuously use them to level up. That means I have to train. Useol told himself this as he began meditating in his room. Just like that, time slowly passed until the sun began to rise. At that moment, our protagonist felt something and snapped his eyes open. Right then, his entire body was covered in a golden aura. This must be the feeling Baek Useol once experienced. When someone accepts having mana leakage syndrome from a young age, even if it's faint, I can still feel it. To reward Useol's efforts, the system issued a congratulatory notification: mana leakage syndrome skill has leveled up. Blink's skill has leveled up. Seeing this, Useol couldn't help but shout, alright. I've taken another step toward my goal. I will find the true ending no matter what. He said this as he clenched his fist with a look of pure determination. Scene shifts to the female lead, Flame. Currently, she and the entire class were standing in a vast plain. The realism of the place startled her. The grass and the wind are all artificial, but it feels so real. Stella's dorms are a type of pocket dimension built within the campus, and that allows everyone to freely manipulate the transformation of space and its properties. Therefore, all sports events and other activities, as well as dungeons, gates, and monster training, take place here for that reason. Back to Flame, after glancing over the number of students present, she started calculating. 141 people in total. There are 50 people from Class A1 and A2, and 40 people from Class S. If it were like the novel, there would be 39 people from Class S. I thought it was 40 including me, but I didn't expect another person to be added. Where did this Baek Useol come from? In the novel, there were only 1,140 freshmen in total, and adding me makes 1,141. In other words, Baek Useol was also in the original novel. I'll figure it all out slowly. It's okay. I can do this. I'm the only person in this world who knows about the novel. After all, class will start soon. She began to reassure herself upon seeing the changes from the original novel. But right then, a voice from nearby caught her attention. Prince Jeremy. Are you done registering for classes? Of course I am, Jeremy said with a smile. We also registered for the soft magic research class because we heard you signed up. Really? Let's help each other out then, he said as he reached out to greet everyone with a smile. Meanwhile, the female lead Flame glanced at him with a look of extreme caution. That's Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he becomes obsessed with Acel but gets rejected. Eventually, he becomes a villain. He looks kind right now, but every move he makes is calculated. I should observe him but not get involved with this guy. On the other side, it seemed Jeremy noticed Flame's gaze. So he turned around and waved with a radiant smile. This forced her to wave back quickly. He really is handsome, though. I see why he has so many sycophants. His faction is the most famous in the school. I have to gather them together. Since this world is my reality from now on, I have to prepare for the future. Flame told herself this and immediately slipped away. But she didn't know that at that moment, Prince Jeremy began to look at her with an interested gaze. Back to Professor Lee Han-wool, seeing that the students had all gathered, he stepped forward and said, "Attention everyone. We will begin basic training before starting today's lesson. I need to know your abilities so I can teach you correctly. I will be the direct instructor, so even if you don't like it, keep it to yourself. As many of you know, we professors have the right to add or subtract points. Remember, you will be expelled if you don't maintain the required point level. I will explain the training session now. We will be training with a challenge dungeon. I will use scenarios from real dungeons, as well as traps and monsters, to test all of you. You will get 4 points for defeating a rank 1 monster, and 8 points for a rank 2 monster. 20 points if you obtain the point staff. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and shopping privileges. And of course, students who don't get any points will have points deducted. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form a group. But remember, points will be divided equally among the members of the group. If you can eliminate another student, you can take their points. That's all. Good luck. After speaking, the professor vanished instantly as if he had teleported. While the students were still processing what happened, the space around them suddenly shook violently, terrifying the group. What's going on? The ground is shaking. Someone shouted. The source of the shaking was that countless giant vines were now bursting out from deep underground, shooting straight up. And in no time at all, the space around them had transformed into a forest. This was the map, Jack and the Beanstalk. Shifting back to the group, once the map had been finalized, they began huddling together to form their respective teams. Meanwhile, the female protagonist, Flame, decided to go solo. Alright, I guess I'll get moving too, she muttered to herself. However, at that exact moment, the girl named Jackie from earlier made a suggestion. Hey, Flame, are you planning on going through the practical exam all by yourself? Although forming a team for a dungeon combat exercise offered many advantages, going solo was better if one wanted to hoard all the points. Flame weighed this in her mind before declining. Sorry, but I'm planning on going alone this time. For some reason, despite Flame's refusal, Jackie grinned as if she had just struck gold. Yeah, I figured. You'd have to split points with teammates otherwise, so it makes sense. Right, Flame replied awkwardly, feeling a slight prickle of unease. Am I overthinking this, or was she just taking a jab at me? Brushing aside those stray thoughts, Flame waved goodbye. Let's team up next time. Sure thing, Jackie said with a bright smile. Jackie then quickly moved over to report the result to her 2 friends nearby. Flame is going in solo. Nothing we can do about it. Back with Flame, the girl's behavior left her with a nagging feeling. Am I just being delusional? Why does it feel like she's trying to copy me? Maybe things will change later. With that thought, she hurried off to start grinding for points. An hour later, Flame had just finished taking down a monster. She let out a heavy, tired breath. Phew, this is exhausting. When is this training session finally going to end? But before she could even sit down to catch her breath, a cluster of vines suddenly burst from the ground in front of her, lashing out directly at her. It forced her to scramble and deploy a magic shield in a panic. She couldn't tell what kind of creature it was, but after seeing its first strike fail, it immediately retracted its whip-like vines and dove back into the earth as quickly as it had appeared. As for Flame, even after seeing the plant monster retreat, she didn't let her guard down and kept scanning her surroundings. So even the plants attack here? As expected of Stella, you can't underestimate even a practical dungeon exercise. I've gathered 18 points so far. Not bad, but this lead could be wiped out by someone grabbing a single-point rod. I have to keep moving, she said, increasing her pace. It didn't take long before Flame suddenly sensed someone standing up ahead. There's something there. Is it a monster? No, it's a person. But how can a student conceal their presence to this extent? It doesn't matter. I'm already using natural camouflage to hide myself anyway. With my unique abilities in control, defense, destruction, and healing, choosing to ambush an opponent isn't a bad idea. While thinking this, she ducked behind a tree trunk and began observing the figure ahead, noticing that he had somehow already obtained a point rod. Following her gaze, the person turned out to be none other than Duesio. That's Beck Duesio. Is he out here alone too? I remember the other students wanted to team up with him, but he rejected them all. I have no idea what that guy is thinking. At that moment, her eyes locked onto the glowing golden rod in his hand, and she felt a pang of envy. That's a point rod. He already got one. This is the perfect opportunity for me to test him, she decided. I'll test him, she thought, calculating her move. She began aiming her staff toward Duesio. She started running the numbers. I'm about 15 meters away. He won't be able to defend himself from this distance. Acting on her plan, once she felt ready, she triggered the light bullet magic. She fired a bolt of light aimed directly at Duesio. But just before the bullet could make contact with the protagonist, our protagonist sensed it and immediately spun around. The young man realized the threat and instantly used Blink to dodge the attack. His near-instantaneous evasion left Flame completely stunned and frozen in place. How? How could he dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? Back with Duesio, he had blinked behind Flame, and her sudden attack had scared the absolute daylights out of him. Good grief, is she trying to kill me or something? Launching a light bullet out of nowhere. Thank God my mana leakage syndrome level increased, otherwise, I'd be in big trouble. Level 1 blink, maximum distance 12 meters, maximum charges, 2, cooldown, 3 seconds. I still have 2 charges of blink left, so if I use the terrain to my advantage, I could take her on. But it's probably best to just avoid her. With that thought, Duesio used his remaining 2 blink charges to zip away to another area. This distance should be enough. My goal is rank 5, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks. The reward for rank 5 is the Atelic Necklace, which can significantly increase stamina and strength. The top 4 spots are going to the main characters anyway. At this rate, they only need 3 more point rods, Duesio mused as he walked. But just then, his path was blocked by a few individuals up ahead. Oh, look who it is. It's Beck Duesio from Class S. On this side, after seeing the blonde-haired guy, Duesio recognized him immediately. That was Raiden, someone who had been gaining quite a reputation in the academy recently. A member of Team Uslek, one of Jeremy's weak little cronies. One after another, he thought. Our protagonist glanced at the 3 rods Raiden was clutching tightly in his hand and thought, he has 3-point rods already? For such a weakling, he's gathered quite a lot. While Duesio was thinking, the group in front began whispering. I heard he's a failure who had to cheat just to get into Class S. Hearing this, Raiden let out a contemptuous laugh. Getting into Class S by solving those 3 stupid questions, Stella must have definitely been tricked. Don't they get tired of saying the same thing over and over? Truly a lack of creativity, Duesio thought to himself. Raiden's group then began their usual bullying tactics. Hey, Beck Duesio. Since we've run into each other, hand over your point rod. I'd rather not, Duesio said calmly, while Raiden put on a punchable face and started barking. Huh? Are you trying to defy me? Do you really think you can take on the 4 of us by yourself? Are you planning on using that high mid-tier magic staff? You can't even use magic, let alone a staff. Back with Duesio, he was seriously calculating his options. Well, what should I do now? A low-level blink won't be enough to face Raiden, he's from a famous family. If I had 3 blinks, I might have a way. Specifically, using the point rod in my hand, and the fact that this is a dungeon. Having thought this through, Duesio silently formed a plan in his head. He then held out his point rod toward them and said, here you go. Now you're talking, Raiden said with a smirk, seeing Duesio starting to cooperate. But he never expected that at that exact moment, Duesio would use blink to close the distance instantly, appearing right in front of him and catching him completely off guard. However, the moment Duesio attacked him, the strike was blocked by a shield. But at the very least, it caused cracks to appear on the shield, and Raiden was starting to fly into a rage. Damn it, you lowly commoner. With that, he deactivated the barrier. He continued his verbal abuse. You bastard, I'm going to make you. But before he could even finish his insult, he realized that right in front of his eyes, Duesio had vanished into thin air. He disappeared? Someone in the group shouted. Then, Duesio's voice rang out from right beside them, causing Raiden to frantically spin around. Oh boy, that was way too close. Thanks a bunch, Duesio said cheerfully, now holding 2-point rods in his hand. Raiden immediately realized those were his rods and started making a scene. You jerk, give those back. I'd rather not, Duesio said provocatively. He then thought to himself, the 3-point rods are definitely effective. I accidentally learned this while playing the game. These point rods are actually a troll item. Because of their absurdly high durability, they cannot be destroyed by student-level magic, and they possess the physical strength of most other magic tools. While they are more useful for magic users, for Beck Duesio, who relies on physical attacks, a weapon with such a high attack stat can be utilized 100%. Turning back to Raiden, he was currently foaming at the mouth. Grr, that bastard. How dare he take my point rods? At this point, he was so humiliated he turned to bark at his teammates. What are you guys doing? Attack him now. But before he could finish his sentence, the ground around them began to shift uncontrollably. Immediately after, a swarm of vines began erupting from the earth, leaving Raiden with nothing but gritted teeth. Damn it, why is the dungeon activating now? Everyone get close together and prep your magic. And don't lose track of that bastard. He screamed. Our protagonist used this exact opportunity to quietly slip away. However, this move was spotted by someone in the group who shouted, Beck du SEO is getting away. You bastard, where do you think you're going? The rest of them hurriedly used their magic to attack. These guys are better than I thought. At the same time, he used Blink to zip away instantly, leaving the group shouting in frustration. Damn it, Blink again, where did he go? He's too fast, I can't find him. The group was in total chaos as du SEO vanished. At that moment, du SEO thought, with all my PvP experience, using the terrain to gain an advantage is a piece of cake. Damn it, we just need to hit him once. Raiden said, his eyes darting around like a cornered animal trying to find du SEO. But then, the ground shook even more violently, causing his companions to panic further. Raiden, the dungeon is. Raiden screamed back, calm down. He's still around here. Wait for the earthquake to stop, and if you see him, we all attack together. If our magic fails, we'll suffer a mana backlash. So be careful. And just as Raiden predicted, before he could even finish his warning, du SEO used Blink to appear right in front of him. Without giving him a chance to react, the protagonist swung the rod in his hand with all his might, shattering the guy's shield. The force of the blow even sent him flying backward into his companions, throwing their casting rhythm completely off. As a result, it triggered a massive mana backlash. This caused countless lightning bolts to strike down upon them. The students could do nothing but cover their heads and endure the onslaught. Meanwhile, the one who caused it all, du SEO, had gracefully stepped aside. It's over, I'll be taking these then. If I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give these to her, he said, happily showing off the 3 rods in his hand. Give them back. Raiden screamed, but du SEO wasn't stupid enough to comply. Taking the last one would be too much trouble, he thought, before waving goodbye to the group. That was fun. I'm off. With that, du SEO used Blink to clear the area. He left Raiden and his group shaking with rage, looking like they were having a seizure. You son of a... He screamed in fury. But none of them knew that the entire battle had been observed by a certain white-haired girl. Back with du SEO, he was naturally celebrating like he'd won the lottery. Hee, I got lucky. If I had fought normally, they would have robbed me, but since this is a dungeon, things are different. This is the experience of an adult, du SEO thought, casually swatting away a vine that tried to approach him. But right then, he scanned his surroundings with a wary gaze. But I have a weird feeling. I sense something strange coming from somewhere. As du SEO spoke, he turned around. And oh boy, while the young man was celebrating snatching 2-point rods from Raiden's group, another student had been watching and decided to gift him a supersized fireball. What on earth? Where did this rain of fire come from? Uziel shouted. Immediately after, that terrifying attack slammed into the ground. A horrific explosion echoed throughout the entire forest. From above, a massive pillar of fire could be seen shooting into the sky, incinerating everything in its vicinity. As for our protagonist, Uziel once again dodged it in the nick of time using his Blink skill. But even though he survived, he was scared to death. What kind of crazy magic is this? I almost kicked the bucket. He thought, looking at a tree that had been snapped in half by the blast's power. Then, a figure appeared through the smoke accompanied by a haughty voice. You there, commoner, why didn't you take one more rod from them? The owner of that voice was none other than Princess Bayan. Her sudden appearance caught Uziel off guard. Bayan, why is she here? Despite his confusion, Uziel still managed to snap back. Are you mistaken about something? It's not like I can just take whatever I want. Besides, what does me taking those rods have to do with you? But Bayan didn't even bother to reply. She just stared intently at the point rods in his hand. This made Uziel realize the truth with a start. Good grief, don't tell me. You wanted me to take them from them, just so you could take them from me? What are you planning? Uziel asked angrily, but Bayan simply maintained her cold expression. I am a member of the royal family. Since you already understand my intent, then let's fight. As a royal, I have no desire to rob a commoner. But there is no other way. I will defeat you, and then I will take what I want. Bayan's voice was full of resolve. Uziel trembled slightly. Hey! What do you think you're doing? Why are you bullying someone weaker than you? But Bayan only gave a faint smirk and countered, You? Weak? I saw you fighting and playing around with them earlier. You even used magic to defeat them, didn't you? Flashing back to a short while ago. Bayan was wandering through the forest, her heart full of anxious thoughts. I need to hurry up. If I don't want to be scolded by mother, I have to get a really high score. She told herself. But just then, a loud noise nearby caught her attention. There's a sound over there. Where did Yuziel go? That bastard ran off again. He's so slippery. The curses of Raiden's group echoed through the air, and that was when Baiyin discovered something unusual. At that moment, Baiyin spotted a figure running away in the distance. Is that Baek Duo and Raiden? Baiyin narrowed her eyes. Should I attack them? But she immediately dismissed the thought. No. No matter how strong I am, there's no way I can win against 5 of them at once. It's best to wait until their magic is weakened, that's when I'll have my chance to strike. With that in mind, Baiyin decided to hide and observe, waiting for the perfect moment to play the sniper and take the prize. However, what happened next shocked her to the core. Because Yuziel started taking the initiative, using Blink to attack Raiden's group. What? That commoner. Besides Blink, he can use other magic too. Of course, Baiyin knew Raiden's group couldn't compare to her in terms of power. But even so, they were all capable fighters. Compared to a commoner, they should have been much more skilled, shouldn't they? Returning to the present. Baiyin pulled back from her thoughts, her eyes growing sharper. Alright, time for fire magic. As she spoke, Baiyin activated her magic, creating multiple magic circles floating in midair. From within those arrays, countless fireballs shot out, aiming directly for Yuziel. But our protagonist wasn't a pushover either. Yuziel immediately used Blink to dodge. However, before he could even catch his breath, another fireball surged down from high above. Blink still hadn't cooled down. With no other choice, Yuziel had to leap between tree trunks, dodging continuously. After landing back on the ground, he began to pant heavily. Damn it, her magic is way too dangerous. Good thing my intuition is sharp, otherwise I'd be toast. However, Yuziel had already used Blink twice. Now, he had to face Princess Baiyin with no way to retreat. Now what? Yuziel thought, gritting his teeth. Across from him, Baiyin crossed her arms and said coldly, "Are you still not planning on taking out your staff this time? But you're already holding my staff." Yuziel frowned, complaining, "What about the one I was given when I enrolled?" Baiyin remained silent. Suddenly, Yuziel went blank. Oh, right? He looked down at his hands and realized he still had another staff. I never use it, so I totally forgot. On the other side, Baiyin was starting to get annoyed. How much longer are you going to keep pretending? Her voice became serious and cold. This is a serious battle. And yet this commoner treats it like a joke. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with killing intent. If you won't fight properly, then I'll just have to take you down right here. Hearing that, sweat began to pour down his face as the pressure surged. He thought to himself, but I am fighting seriously, I'm not joking at all. Baiyin then spoke up to remind Yuziel, if you aren't serious. Her face hardened as she continued, then you're going to get logged out right here. I'm going to crush you, Princess Baiyin muttered inwardly. Without hesitating for another second, she unleashed her magic, firing countless fireballs straight at Yuziel. This forced him to quickly tilt his head to the side to dodge. However, that wasn't the end of it. At that same moment, another fireball aimed directly at the protagonist's shoulder. Seeing this, with godlike reflexes, Yuziel managed to drop to the ground just in time, dodging by a hair's breadth. Sensing that Yuziel's dodging ability was quite extraordinary, the princess across from him decided to use a large-scale spell, creating a massive wall of fire that covered a huge area aimed right at him. And this time, he truly felt the heat. This is insane. Even if I dodge with Blink, her attack range is just too wide. What do I do now? Yuziel thought, gritting his teeth, but suddenly, from behind him, a sound caught his attention. This sound, it was. Thinking quickly, Yuziel used his Blink skill repeatedly to slip behind a massive tree trunk, saving himself from the fate of becoming human barbecue. However, doing this didn't mean Yuziel was safe. He was lucky to avoid it this time, but things were still difficult. Even if he could get close to Baiyin, the flames around her would erupt to protect her the moment he approached. He understood this very well because he had fought many fire mages before. Her rank was much higher than he had anticipated. If this were an open plain, he probably would have lost in less than a minute. No, the fight wouldn't have even happened. Yuziel thought this as he gripped his point counter tightly. It wasn't clear yet who would be the one defeated here. Meanwhile, Princess Baiyin unleashed a spell firing countless fire arrows toward Yuziel. At this point, Yuziel had to continuously leap backward to evade the barrage, until his mana-sensing ability began to take effect, allowing him to read the flight path of all the incoming attacks. Seeing this, Yuziel began to swing his arms like a machine, precisely targeting every single fire arrow and batting them aside. This miraculous action left Princess Baiyin standing there in a daze. No way, he's using a weapon to counter magic? How is that even possible? Back to Uziel, while focusing on handling the endless attacks charging at him, he had a moment to think. As time passed, the sensation became clearer. This wasn't a game controlled by a keyboard or mouse, it was directly moving his body to face a mage. It was very clear, the surrounding mana was getting stronger, and his sixth sense was as vivid as sight or hearing. As for Princess Bayan, she could hardly believe her eyes. How can this be? In this forest terrain, fire should have the advantage. If that's the case, then the only way is to increase my magical output, she said, gritting her teeth as she began to power up. This caused Uziel, who had just found some stability, to immediately face an even greater pressure. With no other choice, he had to fight while retreating toward a nearby tree. I can't just defend forever, I have to break through Bayan's magic shield with this staff. With that thought, Uziel timed it perfectly as the princess in front of him concentrated her mana to prepare for another attack. He immediately used Blink and lunged directly in front of her. In just 1 second, he had closed the gap and was right in her face. Uziel's sudden appearance right in front of her startled Bayan. But then, she gritted her teeth in annoyance. Bayan immediately cast a fire spell, creating a magic circle beneath both of their feet. Uziel, seeing this, wasn't too surprised. When approaching fire mages, an explosive spell usually pushes back enemies within a 2-meter radius. But since he had dealt with this many times before, it wasn't a particularly difficult problem. Thinking this, he leaped backward to escape the magic circle's range. Next, he used the momentum to charge forward, striking directly at the magic shield protecting Bayan. The powerful blow caused cracks to appear on the shield. Impossible! How could he? She thought in amazement. But before she could think further, the shield shattered into pieces. The resulting impact sent the princess tumbling to the ground. And at this point, the outcome of the battle was decided. I win, Uziel said with a smile. At his words, Bayan could only grit her teeth in frustration. Then, she took a deep breath and asked, "Who are you, really?" "I'm just an ordinary student," Uziel replied with a shrug. At the same time, he turned toward the back and spoke to someone. "But the person hiding over there can come out now, right?" Flame, according to his gaze, without anyone knowing when, Flame had been there watching both of them. Then, because she had been discovered, the female lead stepped out naturally and asked, "It's not that I was hiding, but how did you know I was here?" "Let's just call it intuition," Uziel said with a laugh, though it was actually due to his mana leakage sensing ability. Facing him, Flame frowned slightly upon hearing his answer and asked, "Intuition, huh? How did you break a magic shield with that mediocre staff? Was that also thanks to intuition?" she asked with a voice full of suspicion. For Uziel, Flame's question was truly a tough one. As expected, a game logic like this couldn't just appear in a romance novel like the original work, and he couldn't tell the truth. Thinking this, for some reason, he started pointing at the staff in his hand and said, This is actually quite sturdy." This vague answer only made Flame even more suspicious. "So what if it's sturdy? Do you think you can just swing it and break a magic shield with that thing? Then I guess knights have completely disappeared from this world. I've felt strange about this for a while. Baek Uziel, who are you really?" It wasn't just Flame who was wondering. Even Bayan looked at Uziel with intense curiosity, waiting to see how he would respond. Uziel could only sigh inwardly. Has it finally come to this? It hasn't even been a month yet. Should I just reveal my true identity? No, Flame doesn't have a good impression of me. Doing that would be too dangerous. After thinking it over, Uziel decided not to reveal his true self. "Even if you suspect me, I'm not that kind of bad person." "Huh? What do you mean?" Flame asked. "Just like I said, I want to help you," Uziel said, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "Help me? You, after all." Flame wanted to ask more. However, before she could finish her sentence, Uziel turned to leave. "I want to say more, but there's no more time. So, see ya." He thought he could just walk away and quickly slip out, or at least that's what he planned. Before Princess Bayan threw her point counters directly at the back of his neck. At this moment, she was also shocked by his attitude. It stung painfully, leaving him no choice but to turn back and complain, "Hey! If you have something to say, just say it. I thought you'd catch it. You dodged all that magic and traps but couldn't catch this?" Bayan said in shock. And the reason was quite simple. With no other choice, mana sensing intuition has its limits too. Uziel thought while wincing, "Ouch, that hurts. The duration of my intuition depends on my mental strength. Since my mental strength is drained, I have a headache now." Thinking this, Uziel asked, "So why did you throw this at me?" "You won, so take it," Bayan said calmly. At her words, Uziel seemed to guess something. Is it because of her pride? But if I take it all, my score will skyrocket. Besides, those things are useless anyway. After thinking, Uziel only picked up 1 point counter. He then smiled at Bayan and said, "Fine, I'll only take this one. You keep the rest." "Well, I'm off," Uziel said as he immediately turned and walked away. At this moment, the guy felt quite smug about his actions. What a kind man, always merciful to the defeated. "This is so cool, I'm gonna die," he snorted. Unfortunately, the 2 girls behind him didn't think so. "Is something wrong with him?" Flame said, confused. The princess beside her also looked at Uziel's retreating back with suspicious eyes. Probably just a commoner with a bit of a loose screw. After speaking, she was also incredibly curious about Uziel's true identity. In another development, at the professor's observation room, the screens in front of them were displaying countless red dots, likely representing the students. At this moment, several other screens were showing the combat scenes of various students. Ho ho, this year's first-year Class S students are truly rare talents. It's definitely worth watching, Teles, an elder of the Magic Council, said with a nod. Beside him, a middle-aged woman replied, "It's very interesting indeed, back when I was young, I was much better than this." She was Zarina Aon, a member of the Green Tower Council. Hearing their conversation, Professor Lee Han-woo turned around and thought, the Magic Council, the Green Tower Council, this is just a practice session for students, and yet so many high-ranking figures have gathered here. I guess that's what you have to do to recruit talent. Most of the other professors are probably watching this session too. Just then, everyone in the room let out a collective gasp of admiration, catching his attention. Oh! Ma Yuseol and Hei Wonriang have clashed. At this moment, according to their gaze, Hei Wonriang was the one who initiated the attack. He immediately used his wand to fire a burst of energy toward Ma Yuseol, and in the face of this attack, the handsome guy easily used some kind of magic to leap repeatedly through the air, dodging the ice pillars stabbing toward him. Seeing this, the people from the Magic Council spoke in admiration, triggering 3 consecutive rank 3 mana leaps, and he did that at 17 years old. Not just them, even Professor Lee Han-woo was equally startled. Usually, an ordinary mage wants to reach rank 3 only when they are 25 or older, yet Ma Yuseol at 17 could already use rank 3 magic fluently. That wasn't all, immediately after, they were hit with another wave of shock. Unbelievable. Look! Both of those students are using 3 attributes. Turning toward Lee Han-woo, a normal mage can only control 1 type of attribute and must train extremely hard to control 2. Exactly. Controlling 3 attributes is proof of innate talent, a gift they were granted from birth. Just then, a loud scream echoed through, and the source of that scream was an enormous bird-like monster. An elite monster? Then, before Ma Yuseol and Hei Wonriang could react, the monster let out another cry, and plummeted straight down, or rather, it had been struck by someone and fell from the sky. And the one who had made the move was none other than Acel. "Oh my, are you guys fighting? Sorry for the interruption." On this side, Professor Lee Han-woo observed Azel's appearance closely and thought, Acel morph. Elite monsters only appear when certain conditions are met. Not only are they hard to find, but they are very difficult to defeat. Yet she managed to hunt it all by herself. Turning toward the group from the Magic Council, seeing Azel's appearance, they said regretfully, the daughter of the traitor Morph. What a pity, if her father hadn't done such an atrocious thing, her talent could have blossomed even further. At that point, Teles noticed a certain screen and shouted, "Huh! Isn't that the princess of the Adalimvit Duchy? Who is her opponent?" His face is so unfamiliar, he speculated, stroking his chin before his face turned to one of utter shock. What? That magic, could that be Blink? He whispered as he looked at Useol's face. Blink, the type of magic that for hundreds of years, countless scholars have thrown themselves into researching to find a way to control, but all have failed, either giving up in despair or becoming crippled. It truly was an uncontrollable spell. And yet, there was a student who could control Blink as easily as his own limbs. Who exactly is that boy? He asked aloud. Professor Lee Han-woo, beside him, stepped up to clear his confusion. That student's name is Baek Useol, a very special student who uses Blink as his primary skill. Blink as a primary skill? Someone asked in shock. This was completely different from the outstanding talent of Ma Yuseol, Hei Wonriang, or Acel. Back to Teles. At this point, he spoke his mind, but why isn't he using other magic? Why is he just playing around? If he used magic, that fight would have been over long ago. It's so confusing. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind everyone. No, he is fighting seriously. Hearing the call, everyone turned simultaneously to look at the young professor and shouted, Eltmund. He's been serious from the very beginning. It seems you guys didn't see it, did you? How interesting, Eltmund said with a voice full of delight. That student's fighting style reminds me of the chivalry that only existed in ancient times. And his words made the group realize something. Chivalry? You mean the chivalry that disappeared along with swordsmen and ancient magic? A student so young. He suddenly thought about it. Exactly, chivalry. In a world dominated by magic, chivalry was the fighting will of knights who used swords, for example, heroes who fought against evil to protect the world. They say they always faced demons with nothing but a sword. In a world where magic exists, fighting with a sword is nearly impossible, but that student is truly using that magic staff like a sword. Furthermore, if Eltmund had commented as such, the principal of Stella Academy, a school known as the best magic academy on the continent, Eltmund, a rank 9 mage, and one of only 10 great sages on the entire continent. If a great sage thought so. At that point, he also began to think silently. Time passed quickly, and the first practical dungeon test ended. Scene shifts to the private training area for Class S. Currently, Hei Wonriang was training his magic frantically by attacking the scarecrows in front of him. After using his wind magic to attack the target, he still hadn't successfully destroyed the scarecrow. He took several deep breaths from exhaustion. Then, he looked at the wand in his hand and gritted his teeth. Damn it, almost out of mana. Still not enough, there's still a long way to go. Out of 141 students participating in this dungeon test, 39 were eliminated. Acel topped the rankings thanks to killing the bird monster, and I came in second. Ma Yuseol came in sixth, but I don't feel like I've won. At that moment, his face showed his displeasure. If Acel hadn't intervened in the middle of the fight. Thinking this, an uncontrollable surge of anger suddenly rose within Hei Wonriang. I've had this feeling ever since the first time we met. Even though Ma Yuseol always acts indifferent to everything he does is performed at a professional level, and even beyond that. Even in this practical exam, I set up matrices everywhere and carefully calculated all of his movements. However, Ma Yuseol was still able to neutralize all of my attacks with ease. Will I ever be able to defeat him? Is this wall of talent truly that high and thick? At this thought, he took a deep breath to calm down and reassured himself. No, there's no time for self-reproach. I need to try even harder. At the same time, not far away, Princess Baiyan arrived. She discovered Ha Wonriang frantically practicing his magic. Seeing him in this state, Baiyan felt a bit curious. Is that Ha Wonriang? He's usually so calm, why is he so frustrated today? Well, I shouldn't really say this, but it's so frustrating to have to hand over the magic staff and only reach third place. My mother seemed satisfied with the result, but if I don't get that staff back, I'll definitely be punished. That commoner is so arrogant and unpleasant. While thinking this, she continuously unleashed magic at the scarecrow in front of her as if to vent her anger. This caused Ha Wonriang to stop and take notice. Princess, is something the matter? I don't know if I'm mistaken, but it seems your magic has become more accurate than before. Princess Baiyan's fire magic is very powerful, but it's difficult to control precisely. She couldn't have improved this quickly. Or is it just a coincidence? He thought, frowning, returning to a very annoyed Baiyan. Damn it, as much as I hate to admit it, Baek Yuseol's special lecture was effective. Thanks to those ridiculous puzzles, my mindset has changed and my magic control has increased significantly. Even though he's just a commoner with poor grades and a terrible personality, Baek Yuseol is the only one who knows how to fix my weaknesses. But I'm still pissed off, she muttered, gritting her teeth, before leaving the training ground after finishing her venting session. The voice of her bodyguard, Ye Terran, rang out beside her. Princess. Seeing her, Baiyan turned and asked, Terran, what is it? The Terraphone wand you requested has been repaired. Should I take it to Baek Yuseol right now? As she spoke, she opened the box in her hand, revealing a wand that had been reforged to look like a sword. In response, Baiyan nodded. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Then, by your leave, the bodyguard said, turning to depart. But just then, as if remembering something, Baiyan stopped her, making Terran a bit confused. Is something wrong, Princess? Shifting the scene to Auxiliary Tower number 2. This time, instead of having her guard Terran bring the wand to Yuseol, she decided to go herself. I came here because I heard Baek Yuseol was here, but this is Auxiliary Tower number 2, where the professor's research labs are. Is he meeting a professor? She wondered, but then, she started to panic and feel conflicted. I don't know if I should go in. Wait, why did I even come here? I could have just given it to him at the training area. This makes it look like I'm chasing after a commoner. I can't do this. I have to turn back, Bai-yin thought, before being startled by a voice calling her. "Oh, princess." Hearing the familiar voice, Bai-yin turned to look and greeted him. "Professor Hamrel. It's been a long time, Professor." Across from her, Hamrel nodded in admiration. "It feels like only yesterday I was teaching you magic at the royal palace, and now you're already this grown up. What brings the princess here?" "I have some business, but I'm heading back now," Bai-yin said, waving her hand as if she didn't want to elaborate. Professor Hamrel advised, "Things are a bit messy right now. It's probably good that the princess is leaving. Mages are currently flocking here because of that student, Baek Yuziel, so everything is a bit chaotic," Professor Hamrel said with a headache. Upon hearing this information, Princess Bai-yin could not hide her surprise, but quickly regaining her composure, she asked, "What's so special about that commoner?" "The princess has fought him directly, so you should know." "He doesn't use magic at all, does he?" "Ah, yes," Bai-yin replied. Then, the princess's face took on a slightly melancholy look. "So you watched that match too? How embarrassing to show such a poor performance in front of the master I respect the most," she thought bitterly. Turning back to Professor Hamrel, seeing her expression, he was a bit surprised and spoke up to comfort her. "Princess, you don't need to blame yourself. Your opponent fought his hardest, yet he didn't use any magic." Bai-yin asked why, and Professor Hamrel had to explain it to her. "That is because of his creed." "His creed? What do you mean by that, Professor?" she asked, her voice full of wonder. After watching the practical session, the principal speculated that the student might be trying to revive the spirit of chivalry that disappeared in ancient times. "Wait, Baek Yuziel pursuing the spirit of chivalry? That's ridiculous," the princess said in shock. But then, she began to remember her previous fight with Yuziel. Indeed, Baek Yuziel had used his magic wand like a sword during their match. And this magic sword was the same. Thinking this, she began to believe about 70 or 80% of the information. However, she still had some doubts and asked, "Isn't there a very heavy penalty for not using magic at a magic academy? He'll definitely lose points in practical magic classes and many other things." "That's right. That student knows it well but still chose this path. It's quite amazing, isn't it? Even though he achieved something great with Blink, he still never stopped striving to improve himself." "That is surely true creed," Professor Hamrel said, his voice full of admiration. If Yuziel had actually heard this, he would have probably choked to death laughing. Putting that aside, after saying goodbye to Professor Hamrel, Princess Bai-yin fell into deep thought. If someone said they dreamed of becoming a knight, they'd surely be mocked because the age of knights is over. But Baek Yuziel, is he really serious about pursuing the spirit of chivalry? And yet I got angry at him, telling him not to play around, she thought to herself. Just then, Yuziel spotted her and asked, "What are you doing here?" In the young man's mouth was his reward for 5th place, an idyllic root. Turning to Bai-yin, seeing Yuziel appear made her expression change instantly. "You. I came here because of you." "For what?" Yuziel spoke while continuously chewing, which annoyed the princess immensely. She stared at him, and finally, she couldn't win the staring contest with Yuziel, so she threw the box containing the wand to him and said, "Forget it. Just take this." Seeing this, the young man immediately realized what it was and exclaimed, "Oh, is it the Terraphone?" "Thanks." After speaking, he hurriedly opened the box to check his new gear. "Is this an invisible sword?" As expected of a doll of it, the craftsmanship is on another level. The princess helped me out too much. This is great. Even with money, it'd be hard to get something like this. Thinking this, he turned to Bai-yin with an expectant look. "Can you give me the box too? I bet I could sell it for a good price." "Whatever," the princess said indifferently. This made the broke student go crazy with joy. "Oh man, what a deal. Truly a commoner," she thought to herself. Then, her eyes turned serious as she asked, "Hey, Baek Yuziel, are you really not going to use any other magic?" The sudden question left Yuziel a bit stunned. His staring back at her made Bai-yin feel a little embarrassed. She quickly turned away. "Ah, never mind. I'm leaving." On this side, Yuziel shrugged and moved on. "Other magic? Now that I think about it, Professor Lee Hanwal said something similar earlier, saying he understands my feelings and respects my creed. It's all nonsense. Something about choosing a thorny path. Well, I'll just see where it goes. Now that I have this magic sword, I can feel somewhat at ease for the next chapter. Now, let's take a look at the sword." He spoke while clutching the wooden box in his hand. Shifting to the training grounds, holding the new wand in his hand, he began to mutter, "Let's see. I just need to channel mana into this, right?" As he spoke, Uziel tried channeling a bit of mana into the new item. Immediately after, a blade of light sprouted from the wand. Uziel's eyes turned into stars. Not bad at all. If Flame held this sword, it would surely be even more brilliant. The female lead Flame is a special existence. Even though she's human, she can use all the magic types of elves, dwarves, and angels. This staff alone continuously absorbs the user's mana, so not everyone can use it. But Flame can use it as an ultimate skill thanks to her ability to recover mana from nature. As for me, I have no mana to lose, although mana is constantly absorbed, because I am a mana leaker, it can't accumulate in my body and is expelled. In other words, the mana concentration in my breath will determine the Terraphone's power. Let's see the status board. Beck Uziel, stats, Strength 1 star, 77%, Senses 2 star, 29%, Agility 0 star, 97%, Stamina 1 star, 43%, Magic power, none. Remaining experience, none. Skill, Blink level 1. Trait, Mana Leakage level 2. Mana Leakage level 2, increases strength by 5%, agility by 8%, senses by 15%. Intuition, activated by consuming the user's spirit, faintly senses mana flow within an 18 m radius. Simultaneously activates perception acceleration, automatically activates when the user is in danger. Increases active mana circulation speed by 1%. Back to Uziel, looking at his stats, he was relatively satisfied. After eating the Delic root, the 5th place reward from the exam, his strength had increased a bit. Now that I have a weapon, I can directly accumulate experience. I should also practice more swordsmanship. It's going to be very busy from now on, he remarked. Time passed quickly, shifting to a training field. At this time, the teacher told the whole class, "Today we will have a practical combat magic session. Everyone, spread out and take your wands." This teacher was Barayan, the lecturer of defense magic. Following his words, the students began to spread out and practiced using magic shields. On this side, after doing a lap to inspect the students' casting processes, he marveled to himself. This year seems to have many talented students. Deciding to split the classes by level was a wise move. At this point, he suddenly noticed something. Uziel was standing alone in front, looking lost. Isn't that the S-class commoner student from the rumors? A commoner, yet he could resonate with a mid-tier wand and reach 5th place in the dungeon exam. How annoying. Thinking this, the cunning man approached to give Uziel a hard time. "Hey, Beck Uziel, why are you just standing there?" Hearing the call, Uziel turned and said awkwardly, that. I am practicing a different type of defense, so I don't need to learn basic magic." "Is that so? Your own type of defense?" "Sounds interesting," he said with a laugh, but his thoughts were quite different. How arrogant. Unless you're Princess Bayan, who is studying the inherited magic of Adalavit, a commoner like you shouldn't even dream of possessing a special kind of defense. Anyway, I heard that Beck Uziel doesn't use any magic other than blink. If that's the case. At this, the devious man wanted to teach him a lesson and suggested, "Then could you use that wonderful defense of yours to give a demonstration to the other students and open their eyes a bit? The opponent will be." As he spoke, he turned to look at the students behind him. He noticed a red-haired boy. "Right, Morso from Class B is the most suitable." Hearing Professor Barayan say this, Morso broke into a villainous grin. Barayan didn't do this randomly. When he made the suggestion, he had already calculated it. As a defense lecturer, to stay at this school, having good relationships with students was vital. Morso Dordan was from the Scalvan Empire, getting on his good side wouldn't hurt. If he showed excellent magic in a match against an S-class student, he'd have a great track record. Thinking this, the man grinned so wide his eyes nearly closed and turned to ask, "How about it?" Hearing this, our protagonist wasn't bothered at all and accepted immediately. Sure, why not? And just like that, Uziel and Morso stepped onto the dueling platform under the watchful eyes of those around them. Additionally, a few lackeys didn't forget to cheer for Morso. "Morso, crush him. Humiliate him in front of everyone." The two of them shouted as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Morso, with misplaced confidence, affirmed, "Just watch and see." On the opposite side, seeing these punks shouting like that, Uziel could only laugh to himself. What is this? So they're lackeys for Yuslek and Raiden? Kids these days are so petty. But it's fine. This is a mandatory subject anyway, and I can't do anything because I can't use magic. Thinking back, Barayan was famous for being cruel since the first-year chapters. Alright, let's use this opportunity to check the results of my training, Uziel thought with a smirk. Next, the wicked teacher Barayan stated the rules. This match will be conducted in alternating turns of attack and defense. No other magic is allowed. Morso will attack first. Below, the background characters who were Morso's cronies were certain he would win. Morso will definitely win. Aside from defense, he's also proficient in earth magic for attacking. It'll definitely be hard to block his attacks. Nearby, Prince Jeremy watched the battle with some interest. Then prepare, start. Barayan shouted. Immediately after the signal, Morso used his magic, forming a large mass of earth that slowly accumulated in front of him. Everyone watching began to gossip. Is that second-tier magic? The unwritten rule in basic magic class is only to use first-tier magic. Will Beck Uziel be okay? US class brat, taste my power. Morso thought, then yelled out loud, Earth-piercer Dorden. Whether shouting this had any effect is unknown, but he then waved his wand forward to send the boulder flying. Facing this attack, Uziel calmly and gently swung his sword, easily slicing the rock in two. And because it was created from magic, after being cut in half, the two pieces of rock slowly vanished as if they had never existed. In front of him, seeing his attack neutralized like that, Morso's whole body shook with rage. No, impossible, my magic disappeared, he said blankly. Even the other students below were astonished. Did he slice through magic with a sword? But can magic disappear like that? Unlike them, with a teacher's experience, even if he was a petty one, Barayan realized something. No, just slicing shouldn't be enough. But Beck Uziel definitely made Morso's magic vanish. Every magic has a mana flow. If you cut that flow precisely, the magic will disappear. Could he have done that? He muttered, staring at Uziel as if trying to figure him out. Back to Uziel, after that attack, he was quite satisfied with his sword. Not bad at all. Currently, I can only slice third-tier magic, but the results of my day and night training in the practice room have paid off. That's enough, Uziel said, clutching his sword tightly. The foolish Morso could only grit his teeth and bark nonsense. Damn it, a commoner like you dares. Below, the petty Barayan saw this rabid behavior and began to worry as well. This is troublesome. If Morso loses here, I'll be in big trouble too. Thinking this, he spoke up to warn him. Beck Uziel, I recognize your defensive ability, but that defensive style can only block one hit at a time. Ultimately, it has limits. For example, when faced with a barrage of attacks, the man remarked, but in reality, he was reminding the stupid Morso of a way to attack. Very quickly, Morso caught on and broke into a grin. Uziel turned to look at the petty man with an annoyed gaze. What is this guy rambling about? Before he could think much more, Morso began using his magic again, creating countless stone fragments hovering in the air. Wait a minute, that's too much. It's too dangerous, isn't the professor going to stop them? People said worriedly. The foolish Morso and the petty Barayan didn't think that way. At this moment, they only cared about how to defeat Uziel as quickly as possible. Crushing stone spears. He yelled, and just like that, countless stones flew straight at Uziel. Facing this rain of attacks, the male lead felt a bit of pressure. There are a total of 11 stones flying this way. I can't use blink, and I can't slice them all. The only way is to block them all. Thinking this, Uziel began to spin his sword like a fan, forming a layer of protection that blasted away all the incoming stones, making sure none could touch him. Seeing this, Morso on the opposite side could only grit his teeth in fury. My strongest magic was neutralized so easily, he thought, frustrated. Barayan's face below also wrinkled up like a monkey's butt. Damn it, what the hell is Morso doing? If you lose, I'm toast too, he cursed inwardly. Uziel was also a bit surprised by his own move. Oh, I tried to imitate a move I saw in the game. It worked. This technique is called sword sweep. Because he had to maintain the Terraphone's form, the mental consumption was several times higher than normal, leading to a serious drop in stamina after use. Furthermore, its defensive power was weaker compared to blocking a single target. If it were real combat, it would be hard to use. Luckily this is just a practice match, Uziel judged privately. Meanwhile, the other students were in awe. Wow, that's the first time I've seen that technique. It looks like a magic shield, doesn't it? Is there a type of defense magic like that? At this rate, Morso will lose soon. The sounds of gossip starting to rise made Morso even more furious. A commoner like you dares, he said, starting to use his magic once more. And counting this time, it would be his third consecutive attack, which made the other students start to feel dissatisfied. Wait, is that guy planning to attack again? Morso's turn is already over. They spoke while looking at the petty teacher with apprehensive eyes, and though it's unknown if he heard them, he just kept smiling and wanting Morso to keep attacking. Get ready, Baek Yuseol, I won't hold back this time. Just as he finished speaking, another voice suddenly rang out. Professor. Hearing the familiar voice, the petty teacher turned toward the source. He asked, what is it, Jeremy? On this side, the prince also gave a bright smile. He then asked, why haven't you switched the turn to Baek Yuseol for attacking? That's. The old man stammered, speechless. Seeing the prince stand up to criticize, the remaining students began to join in. This isn't a first-year basic practice. If a mistake is made, a student could be seriously injured. What is this teacher doing? The turn is over. They spoke while looking at Barayan with cold eyes, making him extremely uncomfortable. This. I was so focused on the match I didn't notice everyone's reaction. He thought to himself, and finally, having no other choice, Barayan had to say, switch the attacking turn. Above, seeing this, Morso hurriedly used a magic shield. But the moment it began to take shape, Yuseol slashed it into countless pieces before pointing his sword directly at the man's throat. Baek Yuseol, victory, Barayan announced. Morso's swift and decisive defeat left the crowd in shock. Baek Yuseol actually won, he's much more formidable than I thought. Ignoring the chatter, Prince Jeremy looked toward the front with an enigmatic smile. Scene shifts to the prince's private room, where Morso's agonized screams echoed through the air. Please, have mercy. He pleaded weakly. Jeremy didn't stop until he had finished using the man as a punching bag for his martial arts practice. He then turned to the girl in front of him. Vera Jane, it seems my friend is quite badly injured. Take good care of him. It would break my heart if anything happened to him, he said, wiping blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Familiar with this routine, Vera Jane replied without surprise, yes, I understand. Then I'll leave him to you. He replied and left immediately. Behind him, Vera Jane watched Jeremy walk away, lost in thought. Not a subordinate, but a friend. In the Scalvan Empire, where power is decided by magical prowess, Jeremy Scalvan had surpassed all his siblings to claim the title of Crown Prince at just 12 years old. Not being Jeremy's subordinate meant the Dordan family would be banished from the political arena forever. It wasn't just Morso. Once someone caught the eye of Crown Prince Jeremy, the school life of that commoner, Baek Yuseol, would no longer be peaceful. She thought to herself. Scene shifts to a research lab, where everyone is chatting happily. Hey, did you hear? About Baek Yuseol from Class S. What's this chivalry nonsense? What does a magic academy have to do with knights? Someone complained. But he defeated Morso of the Dordan family. For real? The Dordans have quite a bit of influence in the Scalvan Empire, don't they? They said in surprise. In the back, the female lead, Flame, was beyond annoyed by the constant talk about him. Everywhere I go, it's Baek Yuseol. I don't want to draw attention, but this is getting irritating. Who is that guy, anyway? Ignoring her, a female professor walked into the classroom and spoke up, all right, everyone, focus. Alchemy requires absolute precision in dosage, timing, and temperature. Her name was Maizen Tyron, a professor in the alchemy department. Once everyone settled down, she continued, today, we will practice brewing the Tyron recovery potion, which I researched and developed myself. Watch closely. Ugh, how annoying. One slip up and the whole thing is ruined. Honestly, I wanted to stay as far away from alchemy as possible because it's so tedious and meticulous, Flame grumbled. Just then, Maizen's sharp voice rang out, Alterisha. What on earth are you doing? Do you really call yourself an alchemist with that kind of work? She scolded a blonde girl nearby. This caught Flame's attention. I heard Professor Maizen will eventually become a notorious dark mage. I need to gather more materials, so I have no choice but to stick with this class. At the same time, giggling started coming from right next to Flame. Heh, that's it, exactly. He was laughing while staring at the vial in front of him, looking exactly like someone brewing poison to ruin someone's day. Baek Yuseol. At first, I thought he joined this class to get close to Acel, but he seems like a total creep. What did I just witness? Whatever, I need to find my materials. Flame quickly got to work. After a while, she finished her concoction. Phew, finally done. It's a good thing Flame has such a high academic level, otherwise, I wouldn't have finished this fast. I wonder how Acel is doing. She turned to check on Acel, who was still struggling with the materials. Thank goodness, it looks like she's doing great. Wait, great? In the original story, Acel accidentally obtained Myla's magical engineering notes and ended up creating a recovery potion far superior to the Tyrant potion taught in this class. So why is she just brewing it normally? Flame wondered. Before she could think further, Maizen's screeching voice erupted again. Beck Uciol. Who gave you permission to change the experimental ingredients? Huh? The results are better this way, Uciol replied with a shrug, annoying her further. Is this the time to be talking about results? This isn't the Tyrant recovery potion I asked for. Hearing them, Flame turned in shock. What? Wait, is the high-grade potion Acel was supposed to make being made by Beck Uciol instead? Something's wrong. Why is Beck Uciol making the advanced potion instead of Acel? She wondered, staring at Uciol with deep suspicion. Meanwhile, Professor Maizen clutched her head. This is absurd. Your attitude is atrocious. See? This is why commoners never succeed, she said with contempt. This comment was completely unexpected for Flame. According to the original work, that line was supposed to be, see? That's why your whole family was wiped out. Those words became a trauma for Acel, who had lost her family, and haunted her until the end of the story. Did Beck Uciol know this beforehand? Did he intentionally draw Maizen's anger toward himself to protect Acel? But Professor Maizen is influential at Stella. Once she targets you, your grades in other classes will suffer. Would he really go that far for Acel? Flame thought in amazement. For some reason, the professor started screaming again, you. How dare you speak to me like that? Bring your parents here right now. Turning back to Uciol, looking at this raging tiger of a woman, he finally remembered who she was. Oh boy, I almost forgot. I got so caught up in alchemy that I blanked on this annoying plot point. He sighed inwardly and replied, I don't have parents. You dare say that to me? She screamed. Uciol, now completely indifferent, thought, well, she's already targeting me anyway, so what's left to fear? If that's how it is, tomorrow I'll try making kimchi potion and cola potion, he secretly planned. Time passed, and weeks later, the standoff between Uciol and Professor Maizen intensified. Beck Uciol. How many times do I have to tell you? Do not change the alchemical ingredients. She barked. Uciol replied coolly, but I only tweaked your formula slightly, and the results were better. What? You? She was speechless with rage. Uciol used his glasses to check her information. The results appeared: Maizen Tyrant, dark corruption rate 21%, inferiority complex, envy, dark signatory, alchemy professor, chapter 8 boss, darkening confirmed. Seeing this, Uciol nodded in satisfaction. Good. Everything is going according to plan. Chapter 8, Maizen Tyrant, a boss consumed by darkness. She is a villainess who falls to darkness because she cannot overcome the shadows in her heart. When the corruption rate exceeds 90%, she becomes a complete dark mage, but below 50%, it cannot be detected by magic. Right now, her corruption is only at 21%. There's no way to prove she's a dark mage, so I can't report her. I have to keep provoking her until it hits 50%, then call the anti-darkness squad. Usually, corruption can be cured before the darkening is complete, but Maizen is a dark signatory, someone who voluntarily made a pact with the dark mages. Therefore, the seeds of darkness have already taken root in her body and cannot be cured. It's only chapter 4, but since she's a strong boss, I need to prepare. Otherwise, she'll turn other students into dark mages and threaten Stella's safety, Uciol thought. Unaware of his thoughts, Maizen looked at Uciol with utter disdain. You're still the same. Don't expect a high grade in my alchemy class. Even better, let her stay focused on me. Time to work on some muscle training during the assignment, Uciol thought, before getting a headache from the next situation. What is this? It turned out the practical exam was a group project. And as luck would have it, Uciol was grouped with Acel and 2 other boys. However, judging by their faces, none of them were happy to be in a group with someone who had offended the professor. Man, look at this gloomy atmosphere. You'd think we were at a funeral, Uciol thought before awkwardly saying, nice to meet you. I'm Beck Uciol. Hearing him, the others introduced themselves. The blonde boy was Kasahun, the black-haired one was Maliwan, and Acel didn't need an introduction. Once introduced, they seemed a bit closer, so Maliwan started crying. Our group is doomed. I heard Professor Meizen gives horribly low grades to students she hates. This exam is pointless. I'm sorry you're suffering because of me, Yuseol thought awkwardly. Amidst the gloom, Acel stepped up to encourage them. We can't just give up like this. Besides, for the practical exam, there will be at least 3 alchemists from the Alchemy Association as judges. Professor Meizen can't just fail us on a whim. Her explanation made Kasahun and Maliwan look a bit more hopeful. Really? Then we have to give it our all. Thank goodness, this was a potion I wanted to try making once, they said excitedly. Yuseol looked at Acel with a satisfied expression. Unfortunately, the look wasn't returned, as Acel turned away in annoyance, refusing to even look at him. Moving on, the group began their meeting. Anyway, the de-enhancement potion for this assignment isn't too hard if we combine what we've learned. The ingredients are just a bit hard to find. So, who's going to find the main ingredient, the fire lizard tail? She asked. Yuseol immediately raised his hand. Leave that to me. You know how important freshness is for alchemical ingredients and monsters, right? They have to be very fresh, Acel reminded him. Of course, the group agreed. Yuseol's confidence put Acel at ease. If he's that confident, it should be fine. Fire lizard, huh? I'll bring them in right away, Yuseol thought. That night, Professor Meizen secretly called a student for a private meeting. Professor? You called for me? Facing him, Meizen took out a paper and explained, deliver this notice to all the alchemy students in Class C. Remember, everyone except Group 12. Yes, Professor, he replied. The alchemy practical exam will be held in front of professional alchemists. If they see his pathetic performance, his path in alchemy will be finished. Baek Yuseol, I'll show you the consequences of defying a teacher, she said through gritted teeth. Time passed until the next morning at the Class S training room. The student Meizen assigned came to Flame with the notice. Flame, this is for you. A notice from the alchemy class. He handed her the paper and didn't forget to add, by the way, don't tell anyone about this, okay? People usually listen when you say it like that. After speaking, the student left immediately. Flame guessed what this meant. He probably means don't tell Baek Yuseol's Group 12. Do I look like someone who follows orders? The paper read, Notice, the practical exam topic has been changed from de-enhancement potion to Tyron supplement potion. Students please take note. Reading this, a thought suddenly struck Flame. Wait a second. If Baek Yuseol knows the content of the original work, he would stop this. Instead of preparing fire lizard tails for the de-enhancement potion, he would prepare italic spider shells for the Tyron supplement potion. Exactly. This is my chance to challenge him. Flame crumpled the paper in her hand, having decided to use this exam to see if Yuseol truly knew the plot. Scene shifts to Yuseol, who had just stepped out of a teleportation gate to find the fire lizard tails. Welcome to the Great Derably Arena, the announcement rang out. But Yuseol had no time for that. Ugh, my head. Teleport gates are great, but the dizziness is real, he complained. Just then, a voice called out from ahead, Welcome, Mage Baek Yuseol. It is an honor to welcome you to Derably, the staff member said with a smile. Yuseol explained, I'm not an official mage yet, just a student. Being a student at Stella gives you the same privileges as an official mage. At the same time, people nearby looked at Yuseol's uniform and gossiped. Hey, look. He's from Stella, really? That's the first time I've seen a Stella uniform. I'm so jealous. And he's handsome, too. How can I help you? If you need assistance, just let me know, she said cheerfully. Being all too familiar with the area, Yuseol didn't need help. Thanks, he nodded and quickly left. As long as you have the Stella pass and pocket watch, you get treated like an official mage everywhere. Stella is truly amazing. Plus, free use of teleport gates, which normally cost 100,000 credits. Thanks to that, I spend every weekend using the gates to visit neighboring cities. As it turns out, everything I know matches this world perfectly, Yuseol thought. He stopped upon reaching a certain forest. It should be around here. Today's target is the fire lizard, a rank 2 monster. Though their strength and stamina are only slightly above normal animals, they have high magic defense and are very agile. You need at least rank 2 magic to take them down. I've hunted rank 1 monsters before and it wasn't too hard, so rank 2 shouldn't be an issue. With his sensing ability, Yuseol realized something was approaching. He immediately drew his sword and gripped it tight. At that moment, something lunged at him from behind like an arrow. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong opponent. Yuseol sensed the attack, and with a simple backward thrust, he easily skewered the fire lizard. It let out a painful shriek. In less than 3 seconds, the monster was dead. And that's that, Useol shrugged. But he wasn't done yet. Next, a pack of fire lizards slowly began to surround him. He was delighted that the materials were delivering themselves. Now then, let's start harvesting, he said excitedly and charged forward to attack. By the time he brought the materials back to Acel, she couldn't hide her shock. This is so fresh. Of course it is, Useol grinned. At least you know how to pick ingredients. Now keep quiet. Good. Now we just need to combine them. Let's do this, she said, and the whole group got excited. Professor Meizen called for everyone's attention. Is everyone here? As announced, the practical exam will be held under the supervision of alchemists from the Alchemy Association. If you perform well, your future in alchemy will broaden. Let's begin. Today's exam is the Tyrant Supplement Potion Type B. I assume everyone has prepared their materials. Hearing her, Useol's group was stunned. Acel stood up in confusion. Excuse me, Professor, we thought the topic was D-Enhancement Potion. That was the case, but I already issued a notice of the change to Tyrant Supplement Potion. Isn't that right, everyone? She said, scanning the students, none of whom dared to utter a sound. Useol sneered inwardly. She plays dirty. I'm fine, but if the others fail, it's bad news. Was there a scene like this in the original work? Useol then noticed the female lead, Flame, staring at him. The moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away, leaving him completely puzzled. His dazed reaction made Flame doubt her theory. What's going on? Does Useol not know the original plot? Or if he does, why didn't he stop this? Meizen looked at Acel and questioned her. Student Acel, did you perhaps prepare the wrong ingredients? An alchemist who pursues the truth, yet confuses materials and loses sight of the goal? It can't be helped, looks like Group 12 will be. She started laughing triumphantly, but Useol cut her off. Wait a minute, making a Tyrant Supplement Potion isn't that hard. I'll make it using different ingredients, and the effect will be even better than yours, Professor. Just like I've always done, Useol said confidently. This caused the judges from the Alchemy Association to huddle and whisper. The main ingredient for the Tyrant Potion is the italic spider shell, which is rich in nutrients. That's how the Tyrant Potion is made. And yet he plans to use fire lizard tails to make a supplement? Even better. I'll use this chance to end his path in alchemy in front of everyone, Meizen thought. She replied, fine. You have 1 hour. Finish the Tyrant Supplement Potion within the allotted time. And just like that, the test officially began, and the group was a bit intimidated to see Dueseo openly challenge her. Are you crazy? Beck Dueseo, regardless. Kasahun stammered. Things have already come to this, so we might as well take a risk. Just trust me and follow my lead, it's better to try than to be disqualified, Dueseo explained. And exactly as he said, they had nothing left to lose. Alright, I'll do it. I want to show them what we're made of too, the whole group agreed. Okay then. Now, listen to my explanation, Dueseo said softly. Alchemy. Throughout my entire time playing the game, alchemy was always one of the fields I was most passionate about. I meticulously recorded every single formula, down to the smallest detail, and obviously, the formula for Type B Tyrant Supplement was no exception. Initially, I had no intention of using this formula because it's something Professor Meizen would eventually invent in the future after years of hard work. Returning to Dueseo, he pointed at the fire lizard tails and explained, the reason italic spider shells are so nutrient-rich is that they are essential for reproduction. Fire lizard tails have a similar organ, which is this blood vessel right here. I heard that in the Alakair tribe of the southern desert, they often use fire lizard blood vessels to boost the health of their chieftains. They even live for a very long time. So, these blood vessels can definitely serve as a substitute for italic shells, Dueseo said calmly. After hearing this, the black-haired boy Maliwan volunteered himself. Oh, that. I know a bit about the ingredient processing techniques of the Alakair tribe. How about I handle this part? Sure, I'll leave it to you then, Dueseo nodded. He then turned to continue the explanation. As for this mistletoe, it has to be dried using a special desert method. Does anyone know how? That's the solar-powered drying method, right? I learned it while traveling with my father. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry them within 5 minutes, Kasahun spoke up. Then leave this part of the processing to me, Acel volunteered. Just like that, the whole group quickly dove into their tasks. Seeing them so focused, Dueseo felt a sense of joy. Everyone is doing quite well. Now, we'll start the concoction according to the instructions I gave you. Time passed quickly, and not long after, a finished potion bottle was placed in front of Mei Zhen and the guests from the Alchemy Association. This is Type B Tyran Supplement, Professor, Du Seo said confidently. The guests were genuinely astonished. Unbelievable. Did these kids really pull it off? Up front, the professor from the 17th rank still couldn't believe that Du Seo's group had succeeded. Ridiculous. It took even me years of research to create the Tyran supplement. How could it be finished so easily? She muttered to herself. Next, to address everyone's curiosity, one of the guests stepped forward and said, "Let me check it." After speaking, she applied a certain type of magic to the potion and looked quite surprised. Beside her, a companion asked, "What are the results?" While there are still a few flaws and quite a lot of ingredients were wasted, its effectiveness is even better than my own Tyran supplement, the guest explained, causing the whole group to beam with joy. Truly excellent. I didn't expect you young people to possess such novel knowledge, they praised in admiration. Seemingly unable to accept the guest's findings, Mei Zhen snatched the potion bottle directly from their hands and shouted, "Hand it over. Let me see, I'll verify it myself." Then, after finishing the inspection, she too couldn't believe her eyes. There's no mistake, this potion utilizes the technique I researched to convert monster nutrients into human energy. It's clearly a perfect Tyran supplement. Impossible, how could they create a product superior to mine in such a short time? Whatever. After all, I'm the one doing the grading. I'll just blame it on missing ingredients and fail them right here. Thinking this, she gripped the potion bottle tightly and announced, "The inspection is complete. It appears Group 12, before she could finish, a guest cut her off. For Group 12, an A+ is too little. Professor Mei Zhen, what do you think?" The person said with a smile. It was as if they saw right through the conflict between Mei Zhen and Du Seo's group and spoke up to block her move. This made Mei Zhen grit her teeth and curse inwardly, "Damn these old fogies." Despite her internal cursing, she didn't dare offend the guests outwardly and was forced to accept Group 12's success. Group 12. Pass. We did it. That was amazing. Not bad, right? Du Seo said with a laugh, not noticing Mei Zhen's gaze behind him. She looked at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. "I'll deal with you later, Beck Du Seo," she whispered to herself. And because of this event, Professor Mei Zhen Tyran's dark erosion rate increased. Shifting scenes to the magic practice grounds. Phew, finally done. Going to school at my age is exhausting, Flame said dejectedly. Then, a voice caught her attention. "It's okay, Arzhuang. You did a great job." "That's right, for now, you're still better than the princess." On this side, Flame noticed where the sound was coming from and thought, "That girl. I think she's known as a fire magic genius." In response to their words, Arzhuang said resentfully, "But I find her rate of progress terrifying. I've practiced for so many years, yet the princess, sooner or later, she will surpass my control." Over here, Flame was startled by what she heard. Bayan's control isn't supposed to start developing until the second year. But why? Could this also be because of Beck Du Seo? Thinking back, the alchemy practical test was also strange. The formula for Type B Tyran supplement was originally discovered by the future Acel, then stolen and perfected by Mei Zhen. Yet Beck Du Seo knew a formula that never appeared in the original work. I don't think this plot point existed in the original story either. At this thought, Flame's eyes suddenly widened as a deduction crossed her mind. Wait, he knows future information but doesn't seem to know the original plot contents. Could it be that he isn't a transmigrator, but a regressor? Thinking this, Flame's gaze softened slightly. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. If Beck Du Seo came from the future, he would only know future knowledge, but he wouldn't necessarily remember all the minor events that happened to Acel. Actually, in the original story, Ma Yuziel himself once regressed. The 11th hidden moon, the only one of its kind in this world, possesses the power to control time. If it were that person's power. As she thought of this, a voice suddenly rang out beside Flame. "What's the matter?" Startled from her thoughts, Flame looked up. She looked over and saw him. "Is that you, Ha Wonriang? Great timing. You know Beck Du Seo, right? Did he leave any impression on you?" "What do you mean?" "I just see him as a slightly unusual student," Ha Wonriang said, puzzled. "Anything else? You didn't feel anything different?" she asked again. "No," he replied. "I see," Flame said, her voice tinged with disappointment. This made Ha Wonriang pause. "Flame, do you, have feelings for Baek Dueseo? I think I might, she replied after a moment of thought, unaware that her answer could easily lead to a misunderstanding. Is that so? Anyway, Baek Dueseo is just like me, we both know what happens in the future. Thinking this, Flame muttered, but I can't do this. Staying like this isn't right, just standing around isn't my style at all. Speaking of Baek Dueseo, maybe I should just go see him and confess? Confess? Like, romantic feelings? Ha Wonryang thought, bewildered. Thanks for listening to me, I'm off. Flame said, waving goodbye before turning to leave. She didn't notice that. The moment she left, Ha Wonryang's face became visibly sad. Time passed quickly until the next day, and Dueseo began thinking about the issue with Professor Maizen. What should I do now? Currently, Maizen's dark erosion rate has risen to 37%. That means there are less than 3 months before that event occurs. Maizen's corruption will randomly affect a student, Flame's friend Jackie, or Bayan's subordinate, Ars Huang, Bayan's loyal knight, or Ha Wonryang, the sole successor of the Moon Shadow Tower. If Ha Wonryang gets corrupted, it would be an utter disaster. Although the probability is extremely low, Ha Wonryang's corruption leads to the worst possible ending, so I have to be especially careful. Of the 3 of them, the one most likely is. At that moment, Dueseo stopped abruptly when he saw Flame standing right in front of him. What are you doing? She asked suddenly, confusing Dueseo. What are you talking about? Last time, you didn't clearly answer my question about your identity, Flame said, narrowing her eyes. Dueseo's face went dark. That question again? You're really putting me on the spot. He complained inwardly and looked at Flame, calculating his next move. Should I just tell her the truth? Maybe having more information will lead to a better ending. It's all or nothing, let's just try it. Having reached a decision, Dueseo prepared to speak. I am. Before he could finish, numerous system warnings suddenly popped up around him. Warning, insufficient plot power. You are forbidden from revealing your transmigrator status to this character. You are forbidden from sharing your knowledge and information with this character. This is driving me crazy. What the hell is this? Dueseo screamed internally. He scratched his head and said, look, let's do this, everyone has their own secrets, so let's just tell half-truths. How about it? Fine. I agree, she nodded. She began her questioning. I'll go first. You know the future, don't you? She said bluntly. Dueseo just wanted to facepalm. I told you to only say half, why are you being so direct? If you're asking that, does it mean you do too? What is your purpose for coming to this school? Dueseo asked back. It's so the world won't be destroyed. This world is in danger. Now it's my turn. Why are you acting like this? Acting like what? I'm not sure, but I'll just gloss over it for now, Dueseo thought, confused. He replied, it's not for any particular reason. I just do what I think is right. Is that enough? Dueseo wondered. But his words made the female lead, Flame, start trembling and she shouted, don't lie. How could someone be that kind-hearted? There's definitely a motive. There's something you want to achieve, she said with absolute confidence, leaving Dueseo baffled by how she could be so certain. No, there isn't. Wait, something I want to achieve? Honestly, I'm not even sure. I just want to survive, Dueseo said calmly. Hearing this, Flame froze for several seconds before replying. I guess so. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. I'll be going now. Having said that, she turned to leave with tears welling in her eyes, leaving Dueseo utterly shocked. Hey, wait. It was my turn to ask. Is she crying? He thought. But before he could react, he felt a wave of killing intent coming from behind him. The person who arrived was none other than Ha Wonryang. Now what? He screamed internally. Ha Wonryang stepped in front of him and interrogated him. Answer me. Why did you make Flame cry? If you lie, I won't let you off, he warned sternly, making Dueseo shrink back. Good grief, getting glared at by the strongest character's rival is terrifying. Oh, I remember now, there was a plot point where Ha Wonryang had a one-sided crush on Flame. Misunderstandings here would be a pain, I have to set the record straight. There's nothing suspicious between Flame and me. Why do you ask? Do you think I'll believe that? Ha Wonryang said with a suspicious gaze. Just believe me. Especially regarding what you're thinking, it's not like that, so rest easy, Dueseo said, waving his hand while thinking, that should do it, right? Across from him, The simp young man fell into deep thought for a moment. Then he bowed his head and said, I asked a redundant question. My apologies. Ah, no problem, Duesio said hurriedly. Well, I'm off. Ha Wonriang replied coldly and turned to leave. Seeing him like that, Duesio was a bit surprised. What was that? That's not like him at all. Is Ha Wonriang, the guy who's always cold and rational, really this unstable? I've got a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Izel's face was full of restless annoyance. Ugh, why can't I focus on anything today? She then remembered her conversation with Duesio that morning. Beck Duesio, I have something to ask you. Did you come up with that formula just now, on the spot? Let's just say I did, Duesio replied. Those words stung Izel's pride. I always considered myself a genius. I believe that was enough to defeat anyone. But what was that just now? At this rate, how can I avenge my father? The ones who framed him as a traitor and drove him to his death, the filthy, despicable Adalovit family. I can't get my revenge on them like this. At this thought, she slapped her cheeks hard with both hands to snap out of it. I can't give up like this. I have to try harder, she muttered, switching to Flame's bedroom. While lying in bed, she had time for her mind to wander. I chose a 4-person room because I like the bustle, but now I think I should have chosen the S-class single room instead. Beck Duesio, he clearly said back then that he didn't know what his purpose was. That's it. That's proof that he's a regressor. At the final moment of the original story, the 11th hidden moon said this to Ma Yuziel, you can turn back time, but the price is that you will lose most of your memories and experiences from that period. And once your mission is complete, your existence will completely vanish. No one will remember that you saved the world. Even those you love will forget you. Even so, do you still want to turn back time to start over? If that is my destiny, Ma Yuziel said with a smile, without any hesitation. But the one who stopped Ma Yuziel was Acel. Wait, she screamed, making him turn around in surprise. Wait. If I have to live in a world without you, I'd rather watch the world perish while still holding your image in my heart. Come with me. Her words made Ma Yuziel give up on regression, and the world was destroyed. The story ended in tragedy. If this world is different from the original, and Beck Duesio, not Ma Yuziel, is the one who regressed through the power of the 11th hidden moon, then once his mission is over, he will immediately vanish from this world without a trace. Yet he, who has lost most of his memories and only holds on to his obsession with the mission, says he only wants to live. She thought, clutching her bed sheets tightly. Just then, her friend Jackie burst in and shouted, Flame. Ha Wonriang is looking for you. He's waiting on the first floor of the dorm. Just tell him I'm not here, Flame said, turning over to sleep. But the friend stammered. I don't know. I want to sleep. Shifting to the area outside the dormitory. Because Flame refused to come out, Jackie ran out to deliver the news. Ha Wonriang. Before she could finish, Ha Wonriang asked coldly, who are you? Where is Flame? Oh, she's sick and resting. Is she dejected because she was rejected by a bottom-tier student? The delusional Ha Wonriang thought to himself and said, I see. You can go back. Behind him, Jackie watched Ha Wonriang's retreating back with disappointment in her eyes. I love him so much, yet he can't even remember my name. It's always like this. Outstanding talent, everyone's attention. Everything good belongs to Flame, even Ha Wonriang's heart. It's so irritating, she said, clenching her hands into fists. Time passed quickly until the next morning. Scene shifts to the first main tower. Inside a room, a man was lecturing Mei Zhen. I heard you were humiliated by a student, Professor Mei Zhen. I am useless, she admitted. The man facing her was Aki Haydn, the vice principal of Stella Academy. He turned around and said, you must know that I expect a lot from you. Is the research on combining alchemy and magical engineering with the Doctors of the Moon Shadow cult proceeding well? Of course, sir. I won't disappoint you, she affirmed. Good. I'm counting on you, he said, giving Mei Zhen a pat on the shoulder. Yes, please leave it to me. After saying that, the professor quickly left. Only when she was out of sight did the vice principal's expression change instantly. How foolish. She has no idea she's being used, blinded by her pursuit of fame. A mage tasked with fighting the dark mages, yet now she's researching for them. How pathetic. I'm really looking forward to the day that alchemical magical engineering is perfected, he said with a mocking tone. Meanwhile, Mei Zhen's assistant, Altarisha, was struggling to carry a towering stack of papers. Sorry. I can't see a thing. she shouted to the people in front of her. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out, took half the stack, and spoke. "Assistant, are you okay?" This person was none other than our protagonist, Uciol. He then helped Alterisha carry the documents to the office. "Thank you so much. If you weren't here, Professor Meizen would have chewed me out tonight." "Oh, it's nothing," he replied with a smile. Next, Uciol glanced around the room and felt a bit discouraged. This place looked like a total disaster. Thinking of this, something suddenly caught his attention. "What's that?" Uciol asked, looking at a board in front of him. It was covered in dense, complex formulas. Seeing this, Alterisha explained, "Oh, that's the formula Professor Meizen is researching with the doctors. I think it's some kind of formula combining alchemy and engineering." Hearing this, our protagonist was internally startled, because he knew exactly what it was. Is this the formula for alchemical magical engineering? Alchemical magical engineering, the very first formula of its kind. In Meizen's darkening chapter, the dark mages will help her perfect this technique. The technological gap it creates will cause unimaginable damage. And Alterisha, she is the one who ultimately changes the tide. What if she could solve this formula before the dark mages do? With that thought, Uciol spoke up, "Hey, Assistant Alterisha." "Huh? Do you want some coffee?" she asked. "No, that's not it. Do you ever feel frustrated being oppressed by Professor Meizen?" "Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" she asked, flustered. Instead of answering, Uciol made her an offer. If there was a way to get a very satisfying revenge on her, would you want to try it? Hearing this from Uciol, the assistant was stunned for a moment, then she gently shook her head. I'm just a lowly assistant. What's the point of revenge? If I get fired, I'll end up on the streets. Though, I guess a nomadic life has its perks." Knowing she was a bit timid, Uciol changed his approach. How about this then? You become an alchemist even more talented than Professor Meizen, so that no one can ever look down on you again, Uciol said enthusiastically. They say dreaming is free, so hearing this, Alterisha looked longingly. If that were possible, it would be wonderful. Back to Uciol, looking at the assistant's face, he fell into deep thought. Alterisha was exhausted. She couldn't possibly be content just being an assistant cleaning a dusty warehouse all day. Alterisha always harbored a dream of becoming an alchemist and freely creating her own inventions, and she had more than enough talent to make that dream a reality, because she would eventually become the most brilliant alchemical genius of the era. A person who created countless items with superhuman intelligence and unique ideas. Although she has to put her dreams aside right now because of her harsh reality, I'll help her achieve them. Uciol told himself. After all, having such a talented ally would be a massive benefit. Back to Alterisha, after a few seconds of daydreaming, she gave a forced smile and said, "Sorry, I couldn't even treat you to a cup of coffee." "It's fine, assistant," Uciol said, shaking his head. To summarize, as Stella's midterms were ending, Uciol frequently visited Alterisha. Today was no different. Seeing him arrive, the assistant was visibly happy. "Oh, you think so too? I was also planning to add a button to change colors for the magic pen." "Add an eraser too," Uciol suggested casually. Like a mechanical pencil? That's a great idea." Alterisha clapped her hands at the suggestion. Then, she dove back into the design. Watching her work so passionately, the protagonist felt a sense of satisfaction. Good, Alterisha's inventions are steadily increasing. But her ability to decode formulas is still weak. I have to guide Alterisha to find the solution before Meizen Tyran does, but it's so difficult. Thinking of this, Uciol felt a bit stuck in his nurturing plan. As he left Alterisha's lab lost in thought, Flame's voice suddenly rang out, "Hey kid, why are you walking around like you've lost your soul? If you keep going like that, you're going to bump into someone." Hearing her voice, Uciol snapped back and questioned, "Who are you calling a kid?" "You look like a kid to me," Flame shot back. Hearing that, Uciol gritted his teeth. This girl. I never even told her my age. I guess we've just been seeing each other too often lately. He took a deep breath to calm his annoyance and said, "Whatever, it's good I ran into you. Hey, you're acquainted with Ziki, right?" Hearing the question, Flame's face suddenly turned concerned. What are you planning? Are you going to commit a crime?" "Hey, I haven't even said anything yet. Just keep an eye on him for a bit. Who knows, maybe he's going through something." Uciol gave a serious warning because he knew that if someone is influenced by darkness, their mood becomes very unstable. Turning back to Flame, looking at Uciol's serious attitude, she shared some info a bit haughtily. I'm not sure, but we plan to go hunting together this weekend. I'll keep an eye out then. Yeah, thanks, Uciol nodded. Speaking of which, he was a bit worried about the next developments in the script. The hunting season, he didn't need to ask to know where they were going. It was the setting for Chapter 4, Martivis Cemetery. All the important characters like Ma Uciol, Acel, and Flame would participate in this event. There would be a large-scale battle with the appearance of a rank 5 necromancer. Although he wasn't involved in that plot point, gathering rewards there would be very beneficial for the familiar pact ceremony. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Professor Lee Han-wool. Uciol was meeting him to hand over some paperwork. Here's my pass, sir. Hearing the protagonist, the cool professor reached out, took the paper, checked it, and nodded. Training, huh? Makes sense, no one at Stella teaches swordsmanship or chivalry. While waiting for Lee Han-wool to review it, Uciol noticed a certain application form sitting on the desk. Is this Ma Uciol's leave of absence? Maybe I should try to fish for some info. To ensure the script wasn't going off the rails, Uciol asked casually, a lot of people are taking leave to go hunting lately, aren't they? Lee Han-wool glanced at him and nodded. Yes, they're all heading to Martivis Cemetery for club activities. Probably want to open a shop. As expected, Ma Uciol and Hei Wonriang are both excellent and diligent students, Uciol added to confirm if the super genius was heading there. Unsuspectingly, the professor spilled the beans. Actually, no. Ma Uciol said he wanted to go home, but Hei Wonriang is going with Flame. Hearing this, Uciol's biggest fear came true, the script was deviating. Oh boy, what? How are they supposed to survive the necromancer's attack without Ma Uciol? He didn't know what possessed Ma Uciol, who never went home without a good reason, to take leave, but one thing was certain, with the current lineup, they couldn't defeat a rank 5 necromancer. What do I do? Without solid evidence, I can't request backup. Plus, because of the plot force, I can't reveal information too clearly. But I can't just stand by and watch them die. There's no other way, I have to handle this myself. Uciol's eyes filled with determination. Time passed quickly. A few days later, at Martivis Cemetery, the burial grounds were being torn apart by students farming monsters. Effortlessly punching a giant purple piranha in front of him, the red-haired guy smiled and said, they said this was a rank 2 monster, but this piranha is weak. He was a second-year student, Kwang Da. Hearing him, another second-year named Kasif Derek shouted, hey, you idiot. You're ruining everything. Didn't you hear the team leader's orders? Ah, sorry, Kwang Da said, scratching his head, which only annoyed Kasif more. You're still laughing at a time like this? Not far away, a female mage saw them bickering and stepped in to mediate. Just leave him be, talking is useless. This black-haired girl was a second-year, Ban Jian. She then turned to Acel. Hey, don't mind those two. Ah, yes, Acel replied awkwardly, while Kasif grumbled, hey, we can hear you, so what if you can? Ban Jian challenged. Shut up. Don't you know how to watch your mouth in front of your juniors? Kasif barked. Nope, she shot back. Watching them, Acel fell into thought. I came here because I heard the Special Leave Club was recruiting. Good thing they aren't bad people. After they finished arguing, Ban Jian said, Acel, let's go. Yes, senior, Acel replied. But before she could finish, a massive explosion suddenly rang out in the distance. Everyone turned toward the sound. What was that? The black-haired mage asked worriedly. It sounds like a fierce battle nearby. Hearing this, Ban Jian turned to Kasif. Should we go say hello? We don't want to clash over hunting grounds, right, Captain? Yeah, Kasif nodded in agreement. And so, the four-man party headed forward. When they arrived, they were a bit surprised. Two groups were currently in a standoff. Is that Flame and Bayan? Why are Bayan and Flame here? Acel wondered. Soon, listening to their conversation, she pieced it together. I clearly took down that giant piranha first. Nonsense. It's in our hunting zone, so it belongs to us. One of them shouted. Acel looked at the giant fish carcass. And don't ask why there's a fish in a cemetery, it's just there. Is that a giant piranha? I heard it's a very rare rank 3 monster. They must be fighting over the loot. Getting involved will only cause trouble. Besides, I don't want to face the daughter of the man who killed my father. I have to get out of here. Thinking this, Aisel slowly backed away to hide her presence. However, the overconfident Kasif wanted to show off and stepped out. Now, juniors, if something's bothering you, you can talk to your senior here. The atmosphere was so nice. In response, the group saw a stranger interrupting and didn't even glance at him before snapping, "Shut up and get lost. How dare you speak to your senior like that?" Kasif stammered. "If you're a senior, you should act like one," Princess Bayan replied coldly, silencing him instantly. Serves him right for trying to show off by interfering in a fight between women. Fortunately, their argument couldn't continue. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, startling everyone. "Wait, this energy, no way. Skeletons are appearing." They cried out as white skeletons began crawling out from the earth, staring at them with cold eyes. Meanwhile, in another corner of the cemetery, Useol was farming monsters. Skill experience has increased. Stat experience has increased, the system's cold notification appeared. Hearing this, Useol sighed heavily. "I'm so jealous of those mages who can clear monsters from a distance. Sigh, if only I could use magic. Why did it have to be Blink? Blink, good grief, well, I guess it's about time." Useol started looking around as if searching for something. He soon found his target, a grave not far away. Seeing it, his eyes lit up. "Found it. I don't have broken skills to sweep away an entire army of skeletons like Ma Useol, nor do I have overwhelming power. There's only one way to survive here, and that's to fight like a player." Right then, a tremor occurred and a notification appeared. Chapter 4, The Necromancer's Attack has begun. As soon as the notification appeared, a horned skull rose from the ground in front of the grave. "Is that the Skeleton General, the one who commands hundreds of skeletons?" The Skeleton General, a mini-boss that only appears 3 times in this chapter. With my current strength, I'm toast if I face him head-on. However, I have no intention of doing that. With that thought, as the mini-boss's head just barely emerged, Useol rushed over and began relentlessly bashing its head with his sword, refusing to let the skeleton pull its whole body out. "Get back in there." He swung his arm like a machine. It's an unwritten rule of manga that when someone is transforming or summoning, others must stand and watch, but that doesn't mean they won't get hit if they just stand there. He thought gleefully. Just like that, in no time, the poor skeleton general met a miserable end. Finally, it transformed into Useol's new weapon. Looking at the skull staff in his hand, he gave a purely villainous smirk. "The spine staff is complete. Now, the command over the skeleton soldiers is mine. Let's get started then." He glanced toward another direction. Back to Aizel's group. Currently, they were surrounded by the skeletons. After fighting for a while, the group was exhausted, yet the number of skeletons didn't seem to decrease at all. Within the group, Flame panted heavily while analyzing the situation. "I let my guard down. This is the Necromancer chapter, but something's wrong. If I remember correctly, Ma Useol was supposed to solve this chapter, but why is Aisel here with these people? Where did Ma Useol go? Am I really supposed to face a rank 5 Necromancer with these people?" She gripped her staff tightly. Meanwhile, the handsome Hei Wonriang spoke up. "I've sent a distress signal to Stella with my pocket watch. We just need to hold out until they arrive." Hearing him, the others regained a bit of spirit. "Right, just a little longer and the Stella professors will be here. Even if we can't beat the Necromancer, at least we can escape safely." As for Princess Bayan, unlike their optimistic thoughts, she knew how dangerous this was. Now is not the time for comforting words. This is a cemetery. The longer this takes, the more skeletons will rise. We need to get back to base immediately. No sooner had she spoken than the bloodthirsty skeletons began to close in, causing Ziki to back away in terror. Don't come near me." She let out a scream, which only made the skeletons more excited as they lunged forward, jaws snapping. Seeing this, Ziki could only close her eyes in helplessness, but fortunately, at the critical moment, Aisel used her water magic to fire a massive jet that shattered the skeleton into pieces, saving Ziki. "Hey, are you okay?" Aisel asked. Yeah," the dead weight replied. Beside them, Kwong Dok praised her. "Oh, this freshman is pretty good." Hearing this, the mage girl kept her focus forward and shared her thoughts. "It seems this necromancer has prepared very well. He likely created an energy vessel." An energy vessel is a technique necromancers use to store their mana. Even for them, energy has limits. If summoning skeletons normally, a rank 3 or 4 necromancer could only summon 15 at most, yet he's controlling such a vast area. Acel frowned, unsure how much energy he had stored. The skeletons are swarming here. Someone shouted. Looking at the massive army, even Kwang Dok's smile stiffened. Looks like this has been planned for a long time. They probably want to kill us to create skeleton mages. He focused ahead, where 3 skeletons in robes radiated a much more dangerous aura than the others. As for Kasif, even in this deadly situation, he still had time to think about showing off for the girls. As the captain, I have to show my skills here. I'll sweep them away with a powerful spell. He began to form a magic circle, but before he could finish, a skeletal hand burst from the ground and grabbed his ankle. This startled him out of his wits. Luckily, Kwang Dok was paying attention. He rushed over and punched the skeleton in the face, shattering it. Not on my watch. He barked. However, that wasn't the end of the trouble. Kasif's interrupted spell had now lost its stability. Damn it, he was mid-cast. Realizing the danger, Kwang Dok could only shout, "It's going to explode. Get down." Everyone turned to look, eyes wide with horror. No. If it explodes, we'll all, the princess cried. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred, turning the entire scene white. Time passed. After the explosion settled, it left a massive crater. The Stella students were scattered around, their fate unknown. The only one still standing was the female lead, Flame, but she was gasping for air. This is bad. I'm at my limit. The situation is dire, I'm almost out of energy and there's no time to recover. Furthermore, there are too many of them. Am I really going to die here? The more she thought, the more Flame felt her time was up. The skeleton sensed she was at her limit and, without any fear, lunged forward to invite her into their skeletal army. However, at the very moment Flame thought she was finished, the skeleton in front of her suddenly froze. And it wasn't just that one. All the skeletons behind it did the same. What? The skeletons, they all stopped. She looked closely and spotted the protagonist standing far behind the skeletal horde. It's Baek Yuseol. But why is he here? She then noticed the skull staff in his hand and went completely numb. Is that the skeleton general? A skeleton general is much stronger than normal soldiers and is usually protected by elite skeletons. And yet he defeated it alone and captured the skeleton general? It's unbelievable, but, maybe we're saved. Finding a path to life in a deathly situation, the female lead let out a sigh of relief. Time passed quickly. Under Flame's aid, the group eventually woke up one by one. Thank you, we owe you our lives, Kwang Dok said gratefully. It was nothing, Yuseol shook his head. Beside him, Acel asked, but how did you get the skeleton general's head? Hearing the question, Yuseol looked at the staff in his hand and smiled. Oh, this? I fished it out of a pot of bone broth. He told himself he didn't need to mention he had been camping the spawn point. Facing him, Izel's expression clearly said she didn't believe a word of it. This made our guy a bit embarrassed, and he coughed. Ahem, anyway, we need to think of a plan fast. If the necromancer gives up on the skeleton general and directly controls the remaining skeletons, it'll be a mess. Do you have a plan? Kwang Dok asked. Yuseol shared his thoughts. On my way here, I saw the necromancer has already controlled the area near the base. Escaping this encirclement is impossible, so there's only one way left, we strike the boss directly. He said it calmly as if it were no big deal. Unfortunately, Kwang Dok and Kasif didn't have his nerves of steel. After hearing the suggestion, they froze for a few seconds before shouting, "What? Wait a minute, are you insane?" Back with Duesio, seeing how shocked the two of them were, he immediately gave them a quick refresher. Don't they teach you anything at school? Even though a necromancer possesses incredibly powerful summoning abilities, they are very weak physically. But he's surrounded by plenty of guards, Ban Jian reminded him worriedly. On the opposite side, Duesio was well aware of this, but he had no better options. The necromancer has taken control of a massive area. If we don't launch a frontal assault, there's no way we're getting out of here, the young man affirmed once more. Simultaneously, he began calculating in his head. Currently, the forces protecting the necromancer consist of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite bone spirits, and 50 standard skeleton soldiers. Their numbers are only growing, so this is our only chance. But how can I convince them? Duesio thought, narrowing his eyes. And then, before the protagonist could find a way to persuade them, the 2 girls beside him, Flame and Bayan, spoke up in support of the plan after hearing it. Sounds like a plan. He might look a bit goofy, but his combat experience and strategy are far superior to ours, Flames said with a nod, while the arrogant princess also agreed to the plan. I'm in. Honestly, I don't think we can break the encirclement any other way. Besides, the necromancer definitely won't expect us to hit him head-on. As for Ban Jian and Kwang Dok, seeing that the others had agreed, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. We don't know where you get your confidence from, but we can't get out alone either, so we'll cooperate with you. Fine, let's give it a shot before the necromancer finds us. The scene shifts to a corner within the graveyard. At this time, a man in a cloak was pacing around the area. He was Sab Hook, a level 5 necromancer from the Dark Tower. Unaware that Du Seo's group had planned to ambush him, he remained confident that everything was in the palm of his hand. What luck to run into Stella's little chicks here. If I turn them into bone soldier mages, that dark demon alliance won't dare look down on me anymore. Having said that, he paused for a moment, scanning all the surrounding graves. 7 years of collecting energy for the reservoir, this place is currently holding 700 bone soldiers. Now, no one can underestimate me. Thinking of his bright future, a smug smile involuntarily spread across his face. However, the smile didn't last more than 2 seconds before something suddenly pinged his awareness. What? My senses just spiked. Has the skeleton general been taken already? Sab Hook thought anxiously, but before he could get a better feel for the situation, a powerful magic attack came hurtling toward him from behind at a speed that tore through the air. Sab Hook quickly turned around and used his dark magic to summon a wall of white mist to block the incoming magic strike. However, upon impact, cracks immediately appeared in the white mist wall. My bone shield, created from level 4 magic, actually cracked. You bastard, I won't forgive you. Sab Hook shouted a threat, but the moment the words left his mouth, the dark mage realized a giant fireball was already racing toward him. Just like that, another massive explosion occurred. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to take down the necromancer, as he managed to erect another wall just in time to block it. Even so, the 2 consecutive attacks were enough to give him goosebumps. I was too careless. I didn't expect them to dare attack me directly. They might be rookies, but they are Stella students after all. I didn't want to resort to this, but continuing to face them like this is too dangerous. I have to summon the elite bone soldiers. Acting without a moment's hesitation, Sab Hook brought his thumb to his mouth and bit down hard, drawing blood. Next, he spread his arms to both sides as if stretching and shouted loudly, "O soldiers, serve me." At his call, a magic circle appeared beneath the dark mage's feet, and the surrounding ground cracked into pieces. Very quickly, elite skeleton warriors emerged from the earth. Being elite tier, their skeletons were pitch black instead of white. Back with Sab Hook, after completing the summon of his minions, he suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood. Likely due to overexertion, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and comforted himself. Over-summoning bone soldiers caused internal injuries, but this should be enough. Having finished his thought, he looked toward the group and barked, "Go and stop them." Hearing their master's command, the skeletons let out horrific screeches and charged forward like a tidal wave. Seeing this, Sab Hook breathed a sigh of relief and found a place to rest. Good, they're fighting well. Now I can relax, he thought with a smile, while at the same time, Du Seo's figure suddenly appeared right behind his back. The moment he appeared, Sab Hook sensed him and nearly wet himself in terror. Who are you? He cried out. Who are you? Where did you crawl out from? Sab Hook screamed. However, in response to his question, Du Seo only gave a very confident smile and said nothing more. With that confident look, Sab Hook felt the pressure mounting even more. I tracked the position of every Stella student through the bone soldier's vision, yet, no, that's. As he thought, he looked at the skull staff in Du Seo's hand, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. That's my skeleton general's staff. Back with Du Seo, after letting Sab Hook finish his rambling, he simply threw the staff to the ground and instantly crushed it into pieces. Then, as if linked, the moment the weapon was destroyed, Sab Hook received a backlash and coughed up a few more liters of blood. Damn it, I was way too overconfident. Is this the power of Stella? Sab Hook thought, staring blankly at Du Seo. Meanwhile, contrary to the confident front he was putting up, Du Seo was internally struggling to keep up with the plot. Wait, this wasn't part of my plan. Kwang Dok and Ban Jian were supposed to handle the skeleton general and back me up, but because of the extra elite soldiers, they're stuck. Does this mean I have to fight on my own, me? The weakest one among them? Maybe I should just run for it. As he thought, the young man was already preparing his exit strategy. If things got dangerous, he would bail without a second's hesitation. However, just as Du Seo was debating whether to fight or fly, Sab-hook started coughing like someone with a decade-long untreated case of tuberculosis. Seeing the man look like he could drop dead at any moment, the protagonist's urge to run slowly began to fade. Wait, it looks like he's injured too. That's right. He overstrained himself summoning those elite soldiers and took internal damage. It looks like I might actually be able to do this. Thinking of the rewards he could snag after defeating the Dark Mage, Du Seo felt this deal wasn't as rotten as he first thought. Leaving Du Seo aside and returning to Princess Baiyin, she was currently surrounded on all sides by dry skeletons. She was panting like an ox from exhaustion. This is bad. I have to finish these off quickly and get to Baek Du Seo. Just as she thought this, her red-haired junior called out a warning. Princess. It's bad. The necromancer and Baek Du Seo are fighting one-on-one. Hearing this, the princess's eyes widened. What? Baek Du Seo is only a level 1 mage, and his opponent is a level 5 necromancer. How can he possibly win? If you die, I'll never forgive you, Baek Du Seo. Baiyin said, gritting her teeth. Back to the protagonist's battle. After a few seconds of shock at Du Seo's appearance, the corpse manipulator Sab-hook immediately launched the first attack. He used a spell that caused giant bone fingers to sprout from beneath the protagonist's feet, closing in like a cage to trap Du Seo. Seeing this, Du Seo immediately used his blink skill to escape to the outside. However, the moment his figure reappeared, he sensed he was being targeted by something else. Sensing this and having no time to turn around and look, Du Seo immediately used blink a second time, escaping death by a hair's breadth. Next, realizing that just taking hits wasn't his style, Du Seo used blink once more to instantly close the distance and get right next to the Dark Mage. It's not that easy, Sab-hook said, using magic to summon a wall of bone to shield himself. Meanwhile, Du Seo had already prepared for a situation like this. I prepared cola, the natural enemy of bone soldiers, just for this. As he spoke, he pulled several tubes from his pocket and immediately splashed the cola inside straight at the wall. The moment it made contact, the bone wall began emitting thick white smoke as it was corroded. My bone shield, this little rat dares. Bone pierce. Sab-hook screamed in a rage. Immediately after, sharp bone pillars lunged from beneath the earth toward the young man. But with his blink skill, he once again dodged neatly, teleporting behind Sab-hook to go for a sneak attack. Now's the time, he said, gripping his sword and lunging at him. However, at that exact moment, Sab-hook suddenly spun around and glared at him, a smirk appearing as if he had read Du Seo's every move. Seeing that expression, Du Seo knew he was in deep trouble. Crap, he cursed inwardly, and sure enough, because Sab-hook had prepared in advance, before Du Seo could reach the necromancer's side, a bone spear thrust straight up from the ground beneath him. It grazed his thigh and shoulder, causing his face to contort in pain. Next, not daring to attack recklessly again, the protagonist quickly jumped back to maintain his distance. Returning to Sab-hook, seeing Du Seo injured made him laugh like he'd won the lottery. You bastard, you made such a fuss, now take the consequences. As he spoke, he summoned a bone spear in his hand. Du Seo had to drop his contemptuous attitude. Even if he's injured, he's still level 5. But in other words, that's all he's got left. Even at level 5, he's drained his strength. If he takes one more hit, he'll definitely go down. But the pain is so intense I can't focus. At this rate, I won't be able to cancel the blink animation. What should I do? Du Seo thought with difficulty. While his brain was working at full capacity, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. That's it. That's the one. He shouted internally. Across from him, the necromancer didn't know why Du Seo had suddenly gone dazed. However, he had no intention of wasting time and gleefully charged in to send Du Seo to meet his maker. Die! He shouted, gripping his spear and lunging forward. At that moment, Du Seo's eyes suddenly snapped open. Then, he spun around and dove forward to run away. However, because one leg was injured, he tripped on some grass during his leap and tumbled to the ground. This caused Sab-hook to burst out laughing. Ha! Look at you running for your life. Ignoring the mockery, Du Seo gritted his teeth and reminded himself, just a little more. He then struggled to pick himself up. Seeing Du Seo's desperate attempt, Sab-hook grew even more excited. Struggle all you want, it's useless. I'll kill you right here. The corpse user declared loudly. He had no idea that at that moment, Duesio suddenly cracked a smile. I win, he whispered. The distance between the necromancer and me is exactly 13 meters, which means I don't need to cancel the blink animation. With that thought, waiting not a second longer, Duesio immediately triggered his blink skill. In a flash, he appeared right in front of the corpse mage. Without giving him a chance to react, Duesio gripped his sword and drove it straight through the man's chest. At the same time, on the battlefield where Bayan's group was fighting with the last of their strength, all the bone soldiers he had summoned suddenly froze as if they had lost power. Then, their bodies slowly disintegrated into piles of ash. The bone soldiers are vanishing. Does that mean Baek Duesio defeated the necromancer? Kwang Ma muttered. No. Unbelievable. We're saved. We're alive. The group cheered in joy. Over here, after checking the necromancer and making sure he had stopped breathing, Duesio said exhaustedly, I'm beat. Let's go home. Time passed quickly, and the group was brought back to the school by Stella's magic knights. When they met, the cool Professor Lee Hanwal didn't miss a beat in being sarcastic. You said you were going to practice in a place with green mountains and blue water, but the air in the cemetery seems quite fresh too, doesn't it? The man spoke while staring at Duesio with a judgmental gaze. This caused Duesio's head to hang lower and lower. I'm sorry, he murmured. According to school regulations, you will be punished. No exceptions. However, the fact that you disregarded school rules to protect your friends is very commendable. The school will provide rewards and appropriate bonus points, so look forward to that. After speaking, he turned away coldly, while Duesio quickly called out his thanks. Thank you, Professor. Seeing that he wouldn't be scolded further, Duesio breathed a sigh of relief. I should get going too. The doctor said it'll take a few days for my thigh to heal, so I need to rest up, he said to himself. Before he could leave, Duesio noticed the mage Acel staring intently at him and asked, Acel, is something wrong? In response to his question, she finally spoke. Thank you for today. Hearing this, Duesio smiled back. Sure. Just buy me a meal next time and we're even. On this side, after saying thank you, the mage's expression turned a bit troubled as she asked another question. So, could I do something like that too? If I try my best, can I be like you? As she spoke, she turned to the protagonist with eyes full of desperate hope. Just looking at her panicked, directionless face made Duesio feel a bit of internal dread. This is bad. The Acel in the original story would never ask this. It must be because I interfered. My interference forced Acel to face a challenge she couldn't win. Thinking this, to fix the situation and correct his mistake, Duesio offered her some advice. I don't think you need to ask me that. You've already done things that others thought were impossible. That is what a miracle is. How did you? Acel said blankly, as if wanting to ask how Duesio could be so sure. Without waiting for her to say more, Duesio explained, because I've always been watching you. Huh? Acel gasped, her face turning bright red. Seeing this, Duesio cursed his own stupidity. Wait, if I say that, doesn't it sound like I'm confirming I'm a stalker? What the hell did I just say? Wow, that was almost a total bust. Thinking this, the young man started sweating bullets and beat a hasty retreat. I'm leaving now. Back with Acel, Duesio's words had truly caused her little heart to skip a beat. No one has ever cared about the child of a traitor like me before, but, he's always been watching me. Is this a miracle? She asked herself in her heart. Time passed quickly, and many days later, to reward the students who had fought the necromancer, the school held an award ceremony. It's just an award ceremony, but the Ministry of Magic, the Magic Tower, reporters, and nobles are all here? They're really overdoing it, Duesio grumbled as he scanned the surrounding crowd. Next, he looked at the princess beside him and felt a bit puzzled. She looks quite excited, doesn't she? Beside him, catching the protagonist's gaze, she immediately reverted to her cold, arrogant attitude. What are you looking at? No. Nothing, Duesio replied. The scene shifts to the podium. After seeing everyone was present, Professor Lee Hanwal stood up on behalf of the faculty. Quiet, please. Today, we will present awards to the 12 students who bravely fought against the Dark Demon, and these awards will be personally presented by the principal. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the chibi-like principal in front of them. Wow, that is the peak of humanity, a level 9 mage. Eltmund Eltwin, 300 years old. He always has a gentle smile, but he carries the nickname, the Butcher. The strongest mage in the world, Duesio noted silently. Unaware of the students' stray thoughts, the small principal approached and patted each student on the shoulder to encourage them. You've all worked hard. Please continue to be brave and diligent. And so, the young-looking man began presenting awards to each person. When it was Duesio's turn, he suddenly observed him intently, causing the young man to feel immense pressure. Ugh, just a look and I can feel the weight. This is the power of a level 9 mage, one of only 10 people like him in the world. But I can't look away. Thinking this, he stared back with wide, somewhat dazed eyes. Seeing his expression, the chibi principal chuckled. You're as hardworking as ever, just as I expected. With that, the boyish man turned to leave, leaving a confused Duesio behind, wondering what those words meant. What does he mean by that? Not dwelling on it, once all the awards were presented, Professor Lee Hanwal announced, "This concludes the awards ceremony." Back to Useol, after returning to his private room and looking over the rewards granted by the school, he finally felt that his efforts in clashing with that necromancer were completely worth it. Wow, a 5 million credit bonus. That's generous. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a long time. And that's not all. I even got a share of the energy vessel, which is essentially the heart of a necromancer. Although it's unusable for now, Alterisha will soon invent storage spaces. When that time comes, carrying gear will be a lot more convenient. But before that, I have to help her solve the formula for alchemical magical engineering. Luckily, the others were happy to let me have their rewards. Now, for the system rewards, he said while opening the system screen to check. Immediately, a notification appeared, Chapter 4, The Necromancer's Attack, completed. A massive amount of experience awaits you. Thanks to your creative and unique storytelling, the Constellation Project has decided to send you a bonus reward. Reward 1, a weakened version of an item used in the game. Reward 2, a weakened version of a skill learned in the game. Reward 3, experience points. Looking over the rewards, Useol's excitement suddenly dropped by half. These again? Honestly, I'm torn. But right now, the most important thing is getting experience points for Blink. Thinking of the moment he nearly died at the hands of the Dark Mage, Useol felt a chill run through his body. That battle showed me exactly how weak I really am. Hard work alone isn't enough, I have to use my knowledge to go even further, Useol told himself. Meanwhile, the system began pumping experience into him, distributing rewards. Blink's skill has accumulated enough experience. Level up. Blink rank 2, maximum range 12m. Maximum charges, 3, cooldown, 3 seconds. Outside, as Blink leveled up, a soft aura enveloped Useol's body, making him feel light and refreshed, his spirits lifting as if he had just hit a new high. Finally, I've got 3 charges for Blink. Now I can use it much more freely. Now that that's done, is Acel next? Useol whispered. Time passed. Scene shifts to the meditation class, Journey to the Soul, which Acel was attending. While she was meditating, a voice suddenly echoed in the mage girl's head, Acel. Acel. Hearing the sound, she snapped her eyes open and scolded herself. Oh my god, I must have dozed off. Unaware of how long she had been out, the tiny spirit in front of her continued to communicate. Acel, what are you doing? Why are you using magic during meditation? Using magic? What do you mean? Acel asked with a look of pure confusion. Left with no choice, the spirit explained, look above your head. Hearing this, she glanced upward and discovered that, without her knowing, 2 blue crystal-like ice shards were floating above her. Seeing this, the mage girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, when did I create these? I didn't use any formulas or calculations at all. She paused for a beat, scanning the other students in the class and speculating, did no one else notice? Even if it's only rank 1 magic, there should be a mana flow when it's completed. If this is truly the effect of meditation, did that person calculate all of this beforehand? The more she thought, the more the mage girl unconsciously gulped. Time passed. Once the meditation session ended, the broke girl treated herself to a snack. Looking at the bun in her hand, Izel's eyes filled with happiness. Thanks to the reward money, I could actually buy this 1,500 credit red bean cream bun. This is heaven. She had just taken exactly 1 bite when suddenly Prince Jeremy appeared and greeted her. Hi, Acel. Have you joined a club yet? Hearing this, Acel stopped eating and looked up to reply, oh, not yet. Is that so? Then do you want to join my club? Jeremy offered. What are the conditions? Acel asked, not believing that such a lucky break would just fall into her lap. What conditions? I just simply like you, Jeremy said, waving it off. Despite his words, Acel didn't believe him for a second. Liar. You're only approaching me because you want to turn me into your trophy, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, the prince leaned in closer and whispered in her ear, you don't trust me? But Acel, I truly haven't set any conditions. Just join my club and stay by my side. I can give you so many things. You know who I am, after all. Turning to Acel, she knew his identity better than anyone. I know better than anyone else. The Scalvan Empire is at odds with the Adalavit Kingdom. With Crown Prince Jeremy's power, my current difficult life would be over. I wouldn't have to be overjoyed over a single red bean bun anymore. I wouldn't have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter, even though I know I shouldn't. Her face showed her struggle. Just as she was about to speak, but on the other side, the prince had already broken into a smug smile, as if he had achieved his goal. However, things never go that smoothly. Before Acel could finish, the female lead Flame appeared out of nowhere and slapped her right across the face. This left both Acel and Jeremy completely stunned, and it wasn't just them, even Flame snapped back to reality only after she had done it. Realizing her actions, she immediately made a massive pivot. You trash. You said you wanted to date me, yet you're sneaking around flirting with someone else behind my back. I told you I liked you, and now you want to dump me? Follow me. We need to talk. Why are you just standing there? Move it. While speaking, Flame grabbed Izel's hand and ran off immediately. Only after reaching a secluded spot, and ensuring Jeremy wasn't following did she breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Seeing her like this, Acel asked, what on earth was that? Flame gave her a short explanation. Forget it. You should be thanking me. If you had rejected him outright, he would have harassed you to death. Anyway, sorry for hitting you. I'm out. Flame turned and left, leaving the blue-haired mage girl standing there in a daze, unable to process what had just happened. Ignoring this, Flame questioned herself as she walked away. I did the right thing, right? If Acel had joined that club like in the original work, Jeremy would have ruined her. I've tried not to interfere with the main plot, but seeing Beck Uciol do it, I guess it's not so bad. I wonder if he'll realize I was lying. Flame wondered. Meanwhile, in his private room, Prince Jeremy could easily see through her lie. Sipping a cup of tea, he smiled and said, what a darling girl, even pretending to lie just to steal someone right in front of me. How interesting, even more interesting than Acel. I think I want her now. Time passed. Scene shifts to the class taught by Professor Lee Han-wool. He pointed to a screen behind him and explained, today, we will begin a simulated beast combat exercise. In this practice, our target is not rank 1 or 2 monsters as before, but mid-sized rank 3 monsters, which are much more difficult. The procedure is as follows: form groups, research the monster, and eliminate it using a proper strategy. After selecting a mid-sized monster to attack, you will have time to train for the encounter. Go to the Stella Dome, find suitable terrain, and hunt a mid-sized monster corresponding to your attribute. Class A and Class S will practice together. The assessment will take place in 4 days. Form groups of up to 6 people and submit the list to me, the cold professor ordered. This left the mage girl Acel sick to her stomach. Ugh, I hate group work the most, she sighed inwardly. Before she could finish, the voices of others caught her attention. Princess, will you join my group? No, I can do better. Someone shouted. What are you talking about? It's my turn. Another argued. Watching the scene as Princess Bayan was swarmed by people, Acel suddenly felt a surge of self-pity. Before Adalavit ruined my family, I was surrounded by flattery just like that. We both had the same starting point, the Duke Moore family with the ice attribute, and the Adalavit royal family with the fire attribute. At the time when these two families were competing to dominate the magic world, Bayan and Acel were the 2 children born with innate talent. Back then, I thought I was the chosen one. Can I really take revenge on Adalavit now? Thinking this, the small mage girl unconsciously held herself, as if even she wasn't confident in her ability to avenge her family, especially when she was all alone. Then, at her loneliest moment, Uciol approached with a proposal. Hey, you going solo? Hearing his voice, Acel snapped out of it and said, what is it? The protagonist flashed a bright smile and asked, join a group with me. Did you just say form a group? Acel asked again, not believing her ears. To explain further, Uciol clarified, you know there's no rule on the minimum number of members, right? We'll form a group of 2 and get bonus points for having a small team. However, Acel thought he had completely lost his mind. Are you insane? How can just 2 people handle a mid-sized rank 3 monster? Without explaining much, Yu Seol just gave her a mysterious smile. So, is that a yes or no? Looking at his confident demeanor, after a few seconds of thought, the mage girl had no other choice. Fine, I agree. I don't have anyone else to group with anyway. Alright then. I'll go submit the list. Yu Seol nodded and quickly went to inform Professor Lee Han-woo. For some reason, as soon as Yu Seol left, the arrogant Princess Bayan ran up to Acel. Hey! Her call made the mage girl jump slightly, backing away with a look of concern. What? If you're trying to compete with me, what are you rambling about? Just look out for yourself, you pig in human clothing. The princess tossed out the insult and immediately turned to leave. I'm not competing with you just because of Baek Yu Seol. Back to Bayan's thoughts, inwardly, she was fuming. How annoying. Am I really going to lose to a failure and a commoner? I could group with anyone, but at the very least, I need the strongest knight to have an advantage. Thinking this, she set her sights on the strongest guy in the game. Ma Yu Seol, the one nobody had dared to approach. Hey, Ma Yu Seol. Hearing someone call him, Ma Yu Seol looked surprised and turned to her. Hello, princess. What is it? Have you formed a group yet? Bayan asked directly. No, I plan to go solo, he replied. Then group with me, the arrogant girl proposed. In response, Ma Yu Seol smirked and asked, huh? Is that really necessary? The princess glanced to the side, looking at Yu Seol and Acel. Baek Yu Seol and Acel Morph have already grouped up. I don't think they're aiming for normal mid-sized monsters, but rather special mid-sized or even large ones. I'll say it one more time, group with me. Turning to the super genius, he didn't care about Bayan, but anything involving Yu Seol immediately caught his interest. I see. That sounds interesting. I've been wanting to test myself against Baek Yu Seol once. Fine then. Then I'm counting on you, Bayan said with a smile. Next, she looked toward Yu Seol and Acel and told herself, Baek Yu Seol and Acel Morph. This time, I will defeat both of you. Time passed quickly. After 4 days of preparation, the simulated beast combat exercise began. Scene shifts to the Stella Dome. Seeing all the students had gathered, Professor Lee Han-woo held up a list and nodded. Alright, we will now begin the assessment for Class S and Class A. And so, the test began. With their prior preparation, most groups didn't have much trouble fighting the monsters. Oh, Group 16 chose Mugrika. That mid-sized monster looks easy to handle, the crowd commented while watching the fight. Meanwhile, Flame was warming up in the back, reassuring herself. It's fine. I've trained hard. I can't hunt special monsters for non-attribute points or large special ones, but as long as I take down this rank 3 mid-sized monster alone, it'll be enough for a maximum score. Regarding the monster's strength, normally, it takes 5 rank 1 mages to handle a single rank 1 mid-sized monster. And if you utilize elemental advantages, experience, and the environment, taking down higher rank monsters is within reach. I use light magic, which doesn't counter any attribute, so I just have to deal with it. Thinking of this, Flame paused, glancing at the mage girl Acel with a melancholic look. I hope Acel does well on this test. In the original story, Bayan made things so difficult that she couldn't join a group and got the lowest score. Back then, I was even going to recruit her. But with Baek Yu Seol by her side, Azel's future will definitely be brighter, Flame thought. Meanwhile, on the field below, the Beastman monster was defeated by Group 16. Alright, Group 16, good work. Next, Group 17, step up, Lee Han-woo called out. Hearing this, Flame snapped out of it and replied, yes, sir. She quickly walked down to the field, but as she passed in front of Yu Seol, she actually stepped on her own shoelaces. This caused her to lose her balance and stumble forward. Luckily, Yu Seol reacted quickly and caught her in time. Thank you, Flame said. No problem. Tie your shoes, Yu Seol said dismissively. Looking at the laces that had somehow come undone, Flame was a bit confused. Ziki tied them so tightly earlier. Whatever, good thing I noticed, otherwise that would have been dangerous. She then hurried down to the training ground. Watching her perform the test all alone, the surrounding crowd whispered in shock. Is she doing the test by herself? Seems like it. When Flame's opponent appeared, they were even more stunned. No way, is she planning to handle that monster alone? A giant boar, that monster has no specific attribute, so it can't be countered. The crowd talked, worried for Flame. Ignoring them, once Flame was ready, Lee Han-woo announced, Group 17, begin. As soon as he spoke, the boar dug its feet in and charged forward like a tank. Seeing its aggressive momentum, the crowd felt their skin crawl. Look at that speed. How can she possibly handle that alone? Ignoring the chatter and looking at the monster charging her, Flame took a deep breath to stay calm. Then, she whispered a spell, whisper of petals on the wind. As the words left her lips, a glowing yellow magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Immediately, countless thick vines burst from the ground and coiled tightly around the boar's body, causing it to cry out in pain as it struggled in vain to break free. Seeing this, Flame used another spell called matter transmutation, causing the vines coiling around the boar to slowly turn into stone. Not done yet, she whispered to herself. She then used another spell, creating a radiant yellow magic circle above her head. At the same time, sensing the imminent danger, the boar thrashed wildly and successfully tore through the stony vines. Then, with eyes glowing red with rage, it lunged toward Flame. However, just as its sharp tusks were about to reach her delicate body, her spell was completed. At that moment, a beam of destructive energy shot out from the magic circle in the air, striking the boar directly in its open mouth, creating a massive hole that went clear through its body. With a single agonizing cry, the boar collapsed like a dead dog on the ground. Back to the spectators, seeing the female lead finish her test so swiftly, they couldn't help but stare in awe. Wow, for real? My group of 5 couldn't even take down a mid-sized monster. Who is she? Back to Flame, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done. Professor Lee Han-wool's voice rang out. Next, we will begin the assessment for Group 31. Hearing this, Yuseol turned to watch and his eyes widened. Huh? Am I seeing this right? She asked herself, because the team stepping out in front of them was Princess Bayan and Ma Yuseol. Look! The princess! Go for it! Cheer from the fans began to erupt as they took the field. Meanwhile, Flame frowned as she saw this deviation from the script. Why is Bayan with Ma Yuseol and not with her own faction? In the original story, those two had nothing to do with each other. What is this lineup all about? The more she thought, the more confused Flame became. Returning to the arena, the monster chosen by Group 31 had been summoned, a giant half-human, half-fish monstrosity with yellow pupils and dark blue skin covered in menacing red patterns. Just looking at its fierce form sent a cold shiver down the spines of everyone nearby. Wait, is that a sea monster? Good grief, that's a medium to large special monster. Leave it to the princess, it's incredible that they found such a rare creature to hunt, the crowd exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, with her deep gaming knowledge, Flame had an even clearer understanding of the situation. It wasn't just a simple medium to large special monster. Bayan and Ma Dueseo possessed fire, earth, and lightning attributes. The sea monster was a water-type creature with high fire resistance that could also fly, making it a perfect counter for both Bayan and Ma Dueseo. They weren't just targeting a large special monster that everyone else had failed against, they had even abandoned their elemental advantage. They were clearly aiming for a perfect score, but that was a score they could only receive if they actually succeeded. Thinking this, Flame felt a surge of anticipation, wondering how the duo would perform. Back in the arena, exactly as Flame had noted, 2 pairs of wings that had been folded against the sea monster's back began to spread wide. They flapped rapidly like dragonfly wings, allowing its massive body to hover in mid-air. The monster then let out a horrific, intimidating shriek at the group. However, those screams weren't enough to scare the 2 monstrous students in front of it. Let's begin, Bayan said. You got it, princess, Ma Dueseo replied with a grin. After speaking, Ma Dueseo inexplicably took several steps back, leaving the observers scratching their heads in confusion. Huh? What are they doing? I thought they were going to attack immediately, but why is the knight retreating behind the mage? Ignoring the chatter from the surrounding crowd, Ma Dueseo let out a faint smile. He channeled strength into his legs and lunged forward with explosive power. Through some form of magic, he propelled himself, and watching this performance, the young man Kwang Dok praised him. Oh, that's a decent leap step for a first year. Beside him, Ban Jian remained puzzled. But with that level, he still won't be able to reach the sea monster. Furthermore, leap step can't be used in mid-air. What exactly are they calculating? She wondered aloud. Just as she thought, the initial jump wasn't enough to reach the height of the sea monster. However, at that exact moment, Ma Dueseo waved his wand. He created a stone slab out of thin air. This gave him a foothold to move, and simultaneously, Flame, who was below, fired a fireball aimed directly at the stone slab. Consequently, the moment the fireball hit, it created a concussive force that propelled Ma Dueseo's body even higher into the sky. Wow, unbelievable. Kwang Dok said, stunned by the sight. Once he was positioned above the sea monster's head, Manhwa quickly utilized his earth magic. He conjured a giant fist and slammed it straight down onto the massive creature. The impact sent the monster's heavy body hurtling like a missile toward the ground. But he wasn't done yet. Seizing the opportunity while the sea monster was still dazed and hadn't yet stood up, he waved his wand again. He caused numerous sharp stone fragments to erupt from the ground, crisscrossing and pinning the monster's massive body in place, driving it into a frenzy. However, a special monster was still a special monster, and those stone fragments weren't enough to hold it for long. The sea monster opened its mouth and let out a furious roar, gathering all its strength to twist and shatter the bindings around it. As expected, it's trying to run, but it's too late. The princess's magic is complete, Manhwa said with a laugh. Beside him, Princess Bayan was now completely enveloped in an intense aura of fire energy. She pointed her staff forward, and instantly, a massive pillar of fire descended upon the sea monster's head. It shrieked as if its house were on fire, and the surrounding audience could even smell the scent of grilled fish wafting from the creature. Oh my god, it's in pain. But sea monsters are supposed to have very high fire resistance, they said to each other in astonishment. To deliver the finishing blow, Manhwa added his own lightning magic into the mix. It's over, he said coldly. A second pillar, this time of pure lightning, crashed down from above. This officially turned the sea monster into a charred, blackened fish. On both sides, everyone watching the sea monster being pummeled so mercilessly felt almost sorry for it. The sea monster was defeated before it could even fight back. This year's students are truly terrifying. This level could rival the S-class third-year seniors. Is this what a genius is like? As for Bayan, hearing the gossip, she felt a surge of pride. How about that, webtoon? No matter what creature you choose, you won't be able to beat me. I've definitely won this time, she thought, turning her eyes toward the arena as webtoon and Izel's group made their entrance. Give me 5 of them, the sun god requested. His request caused the entire stands to fall into a dead silence. It took several seconds before some students regained their senses and blurted out in a daze, did I just hear him correctly? 5 people struggled to deal with one media monster, yet the 2 of them dare to choose 5? I've heard the rumors, but is that webtoon crazy? Everyone stared intently at webtoon, wondering what on earth he was thinking to make such a demand. Although the professors didn't understand why webtoon wanted to show off so much, they had no reason to refuse. Per his request, 5 medium-sized monsters as large as buildings appeared, surrounding the 2 of them in the center. Summoning complete, one professor announced. On this side, a professor from the monster research department named Bitchin looked at the forms of the summoned monsters with a look of dawning realization. These 5 monsters include a giant frog with its tongue hanging out, called a Hymer Raiden. That giant black bull is a black sand bison, a pelican, a water slime, and the final monster is a sensitive bat. Could this lineup be? He whispered to himself. Elsewhere, Princess number 3 didn't understand why webtoon had asked to fight these 5 specific monsters, so she turned to her teammate. Hey, Manhwa, do you get it? In response, the genius young man just shook his head slightly at the protagonist's true intent. Probably not. I'm also curious to see what webtoon is plotting. I'm actually looking forward to this. With that, he focused his attention forward to observe the pair. Shifting to the cool Professor Lee Hanwol, before webtoon's test officially began, he asked, I just want to ask one thing, who decided on this monster lineup? I did, sir, webtoon replied with a nod. Hearing this, Lee Hanwol remarked bluntly, you're a knight, so you can easily earn points in dangerous situations like this, but a bishop cannot. I think this strategy is a bit too much for a bishop to handle. The professor's skepticism didn't surprise webtoon, he just smiled gently and affirmed, no, sir. This strategy was designed specifically for a bishop. His words once again caused a stir among the crowd. Seeing webtoon's bold assertion, Professor Lee Hanwol didn't press further. I see, well then, let's begin. As soon as he spoke, the 5 giant monsters began to close in on webtoon and Acel. Their massive eyes, filled with killing intent, glared at the pair, causing them to swallow nervously. Then, webtoon suddenly asked, hey, can you do it? Of course, Acel nodded, though sweat was pouring down her face. Just trust me, webtoon added. That line is getting a bit old, the blue-haired girl complained. Then, webtoon said that he trusted Acel. This made the bishop girl fall into a brief moment of reflection, remembering the previous evening. webtoon, he really was a difficult person to understand. At that time, while Acel was trailing behind him, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and ask, "Hey, why me? Honestly, with a knight as talented as you could have chosen anyone else." Her question made Du Seo go silent for a few seconds before he answered, "It's true there are many talented people. For example, in terms of sheer firepower, no mage can match Bayan. When it comes to control, Flame is unbeatable. Ma Du Seo is obviously the strongest first year. Ha Wonriang or Adalan, who specialize in single-target attacks, would also suit me well." "Then why?" Acel asked again. "Even so, I still feel you are the most suitable. That's all there is to it. Shall we continue then?" The protagonist replied gently and stepped forward. He didn't know that his words had caused Izel's face to flush a soft pink. Back in the present, the bishop girl gripped her staff tightly and reminded herself, "I still don't understand what you mean, but you surely have a reason for choosing me. So, I'll show you." As she spoke, she began to use her magic, causing her body to erupt with a significant source of energy that allowed her to hover in midair. As for the other contestants watching the battle, they couldn't hide their shock and shouted, "Wait, hold on. Isn't that supernatural resonance? Impossible. That's a phenomenon that only occurs when level 6 mages or higher enter an unconscious state. If they lose focus, the mana flow will reverse and they could end up crippled. She's only a first-year student?" Their voices were filled with both amazement and concern for Acel. Returning to Du Seo's perspective, although he had known beforehand, seeing Acel easily enter the state of supernatural resonance still filled him with internal admiration. Truly worthy of being a candidate for the title of Winter Queen, he cracked a slight smile. "Well then, shall we get started?" The battle of 2 against 5 medium monsters officially began. Du Seo put strength into his legs and immediately shot into the air, simultaneously activating Blink. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right beside the giant frog, Heimer Raiden. His sudden appearance made the monster's massive frame quiver in surprise. But before it could react, a sharp sword strike swung down. Die! Du Seo's sword tore through the air and slashed straight into the frog's chest, leaving a deep gash. Heimer Raiden let out a pathetic wail, its giant body trembling with horror in its eyes. It opened its mouth to fight back, but the pain was so great it just stood there, crying like a child. Du Seo didn't linger and immediately backed away to maintain a safe distance. First, Heimer Raiden is dealt with. Next is the black sand bison. He shifted his eyes to the next target. On the opposite side, the giant black bull stood tall. Under his gaze, it suddenly seemed to change states. Its eyes turned a brilliant red, like a wild beast on the verge of going mad. It began to turn, its face staring intently at the glowing red horn of the frog lying next to it. That red light, it made the bull incredibly irritated. It wanted to tear it apart. It wanted to crush it immediately. Huff, huff. The black sand bison took a deep breath, its whole body tensing as its hooves dug into the ground, preparing for a powerful charge. This was exactly the reaction Du Seo had been waiting for. Seeing the impending attack, the corners of his mouth curled up. The plan was a success. Just as he predicted, the way to deal with 5 medium monsters at once was to make them enemies of one another. And so, the bull's sudden charge acted like a drum signal for the official start of the chaos. For some reason, the monsters suddenly turned on each other and began fighting tooth and nail, leaving the spectating students stunned. My God, what is that? The monsters are attacking each other? To explain this, one has to look at Du Seo's prior preparation. After all, he had experience beating this cursed game. His plan was to make the monsters hostile toward each other. In other words, this was borrowing a knife to kill, a strategy of using an opponent's strength to eliminate enemies without wasting one's own. Veteran players of Ether World once wondered, how can a small group take down a large number of monsters? After countless trials, they found the way, by exploiting the characteristics and attributes of the monsters. The first step was attacking the giant frog, Heimer Raiden. When attacked, the horn on the frog's head emits a red light, which happens to stimulate the aggressive instincts of the black sand bison. When the bison is provoked, it sprays sand into the surroundings. And if that sand sticks to the water slime, a reaction occurs. The slime will immediately generate a massive amount of water to keep its skin moist. On this side, Du Seo nodded when he saw the water rising up to his feet, as everything was moving according to plan. Good, thanks to the school's barrier, the water level is rising quickly. Next up is... As he thought, Du Seo turned to look at the bird in the back. When the Kaden bird senses moisture, it emits a piercing shriek at a frequency above 7 octaves. That horrific sound wave instantly triggers the sensitive bat, a species extremely sensitive to sound. Enraged by the noise, the bat immediately targets the bird, using its sharp talons to kick straight at its opponent's head. The kick was powerful enough to send the bird flying backward, crashing into the water slime. To retaliate, the water slime immediately spun around, waving its arms to create a water pillar that struck them both. Accidentally, this made the two large monsters even more furious. Just like that, the battlefield turned into a total mess of monsters fighting randomly. Watching this, the professors realized this was no coincidence. Only careful calculation could make the monsters fight each other to this extent. All the monsters there are attacking one another. Does this kid know the characteristics of every single species? Even I, an expert in monstrology, never thought of this. Truly amazing. The long-haired professor said. However, there was one thing he hadn't noticed yet, and the female professor beside him had to point it out. What's more amazing is Acel Morph's concentration. She can maintain her mana flow and focus in such a chaotic situation. It must be because she trusts her knight completely. The group watched on, silently waiting for the next development. Back with Duesio, while he was observing all four sides to ensure nothing went off track, he suddenly noticed something. When the bird and the bat collided, the giant Kaden bird was knocked toward Acel, the bishop, who was still concentrating her energy. Seeing this, Duesio immediately used Blink to close in on the wretched bird and delivered a powerful kick. The blow was so strong it sent the bird's body flying away like a balloon. But before he could catch his breath, a giant rock suddenly fell from high above toward Izel's head like a meteor. Luckily, the protagonist had sensed the danger early. He used Blink to appear in front of the bishop and swung his sword, slicing the rock in two. Seeing him running back and forth to protect Acel, the genius Ma Duesio laughed and said, "Hey, princess, don't you think Duesio looks like an ideal knight? Just like a knight protecting his princess." His words made Bayan's gaze pause for a moment. Below, Duesio was still flying left and right, blocking every incoming attack. And his efforts were not in vain. After a period of eyes-closed concentration, Izel's gem-like eyes snapped open. This time, she had completed the magic she was preparing, Crystal Flower. Countless sharp ice pillars began to sprout behind her, spreading across the entire arena. The largest ice pillar, positioned right behind Acel, was shaped like a blooming flower. The moment she cast the spell, the entire battlefield fell silent at the sight. "Wow, it's so beautiful!" someone shouted instinctively. Below, the 5 giant monsters were completely frozen solid by the frost magic. Seeing the monsters temporarily restrained by her spell, Acel didn't want to linger. "Shatter!" she cried out. Immediately, countless sharp ice shards shot out from the giant ice flower, raining down on the battlefield. The giant monsters, already immobilized, could only stand there and take the hit, unable to resist at all. Is it over? Did the two of them really defeat 5 medium monsters? A few voices buzzed in the crowd. However, someone else noticed something and shouted, "Wait! Look! The monsters are waking up." Under everyone's gaze, it turned out Izel's previous attack wasn't enough to take them down. They had broken free from their frozen state. This left the professors feeling a bit disappointed. In the end, they couldn't finish them. What a shame. But with that performance, they've already earned a very high score. Switching to Acel, the bishop girl didn't look surprised that her previous attack hadn't finished the job. Rather, she had expected it. As soon as the ice magic ended, she immediately began chanting another spell. A ball of lightning slowly accumulated, emitting a dangerous aura as it flickered in mid-air. "Strike!" Acel said coldly. Immediately after that sound ended, a massive pillar of lightning was released from Izel's palm. The entire arena seemed to be filled with nothing but the golden light it emitted. Then, a deafening explosion rang out at their position, and the monsters that had just awakened were sent twitching violently by the lightning strike. Looking at the sheer power of this magic, even Acel herself found it hard to believe. Is this my magic? It turns out I can actually do this. It was exactly as he had said. Acel thought back to the memory of the previous evening when Duo suggested that the two of them fight 5 medium-sized monsters at once. Naturally, upon hearing it at the time, Acel thought Duo had lost his mind to say such things. Huh? 5 at once? Are you insane? No, you can do it, and I trust you. So please, trust me, the one who trusts you, Duo said with absolute confidence. The faith he placed in her made Acel feel something strange stirring in her mind. Before, I had nothing, no faith in the path I chose, and no one who could tell me that path was the right one. But it's different now. Now, I will no longer be lost, Acel told herself. Unconsciously, she didn't realize that she now had Duo as a torch to light her way. Returning to reality, with all 5 medium-sized monsters defeated, the referee professor's voice rang out. Group 32's test concludes here. Hearing this, the bishop girl couldn't help but break into a deeply satisfied smile. Perhaps she didn't even notice that it had been far too long since she last smiled. Back with Duo, to dodge that lightning strike, he had nimbly plunged his sword into the wall to keep himself suspended in the air. Looking at the power of that lightning strike just now made the hair on his arms stand up. I almost got caught in that. At least give me a heads up first. He grumbled inwardly. Not long after, the results of the test were posted on the wall to inform all the students. The paper read, Beast Combat Simulation Test Results. Rank 1, Group 32, 199 points, consisting of Baek Duo and Acel Morph. Rank 2, Group 31, 127 points, consisting of Ma Duo and Bayan Adalovit. Looking at the results posted on the wall, Princess number 3 wasn't too disappointed since she had expected this outcome. A total defeat. Even though we chose medium to large special monsters and even countered my own attribute, we still lost. I guess I just have to accept it. She sighed. Meanwhile, the genius Ma Duo didn't seem sad at all. He even turned to tease the princess. Oh, you're accepting this that quickly? Humph, shut up, Bayan huffed coldly. But then, she began to glance at the genius and compared him in her mind. But if my knight were Baek Duo, could I have achieved that result? I can use magic just as well as Acel. But why is that commoner so devoted to Acel? If a perfect knight exists in this world, then he should be the knight for me, the perfect queen, shouldn't he? Thinking this, a wave of annoyance rose within the princess. She bit her lips slightly, her gaze turning colder as she stared at the result sheet. Actually, admitting defeat was a lie. I can't accept it. It's so frustrating. I need to investigate Baek Duo more thoroughly. With that thought, the princess turned and left, intent on investigating Duo immediately. However, her footsteps stopped abruptly when she noticed another girl staring intently at her. This was a character Bayan knew, and it made her feel a bit wary. Ceylon Orkan. Did she come here because she heard I lost to a group with a commoner and a traitor? Truly a troublesome woman. Bayan groaned inwardly and hurried away, brushing past Ceylon without any intention of greeting her. However, she didn't know that after she had left, Ceylon's eyes remained fixed on her retreating back, muttering to herself, still so green. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to the school library. At this moment, the female lead, Flame, was still focused on her studies. However, the test results made it difficult for her to study normally. She stopped her pen and began to think. The power Acel showed earlier. I didn't expect her to be able to bloom the crystal flower so soon. That crystal flower magic was originally Azel's signature magic, and it only appeared after she overcame all hardships and regained her self-confidence. If the original plot were being followed, Acel should be sinking deeper into depression right now. And yet, she just performed the crystal flower in front of everyone. This is definitely thanks to Baek Duo. In the original romance novel, Duo and Acel faced the apocalypse together. But what if there's a side story I don't know about? What if Baek Duo, an anonymous character who loved Acel, chose to regress instead of Ma Duo at the moment of the world's destruction? Regressing for the one he loves, even if the price is being forgotten by the very person he cares for. Does Baek Duo truly have no regrets? A love where he is willing to trade his very existence to turn back time. What would that feeling be like? Flame mused silently. If Duo knew what she was thinking, he would probably double over laughing. Shifting to the protagonist's position. In the middle of the night, Duo had to crawl out of bed to check the notifications that had just been sent. Chapter 5, Beast Combat Simulation has ended. You have received a large amount of experience. You have successfully led the story in a positive direction. Project Constellation will grant an additional reward. After reading the notification, Duo fell into deep thought. What reward should I choose this time? My skills have been buffed quite a bit. It's best to prepare for the next chapter. Thinking of this, Dueseo quickly compiled a list of what he needed and spoke up. I choose the item, the Yifanal leaf key. At his request, the system was silent for a few seconds as if checking something. Then, after about 20 seconds, it released the reward to Dueseo. System checking. Reward granted. As the notification ended, a silver key appeared in front of Dueseo. Seeing that the system had granted him the item, Dueseo exclaimed excitedly, "Awesome! The Yifanal leaf key." While not an artifact, it was one of the extremely rare items that only high-level players could possess. This was the key leading to the residence of a deity. But to use it, I have to go outside. However, because of that recent necromancer incident, the conditions for going outside have been tightened. What should I do? The more he thought, the deeper Dueseo's brow furrowed, until an idea suddenly popped into his head. He blurted out, "That's it. A club." Time passed quickly until the next morning. Dueseo had just finished writing his poor boy sob story application. Growing up, my family was poor since I was a child, and we rarely ate out like other people. Whenever my mother was away for work, I could only cook instant noodles for myself. Eventually, I got so tired of instant noodles that I begged for a delicious meal. My mother used her savings to buy me black bean noodles. I was so happy and asked her to eat with me, but for some reason, she wouldn't. She said she didn't like black bean noodles. After skimming it once and confirming that this story was incredibly moving, Dueseo yawned and said with satisfaction, "Good, that's done for now. Now, time to find a club." Time passed quickly, shifting to the bulletin board covered in flyers. Dueseo was scanning the area to find a suitable club for himself. Standing before countless membership invitations, Dueseo hesitated, unsure of which club to choose. But which club should I pick now? Among all these clubs, not many are allowed to conduct special activities outside, so I have to think very carefully. At this thought, Dueseo glanced at the bishop girl, Acel, beside him and asked, "By the way, are you looking for a club too? Haven't joined one yet?" Dueseo's sudden question startled Acel. Her voice was a bit flustered. "What? So what if I haven't?" Shouldn't you be scouted by plenty of clubs?" Dueseo said, narrowing his eyes. "Don't you know who I am?" Acel asked back. "I know you're Acel, who else? You've become quite famous lately." Dueseo's praise made Acel even more embarrassed. "Well, I mean, that is true." Looking at the bishop girl beside him, Dueseo had a few thoughts. After the test ended, Azel's reputation had changed significantly. She must have realized it herself by now. Back with Acel, to reduce the awkwardness, she coughed a few times and said, "But you have to choose a club carefully, blah blah blah." At that same time, while the two of them were whispering to each other, the genius young man walked up and patted the protagonist on the shoulder in a very friendly manner. However, our Dueseo coldly brushed Ma Dueseo's hand away. Seeing this, the genius didn't get angry but continued to smile and said, "I saw your test. Plus, I heard you commanded the hunt for the necromancer. You're really impressive." "Ah, it was just luck," Dueseo replied with a wave of his hand, but his attitude clearly suggested he wanted to avoid Ma Dueseo. Seeing Dueseo's attitude, the genius gave a smile. "As expected, there's something very different about you compared to others." Ma Dueseo's gaze when he said this was very strange, making the protagonist nervous enough to swallow hard. Then, Dueseo started to change the subject. "You know, I'm a commoner, so I always have to think of ways to do better than everyone else." Ma Dueseo replied with a smile, "Is that so? You just use your time more efficiently." "So, what do you do on weekends?" Dueseo asked back, surprising Ma Dueseo. "Me, I just study." For some reason, his answer made both of them freeze, as if they had just heard something incredibly bizarre. "I only asked to be polite, and you gave me a polite answer." "Thanks," Dueseo said with a deadpan face. The genius hurriedly explained, "No. I really do study. I study and I train." From Ma Dueseo's attitude, Dueseo seemed to sense something and asked, "Wait, you don't usually do those things?" "Ah, yeah, that's right. But for some reason, lately, I have been," Ma Dueseo said awkwardly. This information made the protagonist curious. Ma Dueseo starting to train was something that wasn't supposed to happen until much later. What could be the reason? Beside them, Acel had already guessed the reason and asked, "It's because of that dungeon practical, isn't it?" That's exactly it. If the lady hadn't intervened then, I might have been in danger, Ma Dueseo said with a grin. Stop calling me lady. Acel cried out in annoyance. Standing nearby, Dueseo began to put the pieces together. Right, in the original plot, Ma Dueseo teamed up with Flame and easily defeated Ha Wonriang. But this time, because I intervened, Flame was stuck, and he had to face Ha Wonriang alone. Could this be the reason Ha Wonriang is acting strangely? But either way, it's good. This way, both Ha Wonriang and Ma Dueseo will train themselves. Unlike me, their growth will definitely have a positive impact on a happy ending. Back to Ma Dueseo's perspective, seeing Dueseo still hesitating over a club, he made a suggestion. Hey, Dueseo, you still haven't joined a club? It's been a while since school started. Dueseo explained that he was too busy to join. Hearing this, Ma Dueseo excitedly pointed at himself and suggested, then why don't you join the same club as me? Let's see. If you meet my requirements, I'll think about it, Dueseo replied flatly. The genius asked what kind of club Dueseo wanted to join. Dueseo replied, it must be a quiet club with few people, no private gatherings, and guaranteed for major benefits, cheese and pork cutlet for lunch, freedom of movement outside, personal autonomy, and special permission to go out. Dueseo began listing a series of conditions that made Izel's expression increasingly confused. She reminded him, there's no such club in the world. Of course there isn't, I'm just joking, Dueseo thought. He only listed those conditions to get rid of Ma Dueseo. However, there was one thing the protagonist didn't know, never joke with geniuses. Is that so? Then I'll create a club like that for you. Ma Dueseo said, pointing to himself, leaving the two people in front of him stunned. You can really establish a club with special permission to go out? Dueseo asked again, and the genius nodded in confirmation, yes, I can. Back to Dueseo, he quickly recalled the background of the person in front of him and understood, right, with Ma Dueseo's connections, it might be possible. But what do you get out of starting a club for me? I do, because you're special, Ma Dueseo replied gently. This made the protagonist a bit worried, wondering if Ma Dueseo had discovered something. Do you know something? Before he could finish, Dueseo stopped himself because he realized something. Ah, right. I remember now. One of Ma Dueseo's core issues is that he's terrified of being alone. With that thought, Dueseo stopped questioning and nodded. Alright, go ahead and start the club. Really? The genius asked eagerly. Yeah, but you have to let her in too. Dueseo said, pointing to Acel beside him, which made her jump in surprise. By saying this, our protagonist had a motive. In the original plot, those two were a match made in heaven. If Acel could look after Ma Dueseo's mental state, that would be for the best. For Ma Dueseo, as long as the protagonist was in his club, he was happy to accept anything. If the beautiful Lady Acel joins, I'd be more than happy to have her. Stop calling me lady, it's annoying. Acel snapped. Watching the two of them bickering, Dueseo suddenly wasn't so sure if this matchmaking attempt would actually work. So, what should we name the club? Someone in the group asked. Oh, about that, I have an idea, Dueseo replied. Not long after, a club application form appeared. Club application. Club name, Gourmet Club. President, Beck Dueseo. Members, Ma Dueseo, Acel. Purpose, exploring culinary arts. Looking at the form, Acel stroked her chin and mused, is this going to work? To get the special activity seal, we need a faculty advisor and at least 4 members. To this, Ma Dueseo confidently stated, I can handle the members and the seal, but finding a faculty advisor might be difficult even for me. Why? You can get a special permit to go out, can't you? Dueseo asked, frowning. He was met with a mocking look from Ma Dueseo, because they're all just trash. Anyway, I'll go get the seal for the application. Then I'm counting on you, Dueseo nodded. Watching Ma Dueseo leave, Dueseo thought to himself, a special activity seal usually can't be issued by just anyone. But if they'll stamp it for him, it must be one of them. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to main tower number 1. Inside the vice principal's office, he was admiring his precious vase when the door suddenly opened. The vice principal looked to see who was entering and was startled. He hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Welcome, young master. He said eagerly. Meanwhile, Ma Dueseo, carrying the application form, nodded in greeting. Yes, it's been a while, Grandpa. Carrying the club application, Ma Yuxiang walked up to Vice Principal Achi Hayden and sat down. Once comfortable, Ma Yuxiang laughed loudly. Oh, this seat is more comfortable than I thought, I like it. Vice Principal Achi Hayden stood before him, waving his hand with a strained smile. Huh, is that so? But then his brow furrowed as he thought, what is this lunatic doing here? He then forced a smile and asked Ma Yuziang, so, what brings you here today? From his hand, Ma Yuziang pulled out the paper he had discussed earlier with Baek Yuziel and Acel. Keeping his smile, he continued, a club registration form. Stamp it for me. Achi Hayden was stunned, his awkwardness left him frozen for a few seconds, but he quickly reached out to take the paper and remarked, a club registration form? First, I need to check if it meets the requirements for establishment. His skepticism was established, but it was met with Ma Yuziang slamming his hand down on the table. This was understandable since the minimum member requirement hadn't been met. Faced with this unpredictable turn of events, Vice Principal Achi Hayden was shocked once again. His anxiety made him listen as the boy continued, you don't need to look at the content, do you? Just stamp it. A cold expression had appeared on Ma Yuziang's face. Achi Hayden saw the dark shadow lurking behind Ma Yuziang's smile. The request was then stated, you'll do it for me, won't you? Achi Hayden felt a deep sense of unease and trouble from Ma Yuziang's gaze. He unconsciously swallowed and withdrew his hand, his thoughts racing as he realized resistance was futile. Once this child was the successor of that man, one simply could not resist him. With no other choice, he had to comply with the request. Yes, I will do so. He took the paper in his hand, and a new issue was raised. And yet, Ma Yuziang, you know what I'm thinking. I know, he replied, adjusting his tie as he spoke. Having secured his terms, he quickly headed for the door but didn't forget to add, thanks. I'm off. After the door closed, Vice Principal Achi Hayden, who had been standing motionless, finally collapsed into his chair and sighed. His gaze was full of contemplation. Truly, like father like son, identical. Only a half, yet daring to be so arrogant, but it won't be long now. One day, I will sever that arrogant neck with a single strike. Moving to a certain classroom. As the lecturer began walking out the door, the students watched intently, and someone's thoughts immediately formed, finally over. That professor always nitpicks during presentations. You're right. Especially with commoners, he nitpicks even more. Jackie, standing to one side, stood up clutching some documents in her hand. Her hands trembled slightly as a barrage of thoughts suddenly appeared in her head. I should have been able to perform better in front of everyone. Yet I was so nervous I made mistakes. I could have done much better than Flame. Then, from nearby, Flame approached with a smile and said, Jackie, your presentation today was very good. Don't mind the professor's words, you did a great job. But Jackie turned away and shouted, enough. Left behind, Flame looked a bit dazed. This kid, seriously. I worry about her, yet she doesn't understand my heart at all. Suddenly, a voice spoke up beside her, I have to agree with that, making Flame spin around in surprise to find it was Baek Yuziel. She cried out, you scared me. What's up? Seeing her surprised expression, Baek Yuziel smiled and said, it's nothing major. But you're close with the professors, aren't you? I'm planning to start a club. Could you ask a professor for me? Flame initially assessed the situation and asked, why don't you do it yourself? Baek Yuziel immediately gave his reason, the thing is, the professors hate me, so I'm a bit shy and don't dare to ask. Hearing this, Flame added, true, looking at your daily attitude, that makes sense. She continued listing a string of issues, you're always talking back to the professors and sleeping through class, you're lucky you haven't been put on probation yet. Hearing this, Baek Yuziel could only give a forced laugh, it's not even that bad. But then Flame continued, closing her eyes as she spoke, still, who would actually be willing to help with something that troublesome? But then an idea suddenly sparked in her mind, and then she spoke up, catching him off guard, come to think of it, aren't you close with teaching assistant Alterisha? Their conversation ended there. Baek Yuziel walked down a hallway, his mind racing with thoughts. It turns out teaching assistants can provide guidance to students too. Since I only played the game for the main story, I had no clue that was even an option. After walking for a bit, something caught him by surprise and made him stop in his tracks. Ahead of him, an instructor stepped out of a room holding some documents. It was none other than Professor Tyrant, the one who had been giving him a hard time earlier. He had a sinister look on his face, as if some long-awaited plan was finally starting to take shape. Still standing there watching, Baek Yuziel was a bit dazed. What on earth is going on? Scene shifts to teaching assistant Alterisha's private research lab. Baek Yuziel arrived and opened the door, greeting her with a smile. hello. But then his expression turned to one of surprise. Looking at the instructor in front of him, he asked, Professor Alterisha? She was standing there lost in thought, staring at a pile of papers scattered all over the floor. Noticing someone had appeared, she looked over with teary eyes, and then quickly reached up to wipe away her tears. She said, "Oh, you're here? Is something the matter?" Baek Yuseol questioned the assistant. "TA, what exactly is going on?" He listened, a bit stunned, as she explained the situation. "Well, it's like this." After listening to her story for a while, his attention shifted to the desk, which only had a few sheets of paper left on it. He then asked a few questions. "TA, where is that thesis you said you'd been preparing?" Hearing that, TA Alterisha went silent for a moment, her hands clenching tighter. But then she forced a smile to hide her emotions and continued, I handed it over to the professor. You know, there's an academic seminar coming up. He said he'd use my thesis for it. I should actually be grateful, it's a gathering of such talented alchemists, after all." But then, suddenly, Baek Yuseol interrupted her, his face darkening. "Isn't that just theft? Is your name even going to be mentioned in it?" The assistant went quiet again for a moment, but then she kept that smile on her face and said, "It's fine, things like this are just part of life experience." Hearing this, Baek Yuseol felt helpless. He looked away, thinking to himself, damn, I shouldn't have just asked her to guide the club. His gaze then shifted toward a certain direction, toward the blackboard covered in magic circles and countless formulas. His train of thought continued, Professor Men is going to solve that formula soon. Even though I wanted Alterisha to finish it herself before that happens. Breaking off his sudden thought, Baek Yuseol turned back to TA Alterisha and said, "TA, you have another thesis you're preparing. We solved that part together last time, didn't we?" Alterisha suddenly realized and said, Oh, the one about random number interference combined with Qigong. I tried applying your unique ideas, but nothing worked. There's a reason that problem has remained unsolved for 300 years. Looking back at the blackboard, Alterisha continued, if I could just clear that one bottleneck, I could see the path forward. But then she was taken aback when he followed up with, I've already solved that part. With a look of shock, Alterisha asked, What? What did you just say? You actually solved it? For real? To prove it, Baek Yuseol turned to one side and replied, yes, but I just happened to find a trick to solve it, so I don't really understand it deeply. He then picked up a piece of chalk and began writing out his logic and formulas on the board. Alterisha watched what he was writing with intense focus, her face a mix of amazement and total surprise. After finishing a few formulas, matrices, and indices on the board, he turned back with a smile and said, but since it's you, I'm sure it'll be different. Alterisha quickly moved closer to the blackboard where he had just written. In a burst of focused analysis, she said, that's it. If we add scattering and reflection to the Trini coefficient in this formula, and then use the Penusan flow. Hearing her say those words, Baek Yuseol flashed a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, she's already completely immersed in it, that level of focus is incredible. Unlike me, who just mimics what I see, she's a true genius, a genius who can change the future of humanity. He then turned away. My part here is done, and so, he stepped out of the room, leaving Alterisha alone to continue her research. For the rest, all he could do was trust in her talent and wait. Continuing his journey, a certain fragrance wafted out from a nearby room. Baek Yuseol stopped right there. Sigh, I finally made it. My body is so sore. The thought quickly took shape. After that, with Alterisha's help, I successfully established the culinary club with myself as the leader. Now I can get permission to go off campus. He closed his eyes, thinking about how he'd been a bit suspected during the process. Regardless, he was lucky to get the permit so easily. A conversation with Professor Lee flashed in his mind, training? While applying for a permit under the guise of a culinary club, he could only give a forced laugh. That's right, sir. He continued walking forward toward a large branch, the thought crossing his mind, as long as I don't cause any trouble, it'll be fine. And then, once again, he was hit with another surprise. Whoa, a giant tree. It appeared right before Baek Yuseol's eyes. He noted, is that the third world tree? Information update, Southern Flower Spirit Garden. Many new architectural structures had appeared under the base of this giant tree. This time, Baek Yuseol had reached the home of the spirits. An exclamation of surprise escaped him as he walked forward. No way, the game graphics didn't do this justice. After moving a bit further, a female spirit appeared and greeted him with a smile. it is a pleasure to meet a mage of Stella. A male spirit standing beside her added, may your sincere heart reach the Mother Earth. Seeing the two of them, he offered a bright smile, may you always receive the blessings of the world tree that has gifted us this beautiful garden. A thought followed, perhaps it's because Altman and Eltruin once saved them from the collapsing, burning second world tree. Many spirits recognized the Stella uniform and were quite friendly. Looking at the others there, he made another observation, just like the game settings, there are a lot of beautiful people here. But among them, there really is one exceptionally beautiful spirit. That was the king of the flower spirits, Siren. With the appearance of a goddess, Siren had once made countless male gamers' hearts flutter, becoming the character with the largest fanbase in the game world. However, spirits are genderless. Only when they experience true love does their gender change to match the person they love. Siren was born in a female form, but since she had never truly loved anyone, according to the settings, the character still had no gender. Later, upon falling for Flame, Siren chose to become male. No matter which plot path you chose, there was no option for Siren to choose to be female. This drove countless male gamers to despair, a truly bittersweet story. I used to like Siren too. Imagining those things as he walked, Beck-Uziel continued deeper inside. Something caught his eye and surprised him. A smile played on his lips as he looked over, found it. This is the mysterious maze, the garden of the celestial spirit Leafhanel. Before moving on, he stopped and began to ponder, my current skills have been boosted quite a bit. It's best to prepare for the upcoming events. Old memories surfaced, I'll take it via the item. Leafhanel's Key of Light. Holding a key in his hand, a smile returned to his face. Luckily I can use this sooner than I thought. And so, Beck-Uziel inserted the key into a lock in front of him. But his system suddenly flashed a warning. Warning, if you open the gate to this place, there is a possibility that another person holding a key will also detect it. Seeing it, he wasn't very surprised. He noted, I've definitely seen this warning in the game before. And then another thought took over, but the players also confirmed that nothing special happens. At this point, what else could possibly go wrong? After that thought, Beck-Uziel once again connected the key to the lock and turned it. A gate emitting a blinding light appeared before him. The system message updated, the gate to Celestial Spirit Leafhanel's garden is opening. Scene shifts to a certain castle. This was the Spirit Kingdom, the cradle of the Celestial Spirit race. Following a large palace, the scene moves inside a room where a white-haired girl was sleeping on a central bed. But then something caused the girl to sit up instantly. Her slow footsteps then led her out of bed toward a window. In the distance, the massive world tree appeared. Her information popped up immediately. The king of the flower spirits, Siren, looked toward the distant horizon and murmured, the world is so peaceful today. Nearby, two pigeons were communicating with each other. Looking at them, she added, I wonder when I'll ever be that free. Her golden eyes reflected her own desire. Just looking at those birds makes me envious. But then someone's footsteps appeared, and the surrounding scenery shifted slightly. Sensing a change in energy, she was surprised and thought, this aura is. She put a hand to her forehead, and her thoughts continued, has someone entered the secret garden where Leafhanel rests? No one should be able to get in there, who exactly is it? Concern was evident on her face, what should I do now? Burdened by that worry, she placed her hand on an object sitting nearby, and then she donned a hooded cloak, headed for the door, and prepared to leave. But then she stopped, clutching her hem with a new set of concerns, I have to control myself. I've endured for decades, I can't act recklessly now. What if the curse triggers and drives someone into madness? She hesitated, I'll wait until the upcoming day of destiny, then I'll investigate. Back to Beck-Uziel. He was currently letting out a sneeze. Achoo. He was surrounded by clouds of dust, and his path was littered with it. He noted, ugh, this damn pollen. And then something suddenly attacked from behind, forcing him to move quickly to dodge. Whoa. These damn roots. After moving a bit further, he stopped at a certain spot. To be precise, he was standing next to a giant flower. Straightening his clothes, he muttered, if I keep fighting them, it'll never end. But then he pulled out a vial with a specific smile and continued, I knew this would happen, so I prepared some napalm through alchemy. Without a moment's hesitation, Beck-Uziel threw the vial he was holding. Light flared up instantly, and the plants caught fire, flames engulfing the entire area. On this side, Beck-Uziel drew his familiar sword and took a stance. Decision made, can't miss this chance. His body suddenly moved at an incredible speed, blinking forward as he charged toward the target. His eyes focused, searching for a fixed position, and then he locked onto his target for the attack. Having identified the spot, Baek Yuziel drove his sword cleanly through it. With just those two basic attacks, the plant monster began to fade away. The system calculated the results. You have gained experience points. Standing to the side assessing the situation with a half-lidded gaze, he remarked, "Phew, that's enough for these mediocre mobs." Quickly shifting his mood, he looked ahead. He continued, "Now, time for the real objective." The system board popped up. "You have entered the maze boss room." He arrived at a garden filled with blue flowers, where a figure was leaning against a central pillar. From nearby, Baek Yuziel began to step closer. Then he had to stop and observe what was ahead. "Is that celestial spirit Leafhanel?" Continuing Baek Yuziel's narration, "The most mysterious creatures in the world are spirits. This means a pure soul has been refined for hundreds of years and finally achieves enlightenment, transforming into a new form of existence. They say even the world doesn't have many such entities, but the creature before him wasn't a perfect spirit. That woman had lost her heart just before becoming a spirit and was stuck in that state forever." Under the glowing moon and the shimmering night, Baek Yuziel saw someone leaning against the central pillar. Anxiety began to grip Baek Yuziel. He tried to take a deep breath and then, step by step, he moved forward. Even though only a spirit form remained, the pressure generated by the massive amount of mana began to weigh on his body. The heavy pressure made him hunch over slightly. Although he had read the warning beforehand to always wear high-level protective armor, he currently had nothing. The intense pressure quickly forced him to his knees. The thought flashed through his head, supernatural mana pressure. He added, "Indeed, even in death, a spirit is still a spirit." The proof was the pressure it emitted even at the moment of death. "But because of that, I can't give up here." Gritting his teeth, he gathered all his strength into his body and began to slowly stand up. It was a struggle. However, he eventually succeeded in standing. But most of his body was trembling because of the issue mentioned before. The body cannot store mana. After moving forward step by step for a while, he was now next to the spirit, his heavy breathing evident. Now, he could clearly see the spirit with its hands joined in prayer. The blue light created a stunning display of space, and then a surprise was delivered to him. The board appeared. Experience for the slow mana accumulation skill has increased. Stopping his lapse in composure, Baek Yuziel leaned back slightly. A groan of relief followed. Now I feel like life's getting a bit better." The system board was still there, stat values have increased. He felt a bit lethargic. That's right, this place is a precious training ground left behind by the spirit. One of the world's mysteries that even the most talented mages couldn't discover. It's one of those coincidences that mages all over the world crave, a mana vein. This is a mystical place where even normal training can yield results dozens or even hundreds of times greater. Furthermore, by absorbing energy from the natural spirit, his affinity increased significantly. He looked a bit dazed as his thoughts continued. "True, it's hard for me to find a suitable training room. But here, I can practice new movements that I could never do in other gyms." But shortly after, he turned his attention away from the spirit statue. To be precise, toward something resting on it. A thought formed, but before that, "I'm not thinking about anything else." He took the object and held it in his hand. The notification appeared clearly. "You have obtained the item Branch of Hatred." A smile appeared on his lips as he stood there with his hands on his hips. Then, more detailed information appeared. Branch of Hatred, high rarity. Description: hatred never fades over time, it only grows stronger each day. Special feature: hatred. 1. Upon first contact, the target falls into an abnormal state of resentment. 2. Upon second contact, the target's hatred explodes, dealing significant extra damage to those with dark attributes. 3. Damage from resentment or hatred accumulates daily and can last up to 3 months. 4. If the target has a danger level of 6 or higher, the damage may be reduced by half. Single-use feature. Looking at the item he had just obtained, his confidence reached a new high. With this, I can deal with the boss of Volume 8, Mage Maizen Tyrant. I've also got the visual artifact, so let's start training. Time passed quickly. Shifting to several weeks later, Baek Yuziel opened his system board to check his stats. Slow mana accumulation level 3, strength increased by 8%, agility increased by 12%, senses increased by 20%. Sixth sense intuition activates by consuming the user's mental power. It can detect mana phenomena within a 24-meter radius and trigger cognitive acceleration. It activates automatically when the user is perceived to be in danger. Mana circulation rate in the blood is 2%. He let out a breath, phew. He put a hand to his chin and remarked, my current stats are around the mid 2-star level. A thought occurred to him, there's still a long way to go, since the main characters have reached 4 stars or higher. The training continued relentlessly. There are no masters in this world who can teach swordsmanship, so I have to constantly repeat simple thrusts and slashes to hit the enemy's weak points more accurately. His determination grew. I have to try even harder. His sword was raised high behind him, sacrificing his body, blood, and sweat in the process of training. A few slashes, which he called basic, were executed in front of him, but then a pressure surged through his body. It felt as if something had just pierced through his chest. His sword fell to the ground, but it seemed this was beneficial rather than detrimental, as he noted, excellent. He was panting heavily, constantly wiping sweat from his face. To show more, the system gave him some new information. You have learned a special breathing technique, you have obtained the skill Spirit's Breath. But then Baek Yuziel felt something was off. His vision began to blur, and his perceived world started to warp abnormally. A heavy feeling enveloped his body, and signs of drowsiness appeared. Then, his worldview twisted into a strange shape, but shortly after, he snapped awake to someone's rapid-fire questions. What are you doing now? Can't you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice? Can't you hear me? You hear me but you're ignoring me? I wish that would happen. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, answer quickly. I'm waiting. I told you to answer quickly. Hurry up. The look of surprise was still there. He quickly put a hand to his chest as if he'd just been startled. Creepy. What on earth is that? Where is that sound coming from? But then a new sound spoke up, causing him to look back in surprise. Huh? Can you hear my voice now? Baek Yuziel confirmed. Are you a spirit? His gaze fixed on the spirit statue. Thoughts quickly followed. What was that spirit Leafhanel said to me? He put a hand to his mouth, exclaiming, what the hell? That statue is talking to me. But on the other side, specks of light began to gather in one place and formed a sign. The spirit spoke, I'm not dead yet. You really are a bad person. Baek Yuziel followed up with, what's that? How are you talking like that? The spirit replied, I've been talking this whole time. Though you couldn't hear because you were deaf to it and couldn't grasp the situation. Baek Yuziel added a new question. Why can I suddenly hear you now when I couldn't hear anything before? While picking up the sword that had fallen earlier. The spirit replied, isn't it because we're the same? He paused for a few seconds, but then his face showed surprise as he heard the next words, you just breathed out the same breath as I do. A train of thought was established in his mind. Immediately, the previous notification appeared, saying a certain skill had been learned. The new detailed info board appeared, Spirit's Breath Level 1. Spirit's Breath can help you become one with nature. Blood circulation speed increases significantly, but mana erosion will occur. Effect, first form, increases strength by 107%. Second form, increases agility by 125%. Third form, increases senses by 147%. Fourth form, increases strength by an additional 101%, maximum duration 15 seconds. Mana erosion rate 1%. Looking at it, he fell into a long ponder. What is this amazing skill? Although the duration is a bit short, it can immediately boost my physical condition to a solid 4-star level? Isn't that right? He immediately remarked, oh, wait, the penalty is the erosion of divine power. He was lost in thought again. This fits with what I said about losing the human body. Divine beasts can maintain their form with their own magical power. But I'm someone with mana leakage, I'm losing my own body. It means death is approaching. This is a good skill, but my lifespan will decrease the more I use it. His gaze focused ahead. A new thought formed, no, I need to think more positively. Anyway, it's true I've gained a useful skill I can use in emergencies. Across from him, the spirit statue was reflective. After a while, it spoke, incredible. This is the second time a human has been able to breathe the spirit's breath. You're just like that other person, with such a faint presence. Since your body has no mana, it's as if you don't exist in this world. Although he didn't understand much, Baek Yuziel caught the key point and asked, who was that person? The spirit statue replied, that person also used a sword just like you. That person could cut through all magic and spirits. His face showed surprise. What? He synthesized it in his mind, the game never mentioned a check. If you can slash a spirit, doesn't that make you someone very skilled? He followed up with, "Can I meet that person?" The spirit statue replied, "No, you can't. They were killed by the 12 disciples of the primordial mage." Hearing this like a bolt from the blue, Baek Yuziel slumped a bit. The primordial mage, then he's been dead for a very long time. But then he received another statement, "Should I teach you? I was very close to that person, so I recorded all of that person's breaths and movements." Baek Yuziel was even more surprised. "Really?" The spirit's voice continued, "In return, there is a condition. I cannot leave this place or speak to anyone. I am certainly dead. So please save my heart, save me." Baek Yuziel paused for a few seconds, his expression then darkening slightly. "That is exactly the answer I was expecting." He spoke up, "I'm sorry, that is impossible to fulfill. With my current abilities, I cannot save the hearts of other spirits." The spirit Leafhanel went silent, its deep contemplation becoming clearly visible. After a moment of hesitation, the spirit continued, "It doesn't necessarily have to be the heart of a spirit, it only needs to be the pure heart of a god." Baek Yuziel asked skeptically, "If you use the heart of a god, will you lose most of your power?" Upon hearing that, Leafhanel's voice temporarily softened. "Would you be okay with that? Rather than being trapped here forever in loneliness." A sense of bitterness resonated in these words. Not knowing exactly how that felt, Baek Yuziel sighed and agreed, "Yeah, alright. If it's just the heart of an ordinary god, then it shouldn't be a problem." A few hidden thoughts formed in Baek Yuziel's mind. "Anyway, the reason I'm training here is for the upcoming spirit animal signing ceremony. At that time, I'll encounter countless creatures. That's worth much more than saving a single spirit's heart." A smile appeared on his lips, and he said, "I will bring it to you, as many as possible." The spirit before him replied, "Thank you. I will wait." "Oh, I have this for you to keep as proof." Baek Yuziel asked doubtfully, "Proof?" Pointing in a certain direction toward another item, the spirit's voice rang out, "Look at the pillar behind me." He asked, "What is this?" The spirit replied, "This is the proof that you are my friend." Baek Yuziel took it in his hand, and the system provided the information, Leafhanel's flower necklace, an item proving friendship. A new thought rushed in, "I've never heard of an item like this, even in the game." He put it in his pocket. "Fine, if there's no fire, I'll just use it as kindling for now." But then he stopped while putting the necklace away. "No, wait, that's a sacred spirit." He held it up in front of him, looking at it with a smile. "This is a sign of friendship. Perhaps this will be a quite useful item after all." Moving to the end of dawn, a soft light shone through the window frame of a certain room. Someone's hand writing on a chalkboard appeared in the frame. This place was not unfamiliar. It was Stella Academy, Alterisha's laboratory. She suddenly stopped her chalk mid-write. Before her eyes was the complete system of a formula. "I did it." In the somewhat cramped room, Alterisha had solved the entire formula that Baek Yuziel had provided earlier. But then a sound rang out, and she didn't pay much attention to it. "Oh, now is not the time." She walked to her desk and began to write. The nib of the pen was set down. After a while, she flashed a satisfied smile. "Tomorrow, a new era will begin. Will Yuziel be happy to know about this?" Co-author Baek Yuziel. Yeah, the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire, a place containing two main resources, gold mines and iron mines, was a vast, tall, and desolate area. The buildings were so high they didn't even reach the end of one's vision. These buildings were so tall they looked like a forest of construction in a cyberpunk style. In the sky, there were countless steel lines and numerous trains running back and forth. It looked like a spider web, so it was called the Spider City. The gloomy and dark atmosphere brought an ominous feeling, but the dwarves who actually lived here were full of life. Baek Yuziel and Alterisha set foot in this place, and he spoke up with a smile, "We're here." Though a bit surprised, Alterisha standing next to him confirmed, "Yes, that's right." A few words of explanation formed afterward. Today was the day of the academic conference. The location of this academic conference changes every year, and this year, the event would be held at Gumhagwang Academy, the best alchemy school in the Dwarf Kingdom. Since the creators of material magic were dwarves, this year's conference was expected to be on a different scale than usual. Additionally, it was said that the best alchemist in Kodan, also known as the Golden Alchemist Walsukko, would participate in this academic conference. A thought appeared in Baek Yuziel's mind, tinged with pride. This is the perfect time to present Alterisha's latest research findings. But then his gaze shifted to Alterisha beside him. She spoke next, "But Yuziel, is this really okay?" Anxiety was clear on her face. This is what that professor researched for half her life. Seeing her like this, Baek Yuziel had some worried thoughts. Huh? Is she a good person or just a fool? Even when her research is stolen, she can't do anything. And yet she can still say such kind words. Seeing things weren't right, he changed the atmosphere immediately. Don't worry. Altarisha looked over, and he continued, it's not that I'm copying Professor Maizen Tyran's research, it's just that the assistant is better than the professor. Altarisha stood there a bit dazed. Yes, thank you. Just like that, the two continued forward, and he added, then shall we go in? There's too much of a red carpet out front, so let's just go through the back door. Altarisha didn't refuse. Oh, right, that's a good idea. They then headed inside. The voice of the host rang out over the broadcast. Welcome to all the doctors, professors, and researchers of the ambitious society. The 87th Golden Section Scientific Conference is about to begin. For our first segment, we will introduce a new medicine. Someone's footsteps stepped up, none other than Professor Maizen Tyran. The host's voice continued after she reached her position. First, we have Professor Maizen Tyran from Stella Academy. After starting her introduction, she projected some information on the screen. The introduction began. Hello, I am Maizen Tyran from Stella Academy. Today, I will introduce the alpha type of the red potion. She began her long-winded speech. Everyone listened intently to those words, but we couldn't know exactly what she was saying. After a long while, she concluded, that is all. The audience was shaken. Baek Yuziel stood in a corner, arms crossed, observing as the audience's chatter broke out. Oh, Professor Maizen Tyran has such a wonderful idea to improve that difficult-to-brew red potion. Looking through the chatter, a few thoughts appeared in Baek Yuziel's head. It seems you're very good at talking about Altarisha's thesis as if it were your own. There are many ways to play around here. The main course starts right now. A person stepped forward. The host's voice rang out. Next is the presentation by Assistant Altarisha of Stella Academy. Altarisha stepped up to the exact spot where Professor Maizen Tyran had stood before. She decided to speak. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet everyone. I am Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy. But no one paid attention to her words. People began whispering below, hey, she's the one from the pharmaceutical company I introduced before. I really like the presentation on the natural regenerative cell extraction method that the professor explained. Baek Yuziel, above, listened intently to Altarisha's words below. She continued, the topic I will present today is... A slight smile appeared on Baek Yuziel's lips, and her next sentence made the hall fall silent for a moment. This is a perfect summary and understanding of the complete analysis and interpretation of the alchemical mixed number interference method. The noise stopped noticeably, not a single soul dared to chatter further. But then one person, unable to take it, spoke up to question her immediately. Do you know where you are standing? Altarisha heard this and felt a bit awkward, her words responding, yes, of course. This is a wonderful and cherished position for a person like me. The questioning continued toward her. Then how are we supposed to understand what you just said? Altarisha was nervous, her hands clenched and placed over her chest, but then she regained her confidence. Please accept it in the way of an alchemist. Once again, the people below began to chatter, but that mixed number interference method is absurd. In principle, magical engineering and alchemy cannot be mixed. This is exactly a problem that has remained unsolved for 300 years. At the top, the golden alchemist while Suk-ko brought his hand to his mouth, adjusting his state. He continued, I am looking forward to it. I want to find a truth within a magic that seemingly is considered impossible. Little alchemist, you know, announce your discovery to us. Altarisha couldn't help but be surprised by this. She turned a bit red with happiness. She spoke next, thank you. But then someone suddenly stood up and shouted, I object. None other than Professor Maizen Tyran. The words were delivered with gritted teeth. Before presenting Assistant Professor Altarisha's report, I would like to raise some questions about the report in question. Professor Suk-ko looked over and asked, what do you mean by suspicion? But then something urged Professor Maizen Tyran on. Looking at Altarisha in front, she said clearly, there are suspicions of plagiarism. Altarisha's face went blank while the people's chatter was incessant. Oh my god, plagiarism? Suspicions of plagiarism already? While Suk-ko acted excited. How funny. Do you know what happens if you make an allegation of plagiarism and fail to prove it? With a faint smile, Professor Maizen Tyran said, of course. She stepped up close to Altarisha's position, standing in front of her like a shield, spreading her arms wide and saying, as everyone knows, the alchemical mixed number interference method has 5 difficulties. Only by solving all 5 can alchemy and magic be harmonized. She continued, so far, only 2 of these problems have been solved in the academy, and even then, they can only be considered an incomplete answer. Baek Yuziel crossed his arms, listening to these words from Maizen Tyrant. The professor below continued, but I have solved the 4 most difficult problems. And Assistant Alterisha standing here is precisely the alchemy assistant and my assistant. Alterisha was worried. The people's chatter started up again. If that is true, then this report. Maizen Tyrant hadn't finished. Of course my thesis is correct. Even if the assistant did solve that 5th puzzle. Criticism weighed heavy on Alterisha's shoulders. Can you actually say that you solved the other 4 problems all by yourself? Maizen Tyrant looked smug, glancing at Alterisha standing next to her. A dangerous smile appeared along with a train of thought. Alterisha, you fool. I must admit your genius and superior talent. But this is the place where your life as an alchemist must end. Talent is forever. Professor Maizen Tyrant closed in on Alterisha. Hands on hips, the question was posed. So, what do you think, Assistant Alterisha? Alterisha still hadn't escaped this hardship, a sense of trembling returning along with some new thoughts. Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair is gradually turning white, what should I do? But then an intention urged her on. If you feel it's difficult when you're alone, then call for me. Calmness gradually reintegrated. She narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to speak. I have someone helping me. I want to call one more person to appear, as many do. Above, Alterisha continued, for this entire report, I am a co-author. A trembling finger was pointed straight ahead by her, toward the position where Baek Yuziel was standing, and she said, that student is Baek Yuziel. Not having expected this scene, his face showed a mix of worry and surprise. A new thought appeared, I'm a co-author. After being introduced by Alterisha as a co-author, Professor Maizen Tyrant also looked in Baek Yuziel's direction. He stepped toward the podium. People's chatter added to it. How ridiculous. Such a young student. I don't think anything will actually change instead of just disputing words. The Golden Alchemist Professor while Suk Ko on this side allowed himself a bit of interest, crossing his arms in anticipation. Oh ho, I'm very much looking forward to this. On Baek Yuziel's side, after moving, he was now closer to the speaking podium, his eyes looking down at the ground, carrying a slightly sad mood. He gradually approached Professor Maizen Tyrant. His eyes looked straight at this professor, without a hint of worry or hesitation. He quietly walked past Professor Maizen Tyrant, but then a sudden flow of magical energy poured out. This came from the branch he was holding in his hand. The direction this source of spiritual power touched was the professor's arm. A system information board was quickly updated. The special skill, Resentment, of the item, Vengeful Branch, has been activated. Target of resentment, Maizen Tyrant. After he passed, it seemed Professor Maizen didn't notice it, only letting herself feel a bit of anger as she looked over and spoke. Humph, how rude. Seeing that the opponent didn't notice, he flashed a slight smile along with a train of thought. Alright, it worked. After reaching the required position, he stopped and officially faced the scholars below. A silence formed first, then an expressionless face. Baek Yuziel spoke up. First of all, I would like to listen carefully to Professor Maizen Tyrant's argument. There is a saying that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. So, let's solve the cross-training technique right here together. A smile appeared on him, and once again the people's chatter broke out. A debate between a professor and her assistant to solve this report? That sounds quite interesting. I agree with everyone. Alterisha's worry was directed at him, speaking somewhat haltingly. Hey Yuziel, I. Seeing her worried, he looked over but then posed a counter-question. Assistant, don't you trust me? Hearing that, Alterisha was a bit dazed. No, of course I do. To be more certain, Baek Yuziel comforted her. I have been by your side all this time, so don't worry, Assistant Alterisha. You can do it. I trust you more than anyone else. Looking at his smiling face, Alterisha blushed slightly, thoughts running smoothly through her head. After that, can I really do it? Her hand tightened around her collar. Concentration brought her to adjust her glasses, and a thought rushed back. That's right, Baek Yuziel is right. I must trust in what I have done all this time. Her hair was adjusted neatly. On this side, Professor Maizen Tyrant was blank, unable to adjust to the situation here. After regaining her confidence, Alterisha stepped forward to stand opposite Maizen and said, Then shall we begin? Having been encouraged by Baek Yuziel earlier, Alterisha was completely confident. Starting with some new lines of news, variable interference method in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist declared, I have found a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the miraculous array that can solve the anomalous formula, but I need to go to the bathroom urgently so I can't write it down. Later, he passed away in the bathroom, making this formula famous. Since then, countless alchemists have tested this, but the results have all been failures. Therefore, no one wants to try it anymore. This unsolved formula was considered impossible, but now someone is declaring they will solve the random non-local interference formula. A person smoking with a sharp face remarked, "Interesting." Information about this person appeared: member of the Moonbone Tower, 13th Destruction Squad, Captain Kane. Another girl in similar attire, standing nearby, let out a long yawn. "What's so interesting? I'm bored to death." Information updated: Vice Captain Heijin Macaron. Both appeared here in an invisible state. After finishing her long yawn, Vice Captain Heijin Macaron looked up, giving a half-glance. "By the way, Captain, is that professor really a dark mage?" Someone nearby discussed, "I think I smell cigarette smoke somewhere." Looking toward where the two were recording information on the chalkboard, the observation made by Vice Captain Heijin Macaron was, "The more I think about it, the more this mission seems like a big scam." She looked over at Kane standing next to her without saying a word. An ellipsis appeared. She had to helplessly rub her head, eyes closed as she continued, "What can you do?" The captain follows that old man's words to the letter. But then she suddenly opened her eyes to look forward. Not just her, Kane also paid attention in that direction, where Professor Maizen Tyrend and Assistant Alterisha faced each other once more. An observation formed quickly in thought: the atmosphere in this hall has changed, hasn't it? The host's voice rang out, "Yes, we have just finished the first difficult problem segment." Coming to the position of the Golden Alchemist Professor Welsukko, he was surprised by the information recorded below. Observing a series of specific and detailed information written on two blackboards, he remarked, "Though similar, it is a completely different approach." On this side, Captain Kane formed a train of thought while observing intently in the same direction. However, the assistant's interpretation is simpler than Professor Maizen Tyrend's. Furthermore, the final result is also slightly different. Below, the host's voice rang out once more. Next is the second difficult problem segment. Both headed back to their blackboards and continued recording. In the observation area, some people began to focus, anxiety along with surprise visible on their faces. Incredible, quite a few people have solved the second problem before. But this kind of interpretation is the first time I've seen it. A math problem that was thought to require at least 200 lines to solve and clarify. And yet she can use exactly 12 lines to solve that problem. The person they were discussing was Alterisha. On one side observing the situation, Beck Uziel crossed his arms and smiled, bringing an observation into his thoughts. The audience reaction is also very good. Keeping the smile, the thought replaced it. But really, now is the main part. The host's voice rang out, "Currently, the third difficult problem segment is continuing. Will the third problem, which no one has ever solved until now, actually be broken right here?" Both focused on recording their research results on the boards. Alterisha's face began to show streaks of nervous sweat, while Professor Maizen Tyrend was much more worried. Both stopped their pens, and while Sukko below was surprised. Remarks were delivered continuously. "She actually solved it?" Professor Maizen, who broke the third problem previously thought impossible, "The result is truly impressive." Though hearing the praise, Professor Maizen showed no sign of joy. Instead, feelings of surprise were mixed together. While Sukko's words pointed out, but even more so, Assistant Alterisha has something even more impressive. Looking at the result hidden beside Alterisha, Professor Maizen began to get frustrated and angry, a train of thought taking over. What on earth is that interpretation? Nearby, Beck Uziel wore a satisfied smirk as he listened to the endless chatter around him. How could she have possibly come up with an approach like this? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. Some new information was proposed. Up until now, Alchemy seniors viewed the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues and solved them one by one. But Alterisha was completely different. She viewed all 5 problems as a single entity and proceeded to solve them in an integrated manner. That was also the difference between Maizen Tyrend and Alterisha. The process of solving the difficult problems continued. Professor Maizen's hand began to tremble as she wrote on the board. Her calculating thoughts no longer functioning well. Wait, what was the formula for the next part? Looking back at the blackboard, she cursed, "Damn it, there isn't enough space left to write." She turned toward the moderator nearby and barked, "Please bring more boards in here." Her voice grew sharper, "Hurry up." But then, a familiar voice rang out, instantly clearing the tense atmosphere. "I have finished the solution." Professor Maizen's gaze froze, and she looked to the side, where Alterisha calmly turned her back to the blackboard and looked down at the crowd below. Alterisha explained, addressing everyone, what you just saw was the complete analysis and interpretation of the random non-spatial interference formula. Light flared around her, and her steady voice echoed throughout the plaza. This concludes this intractable problem. The crowd couldn't contain themselves. The noise drowned out everything else. Insane. This is absolutely crazy. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? I'm so moved. This truly is the moment of the century. Altarisha, hearing these words from below, felt overjoyed, confidence blooming in her thoughts. I actually did it. She looked toward Beck Uziel standing nearby, adding a thought. Thank you, Uziel, this is all thanks to you. Her smile was still there, but another voice appeared. Altarisha. Facing her was a darkness radiating from Professor Maizen Tyrant. Altarisha looked over, filled with anxiety. Professor. Beck Uziel stepped forward to stand beside Altarisha, and then a hand reached out, as the dark mana emanating from Professor Maizen Tyrant became clearer by the second. A voice that sounded wrong erupted from her instantly. Altarisha. A confession of sorts broke through. How much longer do you plan to make me miserable? Stealing a thesis like that, then fabricating it as your own. Is it fun for you? Beck Uziel took a step forward, shielding Altarisha behind him. His eyes showed no emotion, and a thought quickly formed in his head. Is she planning to turn into a dark mage right here? It's earlier than expected, but this might actually be better. Not only that, looking at Professor Maizen in front of him, he had a new reflection. If she becomes a dark mage in front of everyone now, she won't be able to suppress the dark aura of her rage. She spoke his name again, Altarisha. Altarisha. Her final gaze expressed pure resentment. Altarisha was still in a state of anxiety. She tried to maintain her composure by biting her lip. Altarisha suddenly shouted, I told you to just admit it. Her self-confidence returned to her. Riding that momentum, Altarisha spoke clearly, my thesis was far superior to yours, Professor. Wasn't that presentation just now enough? How much more of my work do you have to steal before you're satisfied? Hearing these words from her, the audience and the scientists began to react in shock, exchanging remarks. That thesis on the red potion from before belonged to that assistant? No wonder. Her confidence was short-lived as Altarisha began to tremble again. Professor. Once more, she let her emotions burst out, her voice louder than before. Professor, you are even more foolish than I am. Hearing these words, Beck Uziel's face went blank as he looked at the woman standing beside him. This feeling quickly spread to Captain Kane and Vice-Captain Heijin Macaron standing nearby. Finally, Professor Maizen, who was the center of attention, was also stunned. To cut through the awkward atmosphere, the golden alchemist Wal Suk-ko spoke up, breaking the tension. This is quite interesting. He crossed his arms and laughed out loud. Kahahaha, today's seminar is truly fascinating. At this point, Professor Maizen suddenly snapped back to reality. A dazed look mixing with her voice as she realized she had exposed a portion of her dark mana. What? She looked back at her trembling hands. What did I just do? The thought quickly took over. This is dangerous, really dangerous. Knowing where it all started, Professor Maizen directed her rage and her gaze toward one person. Her footsteps hurried as she marched toward Altarisha. The threat was explicit. Altarisha, how dare you? Altarisha was startled and cowered. This surprise was quickly replaced when Professor Maizen saw a familiar figure blocking her path. That person was none other than Beck Uziel. His voice rang out slowly, Professor Maizen, please take a look at the situation now. Following his voice, Professor Maizen's face froze, then she gradually fell into a state of dazed disbelief, questioning her own existence. She felt an invisible pressure as countless eyes from below looked at her with growing hostility. The alchemist sat in silence waiting for the result, allowing everyone to stop doubting and understand the situation. Professor Maizen Tyrant turned to the side, stammering, no, that's not it. At the breaking point, she raised her hand to her chest, her voice rising, that brat stole my thesis. From below, having heard everything and assessed the situation, alchemist Wal Suk-ko said grimly, drag her out. Someone quickly replied, yes, sir. The order was executed. Two monitoring spirits stepped forward, taking Professor Maizen away. Faced with this, Professor Maizen still tried to argue, wait, no. I'm telling you I did nothing wrong. Both members of the 13th Destruction Squad watched her leave, while her voice hadn't stopped, let go of me. Let me go. After the major danger and the massive trouble were removed, Altarisha slumped to the ground right where she stood. All her initial burdens seemed to lift. Phew. From the front, a hand was slowly extended. Her shimmering eyes looked at those familiar hands. Beck Uziel, with a confident smile, looked down at her and said, Assistant, you worked hard today. Hearing his words of encouragement, Alterisha was dazed for a few seconds. Then she broke into a radiant smile, washing away all her worries. Yeah. The yellow lights outside added to the shimmering beauty of the scene. Shifting to the 13th Destruction Squad of the Moonbone Tower, the two were currently walking in one direction. Vice Captain Heijin closed her eyes, starting a new conversation. In the end, we didn't gain anything at all. Hearing her speak without a beginning but with a middle, Captain Kane grasped the issue and added, if emotions exploded to that extent, there should have been a sign. The sensors for dark magic corruption didn't give any feedback at all. A follow-up point was made by Vice Captain Heijin. That makes sense. After all, the spiritual sensing of the Moonbone Tower isn't absolute. A new question was added after looking over at Beck Uziel and Alterisha, who were surrounded by scholars. By the way, is that kid the high schooler they said was the co-author? Turning toward Captain Kane beside her, she noted with interest, he's actually quite cute. Kane gave her a sidelong glance. Have you investigated him yet? Heijin replied blankly, yeah, I just got word from Maya. She provided detailed information on Beck Uziel. Before coming to Stella, his hometown was destroyed by dark mages, so he should be a commoner. His grades were the lowest, so why is he in Class S? And on top of that, he's attending the most prestigious magic school in the world without using magic. Overall, it's very strange. He also requested to have his name removed from the article today. I didn't expect to find so much info. Captain Kane looked straight ahead calmly. Is that so? Keep that in mind. Her eyes showed surprise at something else. Up ahead, Beck Uziel was looking directly at Kane. He held a fraction of focus, while the other 9 parts expressed total ignorance. He decided not to pay it any mind, looked back ahead, and gave a bright smile. Standing there a bit confused, Captain Kane wondered, wait, did our eyes just meet? Heijin looked over beside her, disbelieving. What? Impossible. She looked at Beck Uziel ahead, continuing, could the captain's cognitive decline spell and my shadow barrier really be pierced that easily? Her conclusion, it must have been an illusion. Keeping her focus fixed on the front, Kane went silent for a few seconds. Beck Uziel's smile appeared as if nothing had happened regarding that previous gaze. Kane had no more words for him. Countless ellipses appeared. Having nothing left to do after confirming Professor Maizen wasn't abnormal, Kane walked away, saying, let's go, we're done here. Heijin put her hands behind her back, following, and added, I'm sick of this boring place anyway. Shifting to a carriage bearing a distinct noble insignia. Inside was the silhouette of someone angry, biting their nails. That person was none other than Professor Maizen Tyrend. Her cursing was incessant, damn it, damn it. If it weren't for Beck Uziel, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this. But from the front, someone sitting and reading a book with closed eyes said calmly, now that it has come to this, we must deal with Beck Uziel. Calm yourself down. Maizen saw this person appear unexpectedly, her voice becoming dramatic. You're Raiden? He continued, you've caused quite a mess. After giving an indifferent look, he quickly snapped the book shut upon hearing Maizen Tyrend's remark. That wasn't the trouble. Professor Maizen Tyrend's face showed considerable shock. Almost. Raiden continued with a look of slight dissatisfaction. He looked over and added, that was close. Fortunately, there was suppression from the contract. If your emotions had surged just a bit more and caused chaos, it could have ruined all our plans. Knowing she almost caused a major crisis, Professor Maizen stood there dazed. I'm sorry, I am truly sorry. Seeing her only capable of saying such things, Raiden put the book into a storage space and sighed with closed eyes. Do you think a mere apology can solve the problem? The leader was deeply disappointed. You must readjust your mood back to how it was immediately. He continued, you have nearly lost your value as a professor at Stella Academy. Refusing to accept this, Professor Maizen barked, her voice explaining frantically, no, I have many connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident, I can still make everything go smoothly. I haven't been expelled yet. Hearing her talk too much, Raiden closed his eyes and cut her off. Shut up and stay still. Keeping your head down and walking away is the most useful thing you can do. A question replaced the atmosphere, understood? He then teleported away, leaving Professor Maizen with a series of demands. Do not move and stay silent until the commander gives further instructions. Left alone, Maizen Tyrend focused all her resentment, clenching her fists, her blame directed straight at one person. This is all because of Beck Uziel. Her face was etched with clear danger. A plot was about to form. Recalling the figures of both of them before being dragged away, Professor Maizen added a thought, just wait a little longer, just wait a little bit longer. His image was burned into her mind, shifting to a train moving toward a certain destination. Inside a train compartment, Baek Yuseol crossed his arms, staring over at Assistant Altarisha. His gaze shifted to the side, a reflection entering his thoughts. It's quite a pity. I think if Professor Mai Zen Tyrant had used dark magic during the presentation, it could have prevented the collapse and the formation of the 8th story's disaster. He continued, I guess everything will proceed quietly until the story is supposed to explode. Closing his eyes, he leaned back, but his thoughts remained, it can't be helped, and don't be in too much of a hurry. The academic conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment has been activated. Suddenly, his eyes opened. There's only one thing that's bothering me a little. He recalled the moment his eyes unconsciously looked in one direction, where Captain Kane and Vice Captain Heijin Macaron stood side by side in a state of shadow invisibility. Looking at Kane, who was looking back at him then, a new conclusion took shape. That person was definitely Kane. A more detailed introduction, a small group of elite mages, selected with extreme rigor. The top dark magic unit, Moonbone Tower. Even within Moonbone Tower, which is famous for hunting down dark mages and witches, the commander of the 13th Destruction Unit, the most elite group, is Kane. A deeper reflection, if I didn't have the sixth sense, would never have noticed until the very last minute. I can guess why those dangerous people were there. Perhaps they came to monitor Professor Mai Zen Tyrant. Whatever it is, it would be great if we could participate actively. Just as he thought this, he caught sight of Assistant Altarisha, looking groggy as if she had just woken up. An old story was continued through a new one. I'm sorry, but could you spare a moment? No sooner were the words spoken than someone appeared near where Altarisha was sitting. She asked in surprise, who might that be? Before she could hear the stranger introduce himself, she was taken aback. The person across from her appeared in a white vest, with the distinct ears of the spirit race, holding a hat, opening up with a bright expression and saying, "It's a pleasure to meet everyone." Character info appeared, Nebula Group Chairman Melian. An in-depth explanation adding knowledge. As the chapters of the game develop, the worldview gradually expands. As the protagonist flame grows, many other characters naturally become targets, including one known as the Heart of the Southern Summer Moon Plains. Nebula Group Chairman Melian, thanks to his golden ratio destiny, was destined to be the richest person in the world. Despite being over 50 and having a daughter, he remained a target for many. The reason wasn't because he was rich or handsome, but because his daughter was Jeliel. High-level elf Melian, true to her title as a female villain, had tormented the main character throughout the chapters. Players grew angry and looked for ways to torment Melian as much as possible, targeting the person she loved most, her father. Marrying Melian and destroying the family. After a long introduction, Baek Yuseol let out a weary sigh but didn't forget to summarize his thoughts. It sounds like a joke, but everyone is excited about this dramatic turn of events. Following up, he looked forward with half-closed eyes, showing clear indifference. I expected it, but I didn't think he would actually come here. Overthinking continuously took shape. I need to leave a good impression in today's conversation to prepare for the upcoming chapters. Melian smiled at the two sitting together, starting with a few questions. You must be the alchemist Altarisha? And this is the alchemist whose identity hasn't been made public yet, correct? Ah, if you don't mind, may I ask your name? Baek Yuseol thought, I knew this was coming, but the question was phrased quite skillfully. He replied immediately, I am Baek Yuseol, a first-year Class S student at Stella Academy. Melian was surprised, oh, so you are a student at Stella Academy. It's an honor. Reaching inside his coat, Melian closed his eyes and added, the reason I came to find you too. A carefully prepared stack of documents was placed before them both. He explained clearly, is to propose an exclusive contract for the alchemist Altarisha's formulas to the Nebula Merchant Guild. Of course, the terms will be very generous. Would you like to take a look at the contract? Baek Yuseol's face showed no surprise, but Altarisha was stunned. As she held the documents, ellipses appeared repeatedly, her hands shaking along with the papers. Opening them, her eyes sparkled, her voice excited. Ah, this is unlimited support for materials and technicians. I've never seen this kind of money before. A thought formed, with these conditions, I can create any inventions I've ever dreamed of. Yuseol will definitely like this too. She glanced over at him, but Baek Yuseol looked blank, not getting the hint. Altarisha paused after seeing this expression, directing her opinion to Melian. I'm sorry, could you give me a little more time to think? Realizing something wasn't right, Melian added, are the terms not enough? If you have any requests, please just say so. But Altarisha quickly cut in, no, it's not that. The terms are not only sufficient but actually excessive. Her focus brought a logical explanation. I need to discuss this with the co-author of this formula. Baek Yuseol, sitting beside her, was startled by this, unable to believe he was the reason for this important matter. His confusion was evident. Hearing this, Melian chuckled, hinting through his words, is that so? A thought pushed through, a co-author? I thought that was just a figure of speech. Turns out it wasn't. Looking at the two across from him who were smiling brightly, he said, you don't need to worry about the boy. How could that be? His train of thought continued, solving a 300-year-old problem at the age of 10 plus, he's certainly no ordinary genius. No matter what, he's still just a student. Having made his judgment, Melian gestured and asked, would you like to look over the contract? He thought further, whether a genius in magic or alchemy, in business dealings, he's still just a child. Following the suggestion, Baek Yuseol held the paper, observing it intently. Melian deduced, with terms like these, there's no way he can refuse. But Baek Yuseol replied, I must decline. Not expecting this outcome, Melian's face showed total shock. Looking at him sitting opposite, questioning, may I know the reason? If the terms aren't satisfactory, I will revise them immediately. Pausing his speech, Baek Yuseol stared straight ahead. An analytical thought emerged. Signing an exclusive contract with the Nebula Merchant Guild, the largest guild in the world, is obviously a good thing. But Melian, despite his excellent business talent, is extremely stubborn by nature, never wanting to lose anything of his own. If this formula is bound in his hands, only cheap, mass-marketable goods will be produced, limiting the diversity, individuality, and overall performance of mage equipment. He continued, furthermore, due to excessive monopoly, many mages will be unable to access the devices, and technical development will lean toward commerce, allowing dark mages to catch up technologically. In fact, I've seen players choose this plot branch. They only made money but received a sad ending in return. Based on these deductions, he added, it's not about the terms. I simply do not wish to sign an exclusive contract. Melian stammered, holding the paper, his face showing no expression. Baek Yuseol continued, this technology, a crystallization of magicology and alchemy, will have an enormous impact not only on daily life but also on the manufacturing of equipment for mages. We hope this technology will be used by even more mages. Hearing this series of words, Melian offered several points of confirmation. You have very great dreams and ambitions. Having big aspirations is good, but to realize those beautiful dreams, money is an essential factor. Baek Yuseol responded immediately, as it happens, I have also just finished a round of negotiations with several investors, and one of them is you, Chairman Melian. As if catching the hint, Melian asked a crucial question. So, do you plan to sign contracts with them and with me at the same time? If that's the case, most of the conditions I offered will have to be cut. Not denying it, Baek Yuseol closed his eyes and confirmed with a smile, that's right. To be frank, I am also very greedy for those conditions. His eyes gradually opened, his voice steady, we will elevate the products to luxury status. A new smile played on his lips, that is the proposal I'm making. Yeah, additional information regarding the established criteria, promoting maximum popularity of the items. However, for high-end luxury goods that are difficult to manufacture, I will sign an exclusive contract with the Nebula Merchant Guild. Baek Yuseol was trying to entice Melian with these decisions. That is exactly what people call branding. Seeing his confidence, Melian stood opposite him with eyes slightly narrowed. As a professional merchant, Melian understood his intent. He gestured toward him and asked with a smile, excellent, but will those luxury items actually sell? I will never engage in activities that cause harm to myself. Knowing what he was worried about, Baek Yuseol lowered his head and replied, true, therefore, I won't ask you to sign the contract immediately. A cold but equally confident look appeared. In half a year, let's organize a press conference for the internal investors with Chairman Melian. Melian's expression turned to surprise as he heard him continue, if you like the products I introduce, please sign an exclusive branding contract with us. Seeing his careful calculations, Melian closed his eyes with his familiar smile. Yes, indeed. Yes, that is truly wonderful. Altarisha smiled, understanding that the other party had given their initial approval. To prove the cooperation, Melian took out something resembling a business card and said, this is a delivery slip, which includes my contact information. Baek Yuseol reached out to receive it. Yes, thank you, sir. A footnote appeared, message paper, an item written on paper and sent, guaranteed to reach the recipient. With the business concluded, Melian put his hat back on, his smile indicating his departure. All right, now I shall take my leave first. Baek Yuseol's face was nothing but surprised. Meanwhile, Altarisha maintained a slight smile. However much he had held his composure, he was now falling apart. He placed a hand on his chest to see if his heart had fallen out, his voice trembling. "Oh my God, I thought I was going to die of anxiety." Seeing him like this, Altarisha worried along. Is that the behavior of someone who is often anxious? Faced with her daze, he replied, "I really was worried." Hearing him, she broke into a natural smile, followed by a compliment. As expected, Uziel is truly amazing. Hearing something strange in her words, Uziel looked puzzled. Huh? Seeing his confusion, Altarisha changed her tone. "Ah, it's nothing." Paying her no further mind, he looked toward the door Melian had just exited. A train of thought accompanied by a smile showed, "Anyway, one problem has been solved. When I get back, I think I'll go to a good restaurant with the club members." Additional information appeared. The scientific conference ended safely. Classes at Stella Academy continued as usual. A professor on the podium spoke to the students below. "Professor Maizen is unwell, so I will be teaching this class in her place today." Uziel, wearing glasses, heard this and looked on with a half-glance, his thoughts returning. As expected, has she disappeared without a trace? His contemplation deepened as images of Professor Maizen Tyron's demonization surfaced. If everything went according to plan, Maizen would have fully awakened in the 8th chapter and caused great damage to this school. I don't know how everything will change in the future because of this event. His gaze turned more serious. Could this chapter take place earlier? I hope it at least happens at a level I can handle. He noted further, not just Maizen, but Altarisha was also absent from school. The session had ended, and he was currently walking down a hallway. He thought, it seems she's happy and has received her pension benefits. Just then, a student ahead spoke up. "Hey, did you hear anything?" Uziel paid attention to the conversation. The assistant, Altarisha, is she really the one who decoded that super difficult random non-local interference formula thing? The conversation continued. "Oh, I heard, but isn't there still another co-author? They say that person's identity is kept secret, but why would they do that?" Uziel paid them no mind and looked straight ahead. "Good." Another student said, "Is that person someone extremely ugly?" Is that so?" After some time, Uziel headed out of the campus. Overthinking remained. Keeping my identity as one of the authors a secret has helped me avoid being the center of attention in this school. His footsteps suddenly stopped. First, I provided hints by borrowing knowledge from these special glasses. Because all focus and attention should be directed toward Altarisha for the best results. Stopping, he noticed something near him. Found them. A voice said, "Isn't that Ma Yuziang? Wow, look at that posture." Both protagonists, Ma Yuziang and Acel, reappeared. People watched as Ma Yuziang observed a slightly shy Acel, gossiping. "High grades in academic performance and good looks, isn't that cheating? Is the person next to her a follower or something? She looks like a doll. Humph, she's not a very good person regardless. Yeah, she is pretty though." But Uziel, hands on hips, looked over and thought to himself, no matter what, there will never be a quiet day when those two are drawing attention. He spoke loudly, calling over, "I'm here." Seeing him appear, Ma Yuziang smiled brightly. "Hi, Uziel." He waved back. "Sorry, I must have kept you all waiting, right?" Acel added, "Not really." A question was directed at him. "So what are we eating? Didn't you say you were the one deciding that?" Knowing Acel rarely got to eat delicious food due to her family's circumstances, Uziel smiled confidently. "You'll know once we get there." Shifting to a restaurant. 3 people were at the table, but only 2 plates of food were served. A bit stingy, isn't it? Uziel said, "This dish, if I had to guess, must be pizza." Shimmering light and a wonderful aroma filled the air. Altarisha's eyes filled with desire, her face red because she was about to eat something delicious. Uziel noticed her cuteness. Her eyes are currently only on the food. Without looking away, some overthinking occurred. Thinking back, I remember in Izel's explanation and introduction, when ordering pizza, you have to order a drink almost like soda first, maybe pickle juice. He handed her a glass. "Hey, you drink this." Acel looked over, a question mark forming. "What is this? How do I eat it?" Anxiety appeared, followed by countless question marks. Uziel added a few ellipses, thinking, "Hey, is this really her first time at a pizza place?" He said, Yes, that's right." Acel brought it to her lips and took a sip. Surprise appearing on her face. It's delicious." Her face turned even redder. Ma Yuziang also paid attention to a glass similar to Izel's, and brought it to his lips. A sense of comfortable integration followed. He turned to Uziel. "Yeah, it really is delicious." Baek Yuseol looked dazed, thinking coldly, take a picture, capture this truth. He drinks it like he's doing a photo shoot for a food magazine. After everyone finished their drinks, he held up a slice of the pie and smiled, try this too. Let's eat. Acel waited expectantly, holding a knife and fork. Seeing her hold them, Baek Yuseol wasn't surprised but closed his eyes. Good lord, are you planning to shove that knife into this pie? Nobody does it like that. Acel looked back in surprise for him to show her how to eat. He gave a demonstration, bringing a piece to his mouth. The explanation followed. They say it tastes best when eaten like this. Acel was flustered. Isn't that a bit strange? Isn't it impolite? Ma Yuseong laughed brightly. Oh, isn't that just more fun? He coldly picked up a slice with his hand and chose a spot to bite. Then I'll give it a try. You never know until you try, and once you do, you know it's good. Acel followed suit, picking up a slice. Taking a bite, her eyes tightly shut. Her body trembled, drawing the attention of the two male students sitting with her. Acel put her hand to her cheek, a look of joy on her face, thinking, ah, there's a sweet flavor flowing through every slice of cheese, and there are even bell peppers dancing on it. Adding a bit of bell pepper and olive oil creates such a special dish, plus there's bacon and onion. They are like they're dancing together to create a symphony. Seeing her so bright, Baek Yuseol asked, so, do you think it's delicious? While eating, she heard him speak, and Acel was taken aback, looking at the slice in her hand, her face flushing even more. Yes, it really is delicious. Both of them looked at her and offered a slight smile. Some suggestions and exchanges followed. Let's come here to eat often from now on. Can I come along too? That depends. Please don't be like that. Shifting to a sunset scene at a field, an incident occurred with a special crack, signaling an approaching danger. Returning to the classroom, Flame was walking when suddenly someone called out, "Hey Flame, have you heard about that?" Her eyes looked back, a smile accompanied by an immediate response, "Yes, I've heard it." The female student was a bit flustered. "Oh, really?" Just like that, she left immediately after. "Then I'll see you later." Flame watched her figure gradually depart and then sighed where she stood. I guess she came here to tell me about the rumors regarding Assistant Alterisha solving the alchemical mixed number interference method. But from what I know, all of this was done by Baek Yuseol. His image returned to her mind, and she turned to one side, adding a new thought. But how could he solve this formula? Clearly, in exchange for returning, most knowledge of the future, except for decisive events and stories, must be forgotten. Could he actually remember those things too? Or is he just too smart? In front of Flame currently, people were whispering excitedly. However, someone approached and greeted her. "Hello, Flame." This person was none other than Jeremy Scanvin. He gave a bright smile and added to the conversation, "This time, would you like to practice Persona Gate with my group?" Seeing him stand beside her, Flame ignored him. "Why are you acting like this? If you go, do I have to follow?" Her eyes just opened. "Go find another girl. Stop hitting on people for no reason." Flame left immediately after. Meanwhile, Jeremy Scanvin's expression was a bit of a weird smile, truly very special. Shifting to a notice board on this side, some content was displayed, official document of the Persona Gate. First-year students, please decide which Persona Gate you want to practice in groups. Looking up at this place, Flame was still there with some new contemplation. By the way, this is the Persona Gate practical. Has this finally begun? Some additional information followed, another dimension created by the power of shadow mages, the Persona Gate. If you do not quickly conquer the Persona Gate when it first appears, that place will become a land where no living creature can survive. Furthermore, unlike dungeons that are cleared by defeating the area boss or destroying the core, a Persona Gate must be completed by analyzing and breaking its patterns and tricks. Deepening the thought, from focus analysis to spatial distortion, structure, and soul imprisonment, you need an understanding of thousands of patterns and the ability as well as the capacity to memorize them. And finally, combat power. In fact, the reason for training magic warriors is to stop the Persona Gate. It can be said that this is the most important subject. Flame's hand clenched into a fist. If it's true to the original, something real will be mixed into this Persona Gate activity. I can't let Baek Yuseol keep handling these things alone. More determination within herself. This time I must stop it to avoid causing great damage. Shifting to the 9th star tower, the Cloud Floor Cafe. Princess Bayan's group was present here, with many sweets and tea on the table. A sudden question was posed, has everyone tried this new dessert? Several others responded, ah, do you mean the pumpkin cake without cream cheese? Its flavor is indeed unique. Princess Bayan took a sip of tea while the chatter of others added on, yes, I ate it once and was truly amazed. The contemplation within Princess Bayan disagreed with these things. It's tasteless. Just then, her eyes suddenly opened as she heard someone recount a recent story. By the way, Stella's assistant has solved the random non-local interference formula technique. Richard continued his words. I heard this story from my father. Additionally, I heard the co-author is actually a student of Stella Academy. The two female friends were both surprised but equally amazed by these words. Oh my God, is that true? It must be certain. Because Richard's father is the director of the intelligence agency. A doubt was revealed. Who on earth could solve an unsolved puzzle while still a student? You're right. Over here, Bayan set her teacup down, her thoughts taking over. Even the director of the Intelligence Bureau doesn't know exactly who that student is. But then the images of Beck Uziel and assistant Altarisha appeared together in her mind. Beck Uziel is the co-author of the random non-local interference formula. Her face turned solemn. She could not restrain this agitation, her hand repeatedly stroking the rim of the teacup. Countless questions followed into her mind, but why would Beck Uziel hide that truth? Is he intentionally helping to elevate assistant Altarisha? Then an idea flashed further. It's very possible that Beck Uziel also has feelings for assistant Altarisha. She then stood up, and a friend sitting nearby instinctively looked over and asked, Princess? Princess Bayan left immediately after turning to the others. I have to go right now. This classmate instinctively added, yes. But it's already time for tea. The three remained just staring blankly as she left, unable to understand what was happening. A further question was asked seeing her leave so quickly. Why is the princess acting like this? Shifting to the campus grounds, Princess Bayan was walking when suddenly someone's figure appeared right in her path. Her eyes looked down and she didn't initially notice this person. Until a voice spoke up and she looked over. Bayan. Seeing an acquaintance appear, she replied, Hong Shihua. Seeing her call her name directly, Hong Shihua quickly put her hand to her mouth, changing, oh dear, didn't I tell you to call me big sister? More information was pushed. They were forced to become enemies because of the fate of the legitimate child and the illegitimate child. My half-sister, Hong Shihua Adalovit. I hate this woman to death. Cutting that issue off there, Princess Bayan asked a new question. So what are you doing here? Hong Shihua smiled brightly. Ahaha, don't look at me like that. She turned a bit more focused. Don't I always come here because there's work to do? Lately, among the first years, a very interesting commoner student has appeared, hasn't he? A new issue arose making Princess Bayan startle slightly. Are you talking about a commoner who is practicing a spirit of chivalry that has almost disappeared from this world? Beck Uziel's image appeared more vividly to her. Seeing her strange reaction, Hong Shihua looked on with her arms crossed, adding, looking at your reaction, it seems my sister is also interested in him. Her voice turned more attentive, final thoughts surfacing. He is a knight who sacrifices everything for a mage. A cold look and a smile added more teasing. Isn't that the dream of every princess? Princess Bayan's hand clenched tightly again. So, shall I introduce you to him? She was unhappy with the continuous remarks. Princess Bayan walked past smoothly, saying, all right, thank you. Please try it yourself. Princess Hong Shihua just burst out laughing. You look a bit uncomfortable now. Truly cold. Just then, as if she remembered something more, a finger was raised. You weren't like this before. You know, is it because the eldest sister passed away? Bayan's face darkened immediately, and then a sad look appeared afterward. Her footsteps continued forward. I shall take my leave. Hong Shihua's eyes didn't leave her figure as she departed. She herself remained a bit sad, and contemplation quickly took over. Perhaps this time I was too harsh and went too far, didn't I? Perhaps it's too early for her to hear about our eldest sister. Just then, the guard Sayera appeared from somewhere, adding, Princess. Seeing her unexpected appearance, Princess Hong Shihua paid attention. Huh? What is it, Sayera? A folder was held out by Sayera. This is the information about the person you asked me to search for, the student Beck Uziel. It is a copy of an assignment he submitted to class, and it contains a brief biography of his past. Hong Shihua took the documents, adding, oh, really? I didn't expect to find something I didn't even have to dig for like this. Well done. There really was a required assignment with such content. She opened the folder, then let me see what it's like. Title, To My Mother. Mother, I miss you. Watching this, Hong Shihua burst into a rather loud laugh, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Aha, kids will be kids, won't they? Time skipped forward, and about a minute later, Hong Shihua's hands trembled slightly as she held the documents. Sayera was a bit taken aback by the scene. Facing her, Princess Hong Shihua had a few tears falling, prompting Sayera to ask, princess? Meanwhile, she quickly covered her mouth. I understand now. Baek Yuziel's mother said she didn't like black bean noodles. Realizing something was wrong, Sayera changed her tone. Forgive me. While Hong Sherwa turned away, wait, are you crying? Hong Sherwa replied, oh, it's nothing. Wiping away the unexpected tears, she added a thought. I had never truly thought deeply about poverty before, and he has lived a life like that while steadfastly holding on to his belief in chivalry. Her gaze slowed down. Baek Yuziel's hometown was invaded by dark mages, is that right? And then a smile appeared on her lips. I'm sorry, Baek Yuziel. But I'm becoming more and more curious about you. About a guy named Baek Yuziel. Shifting to another location. The final day of training had finally arrived. The trainees gathered on a grassy field. A professor stood out to explain to everyone. From now on, we will begin the Persona Gate training for first-year students. Students, please enter these individual gates. Hearing this arrangement, Baek Yuziel stood in a corner while whispers broke out. Through that, it looks exactly like the textbook. I'm getting a little nervous. A thought crossed his mind. So it's finally starting. Before everything unfolded, Baek Yuziel started with a new thought alongside his system board, a reward for completing the academic presentation. We can also activate the gate analysis function from these classes. I've been walking in Leaf Hainel's garden and improving my abilities, so this is enough. His information appeared clearly. Baek Yuziel, physical stats, strength, 2 stars, 61%, senses, 2 stars, 45%, agility, 2 stars, 42%, stamina, 2 stars, 12%, durability, 0 stars, 97%, mental stamina, 1 star, 59%, mana, unknown, remaining EXP, unknown, skill, blink, level 1. His face showed clear contemplation. The teacher on this side pointed toward the gate and signaled, now then, students, those assigned to gate C7 please head this way. Flame, standing near him, replied, yes. His attention was drawn over to, not just her, but others appearing as well, including Princess Hong Bayan and Acel. He thought to himself, so these are the people going with me, huh? This Persona Gate practical session would be conducted in groups of 4 to 18 people. The key is how to cooperate and overcome it. His gaze remained on the first-year Stella students. With an average level of Class 2, it wouldn't be easy to conquer a Persona Gate prepared with 3 risks for their first real mission. One concerning thing here is that Persona Gate C7, where the event occurs, has a maximum capacity of only 16 people. It's a shame Ma Yuziang or Hei Wonriang aren't here. But with Flame, Hong Bayan, and Acel present, there should be no failure in conquering the Persona Gate. He stepped forward, thinking, I probably don't need to get involved in the final boss strategy. The gate is right in front of us, anyway, all I need is the hidden reward, the enchanting tree petals. Shifting to another scene, Baek Yuziel's face showed a hint of surprise. A new information board was established immediately. Welcome to the Aharon Ball. A shimmering square glowed with golden light. Everyone began to gather on the large central carpet. Instantly, Hong Bayan's group entered the area. Like him, everyone looked around, assessing the situation. Then a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Hello. A maidservant gestured behind her, smiling. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Hong Bayan felt something was off and asked suspiciously, a dress? Shoes? What? Her thoughts raced. Wait, has a ballroom ever appeared in a Persona Gate before? But then she adjusted her mindset. This is not the time to think about that. We need to analyze the Persona Gate and check the tutorial guide. Numerous complex terms appeared on a scroll, but then anxiety began to surround her. Wait. They actually gave such a complex formula for a first-year trial? The housekeeper then gave directions to everyone. My lady, it's almost time for the banquet, you must hurry. Princess Hong Bayan still couldn't understand what was happening. The housekeeper stepped closer kindly, smiling. Is something wrong? Hong Bayan voiced her concern. How can you speak like that? Is that a designated phrase? Her thoughts continued. I don't know if this is a real NPC in the Persona Gate. I heard that people inside gates created by mages don't show any individual actions. She added instinctively, unless. Looking at the housekeeper smiling freely along with those previous words, Hong Bayan's mind began to waver. No, that's impossible. This is Stella Academy, there's no way a real Persona Gate would appear here. Stella's technology has just advanced a bit more. The smile remained on the housekeeper's face. Why do you say that? Princess Hong Bayan changed her words. Don't worry about it, just go get the dress. The housekeeper replied, yes, I understand. She left under the princess's gaze. Anxiety mounted. I don't know if it's just my mood, but I feel like this training session won't end easily. Time passed quickly, and footsteps appeared. Princess Hong Baiyan had changed her attire. Her silver pink red hair blended perfectly with the color of the dress she wore, her beauty reaching a perfect 10. Then her gaze accidentally landed on a figure, none other than Baek Yuseol in his elegant suit. His eyes also looked in her direction. Princess Hong Baiyan looked over with a blushing face. He dresses quite well, he looks really good in that. But then focus suddenly took over. As old memories returned, this paper was submitted by trainee Baek Yuseol as an assignment for a specific subject. I heard this is a past story of that student. She received it and brushed her hair. Is that so? Looking over the information one more time, she seemed to have grasped a clue. This is. Returning to the actual situation, she still couldn't take her eyes off Baek Yuseol. Is it because of the personal info on Baek Yuseol I received a few days ago? I feel like he looks different. He's the total opposite of the guy who was yawning constantly before. His eyes looked back, while her train of thought remained. Overcoming the past like that, the path of a knight within Stella, he is taking it step by step. His blank expression cut through her thoughts. What are you looking at? Is it your first time seeing a commoner yawn? Princess Hong Baiyan was a bit startled, but then she let herself get embarrassed and looked away, replying, no, it's nothing. Just then, a voice interrupted, everyone has gathered, I see. Someone gradually approached them, and everyone's eyes fixed on the newcomer. A lady with red hair holding a fan continued her previous statement. From now on, you must attend the ball hosted by Duchess Ihiran. Then her gaze shifted, focusing on a wall. They say those 4 passages lead to the basement of the mansion, but the basement is full of mazes and traps. And as soon as you get lost, the knights in the mansion will start moving. She added with a smile, you have no choice but to trust and coordinate with your own intuition and knowledge. Can you do it? Baek Yuseol, standing in a corner, replied, yes. Hearing this from him, the lady looked over in surprise. You look quite confident. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your confident appearance really makes one feel uneasy. I like it, still confident. He added, thank you. Watching this natural exchange, the other students couldn't help but be amazed. What? That person just spoke like a human, didn't they? Do base NPCs have lines like that? The woman's voice added, well then, good luck to you all. She turned and left, leaving her back for everyone to see. The male students started looking at each other again. Alright, we should go. Anxiety took over everyone. They began to head toward the gate to carry out the mission. Just then, another voice rang out, forcing everyone to look back. Hey guys, wait a second. The person speaking was Flame. She added a question, this training assessment, don't you all feel it's a bit strange? She calmly provided more details. It's hard to interpret, and these NPCs are acting very realistically. Also, I completely can't analyze anything from this persona gate. Normally, a practical assessment for freshmen shouldn't be this difficult. The male students in front agreed with this view, their analysis adding, actually, I feel it strange too, I almost can't understand it. Yeah, that NPC looked very real. As the students began to agree, Flame's expression brightened, alright, I'll convince everyone to head this way. She continued, in my opinion. But then someone's voice cut her off, wait, Flame. Ziki appeared looking displeased with her arms crossed, saying, you're not intending to tell me that this might be a place that just looks real, are you? Worry showed on Flame, huh? Ziki continued, as I see it, this is exactly the situation the professors wanted. Isn't this obvious? In real combat, you can't always fully decode a persona gate. In other words, falling into this confusing and unanalyzable situation is also part of their intention. Analyzing even deeper, Stella, the place that trains the most elite magic warriors, is also home to top magic knight squads. Is there any chance they wouldn't notice if a Real gate appeared in the school? Everyone began to believe Ziki's words. Ah, is that so? That makes sense. Meanwhile, unease began to grip Flame. This isn't good. If according to the rules, this persona gate is real. Even if I say that, surely no one will believe me, so I tried to give them a sense of abnormality. Then she looked at Ziki's smugness. What should I do now? A silence enveloped them again. Baek Yuseol looked on from the side, thinking, does it have to follow this branch in the end? He mentioned some info, E006, Ziki's darkening branch. In the original novel, the character Ziki didn't exist at all, so Flame must be very confused. But this scene of Flame blocking Ziki's path is one of the countless branches that appeared in the game's original source. Anyway, this is a situation where one of the 3 students is forced to become a darkening sacrifice. A new worry formed, even though I hoped no one would be eroded. Is it impossible to change fate once it's set? Looking at the opposing situation ahead, even helping Flame here wouldn't change the outcome. If so, the right choice is to take a step back. They looked at each other, and after a moment, Ziki decided to turn and leave. No matter what you say, I'm going. Flame tried to pull her back. What? Wait, Ziki. Ziki looked back with cold eyes, replying, even in this situation, it's arranged by the professors, we just need to handle it calmly. As for you guys, just stand there looking dazed. Just like that, Ziki chose a gate and proceeded to teleport. Flame couldn't stop her. At this point, the male students began to look at each other in worry, their decision following shortly after. I'll go too. I've always been prepared for these situations. Baek Yuziel stood with his arms crossed, assessing further. No one is acting systematically at all. His fingers began to move. Anyway, since it's come to this, the only way is to enter. A smile appeared on his lips, and he stepped forward. While Baek Yuziel was confidently stepping forward, he suddenly stopped and looked to one side. It turned out the male students were gathering quite densely behind him. Baek Yuziel directed a question that way, but why are you all standing behind me? Everyone started to look a bit awkward, small drops of sweat falling. It's nothing. Seeing many people with the same expression, he just stood there sighing indifferently with a small thought. You guys aren't planning to just follow me, are you? Children always have schemes. He stepped forward again. However, I don't really care much about these things. Anyway, there's nothing important here. A long, dark corridor was the next choice on the path. Lamps containing some kind of energy source emitted purple light. He stopped in the quiet space, and the sound of someone's footsteps approached from behind. His attention shifted again, saying, what is this scary corridor? Those accompanying him were Princess Hong Baiyan and 2 other girls. A thought formed in him, looks like everyone has arrived. The princess's gaze noted something. All 3 then stepped ahead of him and stood before the closed door. He asked, where did the others go? He looked down again, a major realization hitting instantly. As expected, it seems we can't all appear at once. Analyzing in more detail, 16 students are divided into groups of 4. Those 4 passages will be split among the 4 groups entering. He then visualized the figures of 2 familiar friends. It seems Acel and Flame have moved elsewhere and formed a group together. He looked further at the people there with Princess Hong Baiyan. I really didn't expect to be in the same group as her. They were exchanging words. We should move right now. Yes, princess. But then the princess noticed his gaze. She asked with a somewhat dazed look, what is it? Are you dissatisfied with something? He broke into a sweat. No, nothing. Still wearing that face, the princess added, oh my, how dull indeed. Ignoring her, his gaze shifted elsewhere, thinking instead, the fact that Princess Hong Baiyan and Acel are separated is a good thing, isn't it? At this moment, a look of startle replaced the expression on his face. No, wait a second. He put his hand out to the side, stopping everyone from stepping forward. There's something ahead. A golden light appeared, revealing several statues in dancing poses, their shapes resembling decorative mannequins. A big question arose from everyone as they looked. Mannequins? Princess Hong Baiyan said nothing, but she looked a bit startled, and then her attention fixed straight ahead. Over there was a gate inside the room. The 2 girls beside the princess gave their opinions. Will our unlocking spell be effective? I have some doubts. We can't even understand this gate. Our level is too low to do anything. It's dark here, it's a bit scary. The situation was a bit difficult. Princess Hong Baiyan looked at him, asking, hey, commoner, have you decoded this gate yet? But his answer was a bit disappointing. No. The princess's face showed the most disappointment. Is this too hard for a commoner when I expected so much? There must be something here. But then surprise took over as his voice rang out again. But I have a rough idea of how we can move out of here. With this new sensation, the princess asked a counter-question. Really? Are you serious about that? His eyes remained fixed ahead, on those dolls in front of them. Baek Yuziel pointed forward while shifting her attention, adding, if you look closely, you can see each statue has a different pose, but they are all performing the same dance. He followed up with, do you know what that dance is? Hearing him, her eyes fixed forward, an answer gradually formed, and she said it immediately. The soul calling of the departed Serena. Analyzing in more detail, this is the dance that Serena, unable to bear her own tragedy, performed just before she died. He followed with another question. So, surely you remember the movements clearly, right? Princess Hong Baiyan was startled, fully grasping his thought and calculation. She exclaimed, no way. To calm her down, he looked forward again, thinking, by now she's likely realized that each mannequin's movement is connected in a sequence, but occasionally some movements still overlap. After a while, he looked over again, continuing, alright, is everyone ready? The two other friends stepped into the empty spots and began their dance moves. Done. Me too. Princess Hong Baiyan followed him and performed the move in the missing spot. His eyes watched her intently, and then the gate opened perfectly. The sound of everyone's joy rang out. We did it. The door opened completely, revealing another dark hallway ahead, with the light of a new area in the distance. Without hesitation, everyone moved through quickly. Great attention focused on Princess Hong Baiyan again. As everyone moved forward, a large room appeared, covered in golden light. Knight armors held swords up and down, arranged in various positions. Beneath these armors were some strange patterns. One friend pointed that way, asking, it seems the same this time, could there be hidden meanings in those armors? An opinion was added by the other friend, alright, let's go examine those armors closely. Everyone then split up to observe each standing armor, but there was no further progress. No matter how I look at it, I still don't understand. Why isn't it like that this time? Exactly, I don't see anything unusual. But then Princess Hong Baiyan's gaze fixed on another direction, where Baek Yuziel was touching the carpet with those special drawings. She asked immediately, hey, commoner, what are you doing? After observing for a while, he stood up and gave his opinion. This time, it seems these knight armors are just optical illusions. The real clue is the carpet. Another wave of surprise hit. Gathering everyone around, he added his explanation. This time, it seems the dance on the carpet is the issue. If you look closely, you can see a figure performing a specific, certain movement. If we can piece them together in a specific, correct sequence, we can solve this problem. The two girls looked intently, adding to his words, oh, you're right, I think I know about this. Tango in Serena's silence. Everyone split up again and observed the movements carved into the carpet. He and Princess Hong Baiyan also looked down more closely. After a while, a look of surprise formed on him, as if he had detected something strange. The sequences had rearranged, and the light flared up more strongly. A familiar sound echoed, and a loud proclamation followed. The door has opened. A new passageway was revealed, and he immediately moved toward it with the others. Alright, let's hurry up. Princess Hong Baiyan's gaze once again remained fixed on him as she added a new evaluation to her thoughts. He really is different. I knew that ever since I was taught how to change my perspective, but I had no idea it would make such a massive difference. To break through and clear an unanalyzable gate at such a bizarre speed. Her anxiety added to the thought, strategy, ideas, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this really the level of a first-year student? It's as if he's entered a persona gate and practiced it dozens, even hundreds of times. Even upon reaching the new area, her thoughts didn't cease. Come to think of it, before Baek Yuziel entered this school, he mentioned that his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He let out a small mutter, looks like there are other stone statues here as well. Meanwhile, Princess Hong Baiyan continued her analysis. It was a remote, secluded village that no one had ever heard of, but it was the front line of brutal battles against dark mages. Now I understand why, as a commoner, he lacks basic academic knowledge but is so proficient in strategy and combat. She analyzed further while looking at him. He must have fought on hellish battlefields against dark mages in his past life. Whether that's the reason or not, he truly stands apart from the other students. A small conversation broke out ahead. Please go over there and help me adjust the weight balance. Alright, I got it. A look of surprise appeared on the princess's face. Everyone is doing their absolute best to get a high score, yet he openly guesses and just scribbles on his exams for everyone to see. He doesn't do his homework either, and his attitude in class is terrible. But wait, hanging on for a moment, she looked at his handsome features again as a new realization struck her. So why is he trying so hard right now? Princess Hong Baiyan's expression darkened. There's definitely a reason. Don't tell me he sensed the change in the atmosphere. Baek Yuziel turned back to look at her, pointing a finger to catch her attention. Hey, why are you standing there dazed? You should head over there too. But she suddenly questioned him. Tell me, commoner. He just stared blankly, not understanding what she meant. Hong Baiyan voiced her suspicion. This persona gate we're challenging, is it actually real? She waited in silence for an answer, but was met only with contemplation and silence. He then evaluated her. Your eyes have certainly grown sharper, Hong Baiyan. Normally, you wouldn't have realized the truth until the very end and would have kept constantly interfering with Arian. A smile took its place. This is proof that Princess Hong Baiyan is gradually drifting away from the path of becoming a villainess. Seeing him, Princess Hong Baiyan took small notice. what are you smiling about? He replied, it's nothing. The other two friends were observing their surroundings in confusion. Why isn't the princess coming over here? Did something happen? Turning his back to her, he finally gave an answer to her previous question. Like you said, this place is real. You can get hurt, and you can even die. If you don't clear it, a synchronization phenomenon will occur in the outside world. That's why I plan on clearing this place as fast as possible. Princess Hong Baiyin paused for a few seconds. I knew it. Baek Yuziel always acts with a specific reason in mind. Pursing her lips, she thought, I won't just accept help like this. Her eyes narrowed as a drop of sweat fell. I'll definitely survive using my own strength. On the other hand, in a different scene, there was a dark room where soldier armor lay scattered loosely about. Flame and Acel were teammates in this trial gate. Seeing the two of them appear, someone called out one of their names. Hey, Flame. Flame looked over. As a female student waved her hand, over here, over here. Flame headed toward the three people. Running up to them, is everyone okay? Where's the other one? Where did they go? The girl hesitated slightly. Well, then she added, Ziki suddenly disappeared. Flame's eyes filled with surprise. What? You mean Ziki? The female student looked at everyone with the same expression as more explanation was given. It's all thanks to Ziki that we were able to make it this far. But as soon as we passed through the last door, she suddenly vanished. We haven't been able to find her anywhere. Panic suddenly gripped Flame. Have you been looking for long? A different thought occurred to her. That means she conquered this gate even faster than me and Acel, without leaving a single scratch. The other person suddenly added another comment, but this isn't our first time either. Flame couldn't believe her ears. Wait, what? Shifting back to Baek Yuziel, he was currently sitting with his arms crossed, leaning his back against a pillar with his eyes closed. Suddenly someone approached, asking a question that made him open his eyes. Hey, when did you get here? Watching Flame approach, he replied, not long ago. Flame brought up the issue, then, have you seen Ziki? I haven't seen her yet. Upon hearing this, Flame looked a bit sad. Is that so? Just like that, she walked away under his lingering gaze. Though he didn't fully understand the situation, he had deduced something. I thought I could stop Ziki from disappearing if I reached this place before her. But now, there's nothing else I can do. Since things have come to this, I can only help the heroines clear the stage now. Shifting to a certain area of Stella Academy, someone's voice suddenly rose. What? A Real Persona gate was mixed into the students' training? Class monitor Lee immediately rushed to the training area. Surprise and worry etched across the scar on his face. The blue gate from before has now transformed into a blood-red gate. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security system supposed to be the best in the world? A professor standing nearby explained as he saw Lee appear. It's as if someone completely reversed the spatial wave detection system inside Stella. The only wave that appeared coincided exactly with the emergence of the Persona Gate, so it wasn't detected in time. The security department is also reinforcing the system. But Lee suddenly cut him off. Damn it. Right now, that doesn't matter anymore. Unexpectedly, another person interrupted. He's right. Following that, a silhouette appeared, drawing Lee's attention. A new character had arrived. An assessment took its place. The most important thing right now is who is inside that Persona Gate. Someone recognized this person, Commander Arian. Arian Blackswan, the supreme leader of Stella, the strongest knight order in the world. The man rumored to have created a sea of blood from the corpses of dark mages rarely ever appears on the Stella Academy campus. He approached with a cold demeanor. What's the status? Is the reinforcement entering? The professor from before replied, no, that's impossible. It seems the students inside are performing a rather troublesome challenge. Arian asked further, what is the risk level assessment for this Persona Gate? The answer came immediately. Currently, the risk is estimated to be between level 4 and level 5. Arian frowned. Estimated? Give me an exact number. The professor clutched a stack of documents to his chest. Yes, it was initially level 4, but as soon as the student stepped inside, it suddenly jumped up a level. Arian noted, unusual, but not unheard of. The Persona Gate is emitting false wavelengths. Bring me the list of registered students. The professor who was holding the documents immediately handed them over. Here it is. Arian then opened it, intently observing each name on the list. Several names from Class 1's rank appeared. Baek Yuziel, Hong Baiyin, Flame, Acel, Ziki. After receiving the list and reading a few names, Arian's eyes narrowed further. A level 5 risk Persona Gate. That means even veteran mages would need to prepare thoroughly and completely to clear it. Currently, it's just first-year students who have only reached the level of second or third-tier mages. They are completely incapable of handling this. Arian's voice grew even colder. Prepare 16 styrofoam boxes to collect the students' bodies. Hearing this, Lee shouted loudly, Commander Arian. But Commander Arian had already turned his back to leave. This is merely a guide for efficient operation later on. He looked back with eyes full of danger. Don't tell me you actually believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real level 5 risk persona gate, Lee Hangwon. That's like saying an ant can kill a tiger. Having finished speaking, Commander Arian vanished, leaving Lee even more worried about his students. I know this wager is truly absurd, but I still hope those kids can make it back out safely. The red gate remained there, unchanged. Moving back inside, Acel and Flame simultaneously looked in the same direction where someone had called out, Hey, guys. Ziki had returned with a few dust stains on her, continuing, So this is where you all were? He stood there with his arms crossed, deep in thought, while the others were somewhat relieved. I'm so glad you're safe. Why did you suddenly disappear like that? It gave me a bit of a scare. After taking a look, he turned to one side, his deep thoughts becoming apparent. Now that everyone is here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss of this place. While he was pondering, not long ago, something was about to appear and it caught Baek Yuziel's attention. Then, red status windows began appearing one after another. You have arrived at the Dancing Clock Tower. If you go down the stairs here, you will reach the ballroom. The party seems to have just begun, so hurry up. Everyone in the group headed toward a set of stairs leading downward. I guess we have to go down these steps. While everyone else was focused on the path below, Flame looked up anxiously, as if sensing something bad was about to happen. A monster spider began to take shape in her mind. The top of this clock tower is home to a great blade spider leader. A level 4 risk monster, and its 8 legs can turn into 8 razor-sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard and took a deep breath. That thing is dangerous. I can't just keep relying on Baek Yuziel forever. Besides, he lost his memory, so he doesn't have any information about the Great Blade Spider leader. But I've done some research on that Great Blade Spider, so I'll try to stop it myself somehow. Then, Flame looked at Acel nearby. If Acel and Baek Yuziel face the final boss, we can clear this without taking too much damage. Alright, Flame spoke out with determination. Guys, wait. Just then, someone's voice cut her off, giving her a bit of a startle. Hold on. It was Baek Yuziel, who was looking up at a high corner. There's something above us. Flame remained frozen for a few seconds. He then turned around, breaking the newly formed silence. You guys go down there first. I'll check around here and follow you down later. Following his words, no one objected. They all continued heading down together, led by Princess Hong Bayan, who moved slowly at the back. The anxiety still wouldn't leave Flame. Baek Yuziel probably doesn't even know about the existence of that great blade spider. His silhouette from a moment ago appeared, but he could feel its presence right in that spot. That's impossible. Don't tell me. Hesitating, an alternative thought arose. I didn't know his senses were that incredible. Well, he did deflect magic after all. While she was hesitating, the others had moved deeper down. Just then, a male student stopped as if he had detected something. What is this sound? The other students had the same expression. Next, Princess Hong Bayan detected the source of the strange sound and shouted a warning to everyone. That sound is coming from above. Everyone turned their attention upward, only to be shocked once more as they saw the great blade spider lunging toward them. It's a blade spider. Another student countered. No, that's a great blade spider leader, level 4 risk. Seeing it appear there, Flame's mood turned to worry. What happened? What about Baek Yuziel? Thinking of him, Princess Hong Bayan instinctively realized, commoner. Both of their expressions immediately shifted to the person next to them. Don't tell me. But then, unexpectedly, someone's foot appeared on the spider's body. Baek Yuziel jumped down from above, delivering a deep, crushing kick to the spider. A flash of yellow light from a blink manifested outward. His sword was also gripped tightly in his hand. Someone below shouted his name, Baek Yuziel. Seeing everyone hesitating below, he suddenly shouted, I'll stay and handle this guy. So, everyone, get downstairs quickly. Acel couldn't believe what was happening. Can he really stop it alone? She then grit her teeth and made a decision. Maybe I should go up and support him. Just then, someone's voice called out. I don't know what you're thinking, but what we need to do right now is get to the ballroom immediately, as fast as possible. Princess Hong Bayan unexpectedly approached Acel and said those words before continuing forward. Princess Hong Bayan didn't forget to look back one more time as she continued. that is the most useful thing we can do to help that commoner. Still reeling from the shock of his actions, Flame was now even more bewildered by Princess Hong Baiyan's behavior and expression. Curiosity arose as she watched Princess Hong Baiyan's retreating back. Was Hong Baiyan like this in the original work? Flame was right to be curious about this. Normally, Princess Hong Baiyan should have been jealous of Izel's combat power and plotting something. But instead of jealousy, the princess actually helped Acel this time. After that, the others didn't stay to bother him. The doors to the room below were thrown open. Everyone proceeded toward a new dance hall. The sounds of string instruments and music filled the room. As soon as everyone entered, someone gasped in amazement, "Wow!" It was perfectly understandable. It was far more magnificent than they had expected from this special ballroom party. Crystal chandeliers cast a brilliant light throughout the air. Masked nobles held hands and danced amidst the radiant atmosphere. A red carpet stretched across all the steps here. It was truly charming. While the atmosphere was festive, the lights suddenly went out. Simultaneously, the music stopped. Everything went silent. All the nobles fell quiet, as if they were waiting for a main character to appear. And in that darkness, slow footsteps gradually emerged. Once again, everyone was bewildered. Princess Hong Baiyan spoke up, shifting their attention. "Someone is coming down the stairs." Flame began to make a small deduction. "It's probably the final boss, Duchess Ihiran." "Everyone, stay on guard." But then, something broke her vision, leaving Flame surprised on the spot. Huh? In a spot where a spotlight shone, someone was standing under the light. "Hello, it's nice to meet you all. I am Ihiran." And it was none other than Ziki, the person who had separated and gone missing from the group earlier. Her current smile seemed off. Contrary to the students' expressions, the nobles here were very excited at her appearance. "Duchess, you are so beautiful today. Please give me a bright smile. I will give you my heart." Despite having read the original novel, Flame had no way of knowing this plotline. How can this be happening? This development didn't exist in the original romance novel plot. Actually, the character Ziki didn't even exist in the first place. Looking at Princess Hong Baiyan's anxious expression, it's impossible for a normal human to become an NPC in a Persona Gate. And not just any NPC can become a final boss. Turning to Izel's expression, there's only one way for someone to become an NPC in a Persona Gate, and that means Ziki was a dark mage. Flame bit her lip after those deductions. She also understood why Baek Yuziel had said those strange things, so this was Baek Yuziel's way of warning me about Ziki, but I can't give up like this. Determination mixed with her anxious state of mind. I'll bring her back, no matter what it takes. With that, Flame tried to talk to Ziki above. "Ziki, if you get intoxicated by that power, you might turn into something terrible. So please, calm down." But then, Ziki suddenly interrupted her. What nonsense. Right now, I am Ihiran." A dangerous smile appeared from behind a folding paper fan. She posed a question, and the nobles below responded. "My head is Ihiran. My chest is Ziki. My heart is..." Ziki's face flushed unnaturally. "It's so exhilarating that it feels like they're all melting." Seeing this situation, Princess Hong Baiyan understood. It's too late. Her mind has already been corrupted by dark magic power. Acel added from beside her. "At this point, the only way is to conquer this gate and bring her back to normal." Flame gripped her magic staff tightly. "Yes, I know." A yellow magical light emanated from the staff. Flame's focus was locked. "Wait for me, Ziki, I'll definitely save you to make up for this." A bolt of red lightning suddenly appeared near Ziki. Now, enough with the small talk. Magic power exploded all around, and that smile appeared on Ziki's face again. "Let's start this party together." An important information window was updated. The battle with the boss, Festival of Seductive Masquerade, has begun. Meanwhile, at another location, green blood stains appeared on the screen. The Great Blade Spider leader had a long gash carved across its upper abdomen. The blood from before came from there, and it was the result of Baek Yuziel's work combined with his blink. Anxiety began to surround his body as drops of sweat fell. This really is a struggle. Analyzing his own situation, the Great Blade Spider leader is a type of subspace entity and isn't strictly necessary for clearing the gate. However, there are two reasons why I must go through this difficulty. His eyes narrowed. The first thing is to get the enchanted tree petal attached to the Great Blade Spider's forehead. While he was thinking, the spider suddenly lashed out with a leg, aiming straight down at him. But he was on guard and immediately used blink to avoid it easily, checking the items left behind. At the same time, during this dash, he also threw 3 types of potions with 3 different colors forward: orange, spark potion; green, slippery potion; purple, oil potion. And then, a result followed immediately. The spider was electrocuted, wave after wave of lightning struck its body directly. A white light radiated outward. The second reason is that Baek Yuseol swung his sword forcefully, heading straight for its energy screen. In a short amount of time, that screen, in a miraculous way, began to crack. His target was aimed straight for the rose petal on its forehead. His face suddenly changed along with those developments. Hidden strategy to clear Chapter 6, Zeki's Dark Magic Path. Additional information was proposed. Petal of the enchanted tree, when absorbed, mental strength stats will increase significantly. It's an item for effectively using perception acceleration, placing points for the crested bulbul lens, and the additional ability to slow the flow of anomalous mana. This is a must-have item to use, and there are some interesting points in this story. The blade spider lunged once more. He attacked again, as the previous assessment added, which means the enchanted tree petals are connected to the final boss, Duchess Ihiran. As the opponent stabbed at him, he jumped up to avoid it, focusing mainly on the fight, but his mind was still split by his train of thought. In truth, this great blade spider leader is actually the Duchess's husband, Duke Ihiran. However, I don't really care much about these things since I pressed, skip and bypassed the plot. Getting annoyed by the constant attacks while trying to focus on important thoughts, his face showed his irritation. He continued using blink to move around and decided to change tactics, moving above its head. Anyway, for that reason, whenever I attack the barrier appearing before the petal, the Duchess will show similar signs. Because of that, the main characters will be able to carry out their strategies more easily. Because of this concern, he also had another worry, but I don't know if my attack will be useful at the right time. But then, a subtle smile locked onto his lips. So, I'm going to attack it as much as possible to take it down for good. In all previous encounters, the blade spider had always struck first, so this time he decided to go big by taking the initiative himself. He deployed blink repeatedly. The moment he appeared in a new spot, he used it again. It was so fast that all that could be seen were the afterimages he left in his wake. The ability to use blink 3 times in a row allowed him to do just that, turning the place into his personal stage. Faced with this sudden change, the spider let out a series of eerie, grotesque sounds. As for him, after finishing that performance, he came to a halt. Alright, if I keep maintaining this state. Before he could calculate any further, he was caught off guard, his expression shifting to one of pure shock. Huh? The spider below moved unnaturally, accompanied by some green substance, and he realized where the problem lay. I threw so many of those grease potions, are they finally out? With no other choice, he was forced to lunge at it once more. When Baek Yuseol saw the spider below moving strangely with no firm grip, a sense of unease surged through him. Damn it, the ballroom is right below us. His speed increased by the second due to inertia as he plummeted downward. It was a split-second decision to act. Alright, let's think about this. I need to check the direction that spider is heading. Descending at high speed, he finally caught up to its position. As the two collided, their eyes met, sweat dripping down his face as he gritted his teeth in anger, and I'm adjusting it. A peculiar light flashed in his pupils as he triggered blink once more. A few minutes prior, right as a massive notification appeared, the battle with the seductive masquerade boss has begun. Following that announcement, Princess Hong Bayan's entire group gathered into a combat formation. Meanwhile, Zeki's hand gripped a section of her black dress. As a blood-red melody began to play, Zeki's dance commenced instantly. All eyes were fixed on her movements. With every step, more streaks of red lightning appeared. Simultaneously, a peculiar magic circle began to form beneath her feet. Once more, Zeki shifted her footing in time with her dance, and the red lightning began to alter the surroundings. Everyone, get back. But the warning was too slow, all the previous lightning bolts converged on a single point to attack. The nobles standing nearby were blasted away by the impact. Back with the group on this side, Princess Hong Bayan, seeing that powerful attack strike down, turned back to the others and asked, "Is everyone okay?" A male student standing behind her replied, "Yes." Calming herself and analyzing the situation, her anxiety grew more apparent. "I don't have time to hesitate or waver. Now is the time to fight." She pulled out her dark staff, gripping the top as it began to glow with light, because her opponent this time was a dark mage. While Zeki continued her dance above, fire magic attacks began to home in on her, locking onto their target. Noticing this, Zeki looked back with a look of utter contempt, and naturally, she had a reason for it. "It's not that easy." Following those words, a strange black magic array appeared right in front of Zeki. The fire attribute attack was intercepted with ease. But the offensive didn't stop there. Acel formed 3 small ice magic arrays, from which massive pillars of ice surged forth. The other students weren't just standing idle either, they all simultaneously unleashed magic spells toward the target. Unfortunately, all of those attacks were blocked by magic circles similar to the ones before. The students were left in total shock. All the magic we're using, is it completely useless? While everyone was attacking, Ziki made a new move. Red lightning began to form in the sky, and a wave of panic broke out. Ah, she's attacking again. Be careful. In a miraculous display, Flame created a complex magic array in front of herself. At that exact moment, 2 exclamation marks appeared. Mimicking her earlier movements, Flame also grabbed a part of her dress. The sound of music began to play. Flame held her dark staff and, with an indifferent expression, began the required dance for this floor. Seeing her act without warning, Acel looked over in massive surprise. Why are you suddenly dancing here? But Flame didn't answer, continuing her performance. After a while, Flame came to a stop, her gaze half-lidded, staring straight at her opponent. Following the magic array formed earlier, Flame released a spell. Golden light streaked past Ziki. Holding her fan, her eyes wide with shock, Ziki could only stand there and watch. Seeing it succeed, Flame felt a secret surge of joy. Alright, it's exactly like what I read in the novel. She then raised her voice, everyone, dance. Princess Hong Baiyin and Acel looked over in bewilderment, and Flame continued to explain, we've already gotten hints through the previous stages. In this one, it's not just a magic duel, there's a ballroom element too. We can only use magic through our dance. Catching on very quickly, Princess Hong Baiyin grasped the issue, so that's it. Duchess Ihiran's dance cannot be broken by conventional magic. Acel also had a few ideas, the dance that can counter the tango of Silent Serena is. And everything converged on one key lead, the farewell song of the dead Serena. Without hesitation, Princess Hong Baiyin opened the performance by dancing to the music. Anyone who caught the rhythm began to dance as well, and the other students also knew this dance. Musical notes were created, blending with the dance moves, and in a short time, additional magic attacks were released one by one, heading straight for Ziki's position. Caught in a mix of surprise, she held her fan up to cover her mouth. And just like that, a massive explosion formed in front of everyone, with Ziki at the center. The music continued to play, and within that melody, Acel felt a new wave of worry. Will that attack be effective? But then, the sound changed abruptly, causing her to shift as well. Huh? Wait. Amidst the blood-red music and the smoke from the previous blast, a dark shadow slowly emerged. A thought took over. The rhythm of the music seems to have sped up. 2 other students nearby noticed the same thing as Acel. Look over there. What the hell is that? A foot was slowly extended forward, and specifically, 2 more legs sprouted from beneath Ziki's dress. Her eyes turned a sinister shade of red. Someone shouted a warning to everyone. Her legs have grown to 4 now? Is that for real? Her scorched feet once again went on tiptoe to the beat of the dance, her steps constantly shifting. Through the new rhythm of her 4 legs, Ziki quickly formed a new magic array behind her, much denser than before. Alright, let's start this properly. Along with Ziki's voice, her face became increasingly murky and eerie. Seeing her in that state, Flame couldn't help but shout toward Ziki, stop it, Ziki. If you keep drowning in the role of Duchess Ihiran, you won't be able to come back. Ziki shot back a question, exactly what do you want me to stop for? Look around you. As dark magic radiated outward, the voices of the other nobles rang out incessantly, Ziki Ihiran, Ziki Ihiran. Everyone stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. From that moment on, the scene was no longer beautiful, it was something far more gruesome. The nobles began to howl along with the music. Just as expected, you are so beautiful. You truly are the best dancer. Punish those who dare to challenge you so foolishly. Seeing Flame's dazed expression, Ziki added, Flame, are you really that heartless? Flame stammered, what? Old memories resurfaced, along with an analytical thought, haggling, selfish, and mean. This is a sweet and wonderful feeling. You are the only one who owns it. You have kept it all for yourself. Flame always wore a smile, while Ziki stood to the side, looking utterly miserable. The pent-up rage finally burst forth. I will never let go of this heart or this feeling. More red lightning began to appear. Princess Hong Baiyin, sensing a massive surge of mana about to be released, warned everyone, it's coming. Everyone, protect yourselves. Following those words, Ziki on the other side began her move. Beams of energy erupted from the magic arrays, charging straight ahead. Fortunately, thanks to the prior warning, Princess Hong Baiyin and Acel activated their defensive shields, blocking the attack. But there was an unintended casualty. Another student standing next to Acel was hit by the blast. ah. Acel noticed it, but there was no way she could help. But then, while she was distracted, another powerful force was converging on her position, and she didn't have time to turn and look. She was helpless. Acel closed her eyes, but then opened them when nothing hit her. A light shone on Azel's face, a question mark forming in her mind. Hong Baiyan, using her own power, stood in the way and formed a massive wall of fire, saving Acel from the previous danger. Having provided support, Princess Hong Baiyan turned back urgently. "Hey, you idiot, why are you standing there distracted like that?" Acel stammered. "What?" Looking at the still dazed girl, Princess Hong Baiyan's voice rose even higher. "Defense against fire magic is more effective for me, so let me handle that. You focus on blocking those lightning spells coming this way." Acel finally understood. "Ah, yes." Princess Hong Baiyan continued the coordination. "Stay behind us and attack when you see an opening." Flame also noticed this change in the princess and, more notably, the fact that she had spoken to her. In that fleeting moment, Flame was even more bewildered. Wait, what is happening here? In the original story, Hong Baiyan had ruined their teamwork because she was jealous of Azel's abilities and tried to sabotage their relationship. Ultimately, it caused massive damage to everyone. Instead of ruining the work and making a mess of things, Hong Baiyan was now the one reading and handling the situation best. A beam of blood-red energy targeted Princess Hong Baiyan this time, but it was blocked by an ice wall erected by Acel. The princess was slightly startled, looking toward her. Meanwhile, Flame's thoughts remained. No, that's Hong Baiyan and Acel, they're actually working together. Acel looked at Princess Hong Baiyan and spoke naturally and gently. Don't let your guard down either. Hearing herself criticized, Princess Hong Baiyan immediately looked annoyed. What did you say? Suddenly, Flame also appeared behind both of them to assist in offense and defense. Me too. I can't let you two beat me. With the defense established, Flame officially counterattacked by forming a grand magic circle behind her and continuously releasing golden energy beams forward. But with 3 layers of dark magic in front of her, Ziki blocked everything Flame sent her way. Useless. But Flame smirked immediately after. The massive energy lightning bolts diffused and pierced through the shields. Once again, a massive explosion erupted at Ziki's center. Looking toward the dust up ahead, that familiar question rang out. So this is the end? She looked closer at the smoke, which was a bit thicker than before. And naturally, that dark shadow appeared once more, but this time it had grown horns. The first to notice was Acel, immediately followed by Princess Hong Baiyan. That appearance. And then Flame, Ziki. Ziki's voice shifted as she called out, "Flame, Flame." Ziki's lower body had completely transformed into a spider, similar to the one everyone had encountered in the hallway on the way down. "Do you hate seeing me so happy?" The noble NPCs had changed entirely. They began to tremble. Meanwhile, some had even started vomiting. Ziki was gradually losing control. "Why won't you just leave me alone? Why?" Knowing she was partly to blame for Ziki becoming like this, Flame tried to shout over to her, "Ziki, that's not it. Please, just wake up." But Ziki's rage had reached its peak. "Shut up." Instantly, a layer of blood-red magic was formed. Before that could even finish, a second divine magic array appeared right beneath it. The blood-red melody played once more, a fixed smile on Ziki's face. Princess Hong Baiyan was utterly stunned. No way. Behind her, Flame shared the same expression. This is. Looking at the danger ahead, an analytical thought was brought forth. At the very least, this is already rank 5 risk. I can't even think anymore. What do we do? From her vantage point, Flame suddenly looked upward, as if sensing some kind of movement. The noise grew louder by the second, and she voiced a major question. What is that sound? Acel, as if sensing what it was, cut in while standing nearby. Baek Yuziel was momentarily startled by her words, but suddenly, another event occurred. Ziki shrieked, as if suffering some kind of blow. Princess Hong Baiyan asked again, "What's going on?" Flame looked on from a distance, explaining, "I don't know the reason. But it seems the fight between Baek Yuziel and the leader Blade Spider above is affecting Ziki down here." Ziki clutched her head in pain. Flame couldn't believe it, but another confirmation formed in her mind. Don't tell me Baek Yuziel knew about this trait and is fighting that thing alone. Just to help us defeat the final boss. She didn't know how he was attacking from above, but Ziki once again clutched her head, screaming helplessly. Not missing this chance, Princess Hong Baiyan's voice shifted. Now is our chance. After the command was given, the 3 of them once again unleashed their magic skills. Fire from Princess Hong Baiyan, ice from Acel, and light from Flame surged forward. The ice arrived first, and the legs belonging to the leader blade spider part were frozen, followed immediately by Princess Hongbayan's engulfing flames. Light was the final attack to strike. A massive explosion occurred as the three elements collided, blowing away the smoke. Ziki screamed in rage, "You bastards! Is this what you've got? You little brats!" But then, her rage erupted to its limit. "How dare you!" Just then, the original leader blade spider suddenly appeared in the room. Sensing something new in the area, Princess Hongbayan asked worriedly, "What happened?" Similarly, Flame was just as suspicious. "I don't know, it looks like something just fell." Recognizing a familiar figure, Flame paused for a beat in her thoughts. No way, isn't that the great leader blade spider? Falling from above had knocked the giant spider unconscious, and the ballroom floor had cracked under the impact. A major question echoed, "Is it dead?" A male student in the group, unable to believe his eyes, began to tremble and spoke subconsciously, "This is ridiculous. Baek Yuziel, a freshman just like us, hunted a rank 4 monster by himself." The spider wasn't the only thing that had fallen. The student spun around in a startle, seeing him lying there unconscious in a heap. Witnessed by everyone present, a giant spider had fallen exactly where Ziki had been standing. From below, someone stepped up the stairs, one of her friends. Flame was the first to go up, but her heart was heavy with sadness. Ziki was currently pinned under the giant spider, her body trembling as she tried to rise, questioning the approaching Flame. "Why are you always bothering me so much?" Rage filled her face. "I will never forgive you." But then another thought arose from the situation. "Oh my, so that's it. You couldn't win through dancing, so you had to resort to this? Because no one dances more beautifully than me, right? How pathetic, how pathetic. In the end, you're just like me, jealous because someone more beautiful appeared." With a hollow laugh, "Ahahaha, it's not just me, in the end, you're no different from me." But sadness etched deeper into Flame's mind as she looked at her friend, who was no longer lucid. Seeing her look at her with that strange expression, Ziki asked blankly, "Why are you looking at me like that?" To shift her emotions slightly, Flame stood there and asked Acel behind her, "Acel, can you summon an ice mirror?" Acel replied quickly, "Yes." Ziki, understanding the move, smirked triumphantly, "No matter what nonsense you pull, the truth is I'm still more beautiful than you." At Flame's request, Acel created a mirror of ice in front of Ziki. She stared into it blankly. One side of her face had completely transformed into a spider. She still couldn't believe it was real. This is, what? While the male student attended to him as he sat up, "Are you okay?" "Ugh, my head." Ziki's voice broke the silence again. "Is this what I look like? Are you lying? This isn't a mirror, is it?" Baek Yuziel had regained consciousness, but he held his fingers to his forehead while Ziki's voice continued, "You're trying to trick me with this image, aren't you? It's disgusting, disgusting, absolutely disgusting." The cries continued. Ziki shrieked even louder, "Ah! Please, put that mirror away." The nobles who had been at the ball and were on Ziki's side now stopped. The Duchess is no longer beautiful. Everyone knew what would happen next, so they all lowered their heads to let Ziki rage in her agony. "Ah! I don't want it. I hate it. This isn't me. Ah!" Ziki's transformed hand trembled, reaching out for help. "Flame, please, you can do anything. Please help me, save me." But then her tone shifted. "Did you really think I would ask for that?" A blade leg, like the one on the giant spider, appeared. Ziki lunged her outstretched arm toward Flame, screaming in rage, "It's all your fault that I've become like this. Die!" Flame, white and red blended together. But the one injured in the attack was Ziki. Something had appeared beneath Flame's feet and pierced through Ziki's body. Her eyes opened, vacant and lost. For a brief moment, Ziki recalled the happiness of standing next to Hei Wonriang. Ziki couldn't be saved. The only way left was to help her escape this situation through sacrifice. Flames from Princess Hongbayan began to blaze once more. Acel lowered her head in sorrow for having done such a terrible thing. Princess Hongbayan shared the same feeling. But the saddest was perhaps Flame, for she knew she was part of the reason for that death. After Ziki faded away, she stood there and whispered her final words to her friend, "I'm sorry, Ziki, I'm truly sorry." As Ziki fell, the main notification appeared, conclusion of the story of Duchess Ihiran, who achieved the world's greatest beauty and fame. You have conquered the seductive ballroom. Congratulations. Shifting to the outside. At the place where everyone entered the gates, the announcement rang out, Team A6, simulated practice over, students have emerged. Simulated training for Group B3 is complete. As the students emerged, Professor Lee gave the order, evacuate them immediately. A teacher replied, yes, sir, everyone has left. Professor Lee focused on the last remaining gate, his worry taking shape. Is C7 the only one left? Suddenly, the red gate next to Professor Lee underwent a transformation. Red lightning began to flash around it. Sensing trouble was imminent, Professor Lee turned to another assistant. The waves are fluctuating, prepare yourselves. Yes, sir. But before he could say more, the gate directly mutated, space expanded and the previous red color gradually faded away. Professor Lee stared intently at this transformation, but then a subtle smile appeared on his lips. The ants have defeated the tiger. Following those words, all the students appeared outside, except for one. The red gate then completely vanished. Seeing that the students had actually made it out of that dangerous place, chatter broke out. Did they really conquer a rank 5 persona gate while just being students? Even experienced veterans find that difficult. Suspicion rose. Is that boy the leader? Arian's face showed a flicker of surprise at his own earlier words. He then turned back and chuckled at himself. Let's withdraw. Yes, sir. It didn't stop there. After emerging, Baek Yuziel stood out, holding his sword across his chest, and said, reporting, the Persona Gate Conquest mission is complete. A total of 16 participants, 1 casualty, 15 safe and successful returns. Professor Lee's expression turned bitter upon hearing those words. In the end, one was still lost. He then regained his focus and ordered, well done, everyone. I'll assign a healing mage immediately, so everyone go rest. Yes, sir. Just then, someone appeared and cut in. Did something happen while I was away? Everyone stared intently at the person who spoke with that familiar voice. With that, another person appeared. Oh, it seems something happened while I was away, didn't it? Standing frozen for a moment, he was bewildered by this person's sudden appearance. The principal of Stella Academy, Elman Eltwin, a rank 9 great mage, turned toward him and said with a smile, it looks like something interesting happened while I was away. Tell me everything. Moving to Stella Building Number 1, specifically the principal's office, Baek Yuziel walked along the hallway with Principal Eltman Eltwin. As they walked, his face held an indescribably dazed look of newfound concern, leading to a private exchange with Eltman Eltwin. No way, right? Why am I feeling so anxious? He shifted his gaze away, as if complaining about a certain decision. That's exactly why I didn't want to become the leader. Back before exiting the Persona Gate, Princess Hong Baiyan had gathered everyone, seemingly wanting to raise a major issue. Wouldn't it be better if we designated a leader to report the situation before we leave? With a straight face, he pointed his thumb toward Acel and said, then how about Acel? He had reached a state of fainting and then waking up, while Acel looked bewildered by his major suggestion directed at her. Huh? However, from the very beginning, both Hong Baiyan and Flame had no intention of letting him escape this selection. Both shared the same expression, crossing their arms and speaking nonchalantly. Commoner, I've already seen through you. Do you still dare to openly ignore your own contributions? It's pitiful, but regardless, that's just not right. A drop of sweat fell, and for some reason, as if a special switch had been flipped inside Acel, she added, I thought I was somewhat capable, but not this time. He froze, his thoughts vaguely trailing off. You think so too? He immediately closed his eyes. So, in the end, I was forced into becoming the leader. What on earth happened while I was unconscious? But perhaps cutting his thoughts short, the principal's voice rang out, bringing a new topic. Is this the third time we've met? Opening his eyes wide, he looked further at the principal and continued, Sir, I've grown taller since last time, haven't I? Feeling a bit flustered, being so young and not yet understanding the principal's point, he froze again. Huh? What is he talking about? As he struggled to understand, some old memories suddenly flooded back. A small village being ravaged by a blizzard, blink, blink, blink. In that place covered entirely in snow, Baek Yuziel stood alone. At that time, despite having a body that couldn't use magic, he still diligently practiced a single magic skill, Flash. In that moment, he turned his gaze to the side as a voice called out, You're truly amazing. A person bundled up tightly appeared, adding to his bewilderment, You have an interesting talent. I will write you a recommendation letter, so please come to my school and take the entrance exam. There will be bonus points. And the person who appeared was none other than the current principal of Stella Academy, Eltman Eltwin. So, to bring him back to reality, the principal spoke once more. The reason why I called you here is, he was suddenly startled. Principal Lee added with a bright smile, I am here on behalf of the Academy to thank you for preventing that potential disaster. He sat there, lost in thought. It all started with me. But the principal's words continued, and I have no intention of revealing this to the outside world. Of course, if the casualties among students had been severe, things would have been different. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. And there is one thing I need to confirm. He suddenly focused on these words. In an instant, the principal's expression turned cold. Was there some kind of error inside that gate? In that split second, a cold sweat began to pour down Baek Yuziel. Ah, what's with that look? No wonder they call you a black wizard killer. Even so, I'm not even a black wizard. Between hiding the truth and speaking out, Baek Yuziel chose to tell the truth, even though anxiety remained. Yes, a student died. Ziki showed signs of black magic corruption. With a face devoid of any sympathy, the principal responded to his answer. Is that so? That's a shame, isn't it? Being affected by corruption means there were dark emotions in the heart from the start, and no one can resist that. Baek Yuziel felt this clearly. It didn't seem like a shame at all. Before he could process the current situation, the principal brought up another issue. Oh, look at my mind. Come to think of it, I haven't even offered you a drink yet. He returned to his signature radiant smile and asked, coffee or tea? Do young people these days like carbonated drinks? Others might not realize it, but from here on, it would be a proper conversation. Grasping some key information, Baek Yuziel began to state his choice. I'd like tea, he added nonchalantly. Is there a type of tea called lilt? The principal looked at him with curiosity. Lilt? Then he immediately gave a meaningful smile. The answer came, yes, there is. Please wait a moment. Baek Yuziel let out a light breath. That was lucky. After a short while, the principal brought out a teacup and placed it on the table. That's right, lilt. It's surprising, not many people know about it, and even fewer actually like it. He replied, thank you. Immediately after, he picked up the teacup and began to taste it. He tasted the tea, but didn't let any expression show, though his thoughts immediately filled the air. Just as expected, it's tasteless. If I had to compare it to foods on Earth, it's like durian or fermented herring. It's a matter of taste. But it's strangely addictive, so some people dislike it. It has a distinct smell that turns them off, making them not even want to put it in their mouths. But those who love it become obsessed. The reason I chose lilt is that, in reality, this private meeting with Eltman Eltwin is a branching point and an opportunity. Flame, who chose coffee, was promised to be taught magic. Acel, who chose a carbonated drink, achieved an enlightenment regarding magic. And this lilt is Eltman Eltwin's favorite tea. The only problem here was, he glanced over, waiting for the teacher to continue. Regarding lilt, you see, the exclusive enjoyment by the El tribe living on the western continent decades ago, they should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and had to face misfortune along with the El tribe. The recipe for lilt tea was said to have disappeared. He smiled, looking at the teacup in his hand. This must be one of the few remaining lilt teas in the world. If foolish humans hadn't been greedy, we could still enjoy it today. It truly is a shame. But his next words gave the principal a sense of complete surprise. Is that so? But it's also strange. Because even now, I'm still drinking it. Seeing him set the teacup down, the principal urgently asked in surprise, wait, is there any more of it? He replied curtly, no. Hearing that, Eltman Eltwin's expression changed once more. That's a disappointment. However, it was too early for disappointment as he interrupted again. But I know about it, the recipe for lilt tea. The principal's eyes widened as he looked at him, and the quiet atmosphere was shattered because he couldn't maintain his composure. What? Really? How did you get that recipe? Baek Yuziel realized he had spoken too quickly and looked dazed. The thought took over immediately. This is indeed a bit hard to explain. I can't exactly say I got it from a game. Amidst the principal's anticipation, he slowly said, my late mother taught me, so that's how I know about it. Looking a bit sad, he said those words. In his final move, the nurturing from his mother was swept up in his emotions. The teacher followed suit in sadness. I'm sorry, it seems I shouldn't have asked that. He tried to brush off the sadness. It's okay, no need to apologize for that. The thought took over again. I'm glad everything went smoothly. Regaining his usual composure, the principal coughed and asked further, then, would you consider selling that recipe to me? I would pay you very handsomely. Eltman Eltwin couldn't contain his eagerness, but he had been waiting for this moment. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for has arrived. He immediately said, actually, there's something I want from you even more than money. Dear principal, he asked back, oh, so what is it? Surprising the principal once again, he let him know what it was. the principal's spatial enchantment technique. I want your help, even if it's only once. Surprised by his choice, the principal asked once more, what? Why don't you reconsider? The Lilt tea recipe is currently out of production, and it could be sold for a high price compared to that. But my magic technique is completely impractical. You understand what that means, don't you? He sat there, silent. I understand very well. With Eltwin's spatial magic and Alterisha's alchemy technique. And finally, by using a mana bottle captured by a soul mage, I can create an amazing multidimensional space. It will be a storage, a space that can only be created when a mage masterfully grasps the 8th tier spatial attribute. Because of that, there are very few people in this world who can do it. But with the help of 9th tier mage Eltwin, I can create the highest grade storage inventory. Calculating everything in his head, he smiled and continued, more than a few coins. As an alchemist mage who seeks the truth of matter, understands the nature of magic and the principles of its use, I can consider it the most precious gift of my life. So please, I am asking for your consent. Hearing him speak with one surprise after another, a smile followed by a sigh eventually emerged. Amidst his anticipation, the principal replied immediately, all right, if that's truly what you want, then let's make a deal. Uziel was visibly overjoyed. Awesome. Meanwhile, at about the same time, at the location of the first tower, Vice Principal Aki Haydn was sitting in a chair with someone opposite him. He was clenching his hands together, speaking to the other person. I heard a story. The Persona Gate was quite difficult, and you failed as soon as you opened it, didn't you, Raiden? Just as the Vice Principal said, the person he was talking to was Professor Raiden of the New Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and replied, yes, I'm worried the leader will be angry if he finds out the truth about this. The Vice Principal adjusted his tie and interrupted, you tried to threaten them too stiffly, that was the problem that caused the trouble. I'm not too sorry about your failure. But there are still many other ways. Professor Raiden was indifferent, as if he could guess something. And before Vice Principal Aki Haydn's dangerous gaze, Professor Raiden voiced his deduction, are you planning to make Professor Meizen lose control? The atmosphere was unusually quiet, and the exchange ended with Professor Raiden's departure. If there is nothing more to report, I'll take my leave. The hallway stretched out, and the professor walked quietly there. During this time, the professor began to make some new deductions. The only practical reason for me to open the Persona Gate this time was to deal with a few students who are capable of attending the upcoming Aslan seminar. Although they opened a level 5 risk gate that was far beyond their capabilities, who would have thought that Flame, Acel, Princess Adalovit, and even Hong Baiyin would all be able to step out safely? Looking toward a nearby window, a small evaluation also crept in. Nothing went according to plan. While busy with those thoughts, the professor suddenly looked in one direction as someone addressed him. Professor, it's been a long time. Raiden slowly turned around. It was the polite smile of a student greeting him, Ma Yuziang. He crossed his arms, and the previous words continued, when I was little, you were like a dangerous beast. But now I almost didn't recognize you, acting so much like a human. Before he could react to the situation, Ma Yuziang once again brought up a major issue. Honestly, my friends almost got hurt recently. Was this also planned by the slow-moving old man carrying a burden on his back? Hearing those words, Professor Raiden turned to Ma Yuziang with a cold face. Even if you are the young master, please restrain your words and disrespectful actions toward the leader. And friends? Ma Yuziang's expression darkened. The opponent ended with a question. Are you perhaps too immersed in the roleplay of being a student? However, Professor Raiden had to return to a sense of surprise when Ma Yuziang's voice was no longer as it was before. So it's not just your appearance that changed, huh? You actually dare to speak such arrogant and blunt words before me? An invisible but substantial pressure began to weigh down on the professor's body. He had to grit his teeth to resist it, but that expression intensified when drops of sweat began to appear on his face. The gaze, aura, and presence of Ma Yuziang opposite him had completely changed. Raiden felt the kingly spirit emanating along with his warning. It's wiser to be careful. A smile followed shortly after. You people are truly annoying and an eyesore. Well then, see you next time. Ma Yuziang slowly walked away step by step. Step by step, the echoing sound still produced a strange feeling, and the professor raised a fist to his heart. And when Ma Yuziang had completely left, Professor Raiden gasped for air. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. If it's for the sake of the Moon Shadow cult, then this is nothing. The scene changed. Moving to Princess Hong Baiyin's group standing somewhere. Two female students were constantly worried, turning toward the princess and speaking, Princess, we're glad you're safe. We heard the school made a mistake in setting up the Persona Gate, is that true? Honestly, I don't know what kind of work they're doing. That said, before those words, Princess Hong Baiyan looked down with a not-so-surprised contemplation. As expected, the other students don't know about this. Considering the position of the academy, this is understandable. Just then, someone appeared and called Princess Hong Baiyan's name. It was a voice that couldn't be ignored. The princess turned her head to confirm the person calling her, senior. A male student approached with a smile. This student was Edmono Adalek, a third-year student at the academy. He still had that same smile, but brighter. Edmono spoke further, "There's no need to call me so formally and stiffly. I also feel a bit embarrassed using such extravagant language." Before this change, Princess Hong Baiyan remained calm and replied, "Students maintain a strict hierarchy." Hearing her speak so coldly, Edmono immediately changed the subject. I'm glad you're still safe. I was actually a bit worried that something would happen to you." Still with the familiar expression, the princess's words were also curt. "I'm fine, senior doesn't need to worry." A thought suddenly formed and took over. This cunning old fox. What he's worried about isn't me, but rather his own livelihood. The two top major powers of the Adalavit kingdom. The Orkan Duke family supports Princess Hong Siwa, and the Adalek Duke family is the only family that can match and oppose Orkan. Among them, Edmono is the sole successor of Duke Adalek. Perhaps his purpose is to help me become the queen and marry me. With the princess's previous answers, Edmono realized that approach to the conversation was ineffective, so he decided to change the subject. Right, would you like to play soul chess? There's going to be a competition for students soon. Although Princess Hong Baiyan had no interest in soul chess, she still had to nod in agreement. Yes, let's do that. Taking the opportunity to get closer to the princess, Edmono placed a hand on her shoulder and coldly whispered, "All right, I'll teach you a move today. Watch closely and learn it." Hong Baiyan was surprised by this action, and immediately after, she bit her lip unwillingly. As they walked, while Edmono was greeting everyone ahead, Princess Hong Baiyan closed her eyes and thought calmly, "The painful truth is that I cannot become queen without the help of someone like him. If only I had some kind of power, even if it were someone with strength equivalent to Duke Adalek standing by my side." Just then, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze out the window. Baek Yuziel. Coincidentally, he happened to be passing by outside and fell into the princess's sight. But the princess had to quickly look back at Edmono when he turned toward her and spoke, "Hong Baiyan, what are you doing? Why don't you come quickly?" However, Princess Hong Baiyan was still hesitant, glancing back at the window. "It seems you've left." And Princess Hong Baiyan left that spot. "Yes, senior." Shifting to someone's hand holding a pedal. It was Baek Yuziel, who had just stopped in a corner. He stood with his hands on his hips, admiring it, and questioned, "Let's see, is this enough?" The surrounding scenery suddenly turned pink, and the pedal in his hand began to float up. An information window appeared in its place. Absorbing the branch flower of the enchanted tree will increase mental strength by 65% and permanently increase a small amount of resistance to charm-type magic. The status window also showed Baek Yuziel's ability stats: Strength 2-star 73%, Sense 2-star 57%, Agility 2-star 42%, Stamina 2-star 19%, Durability 0-star 99%, Mental Strength 2-star 24%, Magic Power ... Looking at the change, he whispered, "This isn't bad at all." Additionally, the information continued, "Project Constellatio gives you a special reward." Because of this, Baek Yuziel put his hand to his chin and began a new deduction. "By completing a new stage, I've received this special reward. Anyway, what should I take this time? Should I use a growth item?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He added a question, "Is it possible to have Marikan's necklace?" The system responded, "It is possible." He was immediately satisfied. "Then take it." New information appeared. "You have received the item, Marikan's necklace." The item then appeared on the information screen. Marikan's necklace, high grade. Description: a necklace crafted by Marikan, a future alchemy engineer. He pushed a barrier to its limit to protect his own life. Special function: Marikan's shield automatically defends against attacks of level 6 and below. Can only be used once. Without hesitation, he put it around his neck. Too bad it can only be used once. But to be able to guarantee one's life, it's not a bad idea. Since the 8th episode is about to take place, I'll have to fight the awakened Professor Meizen Tyrant at that time. Also, the information showed the artifact. The branch of hatred has accumulated 78% of its value. Baek Yuziel smiled at that. "Good, preparations to fight Meizen Tyrant are progressing smoothly. Then I guess I'll rely on Alterisha for the rest." The scene changed to a new place, the International Alchemy Organization. Baek Yuziel had arrived there. He stood before a certain area, and someone addressed him with a smile. This is the 13th branch of the Cordon Tauk School, the auxiliary building by the large elm tree in Alchemy City. He replied, I'm here to see the alchemist Alterisha. However, the receptionist made her words clear. Then, I'm very sorry, you cannot see her right now. Knowing what was up, he looked a bit dazed and reached into his jacket. I knew it. Immediately, a letter was presented. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Alterisha. The receptionist was flustered by the situation. Oh my. The exchange between the two became simpler after that. I'm sincerely sorry, I will guide you immediately. Please come this way. Thank you. Arriving at the door of Alterisha's research room, the receptionist called out, Ms. Alterisha, you have a visitor. However, there was no response. The receptionist then spoke again, we're coming in. Just then, Baek Yuseol was startled as if sensing something, this feeling. A large explosion suddenly occurred, releasing immense pressure. The explosion sent the door flying, yet it remained intact. Inside, smoke billowed out, making it impossible to see anything. But luckily, it didn't seem to be a major accident as Baek Yuseol was still there, saying, that was a surprise. After the door had gone flying earlier, he had managed to pull the receptionist to the side in time, but he still felt a bit of concern. We almost got into trouble there. Waving away the smoke in front of him, Baek Yuseol stepped into the room. Since there was still a lot of smoke, he called out loudly, checking in, Assistant, are you okay? Soon after, he unexpectedly received a response, Hey, are you the student Baek Yuseol? Although the previous event was a bit troublesome, Assistant Alterisha was safe and continued with a smile, Welcome, I want to show you something. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared beside her. It was none other than the Golden Alchemist, Bao Stone Fox. Baek Yuseol hadn't noticed this person yet, but he had noticed Alterisha's expression and thought, the explosion didn't even bother you? And then, both of their attention shifted to the Golden Alchemist as he discovered something from the bracelet on his hand. Student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet. In front of that silver bracelet was a button, and he placed a finger on it. Suddenly, a green shield appeared, enveloping his entire arm. He grinned, and he excitedly added an explanation. If we press this button twice, in this state alone, it boasts power at the 3rd level. However, Baek Yuseol was taken aback when the results didn't stop there, along with his words, oh ho. But if we press this button here one more time, how about it? Amazing, isn't it? Whether your mana is low or you're just an ordinary person who can't use magic, you can still deploy this shield spell at least once. Although its defensive power only reaches 500, it can be extremely helpful in critical situations. Before the three of them stood a shield 3 times the size of his face, right in the same spot as the previous small shield. And the difference from other shields was that there wasn't a single magic rune carved onto it. Continuing with the Golden Alchemist, he couldn't hide his amazement at what he had just done. He couldn't restrain his new emotions. If we announce this, the world will be turned upside down. It's all thanks to this genius child, Alterisha. He then noticed the boy's presence. Ah, come to think of it, you're a co-author too, kid. He immediately tried to recruit him on the spot. How about we enter the world of alchemy together as alchemists? Baek Yuseol, although he also wanted this, had to leave them both stunned with his answer. I cannot survive as an alchemist because I have no mana. Witnessing an exceptionally outstanding genius in alchemy who had no mana, Bao Stone Fox said, What? What did you just say? His secret, up to this point, seemed unknown to anyone in the academy, but it wasn't exactly a secret, and he explained his previous statement to them, an innate physique incapable of accepting mana, a physique that slows down mana leakage. The Golden Alchemist pushed up his goggles, still unable to believe what he had just heard. What you just said, you don't mean. However, it seemed Bao Stone Fox reacted a bit differently. He couldn't continue, and Alterisha spoke for him instead. Is that what people call a limited lifespan? He calmly accepted those words, but then his eyes drifted elsewhere as he thought, yes, that is indeed a major issue. But is it really true? To bring them both back to normal and escape the daze, Baek Yuseol added more about his own situation. My time is indeed limited, but I have no intention of dying. I'll take care of it, so don't worry about this. Hearing him speak like that, Alterisha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, right. To further clear the tense atmosphere, Baek Yuseol changed the subject by extending a hand, and furthermore, may I take a look at that shield bracelet for a moment? Bao Stone Fox started, snapping out of it, huh? Oh, alright. After taking the silver bracelet, he took out his encyclopedia glasses to examine it. Above the bracelet, some information began to form. And because of that, he gained a new insight into the item. It's definitely still in the early stages, so there are many rough and unnecessary parts on this item. Stopping there, he looked over at Alterisha and asked with a smile, "Wait a moment, can I borrow your magic welding pen?" Alterisha was surprised by his intention, but she didn't object. "Oh, here." However, Stone Fox's eyebrow twitched on this side, not understanding what he was planning to do, and he immediately asked, "Hey, what are you trying to do now?" However, the silence was interrupted by someone, and the one who did it was Alterisha standing nearby. She knew what Uziel wanted to do and didn't want anyone to disturb him at this moment. Back to him, Uziel, after receiving the magic welding pen from Alterisha, slowly and deliberately placed the pen on the silver bracelet, which contained that special internal information. The thought crossed his mind, here, with the connection point from this magic welding pen, he didn't do this casually, he relied on the encyclopedia glasses to accurately carve the complete shield bracelet from the future that he knew, erasing the original and creating a more efficient structure that could enhance the quality. Everything was done. As soon as the sound faded, along with him testing the function, a shield much larger and stronger than the previous small one was created. Stone Fox immediately dropped his jaw and quickly took out a measuring monocle to provide the result. This simply cannot be happening. In the anticipation and increased joy from both of them, he stated the result he measured. The defense value has actually increased to 800, the efficiency has nearly reached 1.5 times. It's not without reason that she said you're also a co-author. He exclaimed in pure admiration, his face flushed and his voice rising. Have you ever thought about working under me? No, not under me, but as my equal. Don't worry about the fact that you can't use magic. I'll assign a few alchemists to act as your magic shuttle casters. Uziel was grateful for the offer, but it still didn't work on him. Sorry, I have my own reasons to continue my dream of being a magic warrior. He was a bit disappointed. Oh, that's too bad. However, another intention was immediately added by him. More importantly, I still have something to ask. A purple sphere, the mana vessel, was held out by him. Can you create an item with this? Alterisha reached out to take it, asking, is it some kind of enchantment? Without rushing, Uziel led them both from one surprise to another. It's space magic. The principal of Stella also said he would lend a hand. Both of them froze like a giant statue. Alterisha calmly said, first of all, the principal? Meanwhile, Stone Fox was speechless. Oh, so that old man decided to help you? You really are a trouble magnet. However, Alterisha became flustered and expressed it through her words. I want to do something to help you, but unfortunately, I don't think I can do that. I've never tried using elemental attributes before. Uziel knew that well. A smile appeared on his lips again as he added, I know, I won't ask you to do it immediately. You can do it slowly as you master your skills. His thought had an initial time frame. With this, it might take a few months. Then, a small point was added between the two. Alright, then leave it to me. It's time we created a masterpiece. Back to the classroom at Stella Academy. Acel sat at her desk, currently showing clear signs of confusion. Things aren't going well. Bashfully after that, Acel glanced over at Uziel, who was sitting dazed not far from her position. Seeing him yawning continuously, Acel hesitated again with an intent in her mind. That matter, should I ask Uziel or not? However, before she could act, someone else arrived first and spoke in a very familiar tone. Commoner. Uziel looked up blankly as Princess Hong Baiyin appeared before his desk. The words directed at him were added by the princess. I have some important matters to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Acel looked at the two of them from this side in a new state of ambiguity. Wait, there's an important matter, too? However, Uziel already had his answer. It's nothing big. Following that, Acel watched Princess Hong Baiyin lead Uziel out of the classroom. After they both left, Acel returned to her inherent sadness. The thought occurred to her again, what they're about to say probably has nothing to do with me, right? Why do I feel so strange? The two of them were now walking down the hallway. Walking without talking was a bit awkward. Uziel decided to speak up immediately. What did you want to talk about? Princess Hong Baiyin, walking in front, stopped because of this question and replied, in the world of alchemy, they say that alchemical engineering products have been developed. Immediately after, Princess Hong Baiyin decided to turn back and look at him. Seeing that he was a bit handsome, she got straight to the main point. I heard that you are a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused for a beat to consider. Given the information power of the Adalevit royal family, this is an obvious result. Still keeping his cool, Uziel replied to the princess, so what? You want to get a direct link to the Black Merchant Guild through me? Seeing that he could guess part of her intention, Princess Hong Baiyin crossed her arms and closed her eyes with aristocratic coldness. I don't deny it, but don't misunderstand me. Items are indeed very important. But I think having a relationship with someone like you is a more important matter. He was suddenly flustered by those words. Huh? The thought replaced itself once more. I didn't expect her to think so well of me. It's certainly different from what was in the original version. In that case, maybe this time I can prevent Princess Hong Baiyin's death. As cold as she was before, Princess Hong Baiyin was now just as bashful. Hey, so come eat with me. Suddenly at this moment, someone else interrupted. Is that Hong Baiyin? Both looked over blankly, wanting to confirm who had arrived. It was none other than third-year student Edmono Adalek. His expression and subsequent voice showed clear irritation. You even refused lunch with me. I wonder if something important happened? I didn't expect you to just be with a commoner like this. It truly is disappointing. After Edmono Adalek's cold face, the three of them stood there in silence for a long time. But it was quickly broken by a thought and a gaze locked onto the opponent from Baek Yuziel. That man. I've seen him before while playing this game. One of the death flags that leads Princess Hong Baiyin to destruction. Baek Yuziel. Judging by this guy's attitude just now, it seems he still doesn't know I am the co-author of that random formula report. Right then, Princess Hong Baiyin unexpectedly spoke up, startling him and cutting off that train of thought. He is not an ordinary commoner. I am thinking about connecting with alchemist Altarisha through this commoner. So, please do not disturb us right now. However, Edmono Adalek wasn't going to let that happen. A dangerous smile became evident. Hey, Hong Baiyin, do you really think so? What kind of power could a mere commoner like this have to help you? Am I not much better? Baek Yuziel listened to that criticism aimed at him, but indifference as usual took over his thoughts. Truly hilarious. Looking at the princess beside him, the thought continued. Well, I'm used to being looked down upon as a commoner. Although she knew the opponent was a major supporter of hers, Princess Hong Baiyin coldly countered Adalek's point. Exactly what do you mean by that, senior? Looking at this somewhat bad expression from the princess, Baek Yuziel didn't want things to go too far and immediately cut off their conversation with his words. Sigh, alright, let's just act like we never discussed the item exchange. Princess Hong Baiyin was startled and spun around to look at him. What? Meanwhile, Edmono Adalek was very pleased with this, right thinking. The commoner knows his place. But before leaving, Baek Yuziel unexpectedly mentioned another important matter. Oh, by the way, regarding the item business. I will definitely tell them that Duke Adalek flatly refused to supply the Adalavit kingdom. At this, Edmono's face turned serious, but a dangerous smile remained as he said, Hey, it seems you're being too arrogant. Do you know what happens when a freshman dares to challenge a junior? Baek Yuziel coldly shot back. So what? That's not my concern. Worried about this direct confrontation, Princess Hong Baiyin fell into a somewhat awkward situation. Commoner, surely you know that the hierarchy at Stella is very strict. Furthermore, Edmono is famous for being the most influential among the third-year students. What else are you thinking when you say those things? Ignoring both of them here, Baek Yuziel turned to leave. Well, I'll take my leave first. Following that, both their eyes locked onto his retreating back, and then we witnessed Edmono's clear contempt. How can a freshman not know how terrifying his senior is? It seems I need to make this guy's school life a bit more interesting. Watching her effort turn into nothing after all, Hong Baiyin's grief was evident. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel had stepped out into the academy's main courtyard. As he walked, he had a sadness of his own. Sorry, Hong Baiyin. But if that guy isn't pulled down, then Hong Baiyin will never have a happy ending. Of course, whether she inherits the throne or Duke Adalek falls, death will eventually come. It's unavoidable. His footsteps quickly stopped. His eyes suddenly darted straight in one direction. At the very least, I won't let Hong Baiyin bow down to the likes of him. His gaze shifted straight toward the direction where the students were moving. And further in the distance, there was Hong Baiyin hiding in a corner. Truly helpless, Princess Hong Baiyin could only slap her forehead. Should I just throw away everything related to this princess title? The reason Edmono Adalek kept interfering with her was very clear. He probably wants me to never be able to stand firm on my own 2 feet. When that happens, I'll have no choice but to depend on him. Helplessness added to helplessness when she was there all alone. Looking back at her fist, the previous sadness increased. I missed a good opportunity. Am I truly incapable of doing anything by myself? Just then, Princess Hong Baiyin's eyes suddenly widened as if she realized something. Wait a second. The figure and previous voice once again flooded her mind. I will definitely tell them that Duke Adalek flatly refused to supply the Adalavit kingdom. Thinking about it, as a commoner, why did he say that? Normally, shouldn't he avoid attracting such attention? But instead, he directly provoked Mono. She had a very strange premonition about it, don't tell me. Scene shifts to night, in a row of rooms at the academy. Baek Yuseol appeared holding something, as if opening a box, saying with a smile, "Great, it arrived safely." A 3-compartment box was revealed before him, containing a bracelet, a necklace, and a simple patterned ring. Although they didn't look like accessories, their integration capability was remarkable. Sitting there looking at them for a long time, Baek Yuseol fell into deep contemplation. Alterisha's item prototype arrived faster than I expected. Hesitation was added. Now then, let's see, what is this used for again? An info board popped up immediately. Barrier coating necklace, low to medium level. Description: activates a protective coating that protects the entire body when worn. Effects: agility plus 11%, defense plus 14%, mana plus 1%. Special function: body barrier level 1, 125 BP, damage absorption rate plus 3%. Looking at the necklace he just picked up, Baek Yuseol's joy was clear. Oh, this is even better than I expected. And the ring he held in his other hand also had new information displayed: unidentified dagger ring, medium grade. Description: when used, the ring turns into a dagger hilt and creates a new mana dagger. Effects: agility plus 14%, perception plus 9%. Special function: magic dagger level 3, duration 5 minutes. The final item among the 3 was detailed: shield bracelet, low to medium level. Description: when activated, it turns into a forearm protector. Effects: strength plus 7%, defense plus 9%, mana plus 2%. Special function: shield level 1, 1000 BP. A compliment was given by him as he looked at the bracelet item. That's Alterisha for you. She actually made a medium-grade item. Clenching his fist, a new intention was planned. I need to try this in real combat immediately to send feedback to Alterisha. And I already notified Dr. Hulse Corden beforehand. Now everything is prepared. It's time I slowly crush Duke Adalek. Shifting forward a few days, the second exam was approaching. This second exam would be divided into 2 parts, practical combat and theory. In the practical part, the magic combat test would be scored differently depending on the type of magic deployed. For example, lightning magic is scored based on maximum voltage and number of links. As for wind magic, it will be scored based on the resulting explosive force. Speaking of ice magic, it will be evaluated based on the maximum coldness and its coverage area. With healing magic, light magic, and other special attributes, there will be many things to see, but the standout among them remains the expectation for the fire attribute. Who else but Princess Hong Baiyan? Looking at everyone continuously deploying their abilities, he couldn't help but be amazed again. They really are the main characters. They're on a completely different level. And then, in front of him, an instructor looked back and spoke. Baek Yuseol, it's your turn. Baek Yuseol then stepped onto the testing area. The person in charge signaled, prepare to start. Use exactly one of your abilities. From his position, Baek Yuseol accelerated forward to where there were pillars and a somewhat large red button on them. By using Blink, he easily moved to those pillars and pressed the red button. Specifically, the focus combined with the absence of any redundant movement. He completed each of those buttons simply. At an evaluation point, the supervisors were amazed at his performance. Every time I see it, it is simply beyond imagination, no delay at all during the execution of those blinks, and yet he can orient and act instantly. Truly remarkable. When Baek Yuseol stopped, the voice of the person in charge announced, Baek Yuseol's test has concluded. Still there alone, looking away indifferently, Baek Yuseol entered a new thought. With this, I consider a part of the practical combat finished. I can't use magic, so the rest is basically doomed here. But if I get a high score on the theory test with my glasses, I guess that will make up for it. Right then, Baek Yuseol was startled and looked back blankly as someone approached and called his name. So you're Baek Yuseol? A group of students approached, showing clear mockery aimed at him. I heard a freshman like you dared to argue with a third year? You really are hopeless. Good grief, asking me, also a new student, I simply can't imagine that. Looking at the group naturally picking a fight with him, Baek Yuseol's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, so it started already? It's at Mono's people, right? Not disappointing his expectation, the guy got right in his face and said, oh, look at this kid, he dares to glare at us like that? The guy's face then turned pale. Don't have any intention of closing your eyes? At those words, Baek Yuseol remained calm and thought, I guessed as much. But even so, a look of annoyance appeared on his face. it's a bit bothersome having to take a beating from these kids. Keeping that fixed gaze, Baek Yuseol silently stared at the person picking the fight to further intimidate him. He smiled perfectly. Humph, look at this kid, I told you to look down. Baek Yuseol indifferently listened to the opponent insulting him quite a bit. This damn brat is even more arrogant than I thought. A commoner, eh? And I heard you don't even have parents, right? If you don't want to die, then get on your knees, you bastard. Just then, senior second-year Ban Dayan passing by noticed the commotion. Since I'm looking, let me think for a moment. What? A fight? The distance wasn't far, so Ban Dayan quickly recognized the group as Edmono Adalek's people. But above all, she noticed he was there too. Huh? Isn't that the new student we met at the Martivis cemetery? I heard his name is Baek Yuseol. Once she finished thinking, she just stood with her hands on her hips and spoke up loudly. What are you guys doing there? Stepping closer, he looked at Ban Dayan and said, can't you see? I'm teaching a junior a lesson, don't interfere. Ban Dayan, this kid dared to talk back to a third year. As a senior, teaching him is our duty. Hearing the argument, others noticed her appearance too. Is that Ban Dayan? Isn't she a student of class S52? Hearing the issue and catching on quickly, Ban Dayan turned to look at Baek Yuseol, showing clear surprise. But then looking closely at him, a new thought appeared. Baek Yuseol, is he planning to kneel? If he was strong enough to take down a 5th-rank summoner, he should easily deal with them. Why is he just bringing this worry on himself? No way. Without hesitating anymore, Ban Dayan decided to intervene. No, don't do that. He was also surprised by her decision. What? Ban Dayan closed her eyes and spoke indifferently. If it's as you say, a freshman talking back to a third year, that's no small matter. If this were a military mage squad, it would be seen as defying a superior. Therefore, my point is, how about we open a special training session for the junior? Hearing this suggestion, both of them were stunned, staring blankly, with questions arising. That kind of training has to be approved by the student council president. Since she made the suggestion, Ban Dayan decided to take care of it. I'll go get the approval. So, do it properly. Suddenly having a more reasonable path, he broke into a perfect smile. Continuing, just turned on a bit of killing intent, looked straight at Baek Yuseol, and added, fine, that sounds fun. The whole group left, leaving them behind. Those were two identical pairs of eyes watching them go. There were only 2 people left. Ban Dayan then spoke to him, sorry for interfering, but if I let this go, they won't leave you alone. Baek Yuseol said nothing, but his surprise was clear. Huh? She means they won't let me off the hook? Before receiving any answer from him, Ban Dayan voiced her deduction. You're planning to exploit the moment of humiliation to strike back hard, aren't you? Someone smart enough to take down a summoner wouldn't argue with others for no reason. So, there's only one reason, to end Stella's foolish long-standing tradition, the senior initiation. You chose to sacrifice yourself. Baek Yuseol remained silent, listening, as a dazed confusion took over. Me? It's like, who am I and where am I? Why did I end up in a situation like this? Returning to the main point, looking toward the group that had not yet disappeared, Ban Dayan continued to analyze her previous statement in more detail, but among them, there are those who have no choice but to follow Edmono Adalek. They are called the coerced, bound by family circumstances. No matter how right you are, you can't let people like that be punished. She then placed a hand directly on his shoulder, adding her encouragement. So, I'll set the stage for you. Fight however you want. I'll personally convince the student council president. Hearing this, sensing the approaching danger, Baek Yuseol broke into a constant sweat. Not knowing what else to do, a helpless smile lingered on his lips. Huh? What on earth has she been talking about this whole time? Time flew by, and some blue drawings were specifically etched out. It was a form of engraving created by a certain professor. This was the Magic Protocol Interpretation exam. The students below began their written test accordingly. Among them, some couldn't help but voice their complaints. Ugh, I don't understand any of this. Can I even finish solving it today? However, standing out among them, someone stood up and left their seat. It was Baek Yuseol. Wearing his encyclopedia glasses, his knowledge surpassed that of the professors. Don't forget to add mine, I'm turning in my paper. The proctor received the paper from him, looking a bit confused. Huh? It's only been 20 minutes, and you're giving up on the exam? How could that happen? As Baek Yuseol walked away, he turned back to explain. No, I've already finished solving it. Hearing something so absurd, the proctor looked back at the results he had produced. What? Do you mean? And then, the previous confusion turned into instant shock. Tucking his glasses back into his coat, Baek Yuseol walked calmly, saying, "I didn't study at all, but finishing the exam feels quite refreshing." However, things gradually became a bit more complicated as he had to stop and look to one side where people were gossiping about him. "That's Baek, isn't it? I heard he's just a freshman but dared to talk back to Edmono Adalek. Looks like he's about to be taught a proper lesson, huh?" Feeling quite embarrassed, he knew more trouble was brewing. "It seems the whole school knows now." His gaze lowered. "Because of that, I had to let Ban Dian step up for special training for juniors. Put simply, it's a place where a senior who wants to teach a lesson can directly challenge a junior. They duel. At Stella, seniors are forbidden from insulting or hitting juniors. But in the training group, a senior can legally punish a junior, which is called a challenge. In reality, it's just the senior using magic to beat up the junior. Therefore, approval from the student council president is required to prevent abuse. However, S-class students can apply directly to the council. I was just planning to kneel and get it over with. How did things turn out like this? Recalling that moment, should have just knelt quickly and gone to sleep. Throughout the process of walking back to his room, Baek gradually reached a decision. Things had come to this point. A certain box was opened, and inside was an item, specifically something like a teddy bear. Holding it in his hand, a confident smile flickered. "It's unavoidable, so I might as well just relax and enjoy it slowly." Moving to the Stella Student Council meeting room. Inside, someone was checking documents and noticed the movement ahead. This student was the Stella Student Council president, a second-year S-class student, Miro Yoon. And as expected, the person who had spoken to Baek earlier was there with a serious expression. The president quickly asked a question. "Ban Dian, what brings you here?" Without hesitating for another second, Ban Dian placed a piece of paper on the president's desk. But then her voice softened slightly. "I'd like to request approval for special training for a junior. The subject is Baek an S-class freshman." The president was surprised at first, then said, I thought you hated ridiculous things like this. Why are you doing it now?" Showing no emotion, Ban Dian said, "It's exactly because I hate it that I'm doing it." Since this was a serious matter, the president offered a bit of a reminder. "I don't know what you're up to, but no matter how talented, a freshman can't possibly defeat a second-year student. The gap created by experience is not something that stats can compensate for, and yet you still want to request a training session." Waving the paper in her hand, Ban Dian said with a smile, "If you want to know why, just come and watch, it'll be fun." Seeing her sudden change, the president's eyes narrowed slightly as she let out a sigh. "Honestly, what are you plotting?" Meanwhile, the voice of someone about to enter rang out from outside. "Oh, student Miro Yoon." The silhouette of Baek previous proctor entered the room holding a paper. "Could you take a look at this report?" A student thesis report. Recognizing him, the president offered a greeting. "Ah, Professor Gerald, welcome. Has a thesis worthy of being sent to the academy appeared in this exam?" However, she hid a bit of dissatisfaction. "The last one you brought wasn't very good, yet you insisted on bringing it." Just take a look." Having been a bit confused before, she was now even more so. The president understood the reason. Isn't this Professor Pre's circuit growth design pattern? That's impressive. It has shortened the reverse model decomposition loop formula by half, and with such a simple formula. Looking closer, a thought occurred. Growth circuits have been refined by countless scholars before, yet now they've been pushed even further. It can only be called the work of a genius. Unable to wait any longer, the president asked the critical question. "Who wrote this?" Raising a hand, the professor answered with a smile. "Student Baek. At this level, he might even be invited to the Aslan seminar." Now is not the time. I must report to the vice principal immediately." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became unusually quiet. Holding that exam paper, the president was stunned for a long time. Combining two events involving the same student at once, the president made her assessment. "Baek, far more interesting than I thought." Professor Gerald took Baek exam and immediately went to find Vice Principal Aki Haiden. Teaching a student who wrote an excellent essay was not just a matter of enhancing Stella's reputation, but also a matter of his own honor and achievement. The documents were on the desk. Aki Haiden leaned on his hand, frowning. "You're planning to recommend student Baek for the Aslan seminar, aren't you?" Professor Gerald replied happily. "Yes, as you can see, this is truly surprising." However, Aki Haiden's voice suddenly turned low and blunt. "That's a bit difficult and very troublesome, Professor Gerald." Professor Gerald instinctively replied, "Yes." Aki Haiden adjusted his mood and began to explain his previous statement. "Currently, Stella has many candidates registered besides that student. Especially this year's freshman. They are promising candidates who will stand out wherever they go. In an academy, the maximum number of students who can attend Aslan, excluding prestigious individuals with fixed enrollment rights, is 2. But you are nominating Baek Yuseol for that position? A magic warrior who can't even use magic. That is an insult to mages. Professor Gerald was stunned and then closed his eyes as Aki Haydn continued, if you understand, then you should leave immediately. I absolutely cannot allow Baek Yuseol to go to Aslan. I understand. Gerald left the vice principal's office in exhaustion. Meanwhile, Aki Haydn frowned even more. With the exam paper on the desk, he didn't even consider it and directly crumpled it. Humph, who would let a worm like that into Aslan? Not a chance. With a cold face, his exam was immediately burned to ashes. Time passed silently and quietly. The second round of exams had ended, and the rankings were announced. Baek Yuseol followed the crowd and stood before the large board announcing the results. Pointing his finger, he said with a dazed look, let's see together. Ah, I found it. After checking the results from the bottom up, Baek Yuseol was selected, ranked 419th in S-class. Baek Yuseol looked at it with a bit of pride, even though the rank had quite a few digits. I'm ranked 419th, so I'm actually quite amazing on this leaderboard, even though I got a perfect score on the written exam. However, his gaze suddenly focused, locking onto a position in his field of vision. By the way, the first place this time goes to, is that Ma Yuzeong? The order appeared, first in S-class Ma Yuzeong, second in S-class Flame, third in S-class Ars Wang, fourth in S-class Hei Wonriang, fifth in S-class Hong Bayan. The top members were all in S-class. The ranking was not surprising, but he saw something that bothered him a bit. Hei Wonriang, who ranked second last semester, has now dropped to fourth. Is it because Acel and Flame have focused more on their studies compared to the original? At the same time, Princess Hong Bayan appeared, standing next to him without him noticing as he continued thinking. Since Ziki followed the dark mage path, both Hei Wonriang and Arshwang's dark mage lines have disappeared. Seeing him so intensely focused, Princess Hong Bayan suddenly questioned him directly. Are you trying to adjust your rank appropriately? I think it's quite obvious now. Princess Hong Bayan waited for his answer, but that seemed nearly impossible due to the sweat on Baek Yuseol's face following her sudden appearance. That was a surprise. What is she talking about? Why is she suddenly here? Is she up to something bad? As if reading his mind, Princess Hong Bayan immediately said, however, seeing as you were able to make it into the top 600, it seems you intend to participate in the academy tournament. Hearing this, Baek Yuseol vaguely realized and put his hand to his chin, thinking further, right, now that I think about it, there was something like that. The academy tournament is an event where selected students compete against students from other prestigious magic academies. After these calculations, he immediately looked at the person who had just voiced her assessment of him. At that moment, he only saw shyness, a flushed face, and the princess stroking her hair. He thought again, what's going on? What is this feeling? Naturally approaching the princess, Baek Yuseol confidently spoke the thought in his head. What was that? Is there anything else you want to say? Hong Bayan's eyes widened, her face turning even redder, and she immediately turned her face away as if pouting. Her fist even clenched tight, proving it even more. In Baek Yuseol's continued bewilderment, a question followed. Why did you do that? Baek Yuseol didn't understand anything. Her eyes narrowed further as Princess Hong Bayan questioned him. Why did you do that kind of thing to Edmono? He's an influential person who holds grudges. He might constantly make things difficult for you until graduation. Her voice turned a bit more serious as an additional question was posed. Are you confident you can handle this? Seeing Princess Hong Bayan concerned for him surprised Baek Yuseol, his eyes followed every change in the princess's mood. And without much thought, Baek Yuseol said frankly, no, I don't think I can handle it. Receiving that answer, the princess's heart seemed to tighten. A rejection appeared in the princess as bewilderment returned to Baek Yuseol. Instead of being troubled by blue-eyed kids a year younger than me, I'd rather crush them all and be expelled. Returning to the princess's mood, her clenched fist gradually began to tremble as she asked him 2 consecutive questions. Then why did you do it? What benefit do you get from me? Instead of answering quickly, Baek Yuseol once again created a space of silence as his eyes remained fixed on the princess. Only when his gaze shifted away did the answer come. It's because I value our relationship more. Princess Hong Bayan's perception of the world immediately turned pink after those words. Knowing he hadn't finished, he scratched his face and looked elsewhere, adding, and furthermore, I won't do it for you for free. So, after this is over, you must sign a contract with me to buy an item. Princess Hong Bayan was a bit confused facing him because she knew one thing. Actually, an item contract can be made anywhere, not just with a doll of it. But why? Baek Yuseol's inner self began to waver after the question. To be honest, I shouldn't say that I want to save her and give her a happy ending. His gaze ignored her, looking elsewhere. That, I'll tell you later. Curiosity left Princess Hong Baiyin with a new question mark, but she couldn't ask anything more about that story. Hong Baiyin decided to change to another topic. Alright, by the way, do you have a plan for the junior student training? This time, he replied quickly, yes, I'll have to do something about it regardless. Unexpected advice came from the princess. You don't need to hold back. Baek Yuseol was dazed. Giving herself confidence with many bright stars, Princess Hong Baiyin gained her assurance and reeled off a series of sentences. Yes, you can fight a senior to some extent with your inherent abilities. It's okay, I'll do my best to handle the consequences. Baek Yuseol broke into a bit of a sweat. Okay, thank you. Another thought arose. It seems she's trying to be thoughtful and help me. But why would she think I could win? While the two were talking, someone stood in a hidden corner of the hallway and overheard everything. This person was none other than Ars Huang, the fire magic talent. She left, and then moved to a special training area. A large flame suddenly rose high in this place, right at the magic practice class. Ars Huang was there, under the training of Professor Hong Siwa. Praise and a smile followed. Your control is truly excellent. Ars Huang, although you lack firepower, this can be easily overcome with precise control. And you will pass this test. It will work well against sensitive enemies or when performing tasks quietly. Immediately after, her gaze shifted elsewhere to compare, but your magic is still not enough. Princess Hong Baiyin lowered her face, looking down sadly, while the nagging from the other person continued. Fire magic. How many times must I say that destruction is not everything? Yet you are ranked first in fire attribute compatibility. It's absurd. Now, do it one more time. Ars Huang watched those criticisms, and an unwillingness began to show. Magic fire was constantly created and burned. The training dummies ahead were covered in more flames. Ars Huang continuously practiced with her specialty, fire magic. However, dissatisfaction still didn't leave her expression. Once again, I've lost. If it's about effort, I haven't lost. So why is it like this? She let go of her magic staff, looking at the destruction she had created ahead. Ars Huang still didn't understand why she couldn't win. Returning to ACL, she was currently listening to the gossip of a few students near her. Now that I think about it, isn't it today? I'm talking about the duel between the freshmen and the sophomores. Shall we go watch? ACL had her own thought about that story. Could it be something related to Baek Yuseol? Meanwhile, I missed the chance to talk to Baek Yuseol because Princess Hong Baiyin took him away first. A sadness was etched onto her face, but that doesn't really matter to me. I still have to go to class. So ACL had to walk away alone to another place. However, internally she felt a significant hesitation. Only to stop somewhere, ACL smiled slightly and regained her spirit. Ah, I finally made it here. Suddenly, another event occurred. ACL looked at the person standing next to her who was addressing her. Ah, you came here too? A question arose. It was a female student with brown hair and green eyes, smiling. There's a rumor about Baek Yuseol, you know. Freshman Class B, Harolyn. The girl didn't hesitate to sit next to her, giving a brighter and somewhat teasing smile. Actually, aren't you two secretly dating? That's why you came here, right? ACL had been shy before. Hearing these words, her face turned a shade of red. That's not it. From the beginning, she even showed her hesitation in her words. Baek Yuseol and I don't have. Seeing that she couldn't speak, Harolyn had a new thought about ACL while the smile remained. That's a surprise. I wondered what kind of person she was, bearing the title of the trader's daughter. But hasn't she turned out to be cuter than I thought? She couldn't force ACL to talk about that story any further. Instead, Harolyn remembered she hadn't done something. Ah, this greeting is a bit late, isn't it? I'm Harolyn from Class B, nice to meet you. ACL replied dazed, yes. Ah, nice to meet you. Just then, a loud gasp of surprise from someone caught their attention, and they looked in one direction. It looks like things are about to start. Down on the large field, Baek Yuseol appeared, standing there like a lump with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Hearing the gossip gradually getting louder and focusing on him, he looked just as dazed as before. Why are so many people gathered here? That wasn't all. A senior up in the stands shouted loudly, cheering down, Hey, brave boy, I don't know the specific details, but take it easy on them. Hearing this somewhat high flattery, Baek Yuseol felt lost, and a new thought entered his mind. Wait, shouldn't I be the one the senior chose to beat up? Why do I have to take it easy? As for Senior Ban Dian beside him, she was unusually calm. Only Senior Ban Dian was like that. Other students gloated at having a match like this. That bastard Baek Yuseol will finally receive a lesson he won't forget. A commoner who thinks he's the center of the universe. He deserves it. Once a senior has marked you, it's the end of the story. At that moment, one of the two's expressions froze. Hearing her crush being badmouthed, Hong Bayan flashed her cold eyes, staring at the other person. The coldness intensified as if to imply that if the other person spoke one more ill word, she'd have them staring at a naked chicken. And this method was indeed successful. When Princess Hong Bayan left, the two students who had been mocking before hid in a corner, shrinking back and not daring to do anything else. Just like everyone else, Hong Bayan was also interested in his match and chose a good position to observe. But as she recalled him, her eyes narrowed slightly. Commoner. She still couldn't take her eyes off the calm Baek Yuseol below. And not long after, Baek Yuseol's gaze fixed ahead. Someone was standing opposite him, saying, "Hey kid, are you ready?" His opponent was revealed. Sophomore Class C student Caliban Catalum was there. Being in Class C, he was probably ranked around 300th or so. Even though I'm in S class, if only pure combat ability is considered, he's superior to me. It's best that I avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Baek Yuseol casually replied, "Oh, well, I'm ready." Probably. Hearing his confirmation, Caliban flashed a dangerous smile, stubborn to the last, humph. And as the drama reached a tense climax, a professor stepped out to preside over both of them. "Since everyone is here, I will explain the match rules. This duel will last at least 15 minutes. It will continue until one of you collapses. If there are signs of a life-threatening situation during the fight, Stella's spatial control magic will automatically end the match. Furthermore, after 15 minutes, either side can choose to forfeit. And the match will end immediately. Now then, let the match begin." As the sound rang out, both were transported to a vast green forest. A clock with 4 zeros would be the focal point to start everything. Caliban remained confident as he took out his magic wand. Baek Yuseol, opposite him, became serious along with his light sword to reduce a bit of the tension. Harolyn looked at Acel and asked, "Who do you think will win?" Acel had an answer and her choice: the senior, of course. After all, Senior Caliban is the heir to the Earth attribute. Earth elements have very strong defensive capabilities, and Baek Yuseol's firepower isn't exactly the strong type. Harolyn agreed and analyzed further, not to mention the Earth element specializes in terrain control, being able to control the terrain of the combat area. The resulting attacks can become even more diverse. Can Baek Yuseol's sword pierce the defense of a third-tier Earth mage? Although she had voiced that assessment, Acel felt more sadness. "Harolyn, you're right, there's no way Baek Yuseol can win this match, at least by conventional logic, but I still have a bit of faith in him." Back in the fight, Senior Caliban showed even more of his dangerous side on his face. "Today, I'll show you what it means to be terrifying. Earthen territory." At those words, a sense of bewilderment returned. The ground cracked open, but the word blink appeared repeatedly in front of Baek Yuseol. The first choice Baek Yuseol made in fighting his opponent was to keep his distance. And once he had reached a safe distance, Baek Yuseol realized something. His opponent, Caliban, sensed the exact same thing. Instantly, a new smile etched itself onto Baek Yuseol's face. Once he was done smiling, he ran, as far and as fast as he could. Caliban stood there, unable to believe he could act so quickly. What the hell? Sharing that same feeling, Harolyn froze, remarking as he watched, "Wow, he bolted right from the start without even trying to save face." Beside him, Acel shared the sentiment. "Yeah, that makes sense." However, Acel still felt worried for Baek Yuseol, but in this situation, that might have been the right move. Back in the battle, Caliban chased after him relentlessly, a look of annoyance appearing as he barked, "Hey, you bastard, get back here right now." Naturally, it would have been weirder if Yuseol actually turned back. No one in their right mind would listen to that. Once his anger had reached its boiling point, it was time to unleash it. Caliban gritted his teeth hard. Then, from right where he stood, 3 simple green magic circles were formed. Stone volley. Baek Yuseol was startled by his opponent's rapid shift in the tide of battle. By the time he realized it, the attack had struck the ground ahead, and dust flew everywhere. Acel, Princess Hong Bayan, Senior Cho Wang, and Senior Ban Dian had to hold their breath and wait in suspense. Stopping at a slightly green bush, Caliban smirked and thought, "Good, that definitely hit him." When smugness reaches its peak, the slap in the face hits even harder. Caliban froze. What is this? Appearing right before his eyes was a monkey doll hanging upside down by its tail, swinging back and forth. A monkey doll? Because when one is dazed, they lose their sharp judgment. what the hell? Why is this here? Before he could react, the two symbols in its hands began to close in on each other. A dangerous pressure quickly surged into the opponent's senses. Boom! A flash of light exploded, and he was forced to throw up his hands to shield himself. True to his nature as an earth element mage, a green light enveloped Caliban Catalum's entire body, leaving him unshaken, but his unease grew. Phew, that was close. Luckily, I increased my body weight to match the Earth's gravity. But that didn't matter anymore when his senses detected a strange change. An earthen barrier was created right behind his back. And just as Caliban predicted, a whistling sound rang out as Bec-Uziel appeared at that spot and swung a strike with his light sword. A cracking sound echoed, but unfortunately, the sword could not pierce through. Caliban turned back with a smug grin, holding his wand high. Die. Shatter stone. The earthen barrier he had created vanished in an instant, replaced by the energy of a new explosion about to take form. Caliban was certain he wouldn't miss a second time, but the slap in the face would slowly change his perspective right where the explosion formed. There was nothing there, not even a trace of anything left behind. Nothing? Caliban looked around, pouting, and added a provocation. Hey, you freshman brat, is running away all you know how to do? Were those words about chivalry just empty talk? The slap in the face updated again when he accidentally stepped on something strange. Good lord, his body reacted abnormally. Previously heavy as a rock, he was now hoisted into the air, dangling precariously as he stammered, Huh? Why is my body so stiff? I've lost my balance. He stumbled sideways, his gaze fixated straight ahead. From the distance, hidden in the bushes, Bec-Uziel watched it all intently. A smile gave him a boost of confidence. But when it caught Caliban's eye, it looked like pure mockery. Is that kid laughing? Using every ounce of his strength to cast magic, Caliban hunched over and gritted his teeth. Earth's gravity. His wand pointed straight at where Uziel had been a moment ago, but the boy had already vanished. Irritated and beyond frustrated, Caliban scanned the area frantically to find him again. This damn kid wants to play hide-and-seek? Come out right now. Without warning, another strange object resembling a tennis ball flew toward him from a distance. Detecting the movement, Caliban dodged to the side and used his wand to slice it in half. Stop these cheap little tricks. A total dud. A slightly bright light shone out from the sliced halves of the ball. Instead of a bang, it was a smoke bomb. Ah, what do you do with smoke? It stings your eyes. Just like that, Caliban was temporarily blinded. He's crying, and the game is over. But not quite. Caliban was still there, but he looked a bit pathetic. Ugh, is this CS gas? Although he didn't take much damage, his attention had inadvertently stumbled upon a bell lying on the ground, swaying, which he hadn't noticed before. And what was coming, came. That light was shown off for everyone to witness. Instead of only affecting Caliban, it now affected everyone watching from the outside. Harolyn wondered, what on earth? Acel noted, narrowing her eyes as she replied, it's like a flashbang device that temporarily blocks sight and sound. From the CS gas to the flashbang, the second-year senior seemed completely disoriented. Princess Hong Baiyan stood in a corner, pouting, and had her own observation. That's it then. Now, if he can slowly approach and deliver a finishing blow, the commoner will be the winner. Suddenly, something changed, making the princess's eyes go wide as she looked down. Huh? Now what? Below, Bec-Uziel calmly pulled out more round objects, preparing to throw. Bingo! The first one hit the side of his face and warped it, accompanied by a wave of pain. He couldn't let the others go to waste. Bec-Uziel continuously used his blink skill to change the direction of his attacks. From another vantage point, Senior Deok Choi Wong and Senior Ban Dian shared their doubts. Is it CS gas again? It looks like there's a bit of simple smoke mixed in. Well, what should I say? Bec-Uziel's attacks aren't exactly lethal. Yeah, but he's already managed to lightly injure his opponent. Instead of just tears flowing like before, this time there was drool as well. Cursing was the only way to vent his temporary rage. Bec-Uziel, you son of a bitch. Gathering most of his mana, Caliban lifted a massive chunk of earth from beneath his feet, hurling it straight into the air. Bec-Uziel below was a bit shocked by the impact. The previous cursing didn't seem to sit well. Caliban raised his voice even louder in his next words. To hell with this training. I don't need it. I'm fighting you for real, right here, right now. Bec-Uziel knew what was coming, so his dazed look was unavoidable. This time, it was Bec-Uziel's turn to get hit. A massive green magic circle with countless overlapping characters covered the entire area. From being dazed, Bec-Uziel froze like a statue as a fresh drop of sweat fell. Even so, isn't a meteor shower a bit much for a freshman? Already annoyed and cranky, he then heard words he shouldn't have. Caliban, eyes red, gritted his teeth. Have you lost your mind? I don't know about others, but you shouldn't say that. Both Deok Choi Wang and Ban Dian empathized with those words. He's got a point. When words couldn't change things, small, sharp stone pillars began to protrude from the magic circle. The slow countdown began. 14 minutes 47 seconds, 14 minutes 49 seconds. Caliban's wand arm was raised straight up, preparing for the strike. As his arm dropped and pointed forward, he poured more of his strength into a shout, die. The timer kept running, 14 minutes 55 seconds. A dense meteor shower vied for space in the sky, getting closer to Baek Yuziel by the second. The time hit 14 minutes 57 seconds, and he still stood there without any movement to prepare for dodging. Not only that, Baek Yuziel looked sleep-deprived, as his eyes slowly drooped. Time ticked away, 14 foot 58 GA, 14 foot 59 GA, and the critical moment arrived, 15 minutes. A lingering smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just as the stone pillars were inches away, Baek Yuziel raised his hand and declared, I forfeit. Rather than saying it stopped in front of him, it was as if all magic ceased under Stella's enforcement. The entire plaza suddenly fell into an eerie silence. For one thing, they couldn't believe he would say those words at such a pivotal moment, and it seemed the one who felt most aggrieved was Caliban. From the start, he was the only one taking hits, getting dizzy, having stinging eyes, and coughing. One frustration followed another. After a moment, he finally regained his composure. The announcement came, the duel is over. Both participants have returned to the real world and are facing each other. Freshman Class S student Baek Yuziel has forfeited, therefore, the winner is Caliban Catalum of Class C, second year. Caliban still couldn't believe it was real. Is it really over? In contrast to that expression, Baek Yuziel felt his body significantly lightened. Phew, I finally survived. Poor guy, still standing there listening to the announcement. The special training match concluded there. His body trembled in a natural way, only to be followed by the second year's angry roar echoing throughout the plaza. The match was over, just as most students predicted, the second year won. Stepping outside, the chatter grew lively. Wow, did you see the second year guy's face? He looked like he was about to lose it, didn't he? If I were in his shoes, I'd start throwing punches regardless of the outcome. You said it. The fact that the freshmen seemingly defeated the second year on the outside impacted how Stella's students analyzed the combat style. But what were those things Baek Yuziel used? Was it a type of item developed this time? Baek Yuziel did great, but I was more fascinated by those tools. Senior Ban Dian was also caught up in those words, as expected. Is it because he likes using magic tools? While normal alchemists fight using terrain features, Baek Yuziel planned the placement of his magic tools from start to finish using his superior mobility. He created favorable terrain by installing items in his area. As expected, that kid is quite remarkable. Senior Deok Choi Wang suddenly chimed in, oh, did Miro Yoon say you requested this training? Did you get the results you wanted? Ban Dian once again observed everyone around her. The results I wanted. Well, now second years won't easily mess with freshmen, will they? And sometimes even a second year can lose to a freshman. A bit of chatter from other students added, I'm in a bad mood, I didn't get to see that arrogant freshman's pathetic side. Such a shame, me neither. Senior Ban Dian concluded, at this level, I guess these are the relative results I wanted. This whole thing has become quite interesting. Things are going well. Shifting to the Red Hawk Club room, someone slammed their hand onto the desk. It was Edmono Adalek, clenching his fist with a distorted face. Caliban Catalum, that stupid brat. Not far away, Princess Hong Bayan was sitting and reading a newspaper. It contained information about Ta Alterisha. Alchemist Alterisha develops new magic engineering technologies for the future. Amidst the external discussions about Baek Yuziel, Princess Hong Bayan was lost in her own thoughts with images of the battle. Was this the ultimate result of surrendering to let the opponent win? During the 15-minute duel, Baek Yuziel didn't even use his sword properly and only humiliated his senior using various magic tools. In other words, he could have won whenever he wanted. However, he chose not to and intentionally forfeited. The reason is clear. It would be very strange for a freshman to defeat a second year. So, wasn't he pointing out that things aren't always solved by raw strength? As for Princess Hong Bayan herself, she thought Baek Yuziel would get angry and crush his senior, but she never imagined he would humiliate his opponent before withdrawing. Seriously speaking, he really is an unpredictable commoner. Nearby, Edmono Adalek and his faction members were still discussing what to do with Baek Yuziel. So what are the second years doing now? Didn't I say they should teach Baek Yuziel a private lesson? Ah, actually, the second years haven't touched Baek Yuziel specifically yet. What? The student rubbed his face in confusion, explaining cautiously against the rumors. Baek Yuziel greets his seniors politely and treats them very well. I was going to scold him, but he's so good at conversation that I ended up buying him snacks instead. It's an absurd situation. What on earth? Edmono Adalek was speechless and seemingly couldn't believe it. Just as they were thinking of their next move, a hurried voice suddenly rang out, "Young master." Both looked in the same direction in surprise. It was one of Edmono Adalek's followers. Seeing her appear gave Edmono Adalek an ill omen. "What is it?" She stammered but spoke clearly. "I just received a call from the Duke. I think you should try contacting him." A telephone post appeared at the required location. Edmono Adalek made a call with heavy thoughts before the connection was established. Good grief, things are getting serious. Is father really the one contacting me first? Once connected, he replied, "Yes, father, it's Edmono." The son's voice was met with, "I just received a call from the city of Alchemy." "From Alchemy City, sir?" He held up a newspaper and said, "I've received very important news. The alchemists of the Alterisha Research Institute have stopped transferring items to the country because Duke Adalek refused." "Do you know anything about this?" He replied, "Of course not. Why would I say such a thing to the Alterisha School of Alchemists?" Despite Edmono's denial, the reality was repeated, but it was the truth. The co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique said so himself. In an instant, he went silent, something strange settling in his mind. A co-author? It didn't take long for him to become utterly panicked. "Wait, father, I really don't know. I've never met anyone like that before." Then another thought flashed in his mind. His heart began to pound, a familiar figure appearing. Could it be Baek Yuziel? A chill ran down his spine, and sweat beaded on his face. He couldn't say anything until a specific spark of hope flared up. One thing, he said directly to his father, "Even so, it's absurd that they dare to refuse the Adalovit kingdom. Father, do you know how much influence we have in the Alchemy Society?" Without letting his son continue, he interrupted with a cold tone, "It's a scientific and technological revolution. This is a new technology that has never existed before, the ability to create objects equivalent to ancient artifacts. Even the Golden Alchemist is conducting joint research with Alterisha." Edmono Adalek gritted his teeth as he fell into a dangerous situation. The Golden Alchemist too? "This is much bigger than I thought, isn't it?" He cut him off. "As you said, the country will soon restore the trade system, but the name Adalek will not be part of it." He grew serious about the issues raised earlier. "I will ask you again, were you involved in this incident?" Edmono had no answer. And that was enough to serve as a complete one. Back to Princess Hong Bayan. She was currently surprised when someone called her name, Bayan. The only one who could strike up a conversation like that was Edmono Adalek. Confusion showed on her face as Princess Hong Bayan replied, "Yes, senior." With no other choice, Edmono could only rely on her. "Can you arrange a meeting with Baek Yuziel?" Princess Hong Bayan couldn't believe Edmono himself had uttered the name he considered disgusting and hateful. After a moment of reflection, Princess Hong Bayan narrowed her eyes. "Yes, I'll do that." To the south of the continent, Hall Field, the summer moon plains. A stunning landscape appeared before everyone's eyes. A girl with long red hair was looking out at the vast space ahead. It was Jeliel. Without any expression, Jeliel said to herself, "Land prices are rising." Just then, another character approached her trembling and knelt down. "Lady Jeliel, I beg you, just this once, please show mercy." A strange number 3 appeared above his head. A new knowledge update, appraising the value of all things. This appraisal allows one to see every living thing, human, animal, or object as a number. The lowest value is 0 and the highest is 100. She sat down near him. But this man only had a 3, that value was equivalent to a stone on the street. Next, she spoke to her opponent. "See? Why are you so bankrupt? I warned you not to expand into useless businesses." However, he gritted his teeth with a different thought. "Lying, this business was supposed to succeed, and you are the one who ruined everything." But everything seemed beyond saving. "Bury him." "Yes, ma'am." That sound was the clearest expression of his days. Guards entered and dragged him away amidst extreme screaming. Please, forgive me. Lady Jeliel. Lady Jeliel." Jeliel took one last look at him. When she could no longer hear those sounds, she gave a specific, satisfied smile. However, it quickly faded, returning her to her normal self. Sigh, how boring. Children these days truly have no will. No sooner had the thought formed than a familiar voice rang out, "Jelliel, are you there?" Changing her expression faster than a blink, Jelliel beamed with blushing cheeks. That voice was different from the previous introduction. The appearance of this person was a question mark, and that special person could only be the chairman of the StarCloud company, Melian, my dear daughter. Have you been well lately? Jelliel rushed up and hugged Melian. Dad. Was your trip fun? Her cheeks turned even redder. How did the transaction go? Is everything okay? Seeing her smiling, he happily replied, it's still in progress. This time, the Alterisha School of Alchemy has developed a new item by combining special magic techniques. There's a video of an actual battle using an item co-developed by alchemists. Do you want to see it? The smile remained on her face. That would be fun. A thought intruded. To be honest, I wish I had more time to talk to Dad, but I can't tell him that. Then, let's go to my room. Okay. Entering the new room, a purple sphere emitted a lot of light. He provided a brief introduction before playing the specific video. He is a freshman at Stella Academy. He fought a sophomore using that very item. Jelliel was slightly surprised by her father's introduction. So the co-author of the alchemy magic engineering technique is just a first-year student? Jelliel began to feel a sense of intrigue about this person. I wonder what kind of person this boy is. As the screen began to play, Jelliel snapped out of her surprise. Oh. Beckyuziel's image appeared clearly in 4K resolution. However, looking through the screen, he possessed a status board filled with question marks, just like her father. A different perspective took over as she watched. How strange. Why can't I see his value? This has never happened before. Even with the Emperor of the Scalvan Empire or the King of Adalavit, I've seen them all with my own eyes. There are two cases where the value of things cannot be measured. She looked more closely at her father, specifically at that small question mark board. One is when the subject is a loved one. Then she peeked back at the screen showing him. The other is when the value is hidden to an unmeasurable extent. The poster he held showed countless cool air spheres. She realized her father hadn't mentioned his name yet. Jelliel took an interest and focused on him. Dad, what is this person's name? He smiled and answered his daughter. His name is Beckyuziel. Remember it well. Who knows, maybe you two will cross paths someday. She couldn't go against her father's wishes. If you say so, Dad, then of course I'll remember. She added a bit more. By the way, Dad, before you leave, would you like to play a game of soul chess with me? The merchant smiled and replied, why not? On this side, the red-haired girl was also lost in her thoughts. He has a value that I cannot measure. Beckyuziel, I will remember that name. Back at Stella Academy. More precisely, with the person who was just recently being remembered by someone, Beckyuziel. He was holding a glass and drinking a dark-colored liquid with a serious expression. On the other side, Edmono Adalek clearly showed signs of embarrassment and stuttering, unable to let the wasted time pass in silence. He spoke first as he set the glass down. I've finished my coffee. If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving. Edmono couldn't believe he was so decisive and blunt. Ah, okay, wait a minute. Not daring to look at him, I feel regretful about what happened before. It was my fault. I deeply regret and am reflecting on looking down on you just because you're a commoner. So please, could you forget what I said before and take back your words? He remained indifferent while the other person was speaking to him. Maintaining that expression, his deeper thoughts reinterpreted the situation. What's this? Honestly, an apology doesn't matter much, but to avoid Princess Hong Bayan's tragic ending as much as possible, I need to strip Edmono of his political power. To accomplish that, Edmono was startled when his voice turned unusually cold. I don't want to do that for you. Right now, I should play hard to get. He exchanged a cute look. Then what should I do? Let's see. Beckyuziel reached into his coat. How about we do it like this? A piece of paper with writing on it served as an introduction. This wasn't an ordinary piece of paper, but a magic paper, a mysterious sheet on which anything could be miraculously created just by drawing. Beckyuziel continued, this is a magic oath written on magic paper. Place a bet with me. Edmono became confused. A bet? He explained in more detail, but nothing changed. This game will be soul chess. If I lose here, I will take back my words. I will only provide items to the Adalavit kingdom through the Adalek family. Edmono wanted to confirm once more, soul chess. He also stated the counter condition, but only if I win. Please transfer your regular Aslan seminar tickets to me. Edmono felt a clear sense of danger looming in those words. What? He calmly listened as the other person spoke next. Now, do you think that's reasonable? He looked skeptical. Of course not. The Aslan Seminar, a public discussion forum where members of prestigious magic families gather to hold academic group discussions. Only families with true prestige in the magical elite can participate, and there are 3 conditions for attendance. Having attended last year and presented an excellent thesis to be recognized for participation the following year. Having a paper that can be presented at Aslan. You can receive a transfer of attendance rights, or become one of the 12 rising stars of this generation. Because globally, it is where genius mages gather to determine who is superior. Participating in Aslan and even maintaining that qualification is proof of ability. The Adalek Duke family has attended the Aslan Seminar for decades. This is a key factor in maintaining their power. I'm thinking of aiming for that, he said, putting the paper back in his coat. Bek-Uziel closed his eyes and added, if you don't like it, then never mind. Just as he had walked a few steps away, a hesitant voice decisively stopped him. Wait. Edmono looked so gloomy he seemed depressed. Did you just say soul chess? Since he had said that, a smile lingered on the corner of his lips. A deep sense of danger was also present in his gaze. All right, I'll sign it. Let's meet here at this time tomorrow. He held his expression for a long time to confirm the opponent had fallen into his pocket. A day passed, leading up to an important event. Moving to the next day, students began gathering in much larger numbers than usual. They were all heading toward an event. Those who didn't know were told by those who did, why are there so many people at the cafe today? Senior Edmono from the final year is betting on a game of soul chess with a freshman. There's really something like that happening? The focus pointed directly behind Bek-Uziel's back. In this Stella Academy, who could possibly be better at soul chess than Senior Edmono? What fearless freshman is this? He provided the answer but didn't say it aloud. It's me. Letting out a light breath and looking elsewhere. Do you guys really think I like this? I had no interest in soul chess to begin with. But then what? He was startled as he looked in the direction of a student signaling. There they are. Senior Edmono and Princess Hong Bayan, along with another student carrying something, arrived. Edmono Adalek was confident he was the center of attention today. He was concerned about the same thing. As expected, he brought Princess Hong Bayan along. Today, Princess Hong Bayan was very grumpy, and her grumpiness doubled when the gossip included her. Wow, the princess is so beautiful today. Aren't those two secretly dating? The weather was bright, but suddenly one of his shoulders was shrouded in darkness, carrying all his grumpiness and irritation. Princess Hong Bayan focused on Bek-Uziel. He wondered what was going on. Why is she staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Nothing more could be done after all that pouting. Princess Hong Bayan crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and chose a seat while another student brought out a chessboard divided into many alternating black and white squares. Until now, Princess Hong Bayan hadn't understood much about him. This time was no different. She felt worried. What is Bek-Uziel thinking? Edmono has been studying soul chess since he was 5 and is called a soul chess prodigy. Not just at Stella, but in all of Adalavit, there aren't many people better at soul chess than Edmono. But why did he choose the sport Edmono is best at? Bek-Uziel is an idiot. It was as if he could read Princess Hong Bayan's mind. Edmono Adalek smiled at her as if she were a familiar object, maintaining that smile as he turned back to this decisive chess box. To be honest, it was unexpected that Bek-Uziel had set Aslan attendance as a condition. He placed his hand on the white pieces and thought, but this is actually better. Now the time has come, I'll make you feel embarrassed first. Hong Bayan picked up a piece, her smile lacking a bit of humanity. Shall we start the game? Finally, let's check and confirm one last time. Edmono Adalek, confident of victory, reminded him of the bet. Once you've signed the magic paper, breaking the oath means you will lose all your mana. You understand that, right? Bek-Uziel replied without any strange expression, of course. But in this matter, he felt he was playing a bit dirty. I don't have any mana, so breaking the agreement won't matter at all. Edmono Adalek placed one last piece alternating onto the leading edge. Letting go and offering an invitation to him, the pieces are in position. You may go first. Bek-Uziel had a fleeting thought, is he giving up the first move advantage in such an important bet? Reaching into his jacket, it seems he has completely underestimated me. He utilized his encyclopedia glasses to the last breath. Alright, things seem to be going well for me. At this point, let's briefly explain some of the rules of soul chess. Soul chess is played on an octagonal board. You need to choose 20 pieces out of 200 types and place them on that board. You can only move one piece per turn. Unlike regular chess, each piece and square possesses its own unique attribute and ability. Combining them strategically to capture the opponent's king and win is the final goal. Even for me, a veteran with 10 years of Seoul chess experience, it's not exactly easy, but PvP is much more fun than this game. Baek Yuseol chose the black pieces and then fixed his gaze on his opponent. Furthermore, Edmono Adalek was one of the top Seoul chess players not just at Stella, but in Adalovit. That confidence had completely bounded Edmono's reason. I'm surprised he bet his qualification for the Aslan seminar but challenged me to Seoul chess. What an arrogant commoner kid. I'll crush you so hard that you'll never dare to challenge me again. Cutting off that thought, Baek Yuseol, having been given the first move, spoke his preparations. Then let's begin. As if isolated in an indefinite space, the two were completely separated from outside awareness. Edmono noticed the setup Baek Yuseol had prepared. It showed an unusual level of surprise, but simultaneously revealed completely unpredictable developments. What is this layout? It feels like his pieces are positioned to subtly disrupt my strategy. Surely it can't be such a coincidence. After all, a commoner like this kid couldn't have played enough Seoul chess to accumulate experience. Baek Yuseol began adjusting his pieces for a good start. Since you've let me go first, I'll begin. With just the first move, a player like Edmono was overwhelmed. He didn't just move his queen from the start, he's charging straight into my formation. He picked up a piece resembling a knight. This could prove that this guy is an idiot. A sense of confidence at the corner of his lips lengthened his smile. This white piece was placed firmly into the correct white square. As soon as the piece moved, a certain special transformation vaguely revealed the previous move. More precisely, that piece quickly knocked back one of Baek Yuseol's pieces. With the knight leading, Edmono was confident he held the advantage. How foolish, he actually dared to push his queen into a sacrificial danger right from the start. The piece's attribute was revealed, the swift knight, capable of moving across the board with its special movement ability. On one side, Baek Yuseol was playing seriously, on the other, Edmono was confident in his every careful step. The knight continued to charge, where it passed, Baek Yuseol's pieces were blown away and vanished. It was still the knight, and it kept pushing forward. At this very moment, Edmono seemed unable to hide the internal feeling he had kept suppressed from the start, covering his face and laughing with a tremor. Once the tremor passed, his true nature was gradually exposed. Unbelievable. I didn't think you would act so carelessly. I can end this even before I move to the next phase of my symphony. In this match, Edmono Adalek had brought one of his favorite tactics, the flames of destruction. The core of this strategy lies in the tight coordination of 3 swift knights. The first step is to use the swift knight's mobility to harass the enemy. The second step is to use 5 fire pawns to safely gain map control and create scorching terrain. Scorching terrain is a special map that reduces the defense of pieces weak to fire and increases the damage of fire attribute pieces. If this stage were reached, Baek Yuseol would have no chance. Despite the plan, as soon as Baek Yuseol moved his arm for a new move, Edmono seemed to find where the error was. It should have been like that. In a white square on the black side of the board, a piece suddenly appeared without warning. Edmono knew where the mistake was, a stealth pawn. It also had its own characteristic info. Iron chain trap creates a prison within a designated range. Any pieces trapped will be unable to move for 5 turns. The 3 white knights that were rampaging earlier were now imprisoned by red chains along the same horizontal row. Worry began to set in for that bastard Edmono, my swift knights. The stealth effect should have ended after 3 turns, so why? And then, the surprises weren't over for him because the next piece of information was mentioned. Stealth pawn. The pawn remains invisible during the match. The stealth effect ends after 3 turns. However, if the queen dies before this effect ends, the effect is extended by 7 turns. A drop of sweat fell, but that dangerous smile appeared. That bastard intentionally sacrificed his queen early to activate this effect. His hands froze. It's fine, that effect only lasts for 5 more turns. Furthermore, this turn I will activate the scorched land field. As the white piece was placed in the black square, flames erupted across the field. Scorched land field reduces the defense of all non-fire attribute pieces by 30%. Fire attribute pieces deal 200% increased damage. It's an environment that reduces the defensive capability of opponents weak to fire and boosts the owner's attack power. Completing this objective was extremely difficult because it required holding points in 5 different locations. Once finished, the overwhelming advantage would shift to one side. Edmono stared at Baek Yuseol. How's that, Baek Yuseol? Now that the domain is active, you're finished next turn. Baek Yuseol was unusually calm. But then, as his hand moved again, a wave of unease surged directly into Edmono's thoughts. Edmono watched intently, not taking his eyes off him to see what other trick he was planning, another stealth pawn. Cunning bastard, but no matter what he placed, when this turn passed, the player Edmono couldn't even recognize Baek-Yuziel's move. And when that move landed, Edmono froze, uttering a foolish word in his mind, huh? Edmono hadn't realized the ordinary pawn had somehow gained control of a specific location. A black piece manifested in a white square, seizing the reversal terrain. When you seize it while the opponent's terrain is active, you receive the reversal effect. In other words, the fiery scorched land immediately turned into frozen land. Activation, frozen terrain, the fire vanished and ice pillars rose up. Edmono was gradually losing the control he wanted. With the reversal effect, ice element damage increased by 200%, the hidden condition for reversal was met. Receiving another turn of attack, 2 operations, 2 simple pieces, 3 knights, and an environment had been neutralized. Edmono tried to reassure himself with his previous arrogant thoughts. What the hell? He saw through my entire tactic. Edmono looked up to get a better look at him. No, it's impossible, it must be a coincidence. Just by adjusting his glasses, Edmono saw a Baek-Yuziel who had him completely in the palm of his hand. A true chess monster began to turn pale and manifest more clearly, while his mouth hung open uncontrollably. A coincidence, isn't it? There was still one white knight not yet imprisoned. Wake up, I can't be held in the opponent's hand. Edmono could only pathetically clutch his inanimate trousers as another drop of sweat fell. Edmono bit his lip hard. I've met countless opponents like this before. I just need to hold out until the next turn, then I can turn the tide. If I can just endure, I'll win. He swallowed hard, his face hardening further. That was it. The bright look on his face gradually sank into darkness. I can win. Instead of giving him confidence, disappointment led Edmono into an isolated dimension. Can I really defeat him? Can my turn come back? Baek-Yuziel's pieces moved without a hint of hesitation. Edmono grew smaller in that scene. If Edmono wanted to be a king, right now Baek-Yuziel was like Saitama. He crossed his arms in his chair and turned on his serious mode, and then a few words of praise for his opponent entered his thoughts. Edmono's skill really isn't bad. In fact, he was strong. Beating Edmono in Seoul chess in that world was always one of the hardest challenges. But after 10 years, crazy veteran players appeared. This guy really is crazy. A veteran who had played thousands of games against Edmono finally wrote the perfect strategy. No longer hiding it, Baek-Yuziel gave a bright smile. That strategy was stored right in his glasses. In other words, I'm playing Seoul chess with an entire detailed encyclopedia guide in my hands. The next black piece was chosen and placed in a black square. It was different from the characteristics of the pieces I knew. The Thunder Bishop unleashes a lightning attack dealing 200% increased damage to frozen enemies. If frozen targets are linked together, the attack becomes chain lightning. Beneath the piece's hat, a slit revealed a lightning mark. The standard yellow of lightning and energy bolts gradually converged. The blue of the frost covering the field completely changed to the yellow of lightning bolts. Edmono stared despondently and stunned at the swift change. All the white pieces had vanished. Now only the black pieces remained. The previously cold expression changed into Edmono biting the bullet and accepting the truth he himself had spoken. The sound gradually faded with a sentence, "Yes, thank you for this match." Absolute silence. On the chessboard, there was now only black and darkness. Turning off the lights couldn't help Edmono Adalek. Very soon after, incessant sounds of admiration were uttered by the students. One of them had the courage to speak directly. Wait, a group of the first 3 people formed and turned to each other in a commotion. Are you crazy? Did you see that just now? Senior Edmono actually lost. How did that happen? Was that a tactic or a joke? Was his strategy really that insane? Edmono Adalek sat perfectly still without a single movement, ignoring the disruptive noises. Encountering a cold and incredibly logical opponent for the first time had turned the arrogant Edmono into an emotionless one. And then his unwanted scene unfolded. Princess Hong Bayan was talking and standing right next to Baek-Yuziel. Thoughts kept circling in Edmono's head. I lost? And at Seoul chess, no less. Edmono hadn't accepted the truth as the two walked away. The product contract was lost, and he even lost his right to attend the Aslan seminar. His hands shook, and his thoughts became increasingly tangled. What should I do? If my father finds out about this, will my life end right here? The student in charge of the board was tidying up when he noticed the change in Senior Edmono. With a decisive movement, the board remained intact after a dangerously heavy fist slam from Edmono. Pent-up anger immediately flared out. Damn it, absolutely damn it. Because of this action, several students outside didn't dare to intervene deeply. They had no choice but to leave the area before things got worse. Very quickly, the silent space was left with only Edmono, covering his face and trembling. What should I do now? Just as he thought he would fall into utter despair, a familiar voice rang out, undoing that uncomfortable knot. Senior. Raising his head, Edmono wasn't mistaken, it was indeed Princess Hong Bayan. Once her opponent noticed her, Princess Hong composed herself and spoke in her calmest voice. I will try to convince that commoner on your behalf. We will secure the trading rights for the items. I will ask him to retract the declaration he made regarding the Adalek ducal family. Edmono was so surprised he could hardly believe his ears. A surge of excitement made him much more open in his next words. Really? Is that actually true? Thank you, Bayan, thank you so much. How can I ever repay you for this help? The princess's gentle voice cut him off slightly. Did you say repay? I was born destined to be a queen. After another cycle of emotions, Edmono finally returned to the feeling he had when he first lost the chess match to Baek Yuziel. For the first time in a long while, Princess Hong revealed a dangerous edge in her expression. Therefore, it is only natural to care for someone who will become my vassal. Princess Hong turned and left coldly. Next, I'm going to meet Baek Yuziel. Edmono's voice suddenly became unusually small. Vassal? Princess Hong. He had only walked a short distance when Edmono's heart-wrenching scream shattered the final remains of silence. That's right, originally their relationship was like king and vassal. Edmono had used his power to manipulate their dynamic, trying to change it. But now, as the balance of power had been broken, they returned to their original positions and roles. Princess Hong's confident smile swept away all the tension she had been carrying for so long. The direction of the story shifts back to the main character, Baek Yuziel. Stella Academy actually has a phone booth. Baek Yuziel is currently contacting someone on the other end. Hello. Yes, please postpone all transactions with merchants in Adalavit for about the next month. He smiled and turned toward another option. Currently, we plan to distribute only through the royal family. Would that be possible? A quick response came from the other side. Of course I'll do that. Anything you want. Thank you, assistant. He had finished the task he planned to do. He disconnected. Stepping outside, he stretched several times to breathe in the fresh, comfortable air. Finally finished. It's good that everything ended safely. But regarding that Aslan attendance ticket, it's not really that useful, is it? So what should I do now? Anyway, the protagonist will automatically be ranked among the 12 rising stars. While he was deep in thought, a voice cut him off. Commoner. Who else could call him so bluntly besides Princess Hong, who was still there? That being said, Princess Hong hoped he was still near her. As she approached, Baek Yuziel reached inside his coat to grab something. Ah, you came at the perfect time. He held out a piece of paper. Here's a new contract. Princess Hong's eyes went wide in bewilderment. He didn't hide his plan and spoke up immediately. The Alterisha school will only distribute through the Adalavit royal family for 1 month. As for how you use that, it's up to you. Princess Hong observed the details of the new contract intently and hurriedly gripped the paper when he spoke somewhat bluntly. Well then, I'll take my leave. She didn't want him to leave so quickly. The princess mustered all her courage and spoke up. I owe you one this time. Her cheeks turned crimson and her voice dropped accordingly. Thank you. Realizing the clear change in her behavior, Baek Yuziel looked back a bit awkwardly and replied briefly. Sure. A thought crossed his mind. I'm lucky I could actually get a thank you out of her. Knowing she wasn't handling her emotions well, Princess Hong was bashful but became more cautious in her words. Hey, you said back then that there would be a price for helping me. If you tell me what that price is, I'll answer immediately. It seemed Baek Yuziel hadn't really thought about that. He rubbed one side of his cheek and looked away. The price? Well, actually, the price I want is quite simple. He stared directly at Princess Hong. It was all too clear. Hong Bayan will not be tainted by evil. Instead, she will choose the good path and work with me to build the best possible happy ending. This time it was Princess Hong's turn to avoid his gaze. Looking at her state, he didn't dare say it out loud and kept it to himself, but even so, he couldn't suddenly say, I hope you become a good person. So, based on 29 years of life experience, he gave the most appropriate and textbook reaction for this situation. Princess Hong turned back, waiting for the result. The two talked cutely. Buy me a meal. What? Rubbing his stomach, he gave an innocent smile. Just treat me to a meal. I want to eat until I'm full from a meal the princess buys. Princess Hong was surprised and didn't expect the price he mentioned to be so strange. She stood frozen for a long time before a smile took its place. her cheeks flushing once again. All right then, follow me. Baek Yuseol shifted his pace and arrived at a new location. It was certain that he had come here with the princess in the carriage parked nearby. He stared at the vehicle, breaking into a sweat. Throughout the 10 years I played this game, cash items appeared everywhere. The cars in this world are truly luxurious. Not wanting Baek Yuseol to keep staring at the car, Princess Hong turned back to remind him, her confident smile accompanied by twinkling stars. He had to look away from the car and go inside with the princess. To bring me all the way here, did she already have a plan? With the princess's current wealth, I should pick at least 5 of the best dishes in Ether, right? But reality was about to slap him a bit hard. Stepping to the side, Princess Hong showed him a specific eatery. Stir-fried black bean noodles. We've arrived. Surprised yet? Taken aback? What could be better than countless question marks and a dazed look on his face? To top it off, he had even dreamed a beautiful dream. Where is my big fat salmon? Where is my caviar canopy with salted fish eggs? And the cream risotto with black truffles? As the two sat at the same table, the atmosphere was clearly divided into 2 opposing sides. The bright stars had moved to Princess Hong Bayan, while he was slumped in dejection. The server stood there waiting for them to order. Although she was surrounded by sparkles, the princess's expression was unusually serious. I'm not quite used to looking at these dishes. Ah, I found it. When he asked me to treat him to a meal, I thought about something that would make Baek Yuseol the happiest. Hong Bayan recalled her conversation with Tyrant. They said there's a story about his past link to this place. Really? Expensive food doesn't mean anything to Baek Yuseol. From the past I accidentally glimpsed, I knew the dish he cherished most. She confidently pointed to a spot on the menu. One of these, please. Zooming in, it was indeed black bean noodles. But on the other side, Baek Yuseol calmly raised his hand to order, but not in the way the princess expected. Ah, give me 3 bowls of jampong and an order of tangsuyuk, huh? Princess Hong was flustered. He stared wide-eyed, asking, what? I can't order 3 bowls. Princess Hong mirrored him. No, that's not the issue. This time, Princess Hong was forced to change her thinking. Why didn't he order the black bean noodles? Isn't that his memory of his mother? And it seemed Hong Bayan realized her mistake. That can't be right. Why would a commoner write about his mother and black bean noodles in a school assignment? He hasn't overcome the past. He still regrets those things, because he couldn't repay his mother's kindness that he didn't understand as a child. The server brought the requested items. The food arrived. Thank you. Princess Hong lowered her head, gradually feeling ashamed for bringing him here. To him, black bean noodles aren't a nostalgia. They are a symbol of regret. And I didn't even realize that. Although she realized it a bit late, the princess chose to speak up immediately. Sorry for treating you to a meal in a place like this. Baek Yuseol didn't realize what she was thinking and just opened his mouth wide. It's okay. He raised his hand, eyes wide. Life sometimes surprises you with a wallet that doesn't work well. But since she's a princess, adding food to the bill is fine, right? He spoke up, sir, we need more fried dumplings. Meanwhile, the soul chess match between Edmono Adalek and Baek Yuseol had been widely spread by the students present. A massive rumor quickly spread throughout the academy, growing so large it was uncontrollable. What? That Edmono Sr. lost to Baek Yuseol? Naturally, the question of why was also raised. The reason was revealed by many students who had eavesdropped on the conversation at the cafe. The truth was even more shocking than the apology rumor. I heard this from Aiken, a close aide from the Adalek family. In fact, it seems Senior Edmono did that because Baek Yuseol is the co-developer of the alchemical magic technique, just based on the rumor that Edmono Adalek apologized to a freshman. The fact that Baek Yuseol was the co-author of the Delta Enhancement Technique shocked Stella Academy. His name spread not only to Arcanium but also to the Dark Mages. At the first hour, Vice Principal Aki Hayden's office, he crossed his arms with a cold, expressionless face. That guy is indeed quite annoying for a mere commoner. Besides, didn't he interfere with Mei Zentiran's plan? A mysterious, hooded figure opposite him asked, should we handle this matter quietly? Aki Hayden's face hardened as he dismissed the idea. Nonsense. If a Stella student goes missing without a reason, everything will be turned upside down. Handing over the right to attend the Aslan seminar to someone like him makes me unhappy. However, taking it from someone like him will be easier than taking it from the Adalek family. We need to pay attention to this Baek Yuseol starting from now, track him for the time being. A new exchange replaced the old one, focusing on Maison's condition. The mysterious figure replied succinctly, she is suppressing her dark mana with the leader's control magic, but it will erupt at any moment. Aki Haiden was forced to reassess, it's still not the right time. The Familia Pact ceremony is coming up. If she truly goes mad and causes trouble with the Spirit King, the fallout will only get messier. Raiden, monitor Maizen's condition. That way, we can use it to distract Eltwin's gaze when necessary. Professor Raiden nodded seriously in acceptance, understood. With Aki Haiden's final instructions, Professor Raiden left the principal's office and headed toward the faculty building. In an almost deserted area, the lights were off inside, creating a dim lab. Glass tube racks were overturned, lab equipment including microscopes were disassembled and left in a pitiable state, only a few papers remained acceptable. Professor Raiden stood in the room, clenching his fist as he looked at something on the floor, which radiated dark energy and groaned in fury. Since this was a mission, the main concern had to be prioritized. Facing him now was the transformed state of Professor Maizen, who was unable to stand steady in the face of what had happened. Professor Raiden thought, this has become quite serious. Maizen, currently with bloodshot eyes, asked in a raspy voice, did you come here to tell me to wait more? If I endure and wait, can I return to my original position? Raiden appeared calm on the outside but held deep contempt within, laughable. After a lifetime of stealing what belonged to others, you still dream of having your original position back. However, Raiden chose to show some mercy. Your usefulness has ended. Once the plagiarism investigation begins, you will be stripped of all titles and expelled from the academy. Maizen panicked, regaining her senses, and questioned him loudly. Then why did Aki Haiden leave me here? Raiden replied coldly and decisively, you have been completely corrupted. As for another purpose, you can certainly fulfill that role. That is why you were left here. Maizen trembled and began to lose control of herself. Huh, are you trying to drive me mad so I lose control? You bastard. When Maizen bared her fangs, preparing to explode in rage, Raiden interrupted her once more, then leave this place. Maizen was shocked, unable to believe her ears. What? A dark blue sphere rolled across the carpet stretching toward the west. Go to paradise. Raiden turned his back, our compatriots are hiding there. If you survive until you find them, break this crystal. It will release a spell that stops your corruption. Raiden had just reached the stairs when Maizen's voice stopped him. Why are you letting me live? Raiden didn't even turn to look. I just don't want to see my own people die so pathetically. Once Raiden had completely left, Professor Maizen was able to stand up and stagger toward the crystal. Without hesitation, Maizen picked up the sphere. She continued walking in an unidentified direction and stopped next to a desk containing the annual plan. She stared for a long time at what was on it. To be precise, at the notes she herself had left. But as she focused deeper on one entry, uncontrollable dark magic spilled out, venting all her stored resentment. Maizen gradually extended her deep-seated dark claws, her heart turning increasingly tyrannical. How dare you? Do you really think I'll just leave after you turn me into this without doing anything? I will tear everything into tiny shreds. What Maizen had just torn up was the Familia Pact ceremony. Time passed very quickly. Today was the day Stella Academy students had their first field trip to the cradle of the sacred tree to participate in the Familia Pact ceremony. Massive airships began their journey on a new path. In a room, Acel and a few other students were starting to enjoy a meal. Opposite Acel, two students exchanged talk. Speaking of which, about Baek Yuziel. He was scolded and criticized by seniors for a long time, but now no one dares touch him anymore. Ah, I heard about that too. I even heard he really is the co-developer of the alchemical magic technique, right? After that rumor spread, even some seniors personally came to apologize to him. The students looked at Acel and asked softly, Acel, do you know about that? Acel, holding a pastry, replied naturally, no. The students continued. Anyway, is it really true about Baek Yuziel? Taking a small bite of the pastry. Acel was thinking a bit about him. Is it just my mood? For some reason, I feel like I'm drifting further away from Baek Yuziel. It gives me a feeling of loneliness. But the other students didn't think the same. A smile appeared. Honestly, I thought Baek Yuziel and Acel were dating. Having just taken a bite without chewing, Acel spat everything out. Seeing Azel's strange reaction, her friends grew concerned. Are you okay? Here's some water. Thanks. He seems very close to Princess Hong Baiyan lately, right? TSK, regardless, could a princess really be seduced by a commoner? Acel drank water while listening to the rest of the story. But lately, the way the princess looks at Baek Yuseol isn't exactly normal. This time Acel coughed repeatedly. Acel, drink slowly. Nearby, Flame noticed. Is that Acel? Acel was currently being attended to by the other students. Flame stopped but was thinking about something else. But then she decided to continue on her way, yet her concern wouldn't leave her. Acel seems to get along quite well with her friends. Normally, she'd be here alone arguing with Hong Bayan by now. Has something changed in a place I don't know about? Are all these things also because of Baek Yuseol's influence? Speaking of the devil, you appear right when I was looking for you. Hey, can you do me a favor? Flame was startled by his presence. Whoa, you scared me. Who knew he'd show up like that? Keeping her composure, Flame asked, what is it? He brought something out, and a dazed look took over. Pick a flower here for me. A hanbaram flower. A single breeze flower. Flame paused for a beat to ask, hanbaram? That flower that only ever faces one direction? What, do you think I'm a flower vending machine or something? Although she said that and thought the same, her hand reached toward the soil box he held out. A moment later, Flame's magic was activated, a jade-colored light highlighting a single point. Very quickly, a beautiful, shimmering five-petaled white flower appeared in the box. Baek Yuseol smiled so wide his eyes closed when he got what he wanted. Thanks. Flame crossed her arms, knowing something was up. What exactly are you planning to do with that? Right after speaking, Flame vaguely realized something. So a direct question replaced it. Hey, don't tell me you're planning to go down to that 4th floor. Baek Yuseol was surprised Flame could figure it out. Of course I have to go, otherwise, why would I get this? Flame couldn't help but say a few more things, tell him to watch his back, but her sentence was cut off. A question mark appeared over him, not understanding. Flame knew she had misspoken and quickly looked away. No, nothing. However, she was a bit startled when Baek Yuseol proactively asked back, what about you? Are you okay? Confusion took over, asking if I'm okay. What do you mean? He put the flower in his bag, smiling. I just thought you looked a bit gloomy after the Persona Gate practice. Flame turned her face away. It's not like that, you're such a busybody. Her face turned red, uncontrollable. Even if you're worried about me, I'm not going to thank you. Baek Yuseol looked back with a slight smile. From a distance in the shadows, someone was peeking at the two of them. It looks like you are thanking me. I told you it's not like that. You really aren't honest at all. Hey, give me back my flower. Right now, at the Menon Tower area, the silhouettes of two individuals dressed in what appeared to be the 13th Division uniform were looking toward the specks of light ahead. The whereabouts of Mei Zentiran, who had vanished under the name of Stella, were no longer known. Starting today, the first-year students majoring in research will begin their extracurricular activities, and special activities related to dark magic will commence there. There is a possibility that Mei Zentiran will participate, so please pay attention. The isolated space along with that influx of information quickly dissipated, bringing both of them back to the endless plains. And then, the person standing next to Commander Kane, Deputy Commander Hazen Macaron, was currently complaining loudly about that news. Good grief, why is the Master of the Ivory Tower so obsessed with Stella? Commander Kane was displeased with that way of speaking, seriously adjusting his tone as he said, the Master of the Ivory Tower possesses the power of prophecy, don't just stand there talking nonsense and follow me. Deputy Commander Hazen Macaron couldn't stand that tone, giving a massive scowl as she barked back, yeah, right, a prophecy. More than half of them are always wrong. Although that was true, Kane held his ground. In most cases, this is because we resolve the issues before those disasters occur, or perhaps they were prevented by other factors before we even set foot there. Hazen Macaron conceded that point as light magic manifested in her hand. Regardless, our captain is far too obsessed with the Master of the Magic Tower, and it seems he is also having trouble with those words. Kane also didn't want time to stagnate here any longer with this back and forth. Alright, let's move quickly. Immediately, connecting magic circles formed, and then the two of them vanished in the blink of an eye. Returning to the main point, Stella Academy frequently conducted more field trips than expected throughout its development. They had established teleportation gates at over 20 locations dedicated to airships, one notable example being the cradle of the Heavenly Spirit Tree, also the place that nurtured the cloud flowers of the High Elf Kingdom. This time, Class Monitor Lee gathered the students in a fairly large area, his voice carrying a sense of responsibility. Attention, everyone. After attending the celebration of the World Tree's birth, the Familia signing ceremony will be finalized and begin tomorrow. Feel free to use your time wisely until the gathering hour. The 12 students responded in unison, yes, sir. Now that there were no longer constraints on time or space, each student split up to do what they wished, and this time, the focus fell on Flame, who was scanning her surroundings as if looking for something. As she looked at the lush green foliage, Flame dispelled her tension and broke into a smile. Perhaps because I'm surrounded by nature, I'm feeling very relaxed. But then Flame's target appeared when she shifted her gaze elsewhere, and the object of her attention was none other than Baek Yuziel. Flame focused on Baek Yuziel, but Baek Yuziel was completely unaware of it. Flame felt a bit let down by that, but she had no intention of approaching, and simply watched his back as he moved further away from her. Is he just wandering around alone? Due to being lost in thought, Flame completely failed to notice a person. Jeremy Scanben smiled and radiated a brilliant light. Hello, Flame. Instantly, Flame's face began to scowl. She was obviously very annoyed. She walked past him smoothly without even glancing at that handsome, smiling face. Jeremy maintained that expression even though he was ignored so abruptly. Just as Flame was about to leave entirely, Jeremy rushed to stop her with his words. Don't you plan on showing me that face again? Getting teased while you're already annoyed. Flame looked back, confused. What are you talking about? Jeremy approached step by step. If you have the time, could you come with me for a bit? Flame stood still. I don't have time. A silence formed, but Jeremy quickly revealed his not-so-good boy nature. Or rather, he looked like a murderer who didn't get what he wanted. One more time. Why don't you think more about it? Flame realized she was dazed, unable to believe Jeremy would have such an aura right now. Quickly, it merged with her own thoughts. This guy is indeed dangerous. Jeremy didn't just want that. In a situation where she didn't know what to do, another person suddenly stepped in to block for Flame. Flame found it hard to believe this person had appeared too. It was Hei Wonryang, who helped Flame untie this knot. Prince, that's enough. Don't you know your actions are quite rude and forceful? Jeremy smiled mockingly. Well, how could I not know that? When Jeremy spoke with a smile, normal people would naturally turn away and distance themselves. However, it wouldn't work on someone standing at the peak of the magic world as the heir to the magic tower. As the two boys stared each other down, Flame stood between them, sweating as she analyzed. Good grief, what on earth is this situation? Now that they had clashed, a certain scheme began to brew within Jeremy's every expression. Leaving one person serious and one person confused, Jeremy walked away and returned to normal, waving. It seems your friend has misunderstood something, so I'll head back first today. See you next time, okay? With that, Jeremy left completely, leaving the two of them there. Even though things seemed to be going relatively well, Flame felt a complete sense of unease. Immediately after, she expressed herself with a loud voice that was somewhat reproachful toward the one who stayed. Hey Wonryang, what on earth were you thinking? To dare block Jeremy's path? Do you think it's wise to hold a grudge against the Scanben family? Hei Wonryang didn't seem to mind the criticism. Flame, you're the one who needs to be careful. The prince is very dangerous. If he wants something, he won't hesitate to do anything to get it, and right now, you have become what he wants most. Flame knew that better than Hei, so she was currently calculating what she needed to do. However, a new perspective from Hei Wonryang confused her. It's already happened. Or maybe do you actually trust him? Truly, Flame hadn't expected Hei Wonryang to say those words. Surprised this time, Flame shot back. Who are you talking about? Hei Wonryang was stunned. From where he stood, he turned his back and tried to walk away in a hurry. Sorry, I misspoke. Huh? Flame stared in utter suspicion. Hey, who is he? Hei Wonryang suddenly realized his body was gradually losing control due to something very strange. Immediately after, he held his forehead with his hand and knelt on one knee. Flame, seeing things weren't right, hurried to call his name. Hei Wonryang. Flame approached in worry. Are you okay? However, Hei Wonryang quickly raised his hand to stop her. The headache recurred, yet Hei still stood up and continued to leave. I'm fine. How could Flame believe that? Fine. What do you mean you're fine? As he walked away just like Baek Yuziel had done before, Flame tried to hold him back. Wait, Hei Wonryang. And it couldn't be. As the other person left, Flame still didn't know what on earth was going on. For Hei Wonryang, a sense of unease once again gripped her already poor mood. Something was very strange, and she tried to leave as well. Hei Wonryang moved into an alley that didn't attract much attention from passers-by and leaned against the wall. He propped up his body and reanalyzed within his consciousness. Without knowing when it started, this unexplained symptom was becoming increasingly severe. His vision gradually blurring. Damn it, if this keeps up, how can I complete the familia signing ritual? Just as he was struggling, Hei was suddenly startled when a familiar voice spoke. Oh, look who it is. Although Hei had only heard that voice a few times during their meetings, as soon as he slowly turned his head, he confirmed the person, Professor Mei Zhen. Half of his face was hidden by a black cloak, his appearance seeming to vanish into the shadows. Professor Meizen approached step by step, filled with his own surprise. I was wondering where on earth my seed had gone. Turns out there's a seed right here. Just as well, I didn't expect the level of erosion to have progressed this far. Hei was flustered by those words. Professor, what are you talking about? Professor Meizen's hand, along with his dark magic, was held out forward, the danger escalating to a high level. Now, don't resist, because from now on you will become my pawn. Hei understood exactly what kind of situation he had fallen into. No, he tried to push himself to wake up. Don't come any closer. Hei's consciousness gradually turned pitch black, and a fragment of a memory of standing and talking with Flame appeared. They constantly filled that memory, however, they gradually became fewer and merged into the darkness, leaving only a photo of Flame at the end. Shifting to the giant twin towers belonging to the Spirit Kingdom, a long-eared non-human was standing before a certain gate. It was the aide to the King of the Elves, Orenya. He raised his hand to knock on the door, saying, Your Majesty, if you don't appear for this birth ceremony, the Council of Elders will make things difficult. Their intention was to seize control of the gate leading to the Garden of the Sacred Tree. Spirit King Chot Sirin was urgently cradling something wrapped in green cloth in her arms. After a moment of significant hesitation, she responded to Orenya, I know, I'll be out immediately. You may leave. Orenya let out a soft breath and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. The sound of footsteps leaving left a somewhat heavy atmosphere with the Spirit King. A long time later, she turned around, a shawl already draped over the top of her head. A thought occurred. When was the last time I was able to comfortably enjoy freedom? Even covering my body like this, I can only hold out for an hour. She added a cloth to further hide her face. But none of it could hide her contained sadness. Please, let things go peacefully this time. Chot Sirin walked with a few people following her. The Spirit King appeared along with white snowflakes. At the same time, the concealment of her identity created a very strange, abstract beauty. The long-eared tribespeople following her bowed respectfully at the appearance of the one presumed to be the Spirit King. The shawl trailed behind her like a wedding dress over the beautiful flowers. Crossing a wooden bridge was the next thing to do, and she only stopped when a white spring continuously flowing appeared before her eyes. Chot Sirin stared intently at it. Now it was almost over, she had finished praying. Now she just needed to head back the way she came. However, it seemed things were no longer going smoothly as a terrifying pressure influenced her very body. And then, precisely, the silhouette of an academy male student locked her gaze and went deep into her mind. This aura was strangely discreet, yet it was surely dark magic as she shifted her gaze toward another side. An extraordinary dark being was sneaking into this sacred land, but it could be said in another way, only she, the Spirit Queen, could sense it. The rest were still maintaining their roles. Chot Sirin's gaze changed, her uneasy mood gradually merging further as she reinforced her calculations. Looking at the knight's reactions, it seems only I can feel the dark magic. While performing the birth ceremony of the World Tree, the Spirit King is not allowed to communicate any will, but I cannot just let a dark being dare to encroach upon the cradle of the heavenly flower forest. Her own fist clenched tighter. There's no other way, I'll have to step out personally. Chot Sirin once again changed her observation angle. Elsewhere, it was still the Spirit Kingdom. Flame's silhouette hurried to find something on the wide road. A drop of sweat fell as her thoughts revealed what she intended to do. Seeing Hei Wonriang's strange condition, I chased after him, but he's gone. Flame scanned her vision but had lost track of him. But suddenly from an alley, a deep voice called her name loudly, Flame. Flame was startled, and the person who appeared was exactly the one she was looking for, Hei Wonriang. A heavy pressure gradually spread from that very body. Flame instinctively called, Hei Wonriang. Her heart pounded, her pupils dilating abnormally. She was trying to speed up her thoughts. This ominous aura, could it be dark magic? From a certain angle, Hei Wonriang's eyes had transformed, a deep, mysterious blackness covering his snow-white pupils. Damn it, I don't know what's happening. Fortunately, Hei Wonriang's erosion process isn't complete yet. Right now I can bring Hei Wonriang back to normal. Just thinking this, Flame hurried to shout at the person standing before her. Calm down, Hei Wonriang, calm down. Hei Wonriang was silent for a long time and said nothing more. Instead, he slumped down. Suddenly a thumping sound rang out incessantly, and then we could see the dark magic pressure spreading even more. Flame couldn't dispel the tension herself, and it was getting worse by the moment. Not unexpectedly, Hei Wonriang stared at Flame, and he posed a question, why are you avoiding me? Flame quickly replied instinctively, huh? What? What do you mean by that? In this moment, an increasingly worsening situation made Flame's face turn pale. She took a step back to find a way out for herself. But then the erosion from the darkness revealed what Hei Wonriang was hiding. Do you hate me? Am I not trustworthy? With a confused look in her mouth slightly agape, Flame said decisively, no, please don't think that. A white light with a hint of purple around it suddenly shot up from behind Flame to the front of her. An indescribable feeling and that thumping sound returned once more. Right now the dark magic was overflowing. A strike like a lightning bolt came down, causing a large explosion as expected. That light from a moment ago represented someone rushing in, and this person shielded Flame from the effects of the explosion. Her eyes half closed, Flame adjusted her senses to see who had shielded her. And more surprisingly than anything else, the person who appeared was a familiar student, and she called his name loudly, Ma Yuxiang. With his red pupils, he turned back to look at Flame and asked, "Are you okay?" Instead of answering the question, Flame raised another doubt, that black lightning just now. Ma Yuxiang gave a dismissive smile and quickly cut off those words. "Sorry, please forget about it, I'm begging you." He Wenriang's body ahead teetered with his gaze fixed on the ground. Ma Yuxiang added seriously, "By the way, why aren't you fighting? You almost died." Flame calmly replied briefly, "I tried to resolve it through talking." Ma Yuxiang had a different look for Flame, one of suspicion. Talking? She didn't state her reason, her gaze not daring to look directly at Ma Yuxiang anymore. Instead, it was a series of thoughts she kept to herself. According to the original work, Acel only used dialogue to purify countless dark beings and once had the nickname Saint of Confession. So I thought maybe I could also bring He Wenriang back. In the end, with my ability, can I not save anyone? Ma Yuxiang realized she had no intention of continuing, so he shifted his gaze to the person about to become a dark mage right in front of him. "I'm not sure what your plan is, but first of all, you have to be able to fight, right?" Flame bit her lip, a small drop of sweat beading on her face. Her magic staff was brought out as her weapon. "Yes, I can do it." A thought surged, "This time I absolutely won't let him die like Zeke. I will definitely save you, He Wenriang." Flame wasn't sure how she ended up in this situation, but at least the outlook was favorable because she was fighting alongside Ma Yuxiang, who possessed the power of a main character. On the other hand, in front of her, He Wenriang had been consumed by dark magic, one hand already transformed into a demonic form, his face darkening to avoid any sudden passive movements. Hyper jump from Ma Yuxiang's wand emitted a glow, or more accurately, brighter lightning bolts. From his very position, he blinked in a special way before Flame's eyes, still acting on his own. The magic power grew denser by the moment. Instead of going straight, Ma Yuxiang chose to follow the wall and appeared right above He Wenriang. The energy was nearly perfect, massive lightning bolts constantly spreading around as he activated his magic. Ma Yuxiang's wand pointed directly at He Wenriang, whip of the great earth. Through the green decorative vines, they transformed and aimed straight at the target. A massive surprise occurred quickly. He Wenriang's dark-hued eyes looked up directly at that attack path. And at that very spot, a tremor arose, bringing dust and debris even faster than Ma Yuxiang's move. He Wenriang was able to circle around behind him. A flash of surprise crossed Ma Yuxiang's face. He Wenriang counterattacked, and Ma Yuxiang dodged and returned to his position in front of Flame below. White smoke drifted, and the two were about to slam into each other again to continue fighting as if there had never been a separation. A bit unhappy at being left out, Flame was displeased and began to activate a type of binding light magic. Countless lights aiming at He Wenriang without a single opening. The tide of battle shifted, favoring Flame and Ma Yuxiang. The magic staff trembled slightly, but Flame still held it firmly. He Wenriang tried to break free from the restraint, his own voice automatically calling out a name. Flame seized the opportunity. Ma Yuxiang blinked and appeared right behind him. A flaming fist was summoned, Ma Yuxiang's pupils also constricting. With one strike, the fist's impact sparked a direct counterforce that sent He Wenriang flying far away. The two gathered to prepare for the next steps, and naturally, a serious look was necessary. In front of He Wenriang, who sat right there, a part of the aftershock had cracked the structure behind him. The spreading pain made He Wenriang groan. Realizing this, Flame turned to Ma Yuxiang to speak for her. "This is the moment we need to act." But Ma Yuxiang interrupted her. "It's not over yet." Because Ma Yuxiang still hadn't taken his eyes off him, Flame quickly turned in that direction. The urgency in Flame's heart continued to grow. She couldn't believe things had taken such a turn for the worse right before her eyes. Now, his joints twisted unnaturally. He Wenriang stood up, but the darkness had transformed him into something no longer human. A long horn protruded, clear evidence of the peculiar corruption of dark magic. He Wenriang. She shouted his name, trying to bring him back, but it was futile. Instead, a growing sense of dread took hold. This had become grave. The corruption had spread incredibly far. An instinctive warning escaped her lips. "Ma Yuxiang, it's dangerous. Get away from him, fast. Before she could finish her sentence, the corrupted He Wonryang appeared silently right between them. His hand clamped onto Ma Yuxiang's face in a sudden, shocking move. As his power was unleashed, He Wonryang let go, and Ma Yuxiang was sent flying. He slammed into the architecture, and clouds of dust erupted where he hit, replacing the desperate shouts of Hei's name from before. Now Flame redirected her cry, Ma Yuxiang. Flame never expected things to change this quickly. She froze for a second, not out of calmness, but because her heart was racing as the dark shadow loomed over her face. Having previously confirmed 2 targets, one already blown away, He Wonryang's crimson eyes were now locked onto Flame, unable to look away. Helpless in the face of this disaster, Flame's eyes mirrored her rising panic. He Wonryang. The corrupted He Wonryang seemed to understand, struggling to mutter a single name, Flame. Just as they were about to exchange words, Ma Yuxiang interrupted with a flaming fist charging in at high speed. His mana and resolve remained steady, without a hint of hesitation. He Wonryang didn't budge, he stood his ground and took the strike, letting the explosion erupt directly against his body. Flame stared in daze, unable to believe he had taken a direct hit like that. Ma Yuxiang kept his eyes locked on him, but a cold sweat of unease began to break out. Because despite the fist still pressed against He Wonryang's face, there was absolutely no effect. And then those red eyes opened once more. The power gap was no longer just a suspicion. In a fluid, instinctive motion, the corrupted hand lunged forward and gripped Ma Yuxiang's throat. The speed was so blinding that he couldn't even react to the move. The grip was ironclad. He Wonryang slowly lifted Ma Yuxiang off the ground. Aside from the binding magic she had cast earlier, Flame could now only watch, paralyzed by shock. Ma Yuxiang bit his lip as the fear intensified. If this continued, He Wonryang was actually going to kill Ma Yuxiang. But with her current strength, she had no way to stop him. What could she possibly do? He Wonryang remained in his corrupted state, but a faint glimmer of consciousness recognized the person he was choking. Ma Yuxiang felt the grip on his throat tighten suddenly. He began to struggle for air. His expression was warped, but a voice nearly belonging to the real He Wonryang emerged. I can win. I can defeat Ma Yuxiang, finally. Ma Yuxiang. A smirk played on his lips, but suddenly Ma Yuxiang cut him off with a very strange remark. Something isn't right. At these words, He Wonryang stopped, stunned. His blackened face looked like a character out of a different kind of story altogether. He muttered to himself, huh. Standing on the sidelines, Flame noticed the lull in He Wonryang's movements. He Wonryang, has he found a moment of clarity? A surge of determination prepared her for action. If there was ever a time, it was now. But Ma Yuxiang noticed the change in Flame as well as the shift in He Wonryang, and he reflexively thrust a hand out toward her. Flame's movements halted abruptly at his signal. Ma Yuxiang's face went cold, his pupils contracting again. I thought you were the only one who lived in a world like mine. Is this really all you've got? How disappointing. He Wonryang's killing intent suddenly became thick and suffocating. The blackened He Wonryang spoke as if he knew no fear, but his expression was even more distorted than before. Ma Yuxiang must win. Time rewinds to the past, the first year of middle school, springtime. He Wonryang was only 14 years old. A look of innocence was on his face. He stood before a confused, even more childish 14-year-old Ma Yuxiang. Irritated by that look, He Wonryang frowned and spoke in a cold tone, fight me. Ma Yuxiang stood frozen in a cold sweat, completely bewildered. To shake off the awkwardness, he looked around to see if anyone else was nearby. Finding they were alone, he asked gently, are you talking to me? Why do you suddenly want to fight? He Wonryang didn't waver, replying, I cannot accept that you are ranked above me, so let's make the hierarchy clear. A look of surprise, rare for Ma Yuxiang, appeared. Make the hierarchy clear? Yet, it was exactly what he wanted. A smile spread across his face. Alright, let's give it a try. With the challenge accepted, they decided to use the school's training grounds as their arena. Ma Yuxiang looked at the black wand. So it's a magic duel? Let's see what this wand can do. Satisfied, he gave a bright smile. You go ahead and attack first. Facing him, the ever-serious He Wonryang asked, what's with that stance? His eyes narrowed. Was this guy a genius? Since birth, as the heir to the full moon magic tower, I began learning to read. I studied magic. I have trained relentlessly every day to become the best magic warrior. And yet, the freshman rankings have Ma Yuxiang at rank 1, and He Wonryang at rank 2. To me, the existence of a genius like Ma Yuxiang was like a bolt of lightning striking my soul. His attention shifted to a classmate calling out, Yuxiang. Want to go together? Sure, let's go. Ma Yuxiang replied with a smile. Was this really Ma Yuxiang? But the more I observed him, the more disappointing his behavior became. Reading strange books that had nothing to do with his studies. Wasting time every day without any effort. I couldn't accept it. If he was going to be better than me, I had to prove one thing, that my efforts were not in vain. However, the result was bleak. The wand fell. He Wenriang stood dazed, caught between disbelief and despair. I can't believe it, did I really lose to him? Not a single scratch, not a speck of dust. In contrast to the mood, Ma Yuxiang was completely focused, and when the results were in, he walked up to He Wenriang cheerfully. Oh, did I win? By the way, that magic duel was actually really fun. He placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling with narrowed eyes. Thanks to you, this trip was great. Let's do it again sometime. He left without waiting for He Wenriang to say a word. Left behind, He Wenriang clenched his fists. Why did I lose? Why did I lose to someone who doesn't even seem to try or study? Is this what a genius is? He leaned down to pick up his wand. This time, it was simply a matter of practice. If I try harder, I can win. From that day on, I pushed myself until I had no strength left. I trained, and trained, and trained, but the result never changed. He Wenriang was broken. It was pathetic. It was a duel I requested after analyzing every bit of Ma Yuxiang's magic. I couldn't believe it. In reality, the gap between us was that vast. At that moment, Ma Yuxiang reached out his hand toward He Wenriang. He said with a smile, this time was even better than the last. Right? Do even better next time. He Wenriang listened to those words in silence. He paused, lost in thought. Changing his mind, he took the hand. A brief exchange. Next time, I will definitely win. I'm looking forward to it. I was forced to admit that Ma Yuxiang was a genius. Even so, I refused to give up, determined to prove that the time I spent struggling was not meaningless. One day, I would defeat Ma Yuxiang. And now, Ma Yuxiang is in my hands. That memory pulled the corrupted He Wenriang back to the present. I can win this time. I thought so. Isn't that right? Ma Yuxiang gave a very bright smile, a look that was unmistakable. You've already drowned in the power of the dark arts and lost yourself? How disappointing. He Wenriang, I've been training hard to fight you, too. The corrupted He Wenriang was dazed. Training, me? Digging through old memories. Don't you remember? During the dungeon practice, we fought as equals. I was shocked back then. It turns out I have a competitive side, too. After that, for the first time, I started my own training process and have been waiting to duel you again. He Wenriang became utterly confused. I have never beaten you once. Now is your chance. But things were about to go much further as Ma Yuxiang's cold voice rang out. So kill me. Use that power to pierce my heart and enjoy the victory you've wanted. And then, live with the regret that this was our final match. He continued to provoke him, knowing what the outcome would be. He Wenriang found the light in his eyes again. Outside the clash, Flame waited for the pivotal moment. Ma Yuxiang narrowed his eyes, waiting as well. A mark appeared on Ma Yuxiang's neck. It meant the corrupted He Wenriang had finally let him go. He Wenriang regained his senses, saying dejectedly, I won't kill you just to win like this. It would be like denying everything I've worked for. Outside, Flame rejoiced at his words. Thank goodness, He Wenriang's mind has returned to normal. Now we can save him. But everything shifted once more. A heavy magical pressure slammed down on the spot where the three of them stood. The corrupted He Wenriang groaned. Ugh. Ma Yuxiang was in the same state. Gah. Flame narrowed her eyes, sensing something. This power is. She looked toward the source of a voice. Oh my. A girl dressed in black stepped forward. She wore a golden hoop earring and had reddish-brown hair. The vice commander, holding her staff, spoke indifferently. This certainly isn't my Zen Tyran. Hazan Macaron stood there casually with her staff, creating an invisible pressure so immense that Flame was forced to her knees, unable to move. Struggling, Flame squinted and vaguely recognized the newcomer. Ugh, I saw this character in the original novel. Hazan Macaron, vice commander of the 13th Dark Star Squad. That meant, at that same moment, the sound of other footsteps approached. Hazan turned back and complained with her usual dazed expression. So the prophecy was completely wrong after all, wasn't it? The commander walked forward with clenched fists and a cold, unchanging face, though his tone shifted. Kane spoke, stop talking nonsense. Hazan noted his presence. She analyzed the situation. As expected, he came too. Kane, commander of the 13th Dark Star Squad. The two stood side by side. Looking at the corrupted He Wonryang and the recently embattled Ma Yuxiang, Kane silently used a charm to detect the peculiar dark fluctuations, despite not saying a word. Hazen's gravity illusion was perfect, pinning them down effortlessly. Kane observed the opponent. The fluctuations are so faint it's surprising he could emit this much power. Hazen confirmed, right? What do you want to do? Kane nodded, pulling a wand from a pocket dimension, his voice icy. Target confirmed. Dispose of him immediately. Kane's target was the corrupted boy who had just regained a sliver of consciousness. He Wonryang, Ma Yuxiang, and Flame were in a bind, or rather, they were stunned by his decisiveness. However, Hazen felt something was off, asking, kill him now? It's still early stages, maybe observing a bit more, but Kane shut her down immediately, holding his ground. To emit this much power at this stage, if he goes berserk later, it will be a catastrophe. Killing him now is the right thing to do. Kane's logic was sound. Once tainted by dark magic, individuals were prone to recurring corruption. Even if temporarily purified, the stain remained, eventually leading to a slaughter. The decision was made, it would be carried out instantly. But by chance, one of them refused to accept it. Stop right there. Hazen took note of the shout. Well now, amidst the talk, Ma Yuxiang used every ounce of his remaining strength to force himself up, truly surprising Vice Commander Hazen. A freshman can actually withstand this? So this is Ma Yuxiang of Stella. Rank 1 really is something else. But Hazen's face darkened, her gaze becoming unpleasant. Snap. Ma Yuxiang felt an even greater pressure crash down onto his body. Just as Ma Yuxiang tried to lift himself up, Hazen snapped her fingers, forcing him to collapse once more. She showed no mercy. Stay down for a bit longer. You shouldn't get in big sister's way. In truth, the power gap was absolute. Ma Yuxiang was pinned to the ground. Though she was in a better state because the gravity wasn't stacked on her, Flame couldn't find any peace of mind. She gritted her teeth, realizing another truth. This is bad, Ma Yuxiang's condition. Though things had diverged from the novel lately, the magic Ma Yuxiang just used was definitely dark mana. At this rate, if Ma Yuxiang uses up all his blue mana, he'll expose his dark mana right in front of them. To resist alongside He Wonryang, Flame forced herself to struggle, gripping her staff tight. She couldn't lose them both here. Please, move. Move. Guilt flooded her heart, knowing they were the ones with promising futures. And then Kane pointed his wand directly at He Wonryang's head. It was over. He Wonryang seemed resigned to his fate, but Flame still prayed for a miracle. She closed her eyes tight. Please, someone save him. Mana surged through Kane's wand without a hint of hesitation. Die, dark being. Wait, one more time. Kane halted at a somewhat familiar voice. He turned to confirm the source of the sound. You are the only one who can change this. Baek Yuziel, a minor character in the novel. Kane vaguely remembered him, his face unmistakable. You are. Backtrack to 10 minutes prior, where Baek Yuziel was patting the head of a young elf boy. But his main goal was buying food. The pat was just for the boy's cuteness. Before leaving, he flashed a friendly smile. I hope your business does well, ma'am. The middle-aged woman happily accepted the blessing. Thank you, dear. The student had only walked a short distance when the familiar system chime echoed in his mind. 2 consecutive reports appeared, signaling a shift in Chapter 8. The corrupted He Wonryang plotline had begun. Baek Yuziel jumped, shouting, What? A wave of confusion took over. How is this possible? Wasn't the corruption arc supposed to end after Zeki's plotline was completed? In the original game, a total of 3 students were affected by Professor Mason's dark corruption. Among them, He Wonryang's corruption path had a 99% chance of leading to a bad ending. Despite the brutal difficulty, Baek Yuziel hesitated. He had to choose between preventing it or letting it play out. Unable to think further, Baek Yuziel decided to give the food he just bought to another elf. Here, this is delicious, you should have it. The person was a bit surprised but took it and watched him leave. Baek Yuziel's choice was a new resolve. Even so, he couldn't just stand by and watch a bad ending happen. And so, in the present moment, the pressure bore down on the 2 protagonists, He Wonryang and Ma Yuxiang. Flame breathed a sigh of relief because the help she needed had finally arrived. 5 pairs of eyes, 5 gazes from all directions, were fixed on a single target, Baek Yuziel. Only Baek Yuziel, having just arrived, was still thinking well of his classmates, sighing, what a relief, but now that I'm here, what's next? Kane remained cold. Hazen. Hazen understood the signal and flashed a smile, taking small steps forward. Got it, leave that kid to me. With a magic wand shaped like a miniature scythe and a light, rhythmic tapping of her footsteps. She stopped at a spot she deemed appropriate, a cheerful and more positive aura forming around her. She made an offer. I'll show you a beautiful illusion too. Conqueror's Haki activated. The special illusion Hazen created was a very powerful type of magic. It carried a potential risk of direct harm to the target. That impact quickly crashed down upon Baek Yuziel, but absolutely nothing happened. It proved that when something special is applied to a special person, it becomes ordinary. A black cat scurried about. Hazen, her eyes wide, muttered to herself, "Oh my, I don't believe this." She flicked her magic wand several more times. Well, this time it had a bit of an effect. The effect helped Baek Yuziel look at the world with only half an eye, unable to explain it himself. Hazen looked toward her superior. "Captain, that kid doesn't seem to be caught in the illusion," but Kane didn't believe it. His face was a bit grumpy as he added a mocking tone, "Stop joking around and do it properly." Hazen, however, remained the same. "No, I'm being serious." Looking back more closely, his form remained exactly like a log. Reanalyzing the issue needed to be analyzed more thoroughly. Basic illusion magic works by disrupting the opponent's mana. These kids are simply having their mana controlled by me, which then triggers the hallucination of gravity pressing down on their bodies. But for some reason, I can't feel a single particle of magic power within that kid's body. How should I put it? It feels like trying to use a joint lock on a slime. Frowning deeply, my magic is at least S rank. Just what kind of ability does that kid possess? Since the illusion was completely neutralized, she had no choice but to retreat. Unusually, Kane took a step forward. "Please move aside." The vice-captain, his voice cold, held his wand at the ready. Kane questioned Baek Yuziel, demanding he reveal his identity. Baek Yuziel replied quickly, "Stella, first-year student, S-class, Magic Combat Department." However, Kane didn't want to hear what he already knew. "No, I mean tell me your true identity." Baek Yuziel was confused, a bit of bewilderment circling in his head. "True identity? I'm a student of Stella, isn't that right?" Seeing him dazed and without another answer, Kane's eyebrow twitched. "All right, I guess you can't say." A rather large question mark returned to Baek Yuziel. "Wait, what did I just say?" When information cannot be obtained, the only way is to get straight to the point. Kane changed his tone. "I won't interfere with your connections or the reason you infiltrated Stella Academy. However, you must not interfere with our work." Baek Yuziel lowered his face, his gaze fixed on the opponent, and changed his way of speaking accordingly. "That's a bit difficult. Aren't you planning to kill that student?" Kane didn't deny it, further leaking bloodlust. "That's right, we are going to kill him." Even though Hei Wonriang had been corrupted, he could still sense that voice. This placed Baek Yuziel in an even more awkward situation. He knew perfectly well that if he fought those people right now, he wouldn't last 5 seconds and would die. Taking another step forward, Baek Yuziel drew his sword. "But he is someone worth risking my life for. I can't lose him right now. You said you're about to kill my classmate, so there seems to be no reason for me to ignore this." Kane, still maintaining a cold appearance, repeated a point, or rather, the very thought Baek Yuziel just had. "If you actually fight us, you will die." But Baek Yuziel had a solution. With a straight face, he replied concisely, "It seems like the two of you aren't the type who like to be actively exposed. Should I attract a little attention? I have some confidence. Even if I die, I can at least make a scene." Kane now realized that the person standing opposite him was no ordinary kid. He remained silent for a long time before looking over and asking, "What do you want?" Baek Yuziel didn't want things to go any further, so he spoke decisively. "Just one chance for her to purify that friend." Kane listened intently to his words and then shifted his gaze to the corrupted Hei Wonriang. Next, without hesitation, he pointed his wand toward Baek Yuziel and said, "It's a futile effort. Even if you can purify the dark magic, his emotions won't return." A bit fearful, Baek Yuziel brought his sword into a defensive stance and requested, "One time is enough. That girl's magic can even restore emotions to their original state." Flame silently looked at Baek Yuziel, sweat pouring down, but above all, she doubted those words. Can I really help Hei Wonriang restore his original state? Flame doubted not only the words but also herself. But the more important thing now was whether Kane would accept it. What if the purification fails? Baek Yuziel gave an answer, "I will withdraw decisively." To Kane, it wasn't a bad proposal. At the very least, neither of them needed to cause trouble with someone who could overcome Hazen's illusion magic, avoiding unwanted attention while letting the opponent leave on their own. Therefore, it seemed that taking a step back at this moment was the wisest move. He said, "Fine. If you break your word, I will give you the most painful death possible." regardless of whether it causes a stir or not. Hazen, beside him, couldn't believe her captain would say such words, "Captain." But Kane didn't care and gave the order, "Hazen, dispel the illusion." Before dispelling it as ordered, Hazen still asked, "Can we really trust his word?" A cold reply followed, "If it's a lie, it won't be too late to kill that brat." Striking her staff hard against the ground, "Fine, if the captain says so, there's nothing more I can do." Shaking her staff, Hazen withdrew the illusion. Both Ma Yuxiang and He Wenriang were able to regain their freedom and breathe heavily. Flame, although under less pressure, still had to force herself to endure it. Opening her eyes next, Flame realized someone was standing in front of her. More accurately, Baek Yuziel had approached and sat down opposite her. "You know what state He Wenriang is in, right? If it's you, you can bring him back to normal." But Flame had no confidence at all. She lowered her face, "Sorry, it seems I don't have that kind of ability." But Baek Yuziel stabbed deeper into Flame's pain. "Are you planning to let what happened to Ziki happen again?" Flame wavered for a moment. She spoke what she truly wanted, "No." Baek Yuziel watched the change. And then, a smile dispelled the tension. "Help He Wenriang, you can do it." If anyone else had said it, Flame might not have believed it, but with words from Baek Yuziel, it was a different story. Regaining her determination and her familiar feeling, Flame picked up her magic staff. "If Baek Yuziel said I could do it," slowly stepping up and standing before He Wenriang, "if a regressor like Baek Yuziel affirmed it like that, it meant I truly possessed that power." Still having one person nearby, Flame looked over and instructed, "Back up a bit." Ma Yuxiang moved back once preparations were complete. Flame looked at the corrupted He Wenriang once more. And then the haunting memory of the moment Ziki was corrupted flooded back. Golden magic power began to surround her, and another thought arose, "I won't just stand by helplessly like I did then." Opening her eyes, Flame personally formed a magic circle pattern. Angel wings were added, along with a bit of her own hope. "This time, I will definitely save He Wenriang with my own strength." The angel's miracle was expressed through a singing voice. Flame closed her eyes and merged herself with the flow of mana. Light appeared abnormally. Hazen, observing from the side, turned to the person next to her and asked, "Captain, is that light magic?" Without blinking, Kane replied, "Yes." Suspicion increases, but that girl isn't a member of the Holy Knight Order. Power of that level seems to be on par with a saintess. Kane seemed to remember, "I heard that among the freshmen entering Stella this year, there's someone who can use angelic power. The light attribute. It must be that girl." The light gradually vibrated around Flame, and immediately, a light covered the dark, gloomy shroud surrounding He Wenriang. The pillar of light spread, and He Wenriang was enduring a bout of pain caused by the opposing attributes acting on his body. But that didn't mean one could trust it absolutely, the thought was just a bit different. Using angelic power and removing a dark seed are two completely different things. At best, it could only reach the level of suppression. But Kane was making things difficult for himself. When now that realization was slapping his newly thought illusion. Cough, cough, a sound erupted from He Wenriang. And now the black covering was gone, consciousness had returned. He Wenriang looked at his own hand. Huh. That was a close call. And then after that, He Wenriang heard a slightly choked voice from the person standing before him. "I'm so glad you're back to normal." A second later, Flame collapsed due to losing too much mana. He Wenriang, flustered, tried to reach out to her. However, Kane's sharp wand pointed right at his neck, stopping all movement. There was only one purpose now. "Then let me check immediately." Quickly, a group of 3 was formed. Ma Yuxiang and Baek Yuziel were concerned about Flame, while Kane and Hazen were concerned about He Wenriang. After a moment, Kane questioned, "What are the results?" Stopping her examination, Hazen looked over and replied, "Completely normal. He's like a normal person, to the point where it's hard to believe he was ever corrupted. No, more accurately, it's as if that kind of emotion never existed in the first place, it feels like the emotions were forced in." "It seems the host is quite strong, Captain. What's the plan now?" Kane turned his back and withdrew, standing up helplessly. Hazen further adjusted her internal thoughts. "Our captain seems to be quite bewildered." And rightly so. Until now, he had always been convinced that once someone was corrupted, there was no cure. So he had killed them all. Yet now, that belief was being completely negated by those kids. "Flame, I'm sorry. I'm okay now. Weren't you worried about me?" A smile appeared as the kids were happy with each other again. Before leaving, he winked at Baek Yuziel. "Anyway, young friends, see you next time." If it were anyone else he'd think about it, but with Baek Yuziel, it'd be a miracle if he wanted to. who would want to see you people again? After everything had ended, night covered the world of spirits. Moonlight illuminated a beautiful corner of a road, and then someone was walking mysteriously on that road. Fortunately, it wasn't Professor Mazen, but the king of the flower fairies, Chot-Siren. Flustered, even though she was alone, she was still flustered. Looking around, a confused thought was clear. It's truly strange. I clearly followed the stream of dark magic I sensed at that time, but why is there no trace of it now? Looking at her own hands before deciding what to do next. And finally, Chot-Siren went to the clearing where the dark magic was detected and closed her eyes, while spreading her palms. "Oh wind, bring me the memories." Then the scent of memories wafted around her nose and quickly flooded her mind. But she saw nothing. The memories of the wind were filled with black and white. She thought again, someone intentionally erased the memories with magic, didn't they? Erased memories cannot be restored even with high-level magic. However, Chot-Siren was the greatest master among them. She would not succumb to such mediocre magic. Tiny specks of light in the pitch-black night. "Oh wind, I plead with you as the fairy king. Whisper and tell me a bit more about your recollections." Chot-Siren repeated the action. The ground, the wind, the flowers, the leaves, the trees, and the boulders, all were whispering to Chot-Siren about the situation here. Although they had erased the memories very thoroughly, leaving almost no trace, a few fragments of memory still lingered covertly, and Baek Yuziel's shadow was the largest. But she couldn't see their faces clearly. "That uniform belongs to Stella, doesn't it?" Surprise. At that moment, a strange sensation ran through her mind. What is this smell? It was a scent she could never forget. No matter how hard she tried, that scent definitely belonged to Leafhanel. But hadn't Celestia already fallen into an eternal sleep in her own garden? Could it be that someone entered the secret garden some time ago? Is there a connection? However, as time passed, the memories faded even more, and a pang of pain rushed into her mind. This isn't good, I can't read any more memories. But with that amount of memory, Chot-Siren had to stop her emotions and analyze a possibility she needed to consider. The person who entered the secret garden that day and the name that stole Celestia's heart, could they be the same person? If so, it would make sense for the memories here to be erased. Her fist clenched, Chot-Siren suppressed her anger. I will never forgive him. I will surely repay that debt in kind. No more of Chot-Siren's story. The scene now shifted to the next morning. After restoring the default settings and with no more darkness surrounding him, Hei Wonriang had a peaceful sleep at the Paradise of Flowers Hospital. Hei Wonriang slowly opened his eyes and found another person in the room. Hei Wonriang recognized Flame. Flame, smiling while peeling an apple, looked at him and said, "Oh, you're awake?" Looking around, Hei Wonriang asked with a confused face, "Where am I?" Flame sat in the chair, watching him intently. "This is the hospital. Do you remember what happened?" "Only roughly." Receiving the answer, Flame let out a soft sigh and handed over a plate of freshly cut fruit. "I talked to Teacher Lee a bit, and I also told Ma Yuziang and Baek Yuziel to keep it a secret, so don't worry. And as for the Familia signing ceremony, if you want to participate, you still can. But it's better if you rest more. The after effects haven't completely disappeared." Hei Wonriang was now complying with all of Flame's requests, no matter what they were. "Yes, if you tell me to rest, I will rest." This left Flame puzzled. What's going on? Why are you listening to everything I say now? Not wanting to disturb Hei Wonriang's rest any further, Flame decided to turn and leave, waving with a smile. "I've thought it over carefully. It's better this way than getting hurt. You should rest more from now on. It's almost time to meet everyone, so I'll be going now." Hei Wonriang watched Flame as she departed and then immediately called her back. "Flame." At that, Flame stopped and looked at him, asking, "Huh?" Hei Wonriang had made up his mind and was about to say something, but he ended up keeping all those words buried in his heart. After a long silence, he said something confusing. "No, it's nothing." Flame didn't show any expression at all. "What are you talking about? That's so dull." But a smile was still necessary. "By the way, when you get out of the hospital, remember to treat me to a big feast. You're a person with a lot of money, so make sure you're ready for that. Got it?" Hei Wonriang was dazed, unable to believe it. Flame was saying those things again, no longer sad. With a gentle smile, an answer was returned to Flame. "All right, you can look forward to it." As long as there was food involved, she didn't think about anything else. Flame was happier than ever. "See you later, Hei Wonriang." And so, only he remained in the room. Flame had left, and the silent atmosphere, now with a different feel, brought his gaze to the plate of fruit Flame had prepared. The fruit was sliced evenly and beautifully. Since it was already cut, it would be a waste not to eat it. So he picked up a piece, delicious. Aside from Hei Wonriang's situation, everyone's main task now had to be handled immediately. Instructor Lee gathered the students together, his face cold and his voice solemn. From now on, you will all enter the roots of the sacred tree to establish a divine covenant. It is a type of astral space, and the environment there will be different from reality. You have 1 week. The space you are permitted to access is the 3rd level. The 4th level is surrounded by a barrier, so don't even think about approaching it. Well then, I wish you all luck. After hearing Instructor Lee's warning, the students lined up and entered a portal. Chapter 7, The Familia Pact Ceremony. The space inside the tree was now accessible, and a dazed-looking Baek Yuseol slipped inside. Changing his expression quickly, his cheeks immediately flushed. A lush green landscape unfolded before his eyes. It wasn't an ordinary green. If Baek Yuseol were to describe it in plain terms, it was like a space overflowing with fluorescent green. Every plant emitted its own light, and creatures resembling fireflies hovered gently in the air. After walking for a while, a new question mark appeared as he scanned a small corner. A shimmering green liquid had appeared near his feet. Sitting down, he poked it with his finger. It was likely a rank 7 spirit beast, so it certainly didn't feel intimidating. Spirit beasts are ranked by stars, with 7 being the lowest and 1 being the highest. In the stage right before becoming a divine beast, as the rank increases, so does the beast's power. But because of that, establishing a contract also becomes more cumbersome. This is really tedious. Even as Stella students, they could only reduce the contract time by about 5% each year. But anyway, that wasn't his concern. The road ahead was still long, so they just had to take it slow. Whenever Baek Yuseol smiles, something is bound to happen. Shifting to the outside, right at the entrance where the students were establishing their covenants, 2 guards were standing there. When no one else was around, they exchanged a few words. It seems all the students have gone inside. Should we close the barrier now? The other guard raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Tap, tap, tap. Someone else is slowly walking toward the 2 of them. I think there's still one more person coming. It was another person with a hidden identity, but the gate was very familiar, or more accurately, a new danger had arrived. Just as they were about to step forward to speak, a sudden burst of dark mana attacked. The 2 were caught off guard and could only passively be engulfed by the dark mana. One person collapsed, and the other was hoisted up by the neck. This mysterious entity had completely seized control of the situation outside. Very quickly, the gatekeeper fell to his knees. It was unclear if any life remained. Maizen Tyron, the one who had struck, gave an intrigued smile and entered the area where the Familia Pact ceremony was being held. Princess Hong Baiyan led a group of familiar classmates in one direction. Glancing at a corner, the princess was somewhat indifferent to everything. Just as written in the books, the 1st level really had nothing special. Turning back to everyone, Princess Hong Baiyan announced her intention. Let's head to the 2nd level immediately. A classmate replied cheerfully, yeah. However, another classmate following at the very back showed signs of not feeling well. Arzhuang was a genius fire attribute student just like Hong Baiyan. Her condition was now worsening. She placed a hand on her forehead, thinking to herself, why is my body suddenly like this? My stomach is churning with nausea, and my vision is getting blurry. And then she collapsed right on the spot. Classmates heard the noise and turned to look. Princess Hong Baiyan also turned back and heard another classmate shout her name, Arzhuang. Princess Hong Baiyan knew she trained regularly and had high stamina, but now there were bad signs. The princess stepped closer and asked, what's wrong? Why is your face so pale? The classmates analyzed what had just happened. Arzhuang's condition isn't good, she was fine just a moment ago. Another deduction followed. I heard that if your affinity for spirit beasts is low, just a bit of their aura is enough to weaken your body. Could Arzhuang be like that? Princess Hong Baiyan didn't need to think twice and immediately offered an initial solution. For now, just rest here, save your rations, and recover on your own. But Arzhuang looked up at the princess's back. She wiped away a drop of cold sweat and opened her dry lips to speak. I'm fine, so let's keep moving. But the princess countered, that's enough, just do as I say. Resting is better than rushing and then being exhausted at the decisive moment. Arzhuang looked sad, and the other classmates comforted her. That's right, Arzhuang, the princess said so herself. Yes. Everyone scattered to observe the surroundings while Arzhuang remained alone, sitting by a large tree, her breathing heavy, placing a hand on her chest to try and regulate her breath. It's so hard to breathe, my head is a mess. I've waited for this day for so long, so how could this be happening now? Her arms trembled involuntarily, but then a strange sensation took over her current state of mind. A voice echoed in her subconscious, truly a talent, the very essence needed to become a grand mage. A few strange figures appeared. Is this from when I was little? Or is it a dream? A figure who looked like an academy professor approached and suggested, Huang, you are a once-in-a-century fire attribute genius. With your talent, you can control fire as easily as your own limbs. If it's you, you will surely become a unique mage at Stella. Little Huang was a bit surprised, but she quickly gave a bright smile. Really? Of course, if you don't have me. As the memory reached this point, Huang startled and woke up, looking at everyone as a sense of ambiguity wrapped around her again. What? That dream just now was. At that moment, the princess's voice returned. We're just getting ready to move on. Once Princess Hong Baiyan had decided, Huang gathered her remaining strength to stand up. A classmate standing nearby asked worriedly, Huang, are you okay? Can you move? Huang replied with effort, yeah, I think so. Following everyone's footsteps, Huang walked slowly, but unexpectedly, at the spot where she had been resting, a small amount of dark mana lingered. Moving to the second level. A spirit beast was currently being roasted by fire magic. The one who did it was Huang. The surroundings were no longer green, as this level was dominated by blue. Her expression had also changed. My body feels much better now, and my focus in using magic has improved. With this condition, I can establish a contract with a 5-star spirit beast. While she was happy, a classmate's voice suddenly rose, drawing attention in that direction. Everyone, look, it's the red deer I read about in the encyclopedia. If we can establish a covenant with that red deer, our understanding of the fire system will increase. Its rank seems to be 6 stars. Most strange spirit beasts are almost always wary of humans. But strangely, this deer was stealthily approaching everyone. A classmate noticed, hey, it's coming this way. Among the classmates, Huang seemed to be the one who liked it most. That's it, not 5 stars, but if it's a 6-star red deer. But that joy didn't last long. Now, amazement blanketed their perception, because the deer had walked straight to Princess Hong Baiyan and wanted to touch her. The classmates couldn't believe their eyes. Oh my god, a spirit beast actually taking the initiative to be friendly? They couldn't let this opportunity pass. A small suggestion was directed at the princess. Princess, do you intend to establish a covenant with it? All the classmates were jealous, but as for Princess Hong Baiyan, she just gently patted it and shook her head. No, that is not the spirit beast I want. Going deeper inside to see more, everyone glanced at each other, and their admiration was not hidden at all. A spirit beast we've never even seen before actively approached her. That's the princess for you. What else would you expect? Huang stood there clenching her fists. Her wand consequently dropped its fire blessing, and so, another day passed. On the morning of the second day, Princess Hong Baiyan's group found the path down to the 3rd level faster than expected. The 3rd level was a world filled with purple colors. A massive explosion suddenly occurred in the forest. A giant spirit beast was destroyed by flames. Everyone let out another collective sigh. Phew. The air in this place is truly terrifying. If the 3rd level is like this, I can't imagine how dangerous the 4th level will be. While everyone was talking, a student who had been patrolling nearby returned. The student addressed the princess. Princess, maybe we shouldn't head north. Princess Hong Baiyan was a bit surprised. Is there something there? The classmate looked toward the direction they had just surveyed and replied, because the barrier leading to the 4th level is blocking the path. The members of the group had just finished fighting a giant spirit beast and couldn't go any further, so the princess decided to let everyone rest. Then for today, let's unpack and look for spirit beasts around this area. Understood. Just like the other students, Huang chose her own path. She continuously observed every movement around her. When she was alone, her confidence fully returned. I heard the 3rd level is home to spirit beasts of 5 stars or less. I must establish a covenant with a powerful spirit beast. Time passed quietly. An hour later, Huang had just discovered a spirit beast when it ran away. 2 hours later, that situation continued to repeat itself, and it seemed Huang realized something was wrong. Is it just my imagination? Why does it feel like these spirit beasts want to stay away from me as soon as they see me? She felt like she was going to freeze on the spot, and it seemed to only affect her. Just then, she heard the joyful voices of other classmates. Princess, I've successfully established a covenant with a 6-star spirit beast. Me too. A feeling of discomfort and frustration was unavoidable upon hearing those things. But Arzhuang knew she couldn't let it affect her any further and reassured herself, "Don't be impatient, there's still plenty of time, I'll establish a covenant eventually." When she was losing hope, Arzhuang discovered something new. Near a large lake, a silver-furred spirit beast was drinking water. And Arzhuang knew what it was. That's a 5-star spirit beast. The silver-maned wolf. She raised her wand. Up until now, almost no freshman at Stella had established a covenant with a 5-star spirit beast. If I can succeed right now, everyone will recognize me. With a new goal, Arzhuang stepped toward it one by one. Once at a certain distance, Arzhuang held out her hand, saying happily, "Hello there, would you like to establish a covenant with me?" As soon as Arzhuang's hand got close, the silver-maned wolf sniffed with its nose, but to her surprise, instead of being friendly, it showed a hostile attitude. Because of that, Arzhuang unexpectedly fell backward. After a series of previous failures along with this one, Arzhuang seemed broken. Huh? Why on earth are the spirit beasts rejecting me to this extent? The spirit beast now looked like a demon, staring without blinking. Just as the danger loomed, a fire magic ball suddenly flew from a distance at high speed. Immediately, the sphere zipped past and separated the two by a small distance. This was exactly what helped Arzhuang regain her senses. Without thinking, she turned in the opposite direction of the attack to see who had helped her. A brief thought crossed her mind before she realized the magic belonged to the princess. Somehow, everyone had split up to find their own suitable spirit beasts, yet here Arzhuang was, being saved by Hong Baiyan. The white wolf also noticed the princess's arrival. Shifting its target, the white wolf slowly stepped toward Hong Baiyan. Knowing how dangerous it was as a rank 5, Arzhuang didn't care if she attracted the wolf and shouted a warning, "Princess, watch out." But suddenly, the white wolf unexpectedly bowed and knelt on the grass before the princess. Arzhuang suffered another severe psychological shock. Her eyes were vacant, her inner world violently shaken. She couldn't believe even a 5-star spirit beast wanted to curry favor with the princess. The feeling of being unreconciled accumulated more and more, and now it could no longer be hidden. Before letting herself change, Arzhuang wanted to confirm one thing. She looked at Princess Hong Baiyan and asked, "Princess, will you establish a covenant this time?" Princess Hong Baiyan glanced at Arzhuang but then returned to her coldness, patting the white wolf's head while replying briefly, "No, I refuse. I will find the spirit beast I want." After answering Arzhuang, Princess Hong Baiyan looked at the wolf and decided to let it go. "Sorry, you should go back now." The spark of the fuse officially lit after those words. Princess Hong Baiyan turned back, hearing strange laughter coming from the person she was with. Ha ha. A wave of dark magic engulfed Arzhuang. All reason was cut off. Finally, a feeling of inferiority surged. "I can't even get close to a spirit beast, yet you have the right to choose which one to contract with. You have everything, so you're showing off." After the sudden Ziki incident at the secret masquerade ball, Princess Hong Baiyan now had to witness the same scene happening to her own friend. Anxiety immediately took hold. This aura is. As the seconds ticked by, she could only lock onto one thought as everything turned into dark mana. It's so unfair, it's just too unfair. Arzhuang's pupils contracted, the surge of dark mana had taken hold of her. "I've put in so much effort, don't make me laugh." The resentment exploded. Everything was aimed at Princess Hong Baiyan. Added to that was a massive surge of mana attacking. To cope, Hong Baiyan erected a protective sphere barrier around herself. However, before the contact between the opposing attributes, a warning light was emitted, and Princess Hong Baiyan bit her lip. Until boom! A massive explosion spread through the vicinity, bright enough to be seen clearly from a distance. The fire spread in all directions, incinerating everything in its path. The forest blazed, and the ground collapsed. And in that fire, a small ember unexpectedly landed on Hong Baiyan's shoulder. Without difficulty, the princess brushed it off, and the flame vanished, leaving a small dark scorch mark. But Hong Baiyan knew that was nothing compared to the danger she currently faced. Calm and cold as ever. To choose the best solution, Princess Hong Baiyan generated a series of in-depth analyses and concrete plans. The ongoing dark magic corruption could be stopped by knocking the victim unconscious. But they were too close to the 4th level barrier. A real fight would likely trigger it. In this situation, if it were that commoner, what would he do? Finally, Princess Hong Baiyan thought of Baek Yuziel. Instinctively, a smile appeared on her lips. Words were the first solution chosen. "Steel your resolve, Arzhuang, don't do something you'll regret. If the corruption continues, you won't be able to return to being human." She happily replied to the princess's words with a sign of contempt. In this situation, you still think you have the upper hand? Well, of course, because you're the fire-blessed Adalavit princess. How does a person with ordinary talent like me feel? Even if you died and came back to life, you wouldn't understand. Princess Hong Baiyan listened silently to everything Arswang said. Silence was exactly what the princess needed. Once she was calmer, the princess's eyes narrowed, a deep sadness appearing. Arswang, would you listen to my story? Stroking her hair, Arswang didn't even bother to look at the princess, speaking indifferently. What kind of authority are you trying to show off now? Breaking through emotions was the method the princess chose, regardless of what Arswang wanted. Hong Baiyan began to tell her own story. You know that a princess of Adalavit must die if she does not become king, right? That means to survive, I have to kill all of my siblings. I realized that truth when I was only 7 years old. I heard that you had a childhood where you were loved by everyone. Hearing your story made me very envious. Because not only was I not loved, but no expectations were ever placed on me, not even by the one who gave birth to me. To become king, just how far do you think I had to go? Recognizing the unexpected reaction from Princess Hong Baiyan, Arswang hesitated for a moment. Being born into royalty was already a blessing for her. But everything was about to change as Hong Baiyan interrupted that self-righteous thought. I drank fire instead of water, swallowed fire instead of food, and even bathed in flames, until my flesh was full of pus and itched to the point of madness. Even if I drank salty seawater, my body was so full of burns that it only added to the pain. I can no longer perceive taste because my tongue has gone numb. Fire is both my ultimate weapon and my greatest horror. As the corruption began, evoking her own pain was the best way to make her opponent's ego vanish. Arswang's arrogance was gone, immediately replaced by a sense of flustered confusion. Ha! Shaking her head, Arswang shouted in a panic of denial. Who do you think would believe such words? How could anyone endure such things? Are you trying to use lies to seek sympathy from me? It's useless. But she knew she had to retract those words herself because the princess didn't argue back but instead demonstrated it through her actions. Sizzle. Hong Baiyan ignited a small flame on her index finger, leaning her body forward. Opening her mouth, she brought the flame closer until her tongue stuck out. Sizzle. The princess pressed her burning index finger directly onto her tongue. As the sound of searing flesh reached Arswang's ears, she screamed in horror. What are you doing? For the countless time, Arswang had to shift her perception once again. The flame vanished, and the princess's tongue remained perfectly intact without a trace of injury. As a mage, Arswang knew like anyone else that even the most talented lightning mage could be electrocuted by their own magic, water mages could drown, and fire mages would naturally be consumed by their own flames. The princess's actions went against all those thoughts, and now she returned to her words and her question. Arswang, do you still see this as a blessing? Since I was a child, I have always had to train like this under the guise of increasing my elemental affinity, all while thinking that dying would be more comfortable. So I hope you stop talking about things like blessings or talent, because I am so envious of you. Someone who doesn't know a life like this to the point of wanting to burst into tears. The princess's envy could only be hidden by her own smile, but opposite her, Arswang was forced to face the truth. She couldn't believe she had taken everything the princess enjoyed for granted. An exceptionally skilled fire mage who could connect with a few important people and be loved by fire element spirits. I didn't know that about myself. The magic wand dropped to the grass as Arswang's arm went limp, tears beginning to pool in her eyes. I'm so sorry, princess. Hong Baiyan observed her silently. Once the dark aura had completely vanished, Princess Hong Baiyan let out a confident smile. All right, Princess Hong is satisfied with what she just accomplished. Not long after, the group members came running in a panic. The explosion from the battle earlier had made everyone's heart skip a beat, as the sound clearly came from nearby. Princess, where are you? Seeing everyone frantically searching for her, Hong Baiyan called out loudly, I'm over here. The blonde girl was overjoyed to hear her idol's voice. Thank goodness, we finally found you. Princess, what happened here? Looking at Arswang, who now had her eyes closed as if accepting her fate, Hong Baiyan felt a softness that was hard to express. After all, the dark magic within her had completely dissipated. She remembered the battle with Ziki in the Persona Gate. If it had been her old self, she would have immediately taken steps to restrain Arswang. Perhaps this change was also due to the influence of that commoner. Hiding her pride, Hong Baiyan told everyone to take good care of Arswang because she didn't seem to have recovered yet. Arswang woke up in a daze, stuttering as she asked about her punishment, making the others wonder if the two shared some deep secret. Ignoring everyone's complicated gazes, Hong Baiyan spoke coldly but with great tolerance to Arswang. No matter what anyone says, you are a person of gifted talent. I don't intend to punish you for this minor incident. However, that doesn't mean I'll let it go easily. So, show your loyalty to me to make up for your mistake. Huang looked up, her eyes red and filled with tears upon hearing that the princess had no intention of reporting this to the professor and was accepting her instead. At that moment, the seed of absolute loyalty sprouted. The more she admired her, the more Huang tormented herself for ever having bad intentions towards such a noble person. But then a shattering sound tore through space. Huang's eyes constricted violently, and she screamed in a panic, "Princess, get out of the way." What? Before anyone could understand, the barrier leading straight to the fourth floor burst open, and a terrifying suction force swept everything nearby inside. The scene shifted to somewhere on the third floor. Flame had gone off alone and entered a dangerous area. But fortunately, she found the light flower spirit, the divine beast with the attribute most suitable for someone with a light attribute. Half an hour later, thanks to her protagonist Aura, Flame successfully signed the contract. Now she was skipping along and whistling, feeling incredibly happy to have contracted a divine beast nearing level 4. I'm so lucky it didn't take too much time. A thought flashed through her mind. In reality, it's not like you can just summon a spirit at will just by forming a contract. Therefore, contracting with a light spirit beast will help me speed up my chanting and enhance my light magic. Anyway, the task is complete, so it's time to enjoy some leisure. But just 10 minutes after making that decision, Flame unexpectedly ran into Acel and a cold Ma Yuxiang having a pleasant conversation. Both of them stopped because of Flame's appearance. The atmosphere suddenly became as awkward as a misplaced scene in a movie. Flame adjusted her spirit, her voice cheerful but tinged with embarrassment. He's Io and Yuxiang, it's so awkward meeting you like this. Ma Yuxiang smirked and replied, it's nothing, what a coincidence meeting you here. Hearing that, curiosity rose, and Flame's eyes immediately turned into those of an obsessed reporter. Ahem, and why are you guys here? Acel explained sheepishly, I just happened to be passing by and ran into him. While Ma Yuxiang laughed and said, I'm just killing time. Flame didn't ask any further questions after hearing the reasons. According to the original plot, Ma Yuxiang couldn't bond with any other divine beasts due to certain character settings. Since he was just wandering around to kill time, it made sense, and Acel simply met him by chance. Thinking this, Flame said softly, anyway, it's good to see you. If you don't mind, let me join you for a meal. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion erupted not far away and echoed throughout the forest. Acel sensed something was wrong, her hands clenching in worry. This aura is. Flame, as a light master, naturally understood Azel's meaning. There was no mistake, it was dark magic. But why? This event wasn't in the original novel, yet it keeps happening like this. Thinking this, she regretted her own stupid thoughts. This wasn't the first or second time something had happened without warning. While Flame blamed herself, Ma Yuxiang stood up and continuously cast jumping spells without saying a word. Watching Ma Yuxiang soar into the sky, a look of grave seriousness appeared on her face. Flame froze in place. She was quite surprised that someone as indifferent as Ma Yuxiang would show such an expression. She bit her lip, silently making a resolution to stop the dark mages from ruining the divine beast contract ceremony. Let's head out. Yeah. At the center of the explosion, as the dust cleared, Princess Hong Baiyin's group could be seen collapsed on the ground, surrounded by debris as if they had just survived a fierce battle. Cough, 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 Hong Baiyin coughed, struggling to sit up, only to find Huang lying on top of her. Sensing the aura on her body, she was weakening by the second, and Hong Baiyin cried out in despair, Huang, hang in there, wake up. But she was unconscious and couldn't answer. She hurriedly moved Huang to the side. Hong Baiyin sensed the dark magic spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fourth floor barrier, the one sealing dangerous creatures, had cracks appearing in it. A creature resembling a dolphin covered in black sparks flew into the sky, its body filled with strange red characters, emitting ultrasonic waves that echoed throughout the forest. Introducing the level 4 fire ice dolphin. A hint of confusion appeared in Hong Baiyin's heart, as she didn't understand why the divine beast she had been searching for so long was eroded by darkness. But if left alone, it would lose control and kill everyone. Just as Hong Baiyin raised her staff to cast fire magic, an unexpected variable occurred. Countless boulders fell from the sky, striking the dolphin. Then, light chains appeared out of nowhere, locking the fire ice dolphin down. Up in the sky, Ma Yuxiang appeared like a hero, carrying a flaming fist that struck directly into its giant body, sending it crashing to the ground in a cloud of debris. Hong Baiyin was very surprised by his appearance. She wondered why Ma Yuxiang was there. Suddenly, something happened that made Hong Baiyin stare in awe. Divine light emanating from the chains began to dispel the dark magic on the fire ice dolphin's body, and it seemed it had never felt more comfortable. So it closed its eyes and fell into a wonderful, deep sleep. Just as everyone thought, there was only one person in the world of World War who could purify dark magic, and that was Flame, the female lead who had transmigrated into the novel. Soon after, the fire ice dolphin returned to its original form. Flame stepped forward to pet it. "It's okay, I've already healed you." The fire ice dolphin expressed its gratitude and flew away. Next, Flame and Acel turned to look at Hong Bayan, who happened to be looking back at them. Flame was the first to speak. "Princess, what's going on?" Hong Bayan asked back pridefully. "If you're asking me, then who am I supposed to ask?" Suddenly there was a terrifying explosion that shattered the fourth floor seal. From within that crack, the divine beast infected by demonic energy emerged and attacked our group. Crack! The red barrier blocking the fourth floor suddenly shattered into pieces, and a dark mist carrying a bone-chilling, gloomy aura drifted in, giving all the main characters goosebumps. Their eyes immediately shifted to the barrier, where they saw a figure in a mysterious cloak slowly approaching, their voice tinged with morbid excitement. Ahem, all familiar faces. Not just Class A, but even 4 S-Class students. My luck is truly good today. Recognizing the owner of that voice, Hong Bayan cried out in disbelief. "Why is it you, Professor Maizen Tyron?" Acel called out urgently from behind. "Why on earth has Professor Maizen Tyron appeared in this place?" Flame had already turned to stone, another variable not in the novel had appeared. Her eyes flashed with a hint of gravity. Ma Yuxiang summoned his weapon while silently deducing. Could a prestigious professor of Stella Academy actually be a dark witch? And that terrifying mana pressure as well. I originally intended to save this masterpiece for the end, but there's no reason to refuse a delicious meal right in front of me. Now then, shall we start the party together? As she spoke, a grotesque horn grew from the top of her head, her smile turning degenerate, wild, and crazed as dark magic exploded, consuming everything within a 4-meter radius. Meanwhile, with Baek Yuziel, a few hours earlier, he was standing before the barrier leading to the fourth floor. Perhaps thanks to the training process in the spirit garden, the divine beasts had reacted to his affinity level, making the journey here quite smooth. However, from the fourth floor onward, things would no longer be as easy as before. I only hope I can obtain the divine beast's heart peacefully. A blinding light erupted, and space shook violently. And when Baek Yuziel opened his eyes, he had teleported to the fourth floor, a space filled with pink hues as beautiful as a fairyland. Suddenly, the glowing red eyes of a creature appeared from within the bushes. Without a moment's thought, a killer wild boar charged toward the protagonist, its large mouth filled with razor-sharp tusks. Baek Yuziel was momentarily surprised, but only for a second. He drew his Tivon sword and prepared to cast magic, just a level 3 danger level, yet it can emit such a powerful aura. The level of monsters here truly is different from other floors. Blink, shink. An absolutely precise slash tore through the giant body, and the wild boar collapsed to the ground, unable to endure it. It died before it could even gasp. I have to say, it's not just anything, it's quite something. The J0 hand sword definitely couldn't pierce that defense. It's a good thing I brought the equipment Sister Altarisha made. Even though it's a consumable item that only lasts for 5 minutes, I need to leave quickly before other monsters are attracted. On this fourth floor, the spatial characteristics cause intruders to lose their orientation, making it very easy to get lost. However, I asked Flame to help grow a perfect absolute orientation wind flower to act as a compass in preparation for this scenario. As long as I have this flower that always points east, I won't have to worry about losing my way. Alright, I need to finish this quickly to get through the fourth floor. Soon after, Baek Yuziel overcame many other dangerous monsters. He felt as though what he was looking for was about to appear. Suddenly, an enchanting, clear sound of a flute echoed from ahead. Baek Yuziel slowly approached the source, the dense forest parted, and a stunning beauty with long, waterfall-like white hair appeared floating in the air, humming a melody. In an instant, it felt as though the spatial cherry blossoms were vibrating, the entire world was dyed pink, and Baek Yuziel felt as light as if he were flying in the sky. One of the 12 divine moons, Red Lotus Spring March. Seeing someone approach, she smirked and said, a human? Why have you come to this remote, deep mountain valley? Her exquisitely beautiful face was nearly the ideal type in Baek Yuziel's mind, making his heart race, but he still had to struggle to keep his mind steady. Within Red Lotus Spring March's magic stream was a charming ability, and that was merely a false appearance set up to lure prey into a trap. I absolutely must not fall for it. Setting down the guiding flower, Baek Yuziel thought he needed to purify the magical stream invading his body immediately. Others might have surrendered long ago, but I can definitely do it, because my body inherently cannot absorb mana. Taking a deep breath, the protagonist braced himself and forced his will to push the invading mana out. Baek Yuziel's senses heightened. The space around Red Lotus Spring March became distorted and exploded, like a shattered mirror, as the surrounding scenery returned to its true form. Baek Yuziel thought grimly, it seems my mental strength still isn't enough to force her to reveal her true form, but at least at this level, I can still avoid having my mind manipulated. On this side, Honglin Xian Tam Noyet descended to the ground, her voice tinged with surprise. Oh ho, a human who can actually resist my enchantment? If it were any ordinary man, they would have lunged at me like a starving wolf. It seems you recognize my true identity. So, what is your purpose in traveling all this way just to find me? The protagonist replied bluntly, I'm here to find a spirit beast's heart. Meaning you plan to slaughter a spirit beast and take its heart? It's not like that, I have no intention, nor the strength, to kill a spirit beast. I only want to find a heart lost by its owner in the spirit beast graveyard deep within this space. Hearing him mention the graveyard, her expression darkened. There are no hearts there, yet I must find it. Why? Baek Yuziel reached into his pocket and thought that there was no need to present the detailed conditions of celestial spirit Leafenel right now, nor any reason to mention his breath method training. In this situation, he pulled out the token and held it up to save his best friend. Use a perfect moral reason to strike a chord of empathy. Sure enough, that innocent and emotion-filled gaze fooled one of the 12 deities. She said with a hint of pity, just a tiny mortal creature, yet you ambition to possess such a treasure? Hearing this, Baek Yuziel laughed inwardly. Ha ha ha. As expected, she fell for the trap. Among the 12 moon deities, Honglin Xian Tam Noyet was the one who held the most affection for spirit beasts, proven by the fact that she poured her entire heart into creating this 4th-level space just to protect them. Baek Yuziel's eyes sparkled. If he said it was to rescue a spirit beast, she might agree to grant a heart. So that's it. No wonder I smelled your breath, lingering with the fragrance of a spirit beast that I found strange. I never expected a human to have such a deep bond with a deity of that rank. Heh heh heh. She covered her mouth with her hand and gave a truly annoying laugh, as if imagining some dramatic scenario. This made the protagonist nearly cough up blood in frustration. I've just been diligently breathing conditioned air next to celestial spirit Leafenel, but her imagination is flying way too far. Although Baek Yuziel was quite annoyed, he still pretended to plead, ahem, so can I take that heart now? However, she lowered her guard, sighed, and shook her head wearily. I can no longer place my trust in humanity. We were once close to many humans, only to receive bitter betrayal in the end. Hearing this, Baek Yuziel blurted out unwillingly, I. But before he could finish, Honglin cut him off coldly. Are you going to swear that you won't be like them? I've heard those words until I'm sick of them, my ears have grown calluses. Although he had anticipated this would be difficult, he didn't expect it to be this hard. According to the original plot, when you conquer one of the 12 moon deities, you inherit their abilities, and the prerequisites for each deity are completely different. For Honglin Xian Tam Noyet, the requirement is to meet specific stats, extreme compatibility with spirit beasts and a mental resolve that satisfies her. To be blunt, with his current stats, he was far from meeting the requirements. His original goal wasn't to win her over, but if he couldn't even get a spirit beast's heart, he'd be truly pathetic. Thinking this, Baek Yuziel placed a hand over his heart, his voice full of sincerity. My friend is on the verge of death. Please, help save her. Honglin Xian Tam Noyet narrowed her eyes to see if he was lying. Verifying that Baek Yuziel truly wasn't lying, she softened slightly and said, well, unless you can prove you are worthy of being a spirit beast's friend. Seeing a chance, the protagonist asked immediately, how do I prove myself? Honglin Xian Tam Noyet gave a mysterious smile. It's very simple. Show me that you are willing to sacrifice your very life for a spirit beast. This method of proof immediately made Baek Yuziel's face sink. Suddenly, he felt something was off here. That condition was a bit excessive. Originally, he was doing this to save someone, but his own life should be the top priority. The more he thought, the more sweat dripped from his forehead. After all, his own life was precious. Meanwhile, Honglin Xian Tam Noyet stood still, waiting for the protagonist's choice. Suddenly she spoke, forget it, I don't want spirit beasts to give their affection to humanity ever again. Human life is short, and greed is bottomless. Spirit beasts that choose to accompany humans only end up with wounds in the end. Baek Yuziel lowered his head, not expecting to be rejected so flatly. Maybe I shouldn't have looked for Honglin Xian Tam Noyet from the start. No, that's not it. The important thing was to continuously appear before her to win her favor. Even if she didn't have much sympathy for him right now, one day his efforts would bear fruit. Perhaps he needed to find another way to get a spirit beast's heart. While Baek Yuziel was silently thinking, countless blood-red notifications suddenly appeared. Warning, warning, due to your interference in the plot, the butterfly effect has manifested extremely powerfully. Chapter 8, Dark Mana Erosion has been pushed forward earlier than expected and is preparing to merge with the current chapter. The mission difficulty has skyrocketed, but that wasn't the end. The next notification appeared with the image of a fierce dragon, making the protagonist jump. Chapter 7-8, Spirit Beast Covenant Ceremony and the Dark Mage Invasion. Baek Yuziel stood frozen with his mouth open and took a step back. What? Right at that moment, both of them immediately felt a surge of dark mana radiating from the third level. Hong Lin Xian Tam Noyet couldn't believe this surge of pressure. Could it be that the dark mages have already set foot in this place? That person is certainly no ordinary dark mage. His power must be at least danger level 6 or higher. She clenched her fists in rage. A dark mage present on the third level. I truly cannot accept this. But with my current power, I cannot stop him. To protect the spirit beasts, Hong Lin Xian Tam Noyet had exhausted her strength to construct the fourth level space, but the price was her freedom. She could no longer leave this prison. Ah, I hear it now. The wailing of spirit beasts being devoured by dark mana. At this rate, my children will be corrupted. Suddenly Baek Yuziel's voice snapped her out of it. Where are they located? Huh? What? Please, give me the directions. I don't have the ability to sense exact locations like you do. It's useless. With your current level, how could you possibly stop it? The protagonist shouted, there's no more time to hesitate, give me the location now. Hong Lin Xian Tam Noyet froze at that firm attitude. After a moment of mental struggle, she pointed the way for him. That way is the direction where the dark mana is corrupting my children. Thank you. Gripping the branch of hatred artifact in his right hand, the protagonist dashed forward without hesitation in the direction she pointed. In his heart, he silently prayed, damn it, I hope I'm not too late. Shifting the scene to the third level, the forest was in ruins, the ground scorched, and Hong Baiyan's group had long since lost consciousness. Not only that, even the strongest Class S lineup consisting of Ma Yuziang, Hong Baiyan, and Acel had completely collapsed. Over here, Flame coughed up a large amount of blood. She knelt down exhaustedly, panting, her eyes full of despair as she looked at Maizen Tyran. She laughed coldly and said, you brats, you truly surprised me. Just children in your teens yet possessing such formidable strength. I am so hungry to seize that power that it's driving me mad. With that, she raised her hand. Dark mana suddenly converged, and a black hole radiating a destructive aura filled the space. Maizen Tyran looked up and laughed loudly. Now, you talented seeds of Stella Academy. Be good and become one with my body. As soon as the words fell, the dark magic gradually submerged the space in a red hue. It seemed that before long, all the spirit beasts present would be defiled by her magic. Witnessing this, Flame's heart sank to the bottom. It's really over. My whole body has no strength left to move. Combat capability is gone and the retreat has been cut off. Am I really going to lose my life here? Suddenly, a notification board appeared. Special effect from the Mercan necklace item has been activated, providing absolute protection once against magic of rank 6 or lower. Instantly, divine light radiated from the artifact, halting the dark erosion process. Flame's gaze softened, her body beginning to slump with the wind, but her voice carried a hint of cheer. Honestly, this guy. The light wiped away Maizen Tyran's destructive magic, returning peace to this land. Heroes always appear at the last moment, and the person who used the artifact was none other than Baek Yuziel. What took you so long to show up when things were already boiling? The Mercan necklace vanished. It was a single-use artifact. Baek Yuziel didn't care. His only concern was that he had made it in time. Fortunately, no one had fallen yet, but everything that happened was because he had interfered too much with the plot, provoking Maizen Tyran and exposing the truth of her stealing Alterisha's invention at the alchemy conference. That's why the main characters were involved and suffered such dangerous injuries. Regardless, they could no longer count on outside help. To leave this place alive, the absolute goal was to take down Maizen Tyran. Suddenly Ma Yuziang walked over and spoke. Baek Yuziel? Baek Yuziel started, asking worriedly, Ma Yuziang, are you okay? Ma Yuziang gave a pained smile and replied, can you really ask that looking at me like this? But right now, only you and I have the strength left to continue, so we have to take a gamble. The difficult problem is, how do we do it? Ma Yuziang looked ahead as the mist quickly thinned, revealing Maizen Tyran walking toward them. If we just use raw power to face her head-on, we will surely be defeated. Taking something out of his backpack and dropping it. Baek Yuziel held up the branch of hatred, saying confidently, I have a plan, but the chance only comes once. Introducing the superior grade branch of hatred, over time, resentment cannot fade but only grows deeper with each day. Special features, hatred, 1. The first touch sows a state of resentment in the opponent. 2. The second touch triggers an explosion of hatred, dealing lethal damage to dark attribute creatures. 3. The power from resentment accumulates by the day and peaks after 3 months. 4. If the target has a danger level of 6 or higher, the damage is reduced by half, usable only once. Ma Yuxiang smiled. I get what you mean, I'll take responsibility for drawing her attention to create an opening. It looked like it would be a bit of a struggle, but in this situation, there was no time left for choices. Hearing this, Baek Yuziel was slightly startled. He could guess what crazy thing Ma Yuxiang was planning to do. Stepping out from the mist, Mai Zen Tyrant's voice rang out. I was wondering who was strong enough to withstand my magic. Turns out it's student Baek Yuziel after all. Even at this point, do you still stubbornly intend to stand in my way? Baek Yuziel replied solemnly. That's right, I will be the one to stop you. Ha ha ha, I commend your bravery. Regardless, with the power I have now, the type of person I crave to take strength from most is exactly someone like you. Mai Zen Tyrant opened her mouth wide and spat out a beam of light that could destroy heaven and earth toward him. Right at the critical moment, Ma Yuxiang lunged forward and created a magic shield, blocking the attack. Boom boom boom. A deafening explosion rang out, and a violent shockwave swept away everything in the vicinity. After the dust settled, Baek Yuziel slowly opened his eyes. Ahead, a scene that made everyone witnessing it gasp for breath. A thick, dark magical pressure radiating from Ma Yuxiang's body had broken the rank 6 limit. He had completely darkened, awakening in the form of a dark mage. Baek Yuziel wiped his eyes with his hand, his breath slightly ragged after the previous strike. He slowly opened his eyes to observe the situation. Purple mana began to flare on his hand, accompanied by terrifying black lightning bolts. Baek Yuziel was stunned when he realized what his teammate was planning to do. Ma Yuxiang's entire body was now shrouded in a dense black mist, radiating a soul-crushing pressure. Baek Yuziel narrowed his eyes to observe. He didn't expect Ma Yuxiang to actually use this kind of power. Immediately, Ma Yuxiang lunged forward, leaving a trail of light. He told himself that Ma Yuxiang had decided to activate the demonification state right here. That was the demonoid form, an innate talent that allowed him to transform his soul into that of a demon. Although Ma Yuxiang hated using it, the opponent before them was not someone who could be defeated by holding back. On the other side, Professor Mai Zen gave an arrogant sneer seeing her opponent start to get serious. She swung her arm, and a streak of bright red lightning tore through space, heading straight for Ma Yuxiang. The professor's face showed pure madness, a warped smile full of bloodlust. Ma Yuxiang lunged forward in a flash to close the distance, catching Mai Zen by surprise. He poured his strength into the strike, creating a powerful shockwave. Mai Zen's eyes showed clear shock at the student's burst of power. A massive explosion occurred as Ma Yuxiang attacked Mai Zen. Ma Yuxiang stood firm amidst the dust, his aura as a demonoid dominating the entire space. Baek Yuziel silently marveled seeing Ma Yuxiang able to blast away a rank 6 danger entity. In this state, Ma Yuxiang's stats were on par with a rank 4 mage. Dense dust from the collision obscured the vision of both sides. From within the smoke, a deep crimson magic vortex flared up threateningly. Both Ma Yuxiang and Baek Yuziel felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The professor lashed out with pitch-black magical tentacles, smashing the floor to pursue her opponents. Ma Yuxiang quickly jumped to dodge the strike. Baek Yuziel did the same, easily gliding away. Baek Yuziel frowned. He knew the situation had now become extremely tense. Mai Zen had entered phase 2 with her 4 spikes move, masses of pure dark mana that could kill in an instant. He gripped the branch of hatred that had accumulated enough mana over the past 3 months. While the professor roared for blood, Baek Yuziel knew he had to approach her himself. A powerful lash from Mai Zen cracked the ground right under his feet. Baek Yuziel realized that even Ma Yuxiang was having trouble getting close to her. He decided to perform a reckless move, lunging right into the middle of the magical barrage. Ma Yuxiang started, calling out his teammate's name as he saw him charge into certain death. Baek Yuziel threw a series of magical explosive vials to disrupt Mai Zen's vision. The professor easily brushed them aside, mocking his weak resistance. She stared at him with eyes full of bloodlust and contempt. He gave an enigmatic smile. The goal now was to draw her full attention. Mai Zen was still immersed in the frenzy of dark magic power. She claimed these petty tricks were useless until he mentioned how she had once been defeated by Altarisha. That heavy psychological blow made the professor's eyes contract with rage. Losing control completely, Mai Zen let out a mad scream and lunged with full force at Baek Yuziel. He repeatedly used the blink skill, gliding through the narrow gaps of the destructive attacks. Baek Yuziel's sacrifice as bait succeeded, creating a golden opportunity for Ma Yuxiang from behind. Ma Yuxiang observed from a distance, finally realizing Baek Yuziel's intent. He was intentionally provoking Mai Zen so she would focus all her attention on him alone. He clenched his fists, knowing this was the only opportunity created for him at the cost of Yuziel's life. Earlier, he couldn't activate Demon King's dominion because Maizen's shields were too tight, but things were different now. Ma Yuxiang's eyes flared with a lethal red light as he resolved to succeed this time. Meanwhile, Baek Yuxiel was still reeling from the professor's frantic attacks. He grit his teeth and endured. The precarious situation didn't give him a single second to rest. The more mental power he used to blink, the more difficult and painful evading the strikes became. A dark magic slash grazed him, nearly taking his life in an instant. Gripping his weapon tightly, Baek Yuxiel struggled to maintain his last bit of consciousness. He continued to charge like a moth to a flame, drawing Maizen's attention toward himself. Continuous mana explosions erupted, tearing through the battlefield under the professor's terrifying power. Baek Yuxiel was jolted by the force of the blows, his body beginning to fail from overexertion. He realized with shock that Maizen's power was far beyond control. He could barely withstand even her basic attacks. Maizen let out a bone-chilling laugh, declaring that Baek Yuxiel's fate was sealed right here. A dark mana claw reached out to crush him, as killing intent filled every corner. Baek Yuxiel's eyes grew dull with exhaustion. It seemed he had reached his absolute limit. But just then, Ma Yuxiang's powerful voice rang out from behind, signaling that the play had reached its final act. A surge of ultimate dark mana exploded, consuming the space in one final, decisive blow. Maizen was submerged in a thick layer of black smoke. Baek Yuxiel narrowed his eyes to watch, sweat trickling down his cheeks. Ma Yuxiang, in his dark mage form, was completely overwhelming Maizen. Yuxiang tightened his grip on his opponent's neck, his sharp gaze showing no mercy. His glowing red eyes flashed with murderous intent. Maizen struggled in vain, her face distorted with pain. Her eyes widened, her breathing became shallow and broken. Her thin arms trembled as her body gradually lost its vitality. Maizen's entire body was paralyzed, unable to move at all under the pressure of the dark mana. Baek Yuxiel saw the opportunity and prepared to rush in to grab the soul branch. Yuxiel stepped forward cautiously as he heard his enemy's muffled muttering. Maizen still tried to utter a curse even while being strangled. Ma Yuxiang looked straight into the eyes of the defeated foe, wondering about the source of the insane power she possessed. Maizen grit her teeth, her pride not allowing her to fall easily. A strange purple light flickered in the corner of her eye. She screamed in fury, refusing to submit. Maizen unleashed a burst of glowing red mana and lunged at Ma Yuxiang, striking him so hard he flew back past Baek Yuxiel, who couldn't even react in time. Yuxiel was stunned by this sudden resistance. A massive explosion blew everything back, and Ma Yuxiang was swallowed by a screen of white smoke. Yuxiel stood frozen, worriedly calling out his teammate's name just as Maizen's attack struck. The red spikes were still sweeping frantically, but Yuxiel noticed their speed had slowed down. He focused intensely, closely observing every movement of the attack. Maizen stood tall amidst the spikes. This was the only chance to end it. Yuxiel shot forward like an arrow, aiming to close the distance to the enemy. Maizen smirked maliciously. She had been waiting for this moment. Yuxiel slipped through the narrowest gaps of the red spikes. A giant spike crashed down exactly where he was. Yuxiel's face showed his extreme tension as danger loomed. Maizen laughed heartily, convinced the prey had fallen into her trap. Having no other choice, Yuxiel was forced to use the skill he had intended to keep hidden. Soul Breath, third form, was activated, sending his sensory stats soaring to 147%. Under the forest's influence, the skill's power was amplified for a brief 15 seconds. Yuxiel's speed exploded as he blurred, leaving trails of blue light in his wake. Maizen gasped in shock at this sudden transformation. Yuxiel declared his opponent's end as the branch was firmly in his grasp. Maizen grit her teeth, trying to launch one final counterattack. Red spikes lunged from all directions to impale Baek Yuxiel. Maizen laughed maniacally, still believing she had caught her target. But despite being injured, Ma Yuxiang didn't stop, targeting the branch instead. Blink! A perfectly timed teleportation in a split second. Yuxiel plunged the branch straight into Maizen's chest, ending the battle. Maizen's eyes were filled with horror as the decisive blow hit home. A system notification appeared, confirming contact with the target of wrath. The wrath level exploded to its maximum. Maizen screamed in agony as her body began to dissipate. Maizen's polluted soul shattered under the purifying effect of the soul branch. She roared out a final, resentful curse before vanishing completely. Even as death approached, Maizen frantically demanded to kill Baek Yuxiel, but he only silently accepted his victory. Yuxiel looked directly at his enemy, unshaken by the meaningless threats. The dark mana flared and then died out, taking the soul of the one who had fallen into darkness with it. The rotting branch fell to the ground. The fierce battle had finally reached its conclusion. The shattered earth bore witness to the terrifying power that had just swept through the area. The system announced a special reward for Yuxiel's extraordinary efforts in changing the course of the story. He breathed a sigh of relief, the weight on his shoulders lifting after that life and death moment. Baek Yuxiel collapsed onto the cracked ground, whispering that it was finally over. He closed his eyes tight, enjoying a rare moment of peace amidst the ruins. Cherry blossom petals began to fall around him, drawing him into a dreamlike space. In the middle of the brilliant cherry blossom forest, an entity of ethereal beauty appeared before Uziel. It was the divine beast, Red Lotus Spring March. She gently placed a hand on the shoulder of the young man sleeping deeply amidst the fairyland scenery. The divine beast offered an apology for placing such a heavy and irrational burden on his shoulders. She understood his heartache at being unable to prove his true strength to others. He simply had no way to prove it. In the stillness, only the sound of a light breeze blowing through the brilliant blossoms remained. The divine beast expressed her appreciation for a human who dared to sacrifice his life for faith and for her. As a fitting reward, she gifted him the brilliantly glowing heart of the divine beast. The jewel containing pure mana was infused into Uziel's chest, along with a thank you for protecting her children. The warmth from the divine gift spread, soothing all the pain and fatigue in the young man's body. Bek Uziel lay peacefully under the ancient tree, drifting into a beautiful dream in the valley of blooming cherry blossoms. After Katsirin sensed the surge of dark mana, the elf knights took immediate action. They proceeded to search for and evacuate those who had fainted from the danger zone. Although a few students were injured from clashing with the dark-infected spirits, fortunately, their lives were not in danger. All the students who participated in the battle against Maizen earlier were also confirmed safe. Hong Baiyan and Acel quickly completed their contracts with the level 5 spirits before the evacuation ended. Both Ma Yuziang and Bek Uziel were also on the rescue list. They were transferred directly to Stella Academy's hospital for emergency treatment. Department head Raven was stunned upon hearing the report from his subordinates. Nurse Luna confirmed the diagnosis. Bek Uziel possessed the stagnant mana constitution. Luna couldn't hide her shock as this was the first time she had seen such a rare constitution in person. She wondered how such a person got into Stella. Department head Raven explained that in the academic world, learning magic with a body that cannot accumulate mana is nearly impossible. But he realized this student had turned those seemingly meaningless efforts into something extraordinary. The maximum lifespan for someone with this constitution is only 20 years, meaning Uziel has barely 2 years left. Looking at the records, he saw the boy's absolute sincerity toward learning magic despite having so little time. Therefore, Raven asked Luna to keep this a secret. He wanted to support the boy's will until the very end. That night, in the quiet hallway, Nurse Luna was walking when she was stopped by a voice asking her name. It was Hong Siwa. She gave a meaningful smile and wanted to speak privately for a moment. 3 days later, at Ma Yuziang and Bek Uziel's hospital room, the room was silent, save for the steady sound of a knife peeling an apple. Acel sighed. 3 days had passed and the two of them still showed no signs of waking up. She muttered a scolding at Flame for being a liar, as Flame had previously said that if she sat and peeled apples, the patients would wake up soon. Her eyes were full of worry as she looked at the apple in her hand. Today was supposed to be the gourmet club meeting, but with both key members lying here, she couldn't do anything. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind. Acel turned around with a start. A strange girl with brilliant pink hair was standing right at the door. It was Hong Siwa Adalovit. She narrowed her eyes slightly, looking Acel over. Siwa smiled, saying she didn't expect to see a familiar face here. She let out a stream of playful words, praising Acel for growing more beautiful and even joking about marriage. That attitude made Acel uncomfortable, and she asked directly for the reason for her appearance. Siwa nonchalantly replied that she only wanted to visit the heroes who saved her sister. But immediately, her gaze turned sharp, calling Acel the child of a traitor. This made Acel stare in shock. That phrase was like a splinter in Azel's heart, as the Adalovit family was the one that pushed her into this situation. She stood up abruptly, radiating angry mana at her opponent's contempt. Siwa casually brushed it off, telling her to calm down unless she wanted a big fight in a hospital. She remarked that Acel seemed very close to the two lying in the hospital beds. Then Siwa asked if Acel knew Bek Uziel's deepest secret. Seeing Azel's bewilderment, she smirked, mocking that it turned out they weren't that close after all. Siwa launched a powerful psychological attack, declaring that Bek Uziel was dying. She explained the stagnant mana constitution Uziel carries, a death sentence that prevents one from living past age 20. Acel was stunned, her notebook falling to the floor upon hearing the news. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Hong Siwa gave a thin smile, telling Acel not to be so self-satisfied because she actually didn't understand the real Bek Uziel at all. She emphasized that Uziel had hidden the most important secret about his constitution from her. Those words stung Acel. She realized she had received so much help from him, but in return, she really knew nothing about him. She lowered her head, silently blaming herself for not trying to learn more about her friend. Siwa continued to pile it on, saying an inferior person like Acel should know her place and stay quiet, and stop trying to act close to Uziel. Just as the tension reached its peak, a cold voice rang out demanding she stop. It was Hong Baiyan, who walked in and sarcastically told her sister it was an eyesore to see her threatening a normal student. Baiyan glanced at her sister, bringing up how Siwa still wore the Stella uniform to show off her power despite having graduated long ago. Having her nerve touched by her sister, Siwa could only manage a strained laugh to hide her annoyance. She turned to ask if Bayan knew who she was talking to, but Bayan showed no fear, even calling her sister shameless. Bayan exposed that Siwa only got her current position through luck following someone else's death, not through merit. She asserted that she was also a princess, a legitimate heir with the full authority of the king. Siwa froze, not expecting her sister to resist so fiercely in front of an outsider. Bayan shot back, asking who the truly shameless one was. Bayan's appearance helped Acel regain her composure. She stood tall and declared her stance firmly. Acel stated that even if she didn't know much about Uziel, she would never use stealthily investigated information as a weapon to attack him, because true friends respect each other's secrets and patiently wait for the other to reveal them on their own. Her words made Bayan feel a bit guilty too. Hong Siwa gave a small smile, her face showing no sign of remorse. She laughed loudly, saying that kids these days really have too much energy and overconfidence. Siwa turned to leave, telling Bayan to keep that same energy for their next meeting. Then she dropped a disdainful goodbye. Acel watched her go in a daze, still reeling from what had just happened. Meanwhile, Bayan silently approached the table to set down the fruit basket she had brought. Bayan looked at Baek Uziel, whose eyes were still tightly shut on the hospital bed, her face showing a hint of concern. Both girls stared at their comatose friend, praying for a miracle. After Bayan left, Acel sat alone, only able to sigh as she looked at the full fruit basket. Everything that just happened was a mess. She tiredly wondered why everything had become so complicated. There were too many things she still couldn't understand. Suddenly, a faint groan made Acel whip around. She stared at Baek Uziel, unable to believe her eyes. Uziel slowly opened his eyes, reached up to scratch his head, and grumbled about why it was so noisy around him. His nonchalant awakening left Acel both relieved and angry. Scene changes to nighttime at the Stella Academy dormitory. At this moment, Baek Uziel is munching on an apple. While digesting information from the time he was unconscious, not expecting to have slept for 3 whole days. Back then, Ma Yuziang had ignored all the gifts and asked him to keep the secret that he could transform into a dark demon at will. Anyway, defeating Mai Zen Tyran is a cause for celebration. It's true that skills not often used put a massive strain on the body. I'll have to train hard from now on. Ah, almost forgot, the system mentioned a reward. Without delay, Baek Uziel eagerly opens his character window, player Baek Uziel. Strength, 2 stars, 89%, senses, 2 stars, 98%, agility, 2 stars, 30%, stamina, 2 stars, 98%, endurance, 1 star, 30%. Flash reached level 1, Breath of the Divine level 3, Mana Leak level 3, and Blessing of the Red Lotus Spring Moon level 1. His eyes widen in disbelief, all attribute stats have increased significantly. But what shocks Baek Uziel is something entirely different. His Mana Leak constitution has risen to level 3, along with the blessing of one of the 12 moon gods. The information displays, Protection of the Red Lotus Spring Moon, level 1, increases mental power by 90%. Object Sensing, consumes mental power to read part of a specific object's memory. Telepathy, consumes mental power to transmit to or receive from another person's will. Psychological empathy, consumes mental power to grasp an opponent's gestures. Mental shield, consumes mental power to resist mental attacks. This is insane. How can the blessing of the Red Lotus Spring Moon increase so many stats? It seems the reason I was hospitalized for 3 days was because of this. While he was unconscious, the protection of the Red Lotus Spring Moon bestowed its blessing upon him. For a human body, the time required to gain acceptance from the protection of the Red Lotus Spring Moon is almost impossible. In other words, the blessing of that deity is proof that his actions touched her heart. So perhaps I received it too. He hurriedly opens the box containing the clothes he wore previously. A spherical orb radiating pink energy appears inside. Seeing the orb for a split second, Baek Uziel cannot contain his excitement. The heart of the divine beast. All my hard work over the past few days has truly paid off. The dream has finally become a reality. With this, Leaf Hunnel's problem will be solved immediately, and I've received an additional reward too. A sparkle for the one who guides the story in the most ideal direction. Project Stars promises to provide you with an additional reward. Baek Uziel's heart, which was melting with joy, suddenly sinks because he doesn't know which one to choose. Up until now, Baek Uziel has mostly used defensive equipment, so his attack power is quite weak. He thought that was fine since no one is perfect. But during the battle with Mai Zen Tyran, Baek Uziel realized a more effective way to cope, and attack power is exactly what he needs right now. Surely the system will reject the equipment he has used before. If that's the case, I'll add a mana concentration skill to compensate for the mana leak trait. The system is silent for a moment. Ding, the mana concentration skill has been added to the mana leak trait. As soon as the words end, Baek Yuziel's body emits a golden light. He feels that his mana leak constitution can now retain a certain amount of mana in specific body parts. The characteristic of the mana leak constitution is that the body cannot store energy, it dissipates into the environment. But as long as he has the mana concentration skill, Baek Yuziel can focus mana into certain areas without fear of it overflowing. A question flashes through his mind, so what will happen then? The answer is obvious. If I adjust it so the mana escaping my body concentrates only in my fist, then all that mana will produce an incredibly powerful force. Baek Yuziel is eager. Now I just need to return the heart to Leaf Hanul and learn how to control the mana leak constitution from her, and I will possess unprecedented attack power. That thought makes Baek Yuziel's heart race, and he cannot suppress his excitement. Ha ha ha. At that same time, on a lush green mountain where the wind whistles, the leader of the 13th Division has returned to the Moon Tower after a long wait for the Tower Master. Although it looks like an ordinary wooden house on the mountain from the outside, when he opens the door, the dimension immediately shifts. The interior resembles an aristocratic castle with intricately patterned tiled floors, and at the center stands a man with blonde hair in white robes. That person's identity is none other than Tower Master Rudrick Hallow. He speaks, "So, you've arrived." Kane stands opposite and replies respectfully, "Are you still maintaining that appearance?" The Tower Master laughs and replies, "There's no other way, I've forgotten my real age." Kane shifts the topic. "Just as you predicted, a dark demon appeared at the ethereal flower paradise, but it was a Stella student, and that student was purified by another student." Rudrick Hallow turns around, his voice dropping, "I see. And instead of destroying the dark demon, you allowed another student to save their friend." Kane admits, "That's right. Do you blame me? Dark demons must be destroyed, you were the one who taught me that yourself." Rudrick Hallow remains calm. While looking up at the starry sky, he says, "Times have changed, the way we work must change as well. My words cannot be right forever." After you left the ethereal flower paradise, my Zen tyrant appeared in a state of dark transformation. Kane is shocked by that information, his pupils contract violently and his hand clenches into a fist. Tower Master Rudrick Hallow's voice rings out, "You don't need to worry, everything has been settled. There's no need to blame yourself. My failure to inform you was my fault as well. Honestly, I can no longer predict what the future holds. It is covered by a mist that makes it impossible for me to see clearly." Kane asks worriedly, "Isn't that a serious problem?" Rudrick Hallow shakes his head with a chuckle and says, "If you only believe in what you see, you won't be able to be agile or think flexibly. In fact, not being able to see the future makes everything more interesting." As Kane listens to the Tower Master's explanation, a bad feeling arises in his heart for some reason. Just as he is about to open his mouth, the next sentence leaves him stunned. "Baek Yuziel, that young lad you met, it was he who defeated my Zen tyrant." Kane frowns, thinking, "That kid?" As expected, that boy possesses a strange power. As if reading the thoughts in Kane's heart, Rudrick Hallow says calmly, "It's not what you think. That child really is a 17-year-old student, he's just trying to hide many secrets." Kane immediately retorts, "That's impossible, it's absurd. A 17-year-old student couldn't deal with a level 6 dark demon. Kane, truly unimaginable things are happening in this world, so don't try to understand it." "But Tower Master..." Before he can finish his sentence, Rudrick Hallow disappears and the space suddenly changes, leaving Kane alone on the tranquil mountain, silently looking up at the sky with a mess of chaotic thoughts. Do I have to just accept everything? Scene changes to the tower of Principal Eltman Eltwin. After the defeat of a level 6 dark demon, the story of the first-year Class S students has become a hot topic worldwide. It is incredible that Stella's first-year students successfully defeated a dark demon not once, but twice, garnering significant attention from world opinion. However, it doesn't last long. A reputable news outlet has brought a shocking truth to light. The true identity of the dark demon was none other than a Stella professor, the corruption of alchemy, my Zen tyrant. On another side, the Spirit King Siren opens her mouth to speak to the person sitting across from her. "I didn't expect you to keep this secret." Eltman Eltwin takes a sip of tea and replies, "Naturally, I hide as much as I can, but in the future, when bigger things happen, they won't be able to be hidden." Siren doesn't understand and asks, "What do you mean?" Eltman Eltwin nods and replies, "It's exactly as I say. Those corrupted ones from the outside have deeply infiltrated human society. it's disgusting. But the same goes for Stella, therefore, everyone should be careful. The future is unpredictable. However, Siren has a different thought. I've been skeptical all along, a being who kills a deity and possesses a soul more depraved than even a god-slaying dark demon. Someone who wore a Stella student uniform to the place where the demon was defeated. Someone carrying the scent of Leafhanel. If both are the same person, the killer of Leafhanel hiding within Stella Academy, then the great sage Eltwin surely should have felt the presence of that evil soul. But Stella's magical techniques are beyond question. If that person is hiding their mana to the extent that even Eltman cannot detect it, then the possibility that Leafhanel's killer has infiltrated the academy cannot be ruled out. Perhaps there are even some traces of Leafhanel left behind. Siren silently vows that she must find them. Taking advantage of the weekend, Becjusiel secretly left school and found his way to Leafhanel's garden. Hello, long time no see. Have you been well lately? But before he can even finish his sentence, Leafhanel interrogates him loudly with a grievance. You finally arrived. Why are you so late? Don't tell me you forgot about me all this time. Huh? Answer me quickly, I'm waiting for an answer, answer me now. Becjusiel purses his lips, he has never envied deaf people as much as he does now. Waiting for her anger to cool, Becjusiel smiles and takes out the item. You've waited a long time, right? I've finally brought the heart of the divine beast. Leafhanel cannot hide her excitement upon seeing the thing she has craved for so long. Finally, this moment has arrived. The divine beast's heart slowly merges into the statue of Leafhanel, emitting a blinding silver light. In that brilliant stream of light, Becjusiel instinctively shuts his eyes tight, shielding himself from the powerful storm encompassing the space. The air becomes heavy, the swirling soul energy of the heart converges toward Leafhanel, pulling her inside. Finally, when the energy storm subsides, Becjusiel looks up. The girl who was frozen like a statue has returned to her normal form. Her eyes are full of excitement as she feels every breath and heartbeat like a living person. Ooh, how long has it been? Now I'm moving. I'm so happy. Becjusiel smiles, remaining silent as Leafhanel enjoys this moment. Suddenly she remembers something. Ah, that's right. Before Becjusiel's startled eyes, Leafhanel throws herself into his arms. Her face breaks into a mischievous smile. Thank you for everything you did to save me. Becjusiel smiles gently. Yeah, that's great. Suddenly the protagonist's eyes widen. Wait, your body. Leafhanel's eyes dim, and her voice drops. The heart still can't sustain this body. I'm about to fall asleep. Hurry, we must make use of the time. Resisting the urge to fall into a deep sleep, Leafhanel looks at him with dreamy eyes. Come here, put these on, and then wear the necklace I gave you. On the ground is a box of clothes neatly folded in a traditional Eastern style. After carefully removing his Stella uniform, the protagonist changes into the clothes inside that box according to Leafhanel's instructions. Finally, he puts on the necklace she gave him before. Leafhanel emphasizes, now I will take you to my friend's secret place before I sleep. Becjusiel nods, okay, I understand. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. He senses a non-human presence watching him and Leafhanel. He wonders in his heart, how could anyone else have gotten here besides me? Immediately, warning, the curse trait of the attraction of love constitution has been activated. Although he cannot see the face clearly, the notification is so familiar that Becjusiel recognizes who it is. Ding! The protection trait of one of the 12 gods, Red Lotus Spring Moon, is activated, granting immunity to all curses in this world. Becjusiel breathes a sigh of relief. If not for the protection of the Red Lotus Spring Moon, that would have been bad. The attraction of love constitution really is a terrifying power. Spirit King Siren, a woman with hair as white as platinum, wearing a long white dress covering her from head to toe, stands before him with a shocked face. Her long white hair falls past her shoulders, while her golden eyes are like stars fallen from the night sky. Go back a few minutes to see why she is here. At this time, Siren was strolling through Leafhanel's garden as if searching for something. She glances around. It's been a long time since I was here. When Leafhanel was alive, I visited frequently. The tree roots sway as if welcoming the visitor. Siren notices them and smiles, stroking them. Alright, you've protected this place very well. Suddenly remembering something, she blushes and mutters, there's no one here, so I don't need the veil, it should be fine, right? Saying this, she removes her veil to reveal a face of transcendent beauty. Phew, I don't know how long it's been since I showed my face. I'll just leave it here and come back for it later. Siren walks through the familiar ethereal garden. It is exactly as it was, not changed at all. Suddenly she senses a familiar aura, and her eyes turn toward it. When she sees her dear friend Leafhanel, who she thought had fallen into eternal sleep, alive once more. An indescribable emotion surges to her head. Without hesitation, Chot Siren calls out excitedly, Leafhanel. Suddenly she notices someone else besides Leafhanel. An uneasy thought flashes. Could that youth be doing something bad to Leafhanel? But before she can act, a mysterious light envelopes Baek Yuziel, and he vanishes from sight. Now only the two of them remain. Leafhanel momentarily shakes off her daze and speaks. Chot Siren hears the voice she has always craved, even in her dreams. A surge of excitement rises in her chest. Immediately, Chot Siren bursts into tears and pulls Leafhanel into an embrace. Leafhanel, how on earth are you awake? Leafhanel softly replies, that person found a heart to replace mine. Chot Siren is shaken, so I was overthinking it. It's a relief that youth saved Leafhanel's life. Thinking this, she puts the matter aside and says, being able to see you in the flesh again makes me so happy. Leafhanel smiles and replies, I missed you too. Suddenly her vision darkens. Before sinking into a deep sleep, Leafhanel leaves a message, I'm going to sleep for a bit, Chot Siren, wait for me to wake up. Seeing the smile on Leafhanel's lips, Chot Siren beams, perhaps the heart hasn't taken effect yet. What a pity, I had so many things to ask. Who exactly was that youth? She touches her cheek and suddenly realizes she isn't wearing her veil. Chot Siren remembers Baek Yuziel's startled face, but he wasn't enchanted and looked at her pensively. This only makes her more curious about the protagonist. How strange, why wasn't that boy affected? Could it be? Is he immune to this curse? I must find him. He might be the only person in this world who can speak to me directly. I have to find that teenager, and not just to repay Leafhanel's debt. As the teleportation ends, Baek Yuziel hits the hard, rough stone floor. He groans in pain, ouch, ouch, if you're going to teleport me unexpectedly, at least do it properly. Baek Yuziel lies there and voices his disappointment. Wait, this is. Going inside the cave, a torch burns every few steps. Baek Yuziel mutters to himself, I only came into the cave for temporary shelter. But it seems this is Leafhanel's location. I should have asked Leafhanel for more specifics. Who would have thought Spirit King Chot Siren would show up at that moment? Thinking of that heartbreakingly beautiful face, Baek Yuziel believes that even without the curse, anyone regardless of age or gender would be captivated by such staggering beauty. But he also feels lucky to have the blessing of the 12 gods. Otherwise, I'd probably be a love-struck fool charging at her right now, just imagining it is a disaster. Which reminds me, I heard that with the blessing of the Red Lotus Spring Moon, I can completely nullify Chot Siren's curse. However, with my current abilities, I'm still a long way from achieving that. Well, I'll just handle the urgent matter first. Just as he opens the door and enters, a notification rings out. Leafhanel's breath has been sensed nearby. Although it looks ancient, everything seems more normal than imagined. Suddenly he is drawn to something. Oh, this sword is beautiful. There's a strange aura radiating from it. The moment he touches it, a barrier prevents him from making contact. I definitely have to ask Leafhanel about this. The priority now is to research the Mana Leak Constitution. Digging through these bookshelves, maybe I'll find an important clue. Let's take a look. Ah, I found it. The Mana Leak Constitution. People born with this constitution are extremely rare, one appears only once in a generation. Yet ironically, I am the one born with this cursed constitution. History books record that everyone with this constitution dies by age 20, and I once believed I was no exception. Yet I overcame adversity and lived past 40. Though death is knocking at the door now, if only I had understood this sooner, perhaps my life could have been extended even further. The Mana Leak Constitution is a disease that medicine, alchemy, and magic are all powerless against. Those like us must become powerful to survive. With the little time I had, I found the courage to face my death and even dared to challenge those who held the reins of power at the pinnacle of humanity. Reading the next page, Baek Yuziel is shocked by the experience summarized by that predecessor. The technique of absorbing mana by breathing with the entire body. But what does breathing mana with the whole body mean? It is the mind method, keeping the mind pure, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, and calmly accepting all the changes of the human world. After finishing the book, Baek Yuziel says excitedly, this is the core of the breathing method, it's a mind method. To put it simply, it's just increasing the speed of mana circulation in the veins to sustain life. No wonder no matter how much I trained my physical stamina, nothing changed. Scene changes to the graveyard, the final resting place reserved for the Adolevit royal family. Countless tombstones are scattered, but only one is directly related to Hong Bayan. Placing a bunch of orchids on it, Hong Bayan says coldly, there's no more time to hesitate, let's implement it immediately. A distant memory floods back at the lavish royal palace of the Adolevit Empire. A servant's hurried voice rings out, Princess, Princess Hong Bayan. I wonder where Princess Bayan has run off to again. She must still be around the palace. Hurry, split up and find her. Hiding behind a stone pillar, a young Hong Baiyan wears a black coat to cover the burns on her body. As she goes to a quiet forest, Baiyan stares blankly at the reflection of her miserable self in the lake. The more she looks, the angrier she gets. She throws a stone, her body instinctively shrinking back, like a wounded fawn in the middle of a freezing winter. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps comes from the bushes. To Hong Baiyan's startled eyes, her sister, Hong Erin Adalovit, appears, smiling as her brilliant red hair flutters in the wind. Got you, Baiyan. I was wondering where you went. So you were hiding here? Everyone is frantically looking for you. Hong Baiyan steps back a few paces, her eyes fearful as she cries, don't. Hong Erin is confused, don't what? Don't come any closer. As soon as she says this, Hong Baiyan runs away and disappears, leaving a startled Hong Erin to call out, Baiyan, don't run. At first, Hong Baiyan thought it was just a fleeting, shallow concern. Yet the next day, her sister found her again with a bright smile, and for several days after that, she inquired after her with concern, Baiyan, I have a gift for you. It's going to be a bit difficult right now, but let's work hard together, sisters. Because the training process to increase compatibility with fire made Hong Baiyan feel like her body was about to fall apart, the only person willing to stay by her side at that time was her eldest sister. Yet back then, I didn't understand, and my low self-esteem and self-hatred flared up. What? Sisters? Don't be ridiculous. How could you possibly understand my agony? I don't want to see your face anymore, get out of my sight. Hong Baiyan always assumed those actions were merely out of pity, until one day, it was feared the first princess would not survive the year. She should be mentally prepared for the worst-case scenario. It was only then that I realized with shock that my sister was suffering from an incurable disease. That disease, which caused the body to be slowly scorched from the inside, was the most cruel curse haunting the Adalovit family. In that moment, Hong Baiyan's love for her sister increased exponentially. She realized her sister suffered the same scorching pain as she did. No, it was even more horrific. Hong Erin lay in bed, pale and weak, unable to go out because of the fires erupting sporadically inside her. Hearing a familiar set of footsteps, she turned and asked, Is that you, Baiyan? Hong Baiyan replied, Yes, it's me. I have a gift I want to give you. Hong Erin received the flower. Her face brightened once more. Thank you so much. My beloved Baiyan. Because I loved that smile so much, for the first time in my life, I truly put effort into someone else. I took risks to see, hear, and experience as much as possible, and then recounted it all to her. Every second and every minute, those precious memories of being by her side made me feel clearly that I was truly alive. But that happiness was all too short-lived. In the end, my eldest sister could not overcome the cruel curse and turned to ash. Hong Erin Adalovit, who departed like flower petals scattered by the wind. I absolutely never want to experience that pain ever again. I absolutely never want to experience that pain ever again. The Adalovit royal family has a treasure passed down through generations. The legendary item named the flower spirit flower, legend has it that just by smelling its scent, the fire god will immediately possess the body. The price to pay is the stripping away of one's own magic, and if one is not strong enough to control that flame, it will erupt so powerfully that it incinerates an entire nation. For that reason, it has been placed on the forbidden list. However, the descent of the fire god also means possessing an infinite source of mana in the body. Of course, there is no guarantee that the flower spirit flower will cure the mana leak constitution. But this is the final ray of hope right now. Currently, the flower spirit flower is strictly sealed within the royal palace, and only the king of Adalovit has the right to access it. Therefore I will definitely. Hong Baiyan clenches her fist so hard that her nails dig deep into her palm, blood dripping down, her eyes full of determination. Before Baek Yuziel's life fades away, I will definitely become the queen. In the kingdom of Adalovit there is a royal heirloom, the legendary flame spirit flower. Simply smelling its fragrance floods the body with vast mana, but the price is losing all one's innate magic. If the fire cannot be controlled, it can trigger a catastrophic explosion that incinerates an entire nation, which is why its use is forbidden. The flame spirit flower is currently sealed in the palace, and this woman is determined to seize the throne before Baek Yuziel draws his last breath. Meanwhile in Stella, Baek Yuziel is still diligently training in a dim room. He sits meditating on a pile of straw, focusing all his mind on regulating his breath. Time passes quietly, from the bright dawn until the sun sets behind the mountain range. Sweat begins to bead on his forehead. Yuziel's face shows extreme strain. A drop of sweat rolls down and falls, breaking the room's silence. In the dim darkness he keeps his eyes closed, trying to grasp something invisible in his mind. A soft sound rippled like a drop falling onto the surface of a lake, signaling a shift in the flow of energy. Success. The Taeyong divine technique has been officially formed, and Yuseol can't hide his triumphant smile. The system notifies him that divine breath has now become a subordinate skill under the Taeyong divine technique. He clenches his hands, feeling the mana purification in his blood improve significantly compared to before. Recalling past times when he was overwhelmed, he vows never to be helpless like that again. With several new skills at hand, Yuseol decides to test them immediately. A radiant golden aura surrounds his body as he activates the Taeyong divine technique. His strength, speed, and senses all surge, leaving Yuseol astonished at its effectiveness. He draws the short sword Terivon to perform the next test. Holding the sword before his chest with both hands, Yuseol prepares to infuse mana into the weapon. The magical sword Terivon can absorb mana leak from his body to unleash its power. Before, he often needed auxiliary equipment because his own ability wasn't enough to control it smoothly. But what if combined with the strength boosted by the new skill? Yuseol concentrates all his power on circulating mana. He shouts the skill name Mana Focus as the golden energy envelopes the sword. The blade trembles violently and shines brilliantly, but it seems to be slipping out of control. Suddenly, a stabbing pain hits him, and Yuseol's vision blurs from the overload. Terivon clatters to the floor. Yuseol collapses, coughing and gasping, his breath ragged from the massive mana pressure that burst within him. He forces himself up, panting, telling himself that pushing to use both peak skills at once was an overload. It currently takes him 10 minutes to activate the Taeyong divine technique, so he cannot use it in real battles yet. But at least he saw the sword's form manifest, proving this is not impossible. Yuseol picks up the sword, his gaze pensive as he contemplates the next steps. This path has no shortcuts, he understands he must patiently train step by step. At the same time in the Elf Kingdom, hailed as the Celestial Flower Sanctuary. Inside a magnificent palace, sunlight streams through stained glass windows of brilliant color. The Elf King sat behind the curtain and announced his decision to reward the Stella students who bravely put down the recent attack. The king entrusted this important task to Orenya, his most loyal courtier. Unable to appear before the crowd himself, the king hoped Orenya would attend the award ceremony on his behalf. He expressed his gratitude for Orenya's longtime support in handling matters. Orenya remained silent, a hint of thoughtfulness appearing in his gaze at the king's praise. The king rose to leave, not forgetting to remind Orenya of the responsibility this time. Bowing to accept the order, Orenya prepared for the turbulent journey to the Stella Magic Academy ahead. Orenya let out a breath. The private meeting after months apart had finally concluded. He respectfully saw the king off, his heart heavy with thought. The main reason Flower Siren chose Orenya as the king's attendant was his strong resistance to her curse. Yet Orenya had long ceased to be a victim of that curse. Ironically, the reason he agreed to serve the king was his secret love for Flower Siren herself. He quietly wondered whether she was still urgently searching for the killer god's whereabouts. Though he could not see a smile on her face, Orenya was willing to do anything to make her pleased. A few days later at Stella Academy, a formal award ceremony was taking place. To recognize the feat of defeating the dark demonic human, Orenya, as the elf representative, would perform the medal presentation on behalf of the king. The first name called was Ma Yuziang, the first-year prodigy of Class S. Shining medals were prepared and ready to be awarded to the deserving. Orenya believed this event was important to affirm the strong alliance between humans and the elves before their enemies. He smiled and offered sincere congratulations to Ma Yuziang. Yuziang remained calm and replied to the congratulations with poise. However, as Orenya's gaze swept across the rows of students below, an odd sense of unease suddenly arose. Next was the award turn for another Class S student, Baek Yuseol. As Yuseol stepped forward, Orenya felt an enormous invisible pressure emanating from him. Orenya's eyes suddenly widened in horror as he sensed something abnormal. He was stunned to recognize this familiar energy. It was far too powerful for a student. Orenya's shock caused those around him to wonder what was wrong. In his mind, Orenya wondered why he could sense Iphanul's energy from Yuseol. Could it be, this is the killer god the elves have long been searching for? He began to analyze. It was already illogical that two first-year students could defeat a level 6 dark demonic human. If he captured the killer and presented him to Flower Siren, Orenya would surely receive her absolute favor. But Orenya reminded himself not to act hastily and to quietly gather evidence first. He stared at Yuseol, determined to expose the true identity of this youth. Why do I sense Eiphel's aura from that student? Could it be? That's it. From the very beginning, the fact that two students could defeat a dangerous level 6 dark mage was already astonishing. However, if he is someone capable of concealing both his true appearance and a fallen soul, dealing with a level 6 threat and disguising himself to enter Stella Academy would be as easy as pie, right? If I can capture him and present him to her, she will surely be very pleased. I might even win her favor. Afterward, he tries to calm himself down. Don't be hasty. I must gather evidence first. His name was clearly just called as Baek. I will definitely expose your true identity. Meanwhile, Baek pays him no attention. Instead, he suggests to Ma Yuziang, how about we try bibimbap for the cooking club menu next time? In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since enrollment at Stella. At this point, first-year students are assigned an additional subject. The elderly professor in charge of the class announces, well then? Today we will get acquainted with some adorable spirit beasts. A moment later, a student screams in a panic, I told you guys already. What on earth do you want? He feels as if something is pulling him backward. One moment this, one moment that. What do you want me to do now? If so, just speak clearly. Watching the students being tortured, Professor Fedelote laughs with interest. You are all doing very well. Only those who have formed a contract can see the numbers until the synchronization rate increases. A voice rings out beside the professor, please, this way. The person who said that is Acel. In front of her is a small bird. Here, are you really planning to do this? Acel shakes her head firmly, rejecting its suggestion. Seeing this, the professor approaches to ask, oh, it seems student Acel is having quite a lot of trouble this time. Seeing the professor, she answers, Professor Fedelote. She looks at the small bird in front of her and says, your spirit partner is a thunder ice glacier bird, isn't it? This mountain ice thunder bird is famous for its sensitive temperament. Therefore, connecting with it is extremely difficult. There must be some special reason why the thunder ice glacier bird chose to contract with Acel. Therefore, if you open your heart and understand it, the two of you will surely become closer. She is slightly skeptical. Will it really be like that? She smiles and replies, haha, naturally. And when the synchronization rate with the spirit beast reaches its peak, you can directly summon your familiar and fight alongside it like this. At that time, the familiar will become a more reliable ally than anyone else. So look forward to that moment and keep trying, okay? These words of encouragement make her more confident. Yes, Professor. Though she answers like that on the outside, after class, she sighs, aha, as expected. I still haven't been able to get any closer. She walks while wondering, will there ever be a day when I can summon a familiar to fight by my side? In the corridor inside, 2 students are whispering, wow, look. We're on the front page again. Is that Ma Yuziang and Baek? Back then, I thought I was done for. Need I say more? Acel tells herself, looks like we're in the news again. After the familiar signing ceremony, the news of 2 Stella students defeating the evil mage has spread far and wide. Naturally, Baek remains as calm as ever. He always shifts the credit to Ma Yuziang, saying it was all thanks to him. She encourages herself, if it were Baek right now, he would listen to me as if nothing had happened and say he still trusts me as before. Then she shakes her head in denial, no, I can't keep relying on him. I can't keep waiting for help from Baek. I have to be able to do it myself. Elsewhere, Professor Lee begins announcing the lesson. Starting today, magic combat practice will be added as a mandatory subject. This is not just because of the incident at the familiar signing ceremony. If you live as magic combatants, there will be times when you cannot avoid engaging in combat with other magic combatants. It's not about using the strongest spell, but depending on the situation and timing, you will use magic in the most effective way. For example, long-range firepower. Spells fired from the caster's body have great range and destructive power, but they are very vulnerable to counterattacks while being cast. Targeted spells have shorter range and are weaker. But if combined with normal physical effort, the opponent will find it very hard to react in time. Especially, the range and distance of targeted spells depend on their attribute. Therefore, you need to control the distance from your opponent and hold the rhythm to your best advantage. That means considering the differences in attribute range to escape the opponent's attack range, then bringing the enemy into your own attack range. That is the most basic principle of magic combat. After that, he creates a scarecrow as an example. As you can see here, only level 2 targeted spells are allowed and must be directed forward. You are allowed to use a shield twice. The goal of this exercise is to infiltrate the golem's blind spot and stay safe for 30 seconds, or endure within its attack range for at least 10 seconds. Hearing the professor, Acel thinks, using a shield twice to hold out for 10 seconds within attack range is truly impossible. Therefore, the first shield must be used to grasp the golem's attributes and behavior, and the second shield is to control the range of the targeted spell then pierce into the blind spot. Easier said than done. And so the practical exercise begins under the guidance of Professor Lee Han-wool. After that, each student steps up to take the test. Million fails. The next person doesn't fare any better. Aiden fails. The professor's voice rings out, continue. Next. Hey Wonryang, please. Hey Wonryang lunges into the golem's attack range and is immediately struck by two ice pillars with extremely high speed. Before he realizes what happens, another ice pillar attacks from below. The professor announces, Hey Wonryang fails. Thus, while most students fail, a few succeed. Hong Harang succeeds. Ma Yuxiang succeeds. Looking at the student list, Professor Lee thinks to himself, so far, only Hong Harang and Ma Yuxiang have succeeded. Both chose the blind spot infiltration method instead of enduring within the attack range. It's no surprise that using normal reflex speed is impossible to complete this mission. The casting speed of a level 2 targeted spell is 0.1 seconds. Because to dodge, one must not only read the flow of mana but also transcend the limits of the human body. Then the professor calls the next student, Baek Yuziel, please. He steps into the arena with a slightly anxious mood. Until now, I've always used blink to escape the targeting range and fight. But ever since I obtained the Great Spirit method, my blink has been significantly upgraded. This time, I have to try once and see whether within the target range, I can use blink to react and dodge the spell. The professor's voice rings out, begin the exercise. Immediately, the golem's eyes flash with murderous intent. He immediately leans to the right as if he had anticipated it. A magic sphere flies close past him. He thinks to himself, crazy. It's not a normal attribute, but space-time magic. This is even rarer than the light attribute. To think a normal wooden golem could be this special. He tries to keep his breathing steady. Focus. Must read the movement of the mana flowing in this space. He takes one step at a time. He tries to stay calm, dodging accurately. His steps becoming more and more decisive, easily dodging the magic spheres thrown at him. In this state, as soon as he arrives in front of the golem, he uses mana concentration. Just as he prepares to swing his sword at the wooden golem, the professor's voice rings out, Baek Yuziel succeeds. This makes him slightly surprised. Huh. It's already over? The professor's voice suddenly rings out, at your age, this is the first time I've seen someone like this. He asks in confusion, I would like to use this opportunity to practice more. Can I try one more time? The professor immediately refuses, no, go back to your spot. He pouts, so stingy. In another turn of events, Flame seems to hear an angel calling her name. Flame. Flame. Remember this, Flame. No matter what happens, we will protect you. Therefore you must also. The following words are hidden by the author. After that, Flame slowly opens her eyes. She rubs her forehead wearily and whispers to herself, that dream again. I really don't know why, but ever since I used the angel's power to stop Han Wonryang from turning into a dark mage, sometimes I've started dreaming of angels. What did they say in that dream? Did they ask me to go with them? While she is still hesitant, a friend reminds her, Flame, what are you doing? We have to go to the next class. She startles and nods in agreement, and quickly brushes the thoughts of angels to the back of her head. Anyway, it was just a dream. It should be fine, right? Scene change to the training ground. Not seeing Lee Han-wool, the lecturer announces, today we will have a magic combat practice between Class S and Class A. Baek Yuziel, Yuslek Chekabalan, you two step up. The moment those two names are called, Flame knows this will be a very interesting match. Unaware of her thoughts, the teacher continues, both sides prepare your wands, begin. As soon as the words fall, Yuslek is the one to take the initiative. He uses a spell called Bone Wave, creating several giant columns of water. The students around see this and marvel and praise, isn't that a level 3 spell? That Class A kid just joined and already pulled off such a fierce move. Compared to him, Yuziel. Why does he just stand there? On this side, Yuslek sees the protagonist standing still like a statue and laughs as if victory is imminent. To think he defeated a level 6 dangerous dark mage without even using proper magic? Rumors must have limits. I've had my eye on you since the staff inheritance ceremony. Lucky I ran into you here, Baek Yuziel. Now go down. He speaks loudly and directs his magic at Yuziel. On this side, Yuziel widens his eyes. He immediately uses his blink skill to dodge to the side. Yuslek seems to have anticipated that, so he doesn't feel surprised. Is all you can do to dodge with blink like a mouse? Saying that, he unleashes the water dragon spell, firing two giant water columns. Opposite him, Yuziel doesn't use blink to close the distance quickly. While Yuslek is still smiling as if he's won because his plan succeeded, you're in my sights now, Baek Yuziel. Surrounding the protagonist are 3 magic circles closing in on him. Unfortunately for him, Yuziel also wears a smug smile. Immediately after, he leans his body to dodge the attacks created by the magic circles just in time. This unexpected action leaves even the teacher, students, and Yuslek feeling disbelief. He screams inside, daring to dodge all my target magic? Are you insane? Then taste this, let's see if you can dodge it. Mana concentration. He speaks loudly, creating a giant water sphere above his head. But the next second, his eyes turn dazed. Because at this moment, in Yuziel's hand is a light sword, and he also launches a magic slash straight at that water sphere. The result is that while Yuslek is still standing dazed, the giant water sphere is destroyed, creating a light rain. The teacher also announces the practical exam result, finish. Both sides put away your wands. On this side, the group of students still can't help but be surprised by the protagonist's performance. Did you see that? Yuziel is truly peak. Surely the story of him defeating the level 6 dangerous dark mage is true. Returning to Flame's perspective, she is also a bit surprised by Yuziel's skill. Practicing before him was one thing, but now he's publicly showing it off. Well, after defeating Mai Zen, he has no reason to hide his strength anymore. Anyway, what Baek Yuziel needs to hide is his knowledge of the future, not his ability. Scene change to the arena. Prince Jeremy has also just defeated his opponent in an overwhelming manner. The teacher announces the result once again. This time, the students seem to have guessed it, so they aren't surprised anymore. The match didn't even last a minute before a result was decided. Just as expected from the Crown Prince. On the stage, Jeremy smiles and turns to wave at Flame, making her somewhat fearful. He's using that attitude again. It's troublesome to get involved with him. Better to pretend not to see him. Thinking this, she runs to Yuziel's side and greets, "Old man, you did pretty well this time, didn't you?" Hearing her say that, Yuziel's expression immediately grimaces as he complains, "Hey, who are you calling old man?" Flame smiles, "Who else besides you?" The moment the two talk to each other, the smile on Jeremy's face suddenly vanishes. He whispers so softly that only he can hear, "That brat again. I don't want to use this method, but there's no other way." Time quickly passes until the evening. At this moment, Flame has just returned to her bedroom. "I'm sleepy to death. Who would have thought that at this age I'd still have to go to school?" She sighs. But seeing her roommate is still awake, she curiously asks, "Ramilka, why aren't you asleep yet?" Ramilka startles in a panic. Flame looks at the letter in her hand and asks, "What's that? A love letter from a boyfriend? Since when have you been dating and dared to hide it from me? Your roommate is hurt, you know." After a few seconds of thought, Ramilka suddenly says, "Hey Flame, I have a favor to ask." Scene change to room S-109. Flame knocks on the door and says, "Hey, anyone there? I have something for you. Come out for a moment." Saying that, she recalls Ramilka asking her to deliver the letter and grumbles inside, "Oh my god, why do I have to be a errand girl delivering letters like this? High school students today are way too bold. At least tell me who it's for." She speaks again toward the inside, "Hey, it will only take a second." The room door suddenly opens. Then a familiar sound rings out, "Greetings, Flame, did you call me?" The moment she sees his face, Flame's mood immediately becomes anxious. What is this? Why did he come in here? Jeremy smiled and replied, "Oh, was that letter meant for me?" Flame calmly handed over the letter and said, "It's not mine. A friend asked me to deliver it. My business here is done. Goodbye." After saying that, she turned and walked away. Jeremy took the letter and gave a sinister smile. He glanced behind him and ordered, "You can come out now." A girl holding a magic orb slowly appeared. She approached and handed it to Jeremy. The prince asked, "Where is the edited photo?" "Here it is," the girl replied. He took it in his hand and looked satisfied. The result is quite smooth." Inside the orb was the image of Flame that he had captured. The next morning, as she was strolling through the academy grounds, she felt like something wasn't right. The atmosphere today feels strange. Suddenly, someone deliberately bumped into Flame's shoulder. She scoffed provocatively, "Oh my god, please, open your eyes and look where you're going." "Oh, right, how could you see what's in front of you when you're always crawling on the ground?" Without saying a word, Flame grabbed her by the collar, followed by a ruthless headbutt. This made the blonde girl furious. Are you crazy? How could you?" Hearing that, Flame immediately retorted, "What? Want another headbutt?" This attitude only made the blonde girl angrier. "What did you say? This brat is really insane. How could someone as lowly as you be the girlfriend of young Master Jeremy?" These words reaching her ears made Flame flare up. "Hey, try saying that again. She cracked her knuckles, ready to punch the teeth out of the girls in front of her. Who did you just say I was dating? A while later, back in her room, Flame looked at the photos on the table and clutched her head in anger. Seriously, why are these photos being spread everywhere? She sighed, trying to calm herself down. Sigh, calm down, calm down. You don't even need to investigate to know who the culprit is. I didn't expect him to dare go this far. How am I supposed to get out of this mess? Time quickly passed until the next day, right as the class had just ended. Flame quickly stood up and left the classroom, but then that annoying voice appeared again. Flame. Hearing this sound, Flame could only sigh internally. Sigh, trouble has arrived. Jeremy stood in front of her, smiling. Want to have dinner with me? Whispers immediately broke out all around. Look, young Master Jeremy is approaching her first. So the rumors are true. I never expected the prince and Flame to have a relationship like that. Flame narrowed her eyes, thinking that even if she denied it, Jeremy would just manipulate the situation to his liking. Running away was also useless. In times like this, there was only one escape route. Thinking of this, she declared bluntly, "Hey, do you really think I'm dying to have dinner with you?" Although he heard her say that, Prince Jeremy still had the nerve to say, I'm sorry. I think I was a bit insensitive. I didn't expect you to be that stressed. In that case, I'll be going now." Before he left, she asked, "Why are you acting like we have some sort of relationship?" However, the moment the prince stood there to explain, Flame decisively added a stunning blow, "I have a boyfriend." The entire hall went completely silent, and every eye was fixed on the two of them. "The person I'm currently dating is," she said while constantly urging herself internally, "think. Among the male students in Class S, who can I rely on?" Then, as if she had thought of someone, she called out a name, "It's Baek Yuziel. Baek Yuziel is my boyfriend." Those words echoed, freezing the entire room. Hong Bayan, Acel, and even Hei Wonriang all stared at her with astonishment. Even Jeremy was motionless, not knowing how to respond. Flame held up the letter and said, "Yesterday, I went to your room only because my friend asked me to deliver a letter for you. Otherwise, why would someone who already has a boyfriend like me need to be seen in front of your door? Bye, I have a dinner date with him already." Having said that, she tossed the letter at him and quietly walked away. On his side, Jeremy felt incredibly humiliated, but then he smiled slightly, thinking, I need to stay calm. Just because she says so, do I have to believe her? The scene shifts to the evening at a nearby restaurant. Baek Yuziel asked in surprise, "So, what did you just say?" "What am I to you?" Flame replied in confusion, "My boyfriend." The protagonist listened and truly didn't understand what was going on. How did it end up like this? Flame didn't even dare look him in the eye. Well, basically it was an unavoidable situation. Yuziel slowly brought a piece of meat to his mouth, thinking, is this because of the rumors circulating today? Well, if it helps me avoid the Jeremy route with a 99% risk of hitting a bad ending, then this price is still quite cheap. Thinking that, he said, "Alright then, helping you is fine." The girl Flame brightened up. "Thank you so much. To repay you later, I'll treat you to food often, okay?" The protagonist curiously asked her, "But why me?" The unexpected question made her feel a bit flustered inside. "Because if I said the reason was that you were the first person I thought of, would that be too weird?" Thinking quickly for a few seconds, she replied, "I just didn't want to bother Hei Wonriang." The protagonist scolded her, "That's a terrible reason. Sorry, let me order more food." This guy, sigh. Flame cough. "In short, I'm sorry for dragging you into this trouble." "Sorry for what?" "You already. Forget it. Let's just forget it." "Why are you talking so vaguely?" Flame clenched her hands and calculated. Baek Yuziel regressed to the past because of Acel, that was the reason he carried out the regression. But now, if Acel misunderstood because she dragged him into this trouble, what would happen? Knowing that, she still asked him for help. Doesn't this make her look like a third party interfering in his relationship with Acel? But wait, maybe he agreed because it was part of a grand plan to protect Acel from Jeremy? After all, in the original plot, Jeremy did have an interest in Acel. Was the ambition of a regressor toward the person they love this great? Thinking about that, Flame decided she needed to nourish Yuziel more. "Excuse me, we'd like to order more." "Hey, old man, eat a lot to keep your strength up." The protagonist hurriedly stopped her. "Hey, this is already too much, don't order more." That's how it was. With Flame's consent, he became her boyfriend for 1 month. The next day, during the magic combat practice, for some reason I didn't know, I had to spar with a furious Hong Bayan. Seeing the princess so angry she was practically on fire, Uziel wondered if he had done something wrong. Even from afar you could feel the tension. Uziel wondered what she'd eaten today to be so irritable. Bayan's gaze was razor-sharp, fixed on her opponent. She really wanted to dump all that magic on that annoying commoner, just to teach him a lesson. Uziel was about to ask if she was okay, but it didn't seem like the right moment. Bayan declared bluntly that this match wouldn't be like the last, and flames leapt fiercely from her staff. A series of gigantic fireballs appeared in the sky, ready to rain down. With no wasted movement, the fiery downpour crashed down and Uziel could only cry out to the heavens. The explosions made even the onlookers jump. The power was genuinely terrifying. The princess's blazing red eyes showed she was deadly serious. No mercy here. Uziel had to use every evasive skill amid the choking smoke and flying embers. He sighed in relief at barely escaping with his life. He'd almost been logged out. But Bayan still didn't want to stop. She yelled that she wasn't finished and unleashed more fire. Another explosion erupted immediately, blasting everything aside. Even Flame standing aside was overwhelmed by the princess's fire magic today. Suddenly a voice sounded next to Flame, wondering what Uziel had done to make Bayan so furious. Ma Yuziang appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the scene, Flame asked what everyone was gathering for. Ma Yuziang flashed a bright smile and said he was here cheering for the princess. Flame beside him felt a chill at that smile. Clearly Ma Yuziang wanted to see Uziel get roasted. While Flame asked Acel if she was cheering, Acel said she was just watching, and Ma Yuziang enthusiastically urged the princess to blow Uziel away. Back in the match, Uziel was panting, utterly exhausted. He realized Bayan's attacks were fast and unpredictable. With a few more seconds he could have used mana concentration to slice her spells in two. Unfortunately the flames kept exploding everywhere, not giving him a single second to breathe. Roaring columns of fire rose across the arena, blocking every escape route. Rockets fired from all directions, pinning Uziel with no way out. A massive wall of flame rose up right in front of him. Game over. Uziel clicked his tongue, realizing he'd run out of places to dodge. Even worse, he accidentally stepped on a preset magic trap. A wave of unease hit him. Uziel knew he'd completely fallen into her trap. A flash explosion went off and Uziel shouted surrender immediately to save his life. The match ended. Bayan was declared the winner, and Uziel lay flat on the floor like a noodle. Even the champion looked blankly and asked if he'd really won. Uziel gave a wry smile, telling himself that without Stella Dome's protective magic he'd be history. He lay on his back staring at the sky, looking utterly pathetic, eyes distant. Bayan watched her opponent with suspicion while Uziel rated her power. She'd clearly reached level 4. Despite the loss he still smiled. It seemed the creative lessons he taught her this morning had paid off. A teacher came over to check on him, and Uziel still had the energy to joke that if he died he'd come back to haunt the guy forever. Hearing him still so glib, the teacher told him to go to the nurse's office right away. Uziel could only give an awkward laugh and say thanks. Bayan's female fans immediately rushed over to surround and cheer for their princess. They praised her wildly and mocked Uziel for barely using any moves, though Bayan's expression suggested she wasn't entirely pleased with the win. Seeing the princess showed no sign of joy, her friend curiously asked if she wasn't excited about winning. Bayan closed her eyes in annoyance. She knew full well that Uziel had deliberately let her win. The princess remembered the dungeon when that commoner had casually split a level 3 spell in two with his sword. Yet today he hadn't bothered to draw his sword, instead fleeing and surrendering early, which made Bayan feel insulted. She clenched her fist, feeling affronted at being the one someone held back for. Just then her friend had another idea and grabbed Bayan's attention to explain. She launched into a long spiel about the so-called Knight's Code Uziel supposedly followed, always polite and yielding to ladies just like in old books. Hearing this seemingly ridiculous theory, Bayan could only roll her eyes at her friend in disbelief. Her friend added one more line that froze the princess. Maybe he only holds back for women he truly recognizes as ladies? Bayan spun away, scoffing that it was nonsense and demanding to go home. She didn't want to hear another word. But despite her protestations, the princess's cheeks had already begun to flush. Seeing Bayan's bashful expression, her friend laughed non-stop, delighted to have hit the sore spot. Glancing toward the Stella Dome, her friend thought to herself that maybe this pair would make an interesting match. The following weekend, Uziel had to ask permission from the club's two leads, Ma Yuziang and Acel, to go on a date alone. In reality it was just a fake boyfriend gig for Flame. The two walked and discussed what normal students do when dating. After wrapping things up with Flame, Uziel headed straight to the garden of the spirit Ifanal, filled with shimmering green blossoms. He was pretty surprised to see Ifanal this time in a tiny form, noticeably smaller than before. When Ifanal said it would take 1,000 years to fully recover, Uziel could only mutter a sarcastic, "That was fast." Seeing Uziel at a loss for words, the little spirit hurriedly corrected herself that she still had other ways to shorten that time. A mischievous smile appeared on the tiny girl's face. She then formally proposed that Baek Yuseol form a familiar contract so they could link their powers together. Baek Yuseol closed the matter. It turned out Ifanil wanted to form a spirit-beast contract with him. Ifanil recounted that she used to be very weak, but after contracting with Hateriong, who also suffered mana leakage like Yuseol, she became super strong. Yuseol felt something off and couldn't understand the logic. He pressed, "Why is that?" She answered naively that she didn't know either. He was speechless. Though she couldn't explain, Ifanil insisted she'd become stronger. Yuseol pondered silently. In the midst of a field of blue flowers, the little fairy imploringly invited him to sign the contract. Ifanil waited for his answer with hopeful eyes. Yuseol looked at her for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He agreed but warned her not to change her mind after signing. Ifanil happily agreed at once. Yuseol told himself that life was full of surprises. In the end he was signing a contract with a spirit beast. Ifanil gently touched Yuseol's hand to complete the ritual. A brilliant light enveloped them both, marking the official establishment of the soul contract. System notification. Contract successfully signed with 5-star spirit beast Ifanil. A series of stats appeared, showing extremely high compatibility. He received traits like self-purify and whisper of the wind. Yuseol glanced through the skill list. The ones that cleanse the body or red air currents seemed very useful in combat. But he was puzzled by the trait, garden memories, unsure what it did. The skill description said that smelling a flower grants a trait related to that flower's meaning. It sounded vague. When Yuseol asked, Ifanil explained very simply, "The scent of flowers makes you feel good." When he pressed further, she said it made you feel happy. It was an answer with a very spiritual tone. He could only give an awkward smile and thank her. It wasn't in his plan, but gaining a 5-star spirit beast was still a big win. Yuseol told Ifanil to be sure to help each other from now on. The little girl grinned ear to ear and immediately agreed. He left the spiritual space with a renewed mindset. His next destination was the International Alchemist Institute. The Terafon sword lay neatly in its box, emitting a mystical blue glow. Yuseol asked Altarisha about the sword's condition. The assistant observed it wasn't in the best shape due to overuse. He admitted he'd been training hard lately, which caused the cracks. Altarisha nodded and said it was fortunate he brought it in for inspection in time. She said she'd repair it securely and reminded Yuseol to pick it up at the upcoming presentation. Yuseol asked about preparations for the presentation. Altarisha looked haggard and said she was insanely busy. She was so anxious she felt nauseous at the thought of presenting before such important people. Yuseol could only smile wryly and offer encouragement. He curiously asked about the product she planned to showcase to investors. It was a simple-looking black choker necklace. Altarisha explained it's a special item that can generate a magical cloak whenever worn. Though unfinished, she invited Yuseol to try it on. He slipped the necklace over his neck to try it. A cloak burst forth, enveloping his body. Yuseol thought it looked pretty good. She also boasted that it has a level 2 protective shield. But current technology can't render elaborate shapes, so it's just a piece of fabric wrapped around the body. There are absolutely no sleeves or a hood. An idea struck Yuseol. He borrowed Altarisha's mana pen. He put on the magpie glasses, looking every bit the expert. Yuseol proposed drawing boundaries along the grain reduction lines and adding a memory circuit for shape. Altarisha stared blankly, not understanding what he meant. Drawing on knowledge from avatar upgrades in the old Ether World game, Yuseol began sketching a schematic for a magical circuitry. He planned to use future tech to solve the problem. He explained that by integrating a memory circuit, the cloak could automatically form a hood or sleeves perfectly. Yuseol smiled confidently. With a few tweaks he had turned a flawed item into a magical masterpiece. This presentation would surely make waves. He tried on the improved magical cloak. He looked decidedly more like a true mage. Altarisha gaped in shock. The problem her team had been stuck on for 2 months was solved by him in mere minutes. It felt unbelievable. Her gaze was now full of admiration for Yuseol. To Altarisha, this student was undoubtedly a natural alchemy genius. Other researchers began buzzing too. This overly simple solution opened up a whole new horizon, and they wanted to apply it to other items immediately. Yuseol kept a calm expression, as if he was used to astonishing others. He called Altarisha back to give the final instructions before leaving. She smiled brightly, full of confidence for the upcoming presentation. Yuseol bid everyone farewell and wished them a spectacularly successful debut. But his goodbye went largely unheard, as everyone was engrossed in debating the new knowledge he had just shared. He could only give an embarrassed smile. Even Altarisha was quickly swept up in the work frenzy with her colleagues. Yuseol smiled and quietly stepped out of the research institute. He had completed the most important part of his work. His decisive footsteps echoed down the corridor. A major change was about to begin. Useol knew a revolution in magical items was about to erupt, one that would completely transform this world. Compared to the modern world, it was like leaping from old flip phones into the smartphone era. The difference in value and technology between old and new magitech was staggering. The balance of power would surely shift. Although everything was still developing, Useol understood the time was ripe. He paid no mind to the difficulties ahead. Even with current technical levels, people would be horrified by the unlimited potential the new items brought. He and his colleagues confidently moved forward. Time passed and the alchemy city gleamed under shimmering fireworks. The item expo officially began. Giant flying ships filled with guests poured into the lively, golden alchemic show event. The whole city was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Amid the crowds, strange figures in black cloaks moved silently like ghosts. They looked extremely suspicious. An event of this scale attracted all kinds from around the world, from renowned alchemists to those who hid their faces. Above, a mysterious long-haired man stood on a balcony, quietly observing the bustle below. His presence exuded coldness and authority. He and his companion seemed to harbor their own plots and objectives for this event. Disaster or opportunity, it all hinged here. In another corner, a beautiful pink-haired elf girl sat in a luxurious carriage, fingering a sphere of light. She seemed to be waiting for something. Her blazing red eyes and enigmatic smile showed she was not merely a visitor. It looked like she had already singled out her prey. Steady footsteps advanced toward the main hall. All eyes were about to focus in one direction. Useol and Altarisha walked side by side, carrying the suitcase that held the future of alchemy. Both were ready for their moment to shine. The day the mage community had long awaited had finally arrived. They entered the center of the hall, prepared to reveal what would upend the current magical order. A new chapter officially began.